Chapter 1. The Broken Engagement. In room 0212 of the International Hotel in Sioux City, a woman stood at the door, clad in a pink silk nightgown, revealing large patches of snow-white skin. Chen Yiting, what are you doing here? Lu Ji was momentarily taken aback upon seeing his girlfriend at the door. Chen Yiting, equally surprised, hadn't anticipated encountering Sioux City here. Why is it taking you so long to get the delivery? At that moment, a man emerged from the room, shirtless. Lu's heart sank as the realization struck him. His girlfriend was in a hotel room with another man. Chen Yiting, how could you really here with another man? Lu Ji's voice trembled with fury. Why would you betray me? The man regarded Lu Ji with a mocking expression, sizing him up. So you're the delivery guy Yiting mentioned? After a brief moment of discomfort, Chen Yiting leaned into the man's embrace, smirking. Isn't he just a useless fool? Turning to Lu Ji, she continued, Lu Ji, you spineless coward, did you really think I would marry you? With the meager savings your family scraped together, do you think you can afford me? My mother demands an 800,000 dowry. Can your family manage that? My brother needs to buy a house for his marriage. And can you even contribute? I had intended to keep this from you, to let you live in your delusion. But since you've seen us, let's make this clear. We are no longer together. You can leave now. With that, Chen Yiting smiled sweetly and nestled back into the man's arms. Ling Xiao, I've just kicked this loser to the curb. Please take good care of me from now on. The man, Ling Guangjuan, belonged to the prestigious Ling family of Sioux City, known for its deep-rooted influence and status. Ling Guangjuan's hand roamed over Chen Yiting's body, his gaze provocatively fixed on Lu Ji. You, a worthless wretch, think you can compete with me for a woman? You don't even have the right to carry my shoes. Get out of my sight, I want to savor Yiting's sweetness. As he spoke, his hands grew more audacious. Chen Yiting showed no sign of resistance. Instead, she smiled seductively, saying, Ling Xiao, he'll make sure to impress you today. Damn it, he'll kill you two scoundrels. Lu Ji's fury was palpable as he glared at the couple. Without hesitation, he swung a punch at Ling Guangjuan's face. You dare hit me? Ling Guangjuan retorted angrily, and the two engaged in a scuffle. Lu Ji, fueled by desperation, quickly overpowered Ling Guangjuan. Suddenly, Lu Ji felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. He touched it and found his hand stained with blood. Chen Yiting had struck him with a wine bottle. Chen Yiting, you hit me. His heart sank into despair. For Chen Yiting, he had sacrificed his health, working multiple jobs to provide for her. He had endured years of wearing the same clothes to afford her designer outfits. He had lived on plain bread and pickles just to buy her favorite steak. It was unfathomable that the woman he was about to marry would turn against him to aid her lover. You dare lay a hand on Ling Xiao? I'm hitting you because you're a worthless fool. Chen Yiting raised the bottle again and smashed it against Lu Ji's head. Blood streamed down, blurring his vision as despair, resentment, and sorrow washed over him. Let me show you what a waste you are. Ling Guangjuan regained his footing and began to pummel Lu Ji mercilessly. You are nothing but a loser. Lu Ji, I had planned to tell you in a few days, but there's no need for pretense anymore. We're having our engagement ceremony at Linjiang Manor next week. Don't forget to come and celebrate. With that, Chen Yiting slammed the door shut. Chen Yiting, I will make you regret what you've done today. Ling Guangjuan, a gentleman does not forget a grievance. Lu Ji wiped the blood from his mouth and stumbled away, leaning against the wall. He pondered why the woman he loved could be so cruel that he loathed the couple, but he also detested himself for being so weak and pathetic. In a daze, he returned to his rented apartment. As he approached the entrance, he noticed a stunning young woman waiting there. She was tall, with cascading hair and delicate features, her skin pale and smooth, seemingly capable of producing dew with a mere touch. Such beauty could rival that of even the most renowned celebrities. Behind her stood two men in suits, clearly her bodyguards. The woman scrutinized Lu Ji's disheveled appearance and frowned. Are you Lu Ji? Yes, that's me. Who are you? My name is Ning Qingxue. I'm here to discuss the annulment of our engagement. Annulment? Lu Ji was taken aback, unsure if he had heard correctly. 21 years ago, our grandfathers arranged a betrothal for us. Given the passage of time, this engagement is no longer suitable. I am here to ask for the marriage certificate your grandfather left you, so I can return it. Years ago, Ning Qingxue had been pursued by enemies, and it was Lu Ji's grandfather who saved her life. In gratitude, her grandfather had penned the marriage certificate. Time had changed, and Ning's family had risen to become one of the four prominent families of Yindu, while Lu Ji had become an ordinary delivery man. Clearly, the engagement could never be fulfilled. Marriage certificate? Lu Ji mused. Could it be the small box? Before his grandfather disappeared, he had given him a sandalwood box, saying it contained something crucial to his happiness, to be opened when he turned 20. Despite carrying it with him, he had never opened it due to life's distractions. Please wait a moment. Lu Ji entered his room to retrieve the sandalwood box. Taking advantage of the moment, Ning Qingxue sat in the modest living room. The sofa within was exceedingly worn, its edges revealing a rusty spring, and there was a conspicuous lack of any commendable furniture in the room. Observing this, Ning Qingxue furrowed her brow in concern. It was evident that the current predicament of Lu Ji was rather dire, and for him, their marriage contract represented an unparalleled opportunity, a chance to leap from a koi to a dragon. Ning Qingxue felt a pang of anxiety in the face of such temptation. Would Lu Ji truly return the marriage contract to her? Before long, Lu Ji emerged from the inner room, opening a box before Ning Qingxue. Inside lay a jade pendant of vibrant green, beneath which were several envelopes. Ning Qingxue instantly recognized the handwriting on the envelope that bore the words marriage contract. This is the marriage contract left by my grandfather. If you are willing to return it to me, I can offer you money. Name your price. Lu Ji stated, as if he had not heard Ning Qingxue's previous words. That I don't want anything, please take it, she replied. Ning Qingxue was taken aback that on her way there, she had envisioned countless scenarios extortionate demands, relentless negotiations to reclaim the contract, but she could not have anticipated that he would so readily relinquish it to her. Is there anything else? Lu Ji, still ensnared in the shadow of heartbreak, was disinclined to engage in further conversation. Ning Qingxue cast a glance at him, fully aware of the significance of the marriage contract. Even in Yindu, scions of affluent families would vie fiercely for it. Yet here stood Lu Ji, dismissively returning it to her. From the depths of her heart, Ning Qingxue expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Chapter 2. Mother humiliated in the business vehicle downstairs. Ning Qingxue gently caressed the marriage certificate in her hands. Grandfather, it is not that I am determined to call off the wedding out of disdain for poverty. Rather, Lu Jisher is simply too incompetent. I believe you would not wish to see me wed to such a man. With a soft sigh, Ning Qingxue slowly opened the envelope. However, upon seeing the contents inside, she was taken aback. The envelope contained not just her marriage certificate, but a total of 6, including one belonging to her dear friend, Gu Yanran, the most beautiful woman in Yindu. Not only was Gu Yanran from a wealthy family, but her stunning beauty and natural allure attracted countless suitors. Why did Lu Ji possess not only his own marriage certificate, but also Gu Yanran's? What on earth was going on? At this moment, Ning Qingxue's emotions were a tangled web of confusion. After seeing off Ning Qingxue, Lu Ji casually picked up a jade pendant from the sandalwood box. As he felt a chill course through him, a flash of green light appeared. Lu Ji was momentarily stunned before his body weakened, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Soon, he found himself atop a lofty peak, surrounded by ethereal clouds, as if caught in a dream. Beside him stood an elderly man exuding an otherworldly aura. Grandfather. Although his grandfather had vanished when he was just a child, Lu Ji immediately recognized the figure before him. Grandson, your bloodline has the power to wield the jade pendant, signifying your coming of age and readiness to accept my legacy. Remember, among the myriad paths, only the pursuit of eternal life leads to the other shore. Boom. An overwhelming flood of information surged into his mind, encompassing techniques of cultivation, martial arts, and other mystical skills. What was happening? Just as Lu Ji struggled to comprehend the situation, a glowing orb descended from the heavens, slowly drifting toward him, merging with his body and settling in his dantian. Heat coursed through his limbs, reinforcing every meridian within him. A sudden, urgent ringing of the phone jolted Lu Ji awake. Lu Ji, I'm at Qin Yating's house. A man is assaulting Yating, hurry. The voice of his mother, Wang Lin, filled with anguish and fury, echoed through the phone. Take your filthy hands off my daughter-in-law. Are you insane? Who is your daughter-in-law? Get out. I'll kill you, you old fool. The sounds of shouting and a heavy object crashing followed, and then the line went dead. How dare they harm my mother? Lu Ji's eyes blazed red with rage. He jumped up, bolting out of the house and racing toward Chen Yiting's home. For years, his mother had devoted herself to raising him. How could he bear to see her suffer? Meanwhile, Ning Snow remained in the business vehicle, still examining the marriage certificates when she suddenly spotted Lu Ji rushing out of the house. She furrowed her brow. "Akun, follow him and see what's happening." Her bodyguard nodded in agreement, starting the car and trailing behind. At Chen Yiting's residence, a resounding slap echoed as Ling Guangjuan struck Wang Lin, sending her sprawling to the floor. "Old hag, you thought you could ruin my plans? Today, I'll make sure you pay." He pressed his foot against her face, distorting it, blood streaming from her nose and mouth. The conflict erupted when Wang Lin unexpectedly walked in on Chen Yiting and Ling Guangjuan after their return from the hotel. Chen Yiting stood with her arms crossed, a smirk on her lips. "Old woman, let me show you how powerful my darling is." Turning to Ling Guangjuan, she added, "Darling, since this old hag loves to meddle, why not knock out all her teeth? Let us see how she speaks up again." Ling Guangjuan grinned maliciously. "All right, let me show you how to wipe that old hag's mouth clean." He grabbed a wine bottle, preparing to strike. "Stop." Just then, the door was kicked open with a thunderous crash, sending dust flying and the scene into chaos. Lu Ji stepped forward, lifting his mother, Wang Lin, from the ground. "Mom." Wang Lin, despite her pain, looked at her son in confusion. "Son, what happened between you and Yiting?" Chen Yiting, stepping forward with disdain, pointed at Wang Lin. "Lu Ji, take your crazy mother away. We were about to enjoy ourselves when she barged in. Such a buzzkill. Clad in a floral dress, she exuded a devilish allure." But all Lu Ji felt was revulsion. Ling Guangjuan, recovering from his shock, sneered, "Leave? I want to see how you get out of here. You trespassed, damaging my door. If I call the police, you're finished." Chen Yiting chimed in. "Yes, Ling, call the police and have this worthless scum arrested." "No, please." Wang Lin's heart sank at the thought of the police. If Lu Ji was arrested, his future would be ruined. "Yiting, for the sake of your past relationship with Lu Ji, please, spare him." "Spare him? Sure, crawl on your knees under my legs, and I might consider it." Ling Guangjuan boasted arrogantly. Chen Yiting laughed. "Lu Ji, hurry and thank Ling. If you crawl over, he might let you go." "Please, I'll kneel for my son." Wang Lin pleaded. Ling Guangjuan mocked. "Kneel and lick my shoes clean, and I'll let your son go." "Huh, a cowardly son has a cowardly mother." Wang Lin trembled in fear of the police, her legs weakening as she prepared to kneel. Just then, Lu Ji seized her arm, unable to contain his fury. "Ling Guangjuan, you're seeking death." Chapter 3. Dare to strike my mother. Within the confines of the vehicle, Ning Qingxue observed the unfolding events through the window with a furrowed brow. Her heart ached as she realized that her beloved was being cuckolded, and now, her own mother was being mistreated. Yet, Lu Ji seemed paralyzed, unwilling to act. In that moment, she recalled her grandfather's words. Those who elicit pity often possess traits that inspire disdain. It was evident that if Lu Ji had been more competent, such misfortunes would not have befallen him. "Akuan, go down and help him resolve this trouble," she commanded, acknowledging that Lu Ji had returned the marriage contract to her, a gesture that could be seen as a favor owed to him. "Yes, miss." Once the bodyguard disembarked, Ning Qingxue felt no inclination to linger and instructed the driver to depart. After her departure, Akuan strode into the room. Having accompanied Ning Qingxue and possessing a general understanding of Lu Ji's situation, he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck by acquiring the marriage certificate. Yet he was nothing more than a spineless coward. His only redeeming quality was his self-awareness. He recognized his own shortcomings and had willingly returned the marriage contract to the young lady. This acknowledgement likely prompted her to take action on his behalf. However, as Akuan approached the doorway, he overheard Ling Guangjuan's taunts. "You're just a delivery boy. I could crush you with a single finger. If you want me to spare you, both of you will kneel and clean my shoes with your tongues, huh?" With this, Lu Ji brazenly propped his foot upon a nearby chair, exuding arrogance. With a sudden movement, Lu Ji delivered a resounding slap towards Ling Guangjuan, causing a ringing in the latter's ears. As Ling Guangjuan attempted to retort, several of his teeth were knocked loose. Lu Ji, having recently acquired the legacy from his grandfather, was filled with rage, and his strike was more than Ling Guangjuan could withstand. Enraged, Ling Guangjuan's eyes gleamed with malice as he seized a lamp from the table, intending to strike Lu Ji. Yet, before he could bring it down, Lu Ji retaliated with a powerful kick to his chest, sending him crashing to the floor. "Just as you harmed my mother, I shall repay you in kind," Lu Ji proclaimed, striding towards Ling Guangjuan and brutally stomping on his head. Ling Guangjuan writhed in agony beneath Lu Ji's foot, powerless to escape, much like an ant ensnared. Lu Ji, release Ling Xiao. At that moment, Qin Yuting approached with a porcelain vase raised high above her head, aiming for Lu Ji's skull. However, this time, Lu Ji swiftly turned and struck with a punch that shattered the vase into fragments. Ah! Qin Yuting gasped, instinctively shielding her head, trembling in fear. With Ling Guangjuan at his feet, Lu Ji withdrew his hand, his gaze icy as he regarded Qin Yuting. Listen well, you two scoundrels. I am the one who has struck today. If you seek vengeance, direct it at me. But should you ever show even a hint of disrespect towards my mother again, I shall not show mercy. Both Qin Yuting and Ling Guangjuan stood cowed by Lu Ji's imposing presence, rendered speechless. Lu Ji then released his foot from Ling Guangjuan's face and walked over to his mother. Mother, let us go. As they reached the doorway, they encountered Akuan, who had been following Ning Qingxue. After a brief nod of acknowledgement, Lu Ji led his mother away. With a glance at the departing figures of Lu Ji and his mother, Akuan shook his head before turning to leave as well. At Yao, the Ning family villa, Ning Qingxue returned home and immediately contacted Gu Yanran via WeChat. Gu Yanran, renowned as the most beautiful woman in Kyoto and Ning Qingxue's close friend, would undoubtedly be intrigued by the revelation of Lu Ji's marriage certificate. She was eager to see her friend's reaction upon learning of this significant news. Before long, a video call connected, revealing Gu Yanran curled up in bed, her languid form radiating youthful allure. Why are you up so early? Aren't you worried about shrinking from lack of sleep? Gu Yanran teased, kicking off her light blanket to reveal her flawless figure. Hey, I'm not that small. Ning Qingxue protested, puffing her chest playfully at the screen. Wow, really? I want to feel for myself. Gu Yanran's eyes sparkled mischievously. Just touch your own. Yanran, guess what happened when I annulled my engagement today? Annulment? What is so interesting about that? Gu Yanran feigned disinterest. Ning Qingxue then sent a photo of the marriage certificate. Did you Photoshop this? Do you think I have that much free time? Gu Yanran scrutinized the document. With mutual consent, two families unite in joy. May they enjoy a peaceful 100 years, and may the red string bind them forever. Lu Ji and Gu Yanran. This is intriguing. Gu Yanran smirked, her curiosity piqued. I must see what kind of man my fiancé is. As she sat up, her sheer nightgown slipped, revealing her delicate skin. Wait, you're coming to Sioux City? Ning Qingxue exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. I've heard there's an excellent traditional Chinese medicine practitioner there. After my appointment, I'll pay him a visit. You must accompany me. Accompany you to see a doctor? Sure, but meeting Lu Ji is out of the question. In Ning Qingxue's mind, Lu Ji's image as a useless man was firmly entrenched, and she had no desire to see him again. Don't be like that. Darling. Moi? Gu Yanran puckered her lips at the screen. All right, I'll go with you. Ning Qingxue relented, unable to resist her friend's charm. From a young age, Gu Yanran had suffered from a peculiar ailment related to hormonal imbalance, causing bold and provocative behavior during episodes. Despite consulting numerous specialists and renowned physicians, her condition showed little improvement. In her desperation, she had begun searching for traditional remedies, traveling far and wide to seek out seasoned practitioners. Chapter 4. To take advantage or to heal. After Lu Ji left, Qin Yuting hurriedly helped Ling Guangjuan to his feet. Mad. If I don't deal with Lu Ji, I won't be called Ling Guangjuan. Being trampled on the face by a delivery person was utterly infuriating for him. Ling Xiao, with your status. Isn't it just a phone call away to make him pay? While saying this, Qin Yuting gently wiped the blood from Ling Guangjuan's face. Ling Guangjuan's eyes narrowed, as if a thought crossed his mind. He promptly picked up his phone. Is it Feng Zai? I need you to take care of someone. Upon leaving Qin Yuting's residence, Lu Ji intended to take his mother to the hospital, but she adamantly refused. Lu Ji understood that his mother simply wished to avoid spending money. However, recalling that he had inherited his grandfather's medical skills, he felt capable of treating her ailments himself. Thus, he brought her home, tended to her external wounds, and subsequently went to the clinic to gather some herbs to remedy her internal injuries. By that very night, his mother and Appo's condition had improved significantly. Through this experience, Lu Ji also realized that his mother had exhausted herself over the years. So he seized the opportunity to help her regain her health. The following morning, after ensuring his mother had taken her medicine, Lu Ji set out for the largest pharmacy in Sioux City to procure more herbs. Bamboo sap, Ophiophagon, Asarum, Arum, Isatis, and Ginkgo. Following his grandfather's teachings, Lu Ji aimed to concoct a remedy known as Gu Yuan Dan. However, he found himself financially constrained and unable to acquire century-old ginseng and Isho Wu. Thus, he could only prepare a lesser version. Nonetheless, this simplified remedy was still adequate for his mother's recuperation. Suddenly, a crimson sports car screeched to a halt in front of the pharmacy. The door opened like the wings of a cicada, and a woman gracefully emerged, revealing her long, elegant legs. She possessed exquisite features, a languid demeanor, and a curvaceous figure accentuated by a striking red dress that clung to her form. A captivating fragrance wafted from her, seemingly enchanting all who came near. As she approached Lu Ji, her eyes twinkled seductively, and her voice took on a sweet, mellifluous tone. "Hey there, handsome. Are these herbs yours? Would you consider giving them to me?" The woman before Lu Ji was none other than Gu Yanran. After speaking with Ning Qingxue the previous day, she had hurried to Sioux City in search of her fiancé, who was none other than Lu Ji. They had initially intended to consult an experienced traditional doctor, but upon arriving at the clinic, they unexpectedly encountered Ning Qingxue's fiancé, Gu Yanran, who decided to flaunt her allure in an attempt to tease Lu Ji. If Lu Ji displayed any predatory intentions, she could easily throw the marriage contract in her fiancé's face, claiming, "With your lecherous behavior, do you think you deserve to marry me?" Although Gu Yanran knew little about Lu Ji, she was confident in her charm, believing no man could remain unaffected by her allure. However, the unfolding events would soon prove contrary to her expectations. Lu Ji merely glanced at Gu Yanran before diverting his gaze and casually remarked, "These herbs aren't particularly valuable. You should purchase them yourself." Although the herbs held little monetary worth, Lu Ji found himself in a tight financial situation, especially with his mother relying on these remedies for her health. He had no intention of giving away the medicine meant for her to a complete stranger. "What is happening here?" Gu Yanran exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. She could hardly fathom that Lu Ji would respond in such a way. If she had offered this opportunity to another man, he would have likely jumped at the chance to please her. Yet here was Lu Ji, dismissing her outright. How could she then throw the marriage contract at Lu Ji and call off the engagement? In that moment, she felt as if she had struck a soft pillow, devoid of strength. Observing the exchange from a distance, Ning Qingxue was equally surprised. Over the years, she had witnessed countless men swarm around Gu Yanran, but it was rare to see someone like Lu Ji outright reject her advances. "Hey there," Gu Yanran persisted, unwilling to give up, and rushed to intercept Lu Ji. However, as she stumbled in front of him, her body weakened, and she would have fallen if not for the support of a nearby pillar. Her complexion flushed, her breathing quickened, and combined with the intoxicating scent that enveloped her, she exuded an irresistible charm that was simply breathtaking. "What is wrong with you?" At that moment, the elderly doctor in the pharmacy rushed over, concerned. "Doctor, my condition, it has flared up again. Please help me." Gu Yanran gasped, her eyes wide with desperation. If one did not know better, they might mistake her for trying to seduce someone rather than seeking medical assistance. The old doctor quickly urged her to sit down and proceeded to check her pulse. "How can this be?" he murmured, furrowing his brow in astonishment as he gazed at Gu Yanran. "Doctor, can you treat my condition?" she asked, her eyes filled with hope. The primary reason for her visit to Sioux City was to seek help, and the onset of her ailment was exceedingly embarrassing and painful. "Your condition is severely deficient in Yin. In my years of practice, I've never encountered anything like it. I'm afraid I'm unable to help." The doctor's words struck Gu Yanran like a blow. Although she seemed to have anticipated this outcome, she still felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. "Oh." She suddenly began to writhe, feeling as though her breathing had become even more labored. Desperately, she loosened her collar, exposing her long, delicate neck. "Ugh, I'm so hot. Ugh, Yanran, I'm here." Just then, Ning Qingxue burst through the door and rushed to embrace Gu Yanran. "Doctor, is there any way to alleviate my friend's condition?" Lu Ji, witnessing Ning Qingxue's entrance, paused momentarily. The doctor shook his head slightly. "Her condition is exceedingly rare. I doubt anyone could treat it, let alone myself. Would you allow me to try?" Lu Ji interjected, surprising everyone. "You?" Ning Qingxue looked at him incredulously. "The doctor just said that this ailment is likely untreatable. You want to give it a shot? Are you a doctor?" Lu Ji shook his head. "No, but I believe I can help." In truth, Lu Ji had not intended to intervene, but after hearing the doctor's description of the illness, he recalled a method of treatment from his grandfather's teachings. driven by a desire to test his inherited knowledge and a genuine sense of compassion for the woman before him. He felt compelled to act. Gu Yanran's delicate brows furrowed, her expression one of vulnerability mingled with charm, further accentuated by her alluring fragrance. Lu Ji found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. "Please, help me," Gu Yanran implored, her soft hand grasping Lu Ji's firmly, reminiscent of a drowning person clutching at a lifeline. Even if there exists a glimmer of hope in her quest to alleviate her suffering, Gu Yanran is willing to give it a try. As Lu Ji was about to complete his sentence, Ning Qingxue, standing nearby, interjected with indignation, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? I believe your claim of healing is mere pretense. Your true intent is to take advantage of the situation." Chapter 5. No need for gratitude at this moment. Ning Qingxue's expression darkened. She had never encountered anyone who needed to lift clothing in order to treat someone else's ailment. To her, this was merely a guise for taking advantage. Previously, he had feigned high moral ground, but now his true nature had been revealed. She silently rejoiced at having annulled her engagement with Lu Ji. Any association with such a person would have been utterly repugnant. Lu Ji furrowed his brow. His intentions had been noble, but if misunderstood, that would be unfortunate. "If you and Apos are not at ease, you may seek help elsewhere," he suggested. At that moment, Gu Yanran's face flushed, and a thin sheen of sweat appeared on her forehead. She cast a pained glance at Ning Qingxue. "Qingxue, I feel terrible. Let him try." Ning Qingxue glanced at her friend, feeling a pang of sympathy, and chose to remain silent, stepping aside. "Help me," Gu Yanran implored Lu Ji. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Ji approached Gu Yanran, lifting her garment slightly before placing his hand directly onto her abdomen. Almost instantly, he felt a slick warmth beneath his palm. He began to channel the healing energy passed down from his grandfather. Ning Qingxue, observing this, scolded Lu Ji in her mind for taking advantage of the situation. She waited, ready to strike if he dared to overstep his boundaries. However, after a while, she noticed that Lu Ji's hand did not wander. Instead, Gu Yanran's previously pained expression began to soften, her brow unfurling into a look of comfort. This, Ning Qingxue was taken aback. Could it be that Lu Ji was truly a hidden master healer? She quickly dismissed the thought. If he possessed such exceptional medical skills, how could he merely be an ordinary courier? While Ning Qingxue was lost in her thoughts, Lu Ji withdrew his hand from Gu Yanran's abdomen. "Why did you stop?" Gu Yanran, who had been enjoying the relief, suddenly opened her eyes wide. After suffering for so long, the coolness he had imparted had quelled the heat within her. She had not felt such comfort in ages. However, when her gaze met Lu Ji's, she was struck by his pale complexion, sweat soaking through his clothes. He sat weakly on the ground. "I'm fine," Lu Ji replied softly. "How do you feel now? Are you still in pain?" Gu Yanran attempted to rise, placing her hand on her abdomen. The previous pain had vanished. "It doesn't hurt anymore. Is my illness cured?" Lu Ji nodded. "I will write you a prescription. If you take the medicine as directed, it should completely eradicate your condition." Upon hearing this, Gu Yanran's eyes sparkled with astonishment. She had sought numerous esteemed physicians to no avail, yet it was her enigmatic fiancé who had healed her. It was almost unbelievable. Today, she had come to terminate their engagement, yet her ailment had been resolved. With a glimmer in her eyes, Gu Yanran regarded Lu Ji with newfound interest. "Let me introduce myself. I am Gu Yanran." She extended her delicate hand. "Lu Ji," he replied, briefly shaking her hand before withdrawing. "Thank you for curing my illness. I must repay you. Whatever your request, I will do my utmost to fulfill it." As she spoke, her alluring gaze seemed to ensnare Lu Ji's very soul. "Any request can be fulfilled," she continued. Lu Ji shook his head lightly. Having recently suffered from Chun Yiting's betrayal, he had not yet emerged from his sorrow. No need for gratitude. It was merely a trivial act. Lu Ji spoke truthfully. His treatment of Gu Yanran stemmed from sympathy, but also from a desire to test the legacy his grandfather had left him. After penning the prescription, he handed it to Gu Yanran. She took the prescription, her gaze fixed intently on him. "I have some matters to attend to. Follow the prescription for the medicine. After one course, your condition will improve." With that, Lu Ji turned to leave. Gu Yanran was taken aback, not expecting him to depart so abruptly. Did he not regard her, a striking beauty, at all? "If my condition persists, how can I contact you? Perhaps a phone number?" she suggested, feeling reluctant to let him go. Lu Ji paused, then provided her with his contact number before turning away without another word. Watching Lu Ji's retreating figure, Gu Gu Yanran's feelings toward him began to shift. Initially enraged upon learning that a stranger held their marriage contract, she had traveled to Sioux City with intentions of ridicule. Yet, Lu Ji had not adhered to her script, sparking her curiosity. When her ailment flared, and even the city's renowned physicians could not help, he had treated her with ease. And when she offered to satisfy any of his requests, he remained unperturbed. Perhaps Lu Ji was not so bad after all. Suddenly, Ning Qing Snow pointed outside. It seems a few individuals are approaching Lu Ji. Gu Yanran looked up to see several thugs wielding weapons following the distant figure of Lu Ji. Upon exiting the pharmacy, Lu Ji sensed the thugs trailing him. He turned to face them, noting the lead thug, a tall, bald man brandishing a baseball bat. Are you Lu Ji? Did you assault Ling Guangjuan? Realizing the situation, Lu Ji understood these men were sent by Ling Guangjuan for revenge. I did strike him, but he was the one who assaulted my mother first, Lu Ji explained. Your mother should consider it an honor to be harmed by Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill your mother, you would be powerless to stop it. Today, I will teach you a lesson about the consequences of crossing Ling Xiao. The bald man's cohorts closed in on Lu Ji menacingly. You can bully others, but we cannot resist? Is that how this world operates? Lu Ji replied coldly. Enough of your nonsense. Ling Xiao ordered us to bring you back with 3 broken legs. Don't blame us. Blame yourself for lacking the foresight to offend someone you shouldn't. At this moment, Lu Ji found himself in a dire predicament. In the distance, Ning Qing Snow crossed her arms, observing the unfolding scene. Previously, she had heard from her subordinates that Lu Ji possessed a certain brute strength. However, even so, it was inconceivable that he could contend against so many individuals. Chapter 6. No one is allowed to bully my family. These thugs, with their belligerent demeanor, appeared to be the type who thrived on violence, armed as they were. Thus, in Ning Qingshua's eyes, even if Lu Ji displayed some brute strength, he was merely destined to be beaten by such individuals. At that moment, the bald man swung his bat directly at Lu Ji's head with alarming speed. However, Lu Ji seemed oblivious to the impending blow, staring blankly as the bat descended toward him. Just when Ning Qingxue believed he could not possibly evade the assault, a sudden explosion of movement occurred. Lu Ji, with unexpected agility, kicked the bald man's abdomen with a force that took everyone by surprise. The thuggish brute had not anticipated that this seemingly frail Lu Ji would possess such prowess. You dare strike me? Brothers, come at him together and finish him off, the bald man shouted. Yet, just as his henchmen prepared to rush in, a woman interjected with a commanding voice. The sight of her momentarily stunned the bald man. This woman epitomized youthful beauty, with an exquisite face and graceful figure. It was none other than Gu Yanran. Hold on. Before you proceed, I have a call to make, the bald man stated, bewildered, as he took the phone from Gu Yanran's hand. His eyes widened in sheer horror as he spoke. Brother Sean, I truly had no idea Lu Ji was your friend. I understand now, Brother Sean, I was mistaken. After hanging up, the bald man, trembling, handed the phone back to Gu Yanran with both hands, scarcely daring to breathe. Brother Sean wielded immense influence in Sioux City, managing over half the nightclubs there, earning the title of the city's top dog. He had risen swiftly in power, thanks to the Gu family's patronage, which is why Gu Yanran had contacted him upon realizing the threat to Lu Ji. Your underlings are quite audacious to treat my friend with such disrespect, Gu Yanran remarked, her fingers delicately playing as her piercing gaze bore into the bald man. Is it your boss, Brother Sean, who has grown reckless? Or is it you who has become too arrogant? Thud. The bald man, terrified, collapsed onto the ground. The phone call had made it abundantly clear to him who Gu Yanran was. She belonged to the esteemed Gu family, the most powerful clan in the province. Even if Brother Sean himself were present, he would have to show deference in her presence. The bald man's subordinates stood in stunned silence, knowing full well that their leader was Brother Shan's right-hand man. Yet here he was, unable to maintain his composure before a woman. Brother Bald, what's wrong with you? A few of his men rushed over to assist him. Get away from me. He pushed them aside, kneeling before Gu Yanran. Miss Gu, I must have been blind. I truly did not know Lu Ji was your friend. It was my fault entirely. It seems I should have Brother Sean discipline his little brother properly for daring to bully someone in my presence, Gu Yanran stated, still not letting him off the hook. I want to do it again. I swear I want to. The bald man, realizing the gravity of his situation, cowered. Brother Sean had risen to power through the Gu family. He was merely a lowly thug who dared not act defiantly before her. And what of the future? Gu Yinran narrowed her eyes. No, no, absolutely no future. The bald man stammered. Mr. Liu, I have wronged you. It is all my fault. I beg for your forgiveness. A wise man, he recognized Gu Yinran's steely demeanor and quickly shifted his plea to Lu Ji. Gu Yinran glanced at Lu Ji. How do you wish to deal with them? Let them go, Lu Ji replied. Understanding that the bald man and his crew were not afraid of him, but rather of Gu Yinran. He had no intention of wielding her power for his own ends. Gu Yinran nodded and addressed the bald man. Why are you still here? Leave. The bald man, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly exclaimed, Thank you, Miss Gu. Thank you, Mr. Liu. He scrambled to his feet and, along with his men, fled the scene. Observing their hasty retreat, Lu Ji regarded Gu Yinran anew. With just a phone call, she had instilled such fear in them that they dared not even breathe. Her background was indeed formidable. Gu Yinran sashayed closer to Lu Ji, her demeanor shifting dramatically. Do you have many questions for me? Perhaps we could find a quiet place to converse? Lu Ji shook his head. I have other matters to attend to, but regardless, I appreciate your intervention. Without waiting for her response, he turned to leave. As he departed, Gu Yinran watched his retreating figure, momentarily disheartened. Was it her lack of beauty? Had her allure diminished? Or was Lu Ji simply an enigma, seemingly uninterested in her? You mentioned discussing the divorce with him, right? Ning Qingxue approached. Gu Yinran, with delicate fingers brushing her hair back, replied, Qingxue, don't you think Lu Ji is quite intriguing? Intriguing? Ning Qingxue struggled to process Gu Yinran's words. This Lu Ji possesses remarkable medical skills and remains unfazed by beauty. Even upon discerning my esteemed background, he showed no desire to attach himself to me. Such a man might be worth reconsidering the divorce. Ning Qingxue found herself at a loss for words. Yin Yan, one cannot always judge by appearances. Perhaps Lu Ji is well aware of your identity and intentions, all to capture your interest. The Gu family's name carries weight in Sioux City. He might have researched you extensively. Gu Yinran pondered, tilting her head. Ah, I see. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. I shall linger in Sioux City for a while longer to observe Lu Ji closely. With a smile, she added, Tonight, I shall share your bed. Please don't. Ning Qingxue attempted to protest, but Gu Yinran had already begun to tease her. Ah, daring to ambush me? Let us see how I deal with you. The two women soon found themselves in a playful tussle. Meanwhile, Lu Ji, with the traditional Chinese medicine he had procured, spent the better part of the day concocting a rejuvenating elixir. Once completed, he administered it to his mother, soon witnessing her complexion brighten and her energy return. The visible wounds she had suffered also began to heal rapidly. This elixir was remarkable. Realizing its potential, Lu Ji felt an intensified curiosity toward his grandfather's legacy. This was merely a glimpse into the realm of medicine. Beyond it lay the promises of mystical arts. Excited, Lu Ji settled down to meditate and practice, eager to delve deeper into his inheritance. After merely circulating a few small cycles of energy, the surrounding spiritual essence began to coalesce around Lu Ji as its focal point. The luminous orb that had previously resided in his lower abdomen radiated an intense brilliance, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. As he awaited the moment to once again open his eyes, he sensed an inexhaustible reservoir of power coursing through him. In that instant, Lu Ji attempted to strike the wall with his fist. With a single blow, he created a gaping hole in the structure. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Ji felt a surge of astonishment. The sheer force of his punch was astonishingly formidable. According to the teachings he had received, he was merely at the first level of qi cultivation. If this was his current strength, one could only imagine the prowess he would possess upon establishing his foundation and entering the embryonic breathing stage. Clenching his fist tightly, he reveled in the boundless strength it contained. From this moment forth, I shall never allow anyone to bully me or my family. I swear. Chapter 7. Unusual events must have their mysteries due to the consumption of the Guiyuan Dan. My mother, Wang Lin, had shown remarkable improvement in her health. By dawn the next day, she had prepared breakfast. Although the meal consisted solely of plain rice porridge and pickled vegetables, the warmth of family togetherness rendered any dish delectable. Lu Ji, eat this egg. It will give you strength for your work during the day, Wang Lin said, placing a boiled egg in front of him. Mom, you should eat it. Your body needs some nourishment, Lu Ji replied. Wang Lin smiled. Oh, I already had some while making breakfast. Hurry and eat. Lu Ji knew well that his mother had not eaten the egg. She had only boiled one, reluctant to indulge herself. However, he understood her temperament. Refusing to eat would only cause her distress. All right, I'll eat. Lu Ji took the egg, peeled it, and took a couple of bites. As he looked at his mother, noticing the strands of white in her hair, a wave of mixed emotions washed over him. His mother had endured so much alongside him. He vowed to ensure she would live a good life henceforth. Lu Go, is Lu Ji home? A voice called from outside, interrupting his thoughts. Lu Ji opened the door, and to his surprise, he found Chen Kuan, Chen Yiting's younger brother, standing there. Now in his 20s and still a high school dropout. Chen Kuan had taken to idleness and mingling with unsavory characters. What do you want? Lu Ji asked, regarding Chen Kuan with caution. Their relationship had been severed since he and Chen Yiting parted ways. With an unexpected friendliness, Chen Kuan smiled. Brother-in-law, my parents found out about the quarrel between you and my sister. Mom scolded her harshly, so I'm here to ask for your forgiveness in person. Forgiveness? Lu Ji frowned. He understood Chen Yiting well enough to know that even if she was at fault, she would never apologize. At that moment, Wang Lin emerged from the inner room. Lu Ji, you and Yiting have been together for so long. Breaking up seems such a waste. If she is willing to admit her mistake, can't we just let it go? Let it go? Lu Ji knew his mother was simply concerned for him. However, after witnessing the violence inflicted upon her by Chen Yiting and Ling Guangjuan, his heart was already shattered. Forgiving Chen Yiting was out of the question. Nevertheless, he would not voice these feelings before his mother. Mom, I understand. I'll go check on things, Lu Ji replied, wanting to see what Chen Yiting's family was truly up to. Be sure to speak nicely to Yiting. Don't argue. His mother's voice trailed off as he stepped outside. Mom and Dad, my brother-in-law is here, Chen Kuan announced as he entered the Chen household. As Lu Ji walked in, he was met by Chen Yiting's parents, who greeted him warmly. Lu Ji, yesterday's incident was entirely Yiting's fault. I've given her a stern talking to. After all, you've been together for so many years. How can you just part ways like this? Yiting, Lu Ji is here. Hurry and apologize. Chen Yiting, shedding her previous coldness, approached Lu Ji with a smile and wrapped her arms around his. Lu Ji, it was all my fault. Please don't be mad at me. Lu Ji frowned. Just the day before, Chen Yiting had been in a compromising situation with Ling Guangjuan, and her aggression towards his mother still lingered in his mind. He had no intention of forgiving her. If it weren't for his mother's concern, he wouldn't have come at all. He pulled his arm away from her embrace, feeling sullied by their brief contact. What do you want from me? Speak your mind. Surprised by his demeanor, Chen Yiting momentarily faltered. To her, Lu Ji had always been easily swayed, eager to please. She had never seen him so distant. Sensing the awkwardness, Chen's mother interjected, Lu Ji, what could he want? Yesterday's incident was indeed Yiting's mistake. As a mature person, can't you find it in your heart to forgive her? Chen's father nodded in agreement. Lu Ji, I've already decided that you will be my son-in-law. Let bygones be bygones. Lu Ji observed Chen's parents with skepticism. In the past, they had looked down on him, barely acknowledging his presence. Now, they were treating him with unexpected warmth, even declaring him their future son-in-law. As he pondered their motivations, Chen's mother said, the main reason we called you here today is to discuss an important matter. Let us set the date for your engagement. At this, she exchanged knowing glances with Chen Yiting, who quickly chimed in, Lu Ji, you've misunderstood me. Yesterday's incident was a test of sorts. I'm sorry for not informing you earlier. Congratulations, you've passed. And we can get engaged now. A test? You took it to bed? Lu Ji scoffed. A flash of annoyance crossed Chen Yiting's face, but she maintained her smile. Lu Ji, please don't be so harsh. My heart is entirely yours. I will never marry Ling Guangjuan. I only want you. Enough. What do you really want? Just tell me, Lu Ji insisted, wary of their sudden cordiality. After a brief exchange of glances, Chen's mother encouraged Chen Yiting to speak. Yiting, why don't you explain? It's not a big deal. Yesterday, my brother drank at a bar, and while driving, he accidentally killed a woman. If he is convicted, his life will be ruined, Chen Yiting explained, gazing at Lu Ji with imploring eyes as she stepped closer, wrapping her arms tightly around him. You see, I only have this one brother. If you could take the fall and say it was you who was driving drunk, it would save him before she could finish. Lu Ji let out a laugh. You want me to take the blame for your brother's crime? You expect me to go to prison for him? Chen's mother chimed in. Lu Ji, if you confess, the sentence won't be too harsh. While you're away, I'll ensure Yiting waits for you. When you return, you can be together. Chen Yiting, with a playful demeanor, shook Lu Ji's arm. Lu Ji, you know I love you. You would agree, wouldn't you? Trust me, when you come out, I'll give you several children, and we'll be blissfully happy together. If I were to take the blame for your brother, I can only imagine your family would be behind me, calling me foolish." Lu Ji let out a cold laugh. Upon hearing this, Chen's father immediately turned pale. "Lu Ji, just tell me whether you are willing to go or not." Chapter 8. Ruthless Betrayal with a Pitiful Expression. Chen Yiting gazed at Lu Ji, hoping to discern the answers she sought on his face. Regrettably, there was no response forthcoming. "What do you truly mean? In the past, you would never hesitate in your replies," she remarked, her temper beginning to fray. "You mentioned the past," Lu Ji replied, his face devoid of emotion. Had he not witnessed that shameless scene, he would have remained oblivious. Were circumstances different, he might have even taken the blame for her insipid brother. For their family had treated him well, albeit superficially. He would have borne the consequences, believing that his dear Ting would appreciate his sacrifice and wait for him. Alas, Chen Yiting's betrayal with Ling Guangyuan spoke volumes. In her eyes, he was nothing more than a mere tool, a compliant dog. Perhaps in her view, he was even less than that. Now, she sought to manipulate his feelings to shield her brother from consequences. No matter how patient he had been, her actions left him heartbroken. "It was my fault. I will change. If you help us through this crisis, I will sever ties with Ling Guangjuan, loving only you wholeheartedly. I swear," she implored, raising her hand in a vow. Seeing the displeasure etched on Lu Ji's face, she resorted to emotional manipulation, believing that by appearing more pitiful and tender, she could win back his affection. Lu Ji had always been gullible, accepting her words at face value. If she could deceive him this once, he would be cast aside from her life. "No need for that. Your promises hold no weight with me. Wrongdoings must be faced with accountability. I refuse to bear the burden of another's mistakes," Lu Ji retorted coldly. Chen Yiting was taken aback by his rejection and disbelief in her resolve, her shock morphing into anger. "Lu, do not overstep your bounds. We have treated you well. Do not tarnish that. My daughter has invested so much time with you, and yet you cannot offer your heart. I never imagined you would turn out to be a heartless ingrate," Chen's mother yelled vehemently. "Your kindness does not excuse my taking the fall for Chun Ming's misdeeds. He must face the consequences of his actions. I have sacrificed much for shouting. Had it not been for your old age, I would not have returned today." Lu Ji replied, his tone icy and unyielding. At that moment, the facade of civility shattered, the false warmth and concern evaporated, plunging Lu Ji's heart into despair. "Our shouting is foolish. How could she choose a penniless wretch like you? You have taken her youth and are unwilling to help even a little. If you lack kindness, do not expect mercy in return. Today, we shall settle the score," Chen's mother bellowed, her voice hoarse with fury. "Compensate us for shouting's lost youth and cash. I demand no less than 800,000. A single cent less is unacceptable. If you cannot pay, you'll take the blame for my son. Otherwise, you shall have no peace, and neither will you prosper," she continued, her true nature laid bare, greed spilling forth unabashedly. Lu Ji was left speechless, utterly astonished by the Chun family's true colors. How had he been so blind to fall for Chen Yiting? "You believe silence will shield you? If you refuse to comply, I will expose your wretched mother. If you cannot provide the funds, I will ensure she pays the price," Chen's mother spat, oblivious to the icy demeanor emanating from Lu Ji. "Enough." Lu Ji surged to his feet, voice booming with authority. "I can tolerate much, for you are my elders. But speak ill of my mother, and I will not hold back. Should I hear any further insults directed at her, I will not hesitate to show you the consequences of your words," he warned, glaring fiercely at the Chen family. The aura he exuded chilled the atmosphere of the room, instilling fear in the hearts of the Chen family. They trembled at the sudden display of power. Lu Ji's transformation was terrifying. "Do not be so pleased with yourself. If you have sullied my daughter, expect to pay the price. Today, I shall make you regret this," Chen's father urged, attempting to rally Chun Ming, who had been momentarily daunted. Chun Ming, emboldened by desperation, disregarded his fear. He could not allow Lu Ji to escape unscathed. He had to ensure that Lu Ji would take the fall. With confidence stemming from his larger frame, he swung his fist. However, Lu Ji was no longer the defenseless victim he once was. He would not yield to their intimidation, and with newfound strength, he would not passively endure their blows. Chen Ming's assault failed to intimidate Lu Ji. Instead, he caught Chen Ming's wrist and executed a swift throw, sending him crashing to the ground. The pain elicited cries of agony, rendering him unable to rise. "You!" Chen's father seethed with anger, but fear held him back as he witnessed his son's pitiful state. How had Lu Ji become so formidable, easily subduing his robust son without even breaking a sweat? The realization left him trembling in place. Ah, how dare you wreak havoc in our home? I will accuse you of assault. I will ruin your reputation. Chen Yiting screamed in outrage. Her plan to manipulate Lu Ji had backfired, and now, with her brother injured, she felt humiliated. The once compliant Lu Ji had risen in defiance, an outcome they had never anticipated, shattering their schemes. Chen Yiting, I gave everything for you. Yet you trample on my love. From this day forth, there shall be no further connection between us. And let me make this clear. Should you dare to harass my mother, this is the fate that awaits you. With that, he smashed his fist into the table, shattering it, and turned to leave the place that had caused him such sorrow. The Chen family stood in stunned silence, eyes wide with fear as they beheld the wreckage before them. Even Chen Ming, who had been howling in pain, fell silent, momentarily forgetting his wounds. As Lu Ji stormed out of the Chen residence, the feast of betrayal weighed heavily on his heart. The family's shamelessness had unveiled itself. One moment they had welcomed him with smiles, and the next they had shown their true colors. He had witnessed a level of deceit he had never encountered before, a revelation that left him utterly disillusioned. Walking along the road, Lu Ji's spirits remained low. Encountering such a family only served to remind him of his misfortune in choosing the wrong person, a weakness that had allowed their insatiable greed to flourish. Now, liberated from that burden, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Just as he prepared to cross the street, a sudden sense of vigilance overcame him, and he turned sharply to discover he was being followed. Chapter 9. The uniformed robber, a small red sedan, trailed behind him, capturing his attention and pulling him from his tumultuous thoughts. Inside the vehicle sat a stunning woman, her long, curly hair accentuating her pride and confidence. Miss Gu, what a coincidence! Upon spotting the beautiful lady, Lu Ji was momentarily taken aback, offering a polite greeting. I came to find you. I didn't expect to see you here, Gu Yanran responded with a smile. What's with that expression? Were you rejected while trying to reconcile? Gu Yanran inquired, gesturing toward the direction of the Chen family. Lu Ji was momentarily puzzled, pondering how she knew about his situation with his ex-girlfriend and that he had been to the Chen residence today. It seemed this encounter was not mere coincidence, but rather intentional. You know about my affairs? Lu Ji's mind brimmed with questions. It's not worth it for a cheating girlfriend. Gu Yanran shook her head. Indeed, it's not worth it. I won't be so foolish again. Lu Ji replied with a bitter smile. Get in. Gu Yanran beckoned, rolling down the window. Lu Ji decided not to dwell on the matter, given their backgrounds. It would be effortless for someone like her to investigate him. Since the situation had unfolded as such, he felt no shame, nor did he fear scrutiny. After all, to trust in his medical skills, one must understand oneself completely to avoid being deceived, wouldn't he? Just as Lu Ji was about to enter the car, a commotion erupted behind him. Urgent screeches of brakes, shouts of anger, the revving of motorcycles, and distant cries filled the air. Stop! Return my phone and my bag. Thief! Help me stop her. Catch him, he's robbing me. A frantic woman's voice pierced through the chaos. Others joined in the pursuit, yet the assailant, riding a motorcycle, was swift and elusive. They struggled to close the distance, and as vehicles attempted to block his escape, the situation spiraled into disarray, causing a traffic jam. The aggrieved motorists erupted in fury, and amidst the robber's triumphant escape, a powerful force suddenly hurled him off his motorcycle, which skidded across the pavement, sparking against the ground. The robber quickly regained his footing, attempting to dart into an alley to evade his pursuers. Unfortunately for him, he was met with a fierce kick to his ankle, sending him crashing back to the ground. When he realized that his interceptor was merely a slender young man, resembling a university student, he scoffed at the absurdity of being halted by someone who seemed so fragile. With a furious glare, he charged at Lu Ji, swinging his fists, revealing his background as a seasoned fighter. Despite his tumble from the motorcycle, he was agile, determined to land a blow in hopes of securing an escape. Holding his coat, Lu Ji remained unperturbed, facing the robber with calm resolve. Gu Yanran, witnessing the scene, felt a twinge of worry and considered intervening. However, upon seeing Lu Ji's demeanor, her anxiety dissipated, and she leaned against her car, observing the unfolding confrontation. The pursuers arrived just in time to see Lu Ji strike the robber with his coat. As the thief fell, a spark of hope ignited among the onlookers, particularly the woman who had been robbed, whose energy surged anew, propelling her forward. A crowd began to gather, and the robber's fear intensified. In his moment of panic, a gust swept through, and before he knew it, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, sending him flying back into the throng, blood gushing from his mouth. Catch him. Don't let him escape. Why commit robbery at such a young age? I've called the police. He must not go unpunished. The crowd was far from indifferent, rallying to assist. Despite the robber's cunning, kind-hearted souls managed to detain him, and cheers erupted as they witnessed Lu Ji's impressive skill. Well done. Wow, he is incredible. I want to learn martial arts too. The robber seethed with rage, consumed by frustration at the sudden twist of fate that thwarted his escape. His thoughts were filled with vengeful imaginings, yet he could only stew in silence, ultimately recognizing that he was outmatched. With Lu Ji's intervention and the collective effort of the crowd, they successfully subdued the robber. Someone miraculously produced rope, binding him securely as they awaited the arrival of the police. Thank you, thank you, thank you, everyone, especially this young man. The woman expressed her gratitude, overwhelmed with emotion. Had it not been for Lu Ji, she would have lost her phone and the money she had just withdrawn, funds crucial for her child's surgery. Her relief was palpable, and soon an elderly relative joined her, rushing forth to express gratitude, tears streaming down their face. Thank you, benefactor. This is life-saving money. You have saved our family. There's no need for that. It was the least I could do, Lu Ji replied, hastily assisting the elderly individual to their feet. Yes, yes. If we had lost that money, my son wouldn't be able to undergo surgery. If anything happened to him, we wouldn't survive. You are our savior, the woman added. Witnessing such heartfelt gratitude only intensified the crowd's disdain for the robber, who had nearly devastated a family. Some were tempted to kick him in their anger, yet they hesitated, deterred by his menacing glare. Fortunately, the police arrived promptly, escorting him into the patrol car. The community praised the courageous young man, acknowledging that without his intervention, the robber would have undoubtedly escaped. His martial prowess had earned him respect, and many nodded in approval, admiration evident in their expressions. Mom, what is wrong? Just as they were taking statements, the elderly woman gazed skyward, her hand raised, before suddenly contorting in pain. The crowd erupted into chaos once more. Call an ambulance. What is happening? She was fine just a moment ago. Mom, don't scare me. Despite the frantic cries of the daughter, the elderly woman lay unresponsive, eyes tightly shut, gasping for breath as if the air around her had vanished. The collective relief from apprehending the robber swiftly turned into worry once more. Chapter 10. Saving lives. The elderly man showed no signs of response, leaving the woman even more at a loss. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks. An ambulance has already been called. He will surely be fine once he reaches the hospital, someone comforted. But there are no doctors here. Another voice chimed in, querying the onlookers. If only someone here knew emergency rescue techniques. The crowd shook their heads, lamenting their inability to assist. While waiting for the ambulance might be prudent, who could tell when it would arrive? Time was of the essence. What if the elderly man's condition deteriorated due to delays? The woman called out to the elderly man, her gaze pleading as she sought help from the gathering crowd, hoping to find someone capable of aiding them. I can help. A man's voice rang out. The crowd stepped back, turning towards the sound. A young man, in his early 20s and with a fair complexion, approached. Could he truly be a doctor at such a young age? Are you a doctor? The crowd recognized him as the one who had bravely subdued the assailant. Some questioned his qualifications, doubting that someone who appeared scarcely older than a high school student could possess medical expertise. Young man, lives are at stake. Please do not misdiagnose, cautioned a concerned bystander. Despite the goodwill of those present, they were wary of the potential repercussions of a misstep in such a critical moment, knowing that in today's society, the line between savior and debtor could shift in an instant, leaving some financially ruined. Can he really save him? Murmured someone in doubt. I suppose there's a chance. Another replied, still skeptical. While they believed he had the strength to overpower a criminal, they were not convinced he had the knowledge to heal. The woman, both shocked and anxious, wondered if this young man could truly be a doctor. What if he made a mistake and jeopardized her mother's health? She has been experiencing palpitations. Didn't she previously show symptoms of heart disease? Lu Ji did not heed the woman's hesitation, kneeling beside the elderly man to assess his condition. Yes, she has been feeling some chest pain lately. I haven't been able to take her for a checkup due to Xiaobao's illness, the woman confirmed. Lu Ji performed CPR and administered acupuncture to specific acupoints, repeating the process several times until he noticed a slight improvement in the elderly man's complexion. Finally, the elderly man emitted a sound and slowly opened his eyes. "Mom, how do you feel?" the woman exclaimed in joy. The crowd, witnessing this miraculous turn of events, felt an inexplicable relief wash over them. They had not anticipated that this young man was skilled in traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture. While many believed traditional methods were slower than Western medicine, this youth had swiftly revived the elderly man with just one needle. Truly a miracle. Remarkable. He saved him just like that? Someone marveled. This young man has a bright future ahead. Not only can he subdue criminals, but he can also heal the sick. What else can you do, young man? The crowd buzzed with admiration. The ambulance has arrived. Let us hurry and transport her for a thorough examination. Yes, we'll lend a hand, others chimed in. As the ambulance arrived, the crowd rushed forward to assist. Is it really necessary? My mother is already awake. The woman hesitated, concerned about the costs, as their funds were meant for her child's medical needs. It would be wise to have her checked. What if she is at risk for a heart attack? Early prevention is crucial, and medication won't cost much, Lu Ji advised. Though he had revived the elderly man, it was essential to confirm her condition, for a single needle could not entirely cure heart disease. All right, I trust your judgment, the woman finally agreed, following the crowd to help her mother into the ambulance. Initially, she had been skeptical of Lu Ji. Despite witnessing him apprehend a robber and reclaim their life-saving money, she doubted his ability to heal her mother. However, having seen the truth with her own eyes, she had no doubts now. She would follow his instructions without question. The ambulance sped away, accompanied by the police car, as the crowd began to disperse, the street returning to its previous calm. The chaotic scene had been resolved by the traffic police, restoring order to the road. Who would have thought? He has such skills, Gu Yanran remarked with admiration. Though she was aware of Lu Ji's medical abilities, she had not anticipated that this slender young man could overpower a seasoned criminal. It seemed she had underestimated him. What do you need from me? Lu Ji asked once more. Get in the car, Gu Yanran replied, rolling her eyes and gesturing to the passenger seat. The events unfolded swiftly, and just as Chun Yiting realized what had happened and rushed out to scold Lu Ji, she caught sight of him getting into a luxurious car, driving away in style. Damn it, you accuse me of being indiscreet, yet you're off with some woman, Chun Yiting muttered in frustration, stamping her foot in annoyance. Humph, with no money, no power, and no women interested in you, you have the audacity to put on a show. Just wait and see. The striking red car sped away, stopping before a villa. Gu Yanran sought Lu Ji because she had gathered the necessary herbs and wished for him to personally prepare the medicine. The villa, nestled in the mountains, was surrounded by mist and lush greenery, exuding an ethereal beauty akin to a paradise. The spiritual energy here is quite profound, Lu Ji murmured to himself. This is a lovely environment, Gu Yanran smiled. Lu Ji sensed that the spiritual energy here was far more potent than in the city, making it an ideal place for enhancing one's cultivation. He gazed at the scenery, momentarily lost in thought. Let us go. I want to introduce you to a friend, Gu Yanran said as they walked inside the villa. The grand entrance opened into a spacious interior, a lifestyle of the affluent far beyond the comprehension of those from humble backgrounds. One could even play badminton in the expansive living room. This is my friend, Ning Qingsu, Gu Yanran introduced, gesturing toward a beautiful woman seated on the sofa. Qingsu, this is Lu Ji, the miraculous doctor who treated me. A serene silence enveloped the room as the two recognized each other, surprised to meet once more so soon. Chapter 11. Healing. The room was enveloped in a profound silence, and Gu Yanran appeared somewhat dazed, bewildered by the situation. It seemed as if the two individuals were acquainted, yet there lingered a sense of unfamiliarity. So you possess another identity as a little divine doctor. The voice dripped with sarcasm, lacking any semblance of courtesy. This title is merely a casual remark from Miss Gu. There is no divine doctor here. I simply possess the ability to treat ailments such as those of Miss Gu, Lu Ji clarified. Astonished at the unexpected encounter with Ning Qingsu, she was merely an acquaintance, his betrothed, who had come to annul their engagement. Although the marriage certificate had been exchanged, the face-to-face meeting felt undeniably awkward. In this vast world, filled with extraordinary occurrences, one could argue that it is neither too large nor too small. The fact that these two women were indeed close friends and had crossed paths with him seemed to suggest either remarkable coincidence or perhaps a karmic connection. Nevertheless, their friendship was not entirely surprising. Both were renowned figures from Sioux City, affluent young ladies with shared interests and familial ties that fostered mutual benefits. Gu Yanran was unmistakably the daughter of a wealthy family. It was enlightening to witness her stature, being a member of the Gu family. It was no wonder she believed she could seek treatment from him. Clearly, she held herself in high regard, as her presence amongst them indicated that she was no quack. Were it not for his own capabilities and the opening of the bagel, he would have felt unworthy to stand in this space. Yinran, I have invited Dr. Dong Kuan, an expert in this field who has just returned from abroad. You are indeed fortunate, Ning Qingsno exclaimed, her excitement directed solely at Gu Yinran, neglecting Lu Ji entirely. Gu Yinran's condition was notoriously difficult. Many renowned doctors had failed to provide effective treatment. Ning Qingsno had exerted considerable effort to bring Dr. Dong Kuan here, not allowing him a moment to catch his breath. She was acutely aware of her friend's ailment and fervently hoped that this esteemed international physician would succeed where others had faltered. Simultaneously, she wished to shield the beautiful and kind-hearted Gu Yanran from being deceived by Lu Ji, a mere delivery boy who surely had no medical expertise and was likely trying to swindle money, given Gu Yanran's naive wealth. How wonderful! Qingsno, how can I possibly thank you? Gu Yanran's eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart racing with gratitude. There is no need for excessive thanks. After all, Dr. Dong is a prestigious physician. His work on the urinary system has won accolades. Unlike certain individuals who boast of divine skills merely by chance, Ning Qingsno retorted, her lips curling in disdain. Even the doctor beside her regarded Lu Ji with a skeptical expression, his gaze imbued with an air of challenge. She could not fathom that mere touch could yield healing. He struck her as a typical charlatan. The improvement in Gu Yanran's health must have been mere coincidence. She could not believe that someone without medical qualifications could treat ailments. If he were not a fraud, what else could he be? Lu Ji, the accused fraud, merely touched his nose in silence, bemused, yet he refrained from reacting to their provocations. He had no desire to offer explanations. Those who believed in him would receive treatment, while those who did not could simply walk away. With two doctors present, Gu Yanran found herself in a quandary. Whom should she trust for her treatment? To believe in Lu Ji would humiliate Dr. Dong Kuan and hurt her friend, who had brought a genuinely renowned physician to her. Conversely, to doubt Lu Ji felt unfair, as she understood the efficacy of his treatments over the years. What choice do you have? Dr. Dong has traveled a great distance to treat you. Of course, he should examine you. You have gathered ample medicinal herbs. Let him concoct the remedy, as you requested, Ning Qingsno urged Gu Yanran. I'm sorry, Lu Ji. Gu Yanran apologized, feeling conflicted. Not to worry. I will prepare the herbs, Lu Ji replied, unconcerned about their decision. After all, he had promised to personally brew the concoction once he had gathered the necessary herbs. The servant brought the herbs to Lu Ji, who wasted no time in proceeding to the kitchen to prepare the remedy, ignoring the disapproving glances from the two women and the doctor. Gu Yanran, feeling a pang of guilt, followed Ning Qingsno into the room to allow Dr. Dong to conduct a thorough examination. The process of brewing medicine was lengthy and intricate. Crafting pills was not a simple endeavor. The facilities here were inadequate, forcing him to brew the concoction slowly in a pot. Unfortunately, the lack of refinement meant he could not form pills, as that required more advanced techniques. Nonetheless, despite the appearance of his initial attempt, the medicinal properties were promising. For Lu Ji, this was a task well within his grasp. He successfully completed the brewing process, nodding in satisfaction at his results, fulfilling his promise as he made his way toward Gu Yanran's room with the pills in hand. Inside the room, Gu Yanran had just finished her examination. Dr. Dong administered a special pill, but its effects had yet to manifest. Suddenly, Gu Yanran's previous symptoms re-emerged. Her complexion flushed, her body radiated heat, and an unbearable restlessness surged within her. She gasped for breath, feeling as though ants were crawling over her, leaving her utterly restless. Her face contorted in pain. The ailment that Lu Ji had previously alleviated now returned with a vengeance. The familiarity of her suffering threatened to overwhelm her. How could this happen? Why can't it be suppressed? Dr. Dong was left bewildered as the illness struck fiercely, spiraling out of control. Ning Qingsno recognized the severity of the situation. Her friend had never experienced such an acute episode before. Alarmed, she watched Gu Yanran writhe in agony. Miss Gu's symptoms are worsening. It seems the pill has had no effect. This appears to be a reaction to the medication. What should we do? Dr. Dong began to panic, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The absence of any positive response from the pill indicated a potential adverse reaction. This was beyond his capability to treat. His earlier confident assurances now felt hollow and powerless. Yinran's body may be uncomfortable, but she shouldn't be exhibiting any allergic reactions to the medication. What exactly did you give her? Has it undergone clinical trials? Ning Qingsno chastised, her frustration evident. These medications were just developed and have been tested. I didn't anticipate this reaction in Miss Gu, Dr. Dong stammered, fear creeping into his voice. Deep down, he was uncertain. Although the medications had undergone clinical trials, the time frame was brief, and he was unaware of any potential side effects. Whether the efficacy aligned with the ailment was still uncertain. You had no confidence yet dared to administer these to Yinran? Ning Qingsno was furious. What kind of physician was he, a so-called expert, to experiment with her friend's health? Chapter 12. The healing pill. Dong Kuan was indeed a reputable physician, possessing his own laboratory. He had been invited to treat Gu Yinran, hoping to gain favor with the newly developed medication. If he succeeded in curing Miss Gu, the Gu family would undoubtedly reward him handsomely. However, he harbored little confidence. Yet, the situation was not entirely dire. As long as he could stabilize her condition, he would consider it a success. His optimistic thoughts were swiftly met with harsh reality. As he observed Gu Yanran's worsening state, leaving him at a loss, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. Dong Kuan, if anything happens to Yanran, you will pay dearly, Ning Qingxue exclaimed, her voice laced with fury. Miss Ning, I assure you, that won't happen. Dong Kuan stammered. Terrified of how to placate her anger, he simply could not afford to offend her. With the condition spiraling out of control, he felt genuine fear. Such circumstances were rare, and he could not afford to fail. Offending a family of this stature could cost him his medical career, or worse, they could ensure his permanent disappearance. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. The room was in chaos when Lu Ji entered, carrying a batch of dark, irregularly shaped pills he had concocted. My pills are ready. They can be tried on Miss Gu, he announced. Let us not even discuss their efficacy. I fear they might be lethal. What poison have you concocted? Dong Kuan scoffed, doubting the quality of Lu Ji's unrefined pills. A fraud is a fraud. How could such pills be given to Yanran? Are you attempting murder? Ning Qingxue glared at Lu Ji with disdain. Whether they work or not, we'll find out by trying, Lu Ji replied, exasperated, unsure how to explain himself. Are you treating Yanran like a lab rat, expecting her to test your concoction? Ning Qingxue retorted, incredulous at Lu Ji's audacity. Indeed, those dark pills cannot be beneficial. If they are poorly prepared, they might even be toxic. While my medication may lack efficacy, it can still facilitate surgery, provided we remove. Dong Kuan interjected, attempting to divert Ning Qingxue's ire. Absolutely not. Both Ning Qingxue and Gu Yanran simultaneously rejected the idea. There was no way they would allow someone to perform surgery on a healthy body, especially in uncharted territory. There were no documented cases globally, and the risk of failure was unacceptable. They could not accept such a fate. Oral medication might be bitter, but it posed no danger. Surgery, however, was out of the question. The two women exchanged glances, united in their skepticism of the doctor's capabilities. They did not want to risk their health further. Let us try my pills and see how they perform before making any decisions, Lu Ji suggested once more. I refuse to trust the concoctions of a charlatan. Ning Qingxue firmly denied. Qingxue, I want to give it a try, Gu Yanran said, looking at her friend. She preferred to believe Lu Ji, unwilling to undergo surgery. After all, he had genuinely alleviated her suffering before, providing a comfort she had not experienced in ages. But he is a fraud, Ning Qingxue protested. Please, let me try, Gu Yanran insisted. Very well, Ning Qingxue relented, unable to withstand her friend's determination. Ultimately, it was Gu Yanran's body, and denying her would only prolong her restlessness. Having warned her, she reluctantly allowed Dong Kuan to leave the room. Realizing he had offended the two young ladies, Dong Kuan attempted to shift the blame onto Lu Ji. However, he could only leave in disgrace, having failed to attain the honor he sought, and instead angered two prominent families. He hurriedly departed. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Gu Yanran lifted her shirt, preparing for what she thought was necessary. This moment left Lu Ji feeling awkward. Yesterday's urgency had called for such actions, but now it seemed unnecessary. Please lower your clothing. There is no need for that kind of treatment now that I've prepared the pills. Just take them, Lu Ji said, handing her the dark pills. Is this really a pill? Gu Yanran frowned at the unappetizing sight. Can it even be ingested? What are you thinking? It can't possibly be poisonous, can it? Yanran cannot consume such a thing. Ning Qingxue objected, her bias against Lu Ji intensifying with the sight of the pills. I trust him, Gu Yinran declared, resolute in her decision to take the medicine, believing Lu Ji would not harm her. Her condition was unique, and this young man represented her only glimmer of hope. Although the pills appeared unappealing, she chose to place her faith in him, convinced he would not deceive her with toxic substances. Gu Yinran took the pills, swiftly swallowing them with water, not daring to taste them. Despite this, she sensed a slight tingling and bitterness. Observing her brave resolve, Lu Ji couldn't help but smirk. His pills, though unrefined in appearance, shouldn't taste that dreadful. Shouldn't they? As the pills dissolved in her stomach, Gu Yinran soon felt a transformation within her. The flush in her cheeks began to normalize, the feverish heat gradually subsiding until it returned to a steady state. Her rapid breathing, once a result of the fever, began to stabilize, indicating a positive turn of events. I feel fantastic. Does this mean my illness is cured? Gu Yinran eagerly inquired, her disbelief palpable. Even Ning Qingxue found it hard to fathom. Weren't these merely dark pills? How could they be so effective? She had witnessed Gu Yinran's reaction firsthand, leaving her perplexed. You are only experiencing relief from the symptoms. To achieve complete recovery, you must continue taking the pills, Lu Ji clarified. Really? Gu Yinran's spirit dampened. Though she had felt changes after taking the pills, was it merely a suppression of her symptoms? I mean to say, take these pills twice daily for a week, and your illness will be entirely cured. Noticing the disappointment on Gu Yinran's face, Lu Ji quickly elaborated. Is that true? Gu Yinran exclaimed in delight. She had just heard the most beautiful news imaginable. Her illness could be completely healed. Tears of joy welled in her eyes as she recalled the years of torment she had endured, now believing that relief was finally within reach. Are you certain these were made from the herbs we gathered? Ning Qingxue questioned, skepticism still lingering. After all, the herbs they had collected were neither precious nor rare. They were readily available at any pharmacy. It was hard to believe that such commonplace ingredients could yield a cure for Yinran's ailment. Yes, these pills were indeed made from those herbs. My technique might be a bit unrefined, and my equipment incomplete, which may account for their unappealing appearance, Lu Ji admitted. Slightly embarrassed by his lack of finesse, confident he would improve with practice. Whether they look good or not, if they can cure my illness, that's all that matters. Gu Yinran expressed joyfully. Thank you, Lu Ji. I won't let your efforts go unrewarded, Gu Yinran said, her gratitude sincere. Chapter 13. Winning the heart of a beauty. Lu Ji felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his first endeavor. The medical skills he had acquired proved to be remarkably effective, bolstering his confidence immensely. He was resolutely determined to continue refining the medicinal pills for Gu Yinran, believing that he would only consider his task complete once he had crafted the entire series of pills for her. It was essential to him to see things through to the end. Lu Ji, I misjudged you. I apologize for my previous behavior, Ning Qingxue admitted candidly. She believed that one ought to acknowledge their mistakes rather than evade them. Her earlier perception of Lu Ji had been clouded by his seemingly humble demeanor and his background, leading her to view him through a biased lens. However, her brief acquaintance with him had shifted her perspective. He was evidently not as simple as he appeared, capable of both humility and resilience. Ning, the young lady, was not so trivial as to cling to her pride over such matters. It's quite all right. I didn't take it to heart, Lu Ji replied. In truth, he bore no ill will regarding Ning Qingxue's attitude, nor would he harbor resentment over her dismissive view of their broken engagement. After all, they were both modern individuals, each entitled to their own choices in matters of marriage. He had no intention of letting an arrangement made by his grandfather burden him, particularly since they were essentially strangers. How about I marry you instead? Just think about it, Gu Yinran interjected playfully. Coughing abruptly, Lu Ji nearly choked at her bluntness. This woman was exceedingly forthright. Catching him completely off guard, he struggled to swallow his own saliva, his ears reddening as a result. Yinran, you're far too direct. Can't you see he is blushing? Ning Qingxue teased. What era are we in? Blushing? I'm completely serious, Gu Yinran pressed on, revealing her earnestness. May I step outside for some fresh air? It's a bit warm in here, Lu Ji said, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the two beauties. Certainly. The scenery in the garden is quite lovely, Gu Yinran remarked, gesturing toward the outdoors. The garden indeed offered a breathtaking view, uplifting one's spirits. The area was rich in spiritual energy, with remarkably flourishing trees and brilliantly vibrant flowers nourished by the aura. As Lu Ji strolled along the path, he reveled in the refreshing air. He could distinctly sense a transformation within himself. The spiritual energy he inhaled began to convert into the very energy he had previously expended for Gu Yanran, revitalizing his previously frail body. He felt invigorated, his spirits elevated, and his eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? It's not too late to change your mind. After all, there aren't many boys who blush so readily in front of girls, Gu Yanran stated earnestly. Since we have dissolved our engagement, I have no regrets. I cherish my independence and do not wish to be bound to a stranger, Ning Qingshui replied. Nevertheless, I find your choice rather regrettable, Gu Yanran said, shaking her head. Wake up, Annie. Doctor, please save her. We've done all we can. However, the patient's kidney and heart are severely failing. Even dialysis may prove futile. You should promptly inform the family, the doctor stated. Why isn't she waking up? Doctor, administer an injection or use the equipment. The patient suffers not only from renal and cardiac failure, but also has a blood clot in her brain, resulting in her coma. Given her condition, we cannot proceed with surgery. If we delay further, her condition will only worsen. It is imperative that her family arrives to discuss a treatment plan, the doctor explained. Shaking his head, he wasn't lacking in effort. Rather, the patient's sudden onset of symptoms had led to multiple organ failures. With current medical practices, only conservative treatment through 4 fluids was possible, and hope was dwindling. The primary issue was renal failure, which had resulted in an inability to urinate, leading to uremia, compounded by severe cardiac arrest. The only recourse was to allow her relatives to see her, leaving their fate to chance. Phone. The girl was bewildered, uncertain of whom to call. I'm just a neighbor. I don't know her child's number. Suddenly, she remembered something and began searching the unconscious woman's belongings. But her efforts were in vain. The phone must be at home. I'll go find it. I will definitely be able to reach them. Doctor, please save her. The pleading look in her eyes made it difficult for the doctor to refuse. Without the patient's family present, they could not proceed with further treatment. Success would bring joy, but failure could lead to accusations and potentially violent confrontations, adversely affecting their careers. No one desired such outcomes, especially considering the numerous instances of such troublesome situations arising in hospitals. Please notify the family as soon as possible. For now, we can only administer 4 fluids to alleviate her condition. Specific treatment must be decided upon their arrival. However, you should hurry, the doctor advised, knowing full well the grim prognosis, though he refrained from voicing it aloud. All right, I'll return immediately, the girl nodded, rushing outside. Hello, Mom. What's the matter? Lu Ji answered the ringing phone. This is your neighbor, Meng Xian. Auntie has collapsed and has been taken to Sioux City Hospital. The doctor says the situation is dire. Please hurry. The girl's voice trembled with urgency and tears. I'm on my way. Lu Ji's mind raced, and he dashed out, momentarily stunned by the news. Hey, Dr. Lu, where are you going? I have a car. Gu Yanran called out, surprised by Lu Ji's sudden departure. Realizing that he could not outrun a vehicle, especially given the considerable distance from the city, Lu Ji quickly responded. Get in. Gu Yanran, noticing his urgency, wasted no time in retrieving her car. Without uttering a word, Lu Ji climbed into the vehicle, acutely aware of the 2 beautiful women beside him. Time was of the essence. He could not bear to keep his mother waiting, especially after the alarming message he had received. As they sped along, he briefly explained the situation, and both women expressed their understanding, particularly Gu Yanran, who empathized with the suffering of the ill. The car accelerated once more, racing against time, striving to spare the elderly woman from further agony. In the hospital corridor, Meng Xian paced anxiously, having reached the point of desperation. Though she had connected with someone, the patient had already been moved from the emergency room to a regular ward, where the doctors were rendered powerless, surrounded by a mountain of paperwork awaiting settlement. How is my mother? A young man rushed in, his voice filled with urgency as he arrived. The girl was momentarily taken aback, captivated by the radiant young man before her, momentarily forgetting the gravity of the situation. Where is my mother? His voice broke through her reverie. Oh, she's in that room. The girl awkwardly pointed in the direction. Lu Ji instinctively felt that this girl was the one who had called him. Gratefulness surged within him, but he knew such sentiments could wait. His focus was on ensuring his mother received the care she desperately needed. Chapter 14. Thank you. Lu Ji pushed open the door to the emergency room and stepped inside, his heart aching as he gazed upon his mother, who whose eyes remained tightly shut. She had sacrificed so much for him, and now she lay here, unconscious. How could he bear it? Although his mother's health had not been robust, it should not have deteriorated to this extent. "Are you a family member of the patient?" a nurse inquired. "Your mother is in critical condition, suffering from kidney and heart failure, with signs of cardiac arrest and a blood clot in her brain." The nurse was documenting the patient's condition and, upon noticing Lu Ji's arrival, promptly relayed the information. "The doctor recommends transferring her to another hospital for treatment, or possibly opting for conservative care. Her condition is quite dire, and the medical expenses will not be trivial. Please consider your options." The nurse delicately conveyed the gravity of the situation, noting that the costs of the earlier resuscitation had already been substantial. "No need," Lu Ji replied, moving to his mother's bedside and placing his hand gently on her frail form. The nurse and the young woman waiting outside were taken aback. This young man, with his fine features, seemed unfazed by his mother's severe illness. What did he mean by no need? Was he giving up on treatment? After all, this was his mother. Shouldn't he at least make an effort to save her? The girl, in particular, regarded him with disdain. Her initial fondness had evaporated in an instant. Even a neighbor would wish for the best care for an elderly patient, yet he appeared ready to abandon hope, possibly out of fear of the costs. Lu Ji, however, was oblivious to their judgments. He channeled the energy within him into his mother's body, rapidly restoring her health as the onlookers watched in disbelief. This energy worked tirelessly to revive her heart function, eliminating the signs of cardiac arrest. The miraculous force began to heal her kidneys and dissolve the blood clot in her bloodstream, restoring her vitality as her pallor transformed into a healthy glow. Yet Lu Ji did not cease his efforts. He inserted needles into specific acupuncture points on her body, expertly manipulating them with precise movements. The physician, who had been tending to another patient, found himself drawn to the extraordinary scene. He was well aware of the seriousness of the elderly woman's condition. Her heart rate and pulse were alarmingly low, and she was on the brink of suffocation and death. However, as he observed the monitoring equipment again, he noted that everything had returned to normal. This was nothing short of miraculous, leaving even the doctor wide-eyed with astonishment. As the doctor and nurse marveled at the transformation, the elderly woman slowly opened her eyes, taking in her surroundings before sitting up in confusion. "Lu Ji, what happened? Why am I in a hospital?" she asked, her gaze landing on her son and the neighboring girl. "Auntie, you fainted, and we brought you here for emergency treatment," the girl exclaimed, still in shock. "Doctor, you must treat the child immediately," a man shouted in anger. He was oblivious to the miraculous recovery occurring nearby. His own child was coughing up blood, and he was furious that the doctor seemed distracted by the commotion. Regardless of the doctor's astonishment, Lu Ji's mother had been saved, and she was now as healthy as anyone else. Lu Ji finally felt a sense of relief, knowing that had he arrived any later, he might have lost her forever. "What on earth happened? Why did you suddenly fall ill?" Lu Ji asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. Sighing, Lu's mother struggled to find the words. It was a mother and daughter pair who came by, making a ruckus and hurling insults, demanding some sort of compensation. Oh right. They wanted youth compensation. Annie was so upset by them that her blood pressure spiked, leading to cardiac arrest and a stroke. The girl interjected. Suddenly, the disdain Lu Ji had felt for the young woman transformed into respect. Her earlier impression of him as ungrateful had shifted. His no need was not an indication of reluctance to spend money, but rather a testament to his ability to heal. "Is it the Chen family?" Lu Ji's anger flared anew. They had the audacity to come back. His mother nodded, feeling helpless against their shamelessness. Today, their harassment had caused her health crisis. But thanks to this kind neighbor, she had emerged unscathed. She felt immense gratitude toward the girl. "Enough about the past, it's over now. But you must thank her properly. Without her, I might not have seen you again," Lu's mother insisted. Only then did Lu Ji notice the girl beside him. She was in her early 20s. With a sweet appearance that could rival even that of Gu Yanran and Ning Qingshui. Tall and fair-skinned, her figure was curvaceous in the most alluring way. Her eyes clear and expressive, revealing her innocent nature. Such a beauty was a rarity in this age. She wore a white blouse paired with a red high-waisted skirt, her long legs on full display, exuding an air of temptation that contrasted with her naive expression. If only her gaze were sharper, accompanied by a beautiful smile, she would possess an irresistible charm. Such a stunning beauty would undoubtedly attract the attention of men wherever she went. Lu Ji had no recollection of having such a lovely neighbor. However, This was not the time for such thoughts. He still needed to repay her life-saving grace. Thank you, Miss Ming. If you hadn't brought my mother to the hospital, I shudder to think what might have happened. Lu Ji expressed his heartfelt gratitude. It was merely a small act of kindness. We're neighbors, so there's no need for thanks. I'm just glad your mother is all right, Ming Xian replied, waving his gratitude away. Please, if you ever need anything, do not hesitate to call on me. I will be at your service, Lu Ji assured her earnestly. I will remember that. Ming Xian nodded in agreement. Doctor, can you please help? My daughter is still coughing up blood, and there has been no improvement. A man shouted, his voice cutting through the tension in the room. His words interrupted those standing at the door, and the sound of medical equipment buzzing filled the air. Even Ning Qingshui and Gu Yanran, who had come along, glanced inside with concern. Focus on your breathing. Yes, follow my lead, the doctor instructed. Her blood pressure is skyrocketing, and her heart rate is slowing. The doctor was growing frantic. Despite their efforts, the situation remained dire. Get her on a ventilator, quickly. Administer the cardiac stimulant. Monitor her blood pressure. The nurse hurriedly prepared the equipment, but despite their swift actions, the girl's condition continued to deteriorate. Her complexion turned a disturbing shade of purple, and the father became increasingly frantic. Hurry up with the treatment. If anything happens to my precious daughter, I will hold you responsible. Chapter 15. Emergence in the emergency room. Doctors and nurses were bustling about, yet no matter what methods they employed, the child's condition showed no signs of improvement. The attending physician was drenched in sweat. In all his experience, he had never encountered such a perplexing case. Not only could he not ascertain the cause of the illness, but his resuscitation efforts were yielding no results, leaving him utterly frustrated. Qin Yuming, witnessing the continuous deterioration of his child, felt helpless. His emotions were at the brink of collapse, his eyes reddened with rage. Born into poverty, he had worked tirelessly to carve out a successful life for himself. After years of struggle, he finally married and was blessed with a precious daughter. He cherished her as if she were a fragile treasure. Only to be confronted with this unforeseen calamity, she had fallen gravely ill. The hospital director, having received the news, hurried to the scene. His position was significant. A mere stamp of his foot could send tremors through the city. It was imperative that nothing went awry within the confines of their hospital. Despite his utmost efforts, however, the situation remained dire. They attempted suction to check for any obstructions in her throat and administered CPR, but all their endeavors proved futile. The director, Duan too, was beginning to sweat as the girl's condition grew increasingly precarious. This unfortunate circumstance prompted Lu Ji, who had been observing silently, to intervene. It was clear to him that the girl was suffering from poisoning leading to systemic failure. Unless the toxins were expelled, her life would be in jeopardy. He realized that their actions were in vain and were, in fact, delaying critical treatment. Although he had initially refrained from intervening, considering the hospital's formal procedures and the qualifications of its staff, he could not stand idly by as a vibrant life teetered on the edge of demise. He had no formal medical training, but he had acquired a profound legacy of knowledge. It was within his capacity to act. Moreover, this was a minor, a flower of the nation, who had yet to bloom and was now facing the threat of decay. Unable to bear the thought, he declared, "Step aside. Let me take over." "Who are you? Don't cause a commotion here," Director Duan retorted angrily. He had not witnessed Lu Ji's previous act of saving his mother, and seeing this young man disrupt the proceedings only fueled his irritation. Qin Yuming was someone he could not afford to offend. This insolent youth would not be indulged. One of the doctors, however, was intrigued. He had witnessed the miraculous revival of Lu Ji's mother and was curious to see how this young man intended to rescue the girl from the clutches of death. Ignoring the dissent around him, Lu Ji swiftly pressed his fingers onto several acupoints on the girl's body. A reflex action caused her to open her mouth, and a stream of dark blood erupted forth. The entire room fell silent, stunned by the spectacle. Even Gu Yanran was taken aback. She knew of Lu Ji's medical prowess, but she had not expected such a dramatic response. She feared that a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Ning Qingshua's heart raced with apprehension. Had this young man lost his senses? Even if he possessed some knowledge of medicinal concoctions, it was improbable that he could treat every ailment. The esteemed director had been unable to resolve this case. What right did he have to meddle? If things went awry, would she be responsible for the fallout? Enough of this nonsense. Who do you think you are? Director Duan barked. "Ah, my precious, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Qin Yuming roared in anguish, charging forward, ready to take drastic measures. His fury blinded him, his face contorted with rage as he contemplated harming the very child he loved. Suddenly, the girl's blood pressure began to stabilize, and her heartbeat normalized. Her breathing is becoming smooth. A nurse exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. Had she not seen the readings on the monitor, she would scarcely have believed the miracle unfolding before her eyes. Just moments ago, the girl had been on the brink of death, and now hope flickered anew. Qin Yuming, who had been poised to lash out, halted in astonishment. Turning to the monitor as others followed suit. The instruments clearly indicated the girl's improved condition, and disbelief washed over them. They exchanged glances, questioning whether the equipment might be malfunctioning. Upon observing the girl's previously ashen face regain its color and her breathing steady, they were left in awe. How did you accomplish this? Director Duan inquired, his voice laced with incredulity. I need some silver needles, Lu Ji replied, undeterred by their astonishment. The girl required immediate further treatment. Though her vital signs had stabilized, she was not yet out of danger. Having exhausted his supply of needles, he knew that the hospital's traditional Chinese medicine department would have what he needed. Hurry, go fetch some needles from the TCM department. The director commanded the nurses, his eyes alight with anticipation. He was eager to witness how this young man would treat the girl. Not long after, a nurse hurried back with a packet of needles. Lu Ji wasted no time, deftly unwrapping them and expertly inserting them into the girl's body, his movements fluid and precise. He skillfully located the acupoints, applying just the right amount of pressure. As Lu Ji manipulated the needles, they emitted a resonating hum, channeling a surge of energy into the girl. He calmly inserted a needle into her middle finger and another into the Higu acupoint. As he withdrew the needles, dark blood flowed out, gradually turning crimson. With the expulsion of this noxious fluid, the girl's complexion brightened, her labored breathing ceased, and her heartbeat returned to a normal rhythm. Daddy, she murmured as her eyes fluttered open, her gaze landing on Qin Yuming. She's all right. My daughter is cured. Truly, a divine healer has descended, Qin Yuming exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face as he embraced Lu Ji. Is this really happening? The doctors and Director Duan stood in utter shock. They, too, had some knowledge of traditional medicine, but they paled in comparison to the skill exhibited by this young man. After their prolonged and fruitless efforts, he had achieved what they could not in mere moments. They exchanged glances, grappling with a sense of inadequacy. Chapter 16. You are fired. As Lu Ji treated ailments and saved lives, he became acutely aware of the transformations within his own body. He distinctly felt an enhancement in his spiritual energy, his meridians appearing slightly more robust. In places imbued with spiritual power, he sensed an ability to absorb more energy than before. It seemed that performing good deeds was essential for him to grow stronger. Little divine doctor, what is wrong with my child? They have been unable to diagnose the illness, Qin Yuming inquired. That is a question for you. What has she consumed? There were toxins present. The child, with her frail constitution, developed a fever that led to complications. I have expelled the toxic blood. With a few days of hospitalization for observation, she should be fine, Lu Ji replied, frowning. A child is a treasure to their parents, and naturally, they wish to provide the best for them, including their diet. Children possess inherently weaker immune systems compared to adults. What may not affect an adult could overwhelm a child, leading to frequent incidents of food poisoning. I will be more cautious and ensure she does not eat anything indiscriminately again, Qin Yuming said, filled with regret for nearly jeopardizing his child's life. Thank you, divine doctor. I am at a loss as to how to repay your kindness, Qin Yuming expressed gratefully. It was merely a trifling effort. No need for thanks. Lu Ji waved his hand dismissively, viewing his assistance as a mere coincidence. A connection with someone destined to cross his path. The commotion in the vicinity had attracted a crowd. Many had come to witness the unfolding drama. Those eager for gossip were taken aback, realizing that a young man had cured an ailment that even the hospital had deemed untreatable. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. The depths of the sea cannot be measured by a mere dip, and youth can be remarkably capable. Some among the onlookers wished to have this divine doctor attend to their own loved ones, yet they feared offending the hospital's physicians, opting to approach the matter discreetly. Who is the family member of Jiang Ruo? Hurry and settle the payment. A doctor approached, speaking sternly. I am, Lu Ji replied promptly, taking a glance at the bill. How can it be so much? It amounts to a staggering 100,000, he exclaimed, furrowing his brow. You are robbing us. Meng Xian retorted angrily, her eyes widening in shock upon seeing the amount. The doctor had been in his office, oblivious to the events that transpired. The computer records indicated that Zhang Rua had not yet paid, and upon hearing that family members had arrived, he feared they might abscond. This was a lucrative catch. I saved my mother myself. Why should I pay you such an exorbitant amount? Even with the use of your equipment, it cannot possibly amount to this much. Lu Ji asserted. You saved her? Trying to evade payment while boasting? Be careful, or I will call the police, the doctor barked, angered by the audacity of someone refusing to settle their dues. Take your bill and pay promptly. He flung the document at Lu Ji. We have only been here for a few hours. How can the charges be so high? You must clarify this. Lu Ji could hardly contain his laughter, incredulous that even with all equipment utilized, the total should not exceed 10,000. The patient entered the intensive care unit for rescue. The rescue fees alone are 50 to 60,000, not to mention various examinations. This price is the minimum, and we utilize imported medications, which are costly, the doctor stated disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at the young man. Wow, is rescue really that expensive now? Thankfully, we were admitted directly, otherwise we could not bear such costs, someone remarked. Indeed, especially since they did not even save the patient. This is outrageous. Another chimed in. Who could possibly think this is fair? I heard the patient was saved by them, with no connection to the hospital, yet they still charge such high fees. This is truly scandalous. The director's expression darkened upon hearing these comments. He had not anticipated such an occurrence in their hospital. Even VIP clients would not incur such charges, clearly indicating an attempt at illicit profit. Humph, my mother fell into a coma due to thrombosis, leading to heart and kidney failure. Yet, here you have medication for stomach cancer, liver diseases, and lung ailments. How do you explain this? Some medications are simply coded differently. The pretense of seeking answers is merely a cover for evasion. If you do not settle the bill today, you shall not leave, the doctor retorted, arrogance dripping from his tone. You truly believe you hold some authority here? Gu Yanran scoffed. What concern is it of yours? Careful, or you may find yourself caught up in this as well, the doctor replied defiantly, disregarding Gu Yanran's identity. I am curious as to who grants you such audacity. At this moment, Director Duan could no longer remain seated. His face was stern as he stepped forward. He recognized the woman who had spoken earlier, Su Cheng's Gu family heiress. He knew that if this matter was not handled appropriately, his position as director would be in jeopardy. Director, what brings you here? The doctor stammered in shock. My apologies. I will handle this matter, Director Duan said, casting a disapproving glance at the earlier doctor, then turning to Lu Ji to express his regret. Indeed, such arrogance. Let us see who dares to trouble this divine doctor, Qin Yuming added, approaching the doctor with indignation. Even the dimmest doctor understood that the situation was not as he had presumed, especially given the director's markedly different demeanor towards the young man. The earlier speaker was none other than the affluent Qin, a notable figure. With his presence and support, this doctor realized he had overstepped. I merely asked him to settle the fees, he muttered, his bravado evaporating, his voice barely above a whisper. I saved my mother myself. What relevance does that hold for you? I will pay every rightful fee, but I will not pay a single cent for what is unwarranted. Lu Ji was genuinely enraged. Encountering such an unreasonable doctor who exploited the pretense of healing to amass wealth, disregarding the noble calling of medicine. It was indeed the patient who had been saved by his own efforts. How could this doctor dare demand payment? Such unscrupulous practitioners should face adequate retribution. Director, I was only. The doctor stammered, yet his excuses were feeble, and he could no longer fabricate any further. The fact remains that we revived the patient. He cannot deny that. Even if the fees are not this high, he must clear all charges before leaving. The doctor argued loudly, making a final desperate stand. Li Tao, enough. The director commanded sternly. We are a legitimate hospital, not a den for extortion. To openly demand exorbitant fees from a patient in my presence is a gross insult to our profession. You will collect your things, you are fired. Director Duan declared in a commanding tone. No, Director, grant me one more chance. The doctor pleaded, but no amount of denial could alter the truth. Soon, security escorted him away, bringing the farce to an end. Witnessing this spectacle unfold, the director inwardly rubbed his temples, truly embarrassed by the entire episode. Chapter 17. The alluring conditions. Li Tao was taken away, and rather than feeling remorse for his actions, he directed all his animosity towards Lu Ji. Had it not been for Lu Ji's meddling in patient care, he would not have been unjustly punished, leading the director to find grounds for his dismissal. As he departed, his gaze towards Lu Ji was filled with venom. This is all a misunderstanding, my friend. Our hospital would never extort patients. Today's incident was solely a personal act. I sincerely apologize for the oversight that allowed these individuals to exploit the situation. To express our regret, we shall cover all medication and treatment expenses, the director stated. The patient was understandably shaken, and we are willing to offer 30,000 yuan in compensation. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us. Does this arrangement satisfy you? Director Duan felt helpless, compelled to apologize for the mistakes of his staff. Yet, he too bore responsibility for his lax management. An apology was inevitable, especially since he had his own motives. Very well, Lu Ji nodded, acknowledging the effort made. It would be ungracious to press further. May we step aside to converse? The patient should receive a thorough examination from Dr. Zhang for added assurance. Certainly, Lu Ji did not refuse, recognizing the director's polite demeanor. What shall I call you? Director Duan led Lu Ji to his office and poured him a cup of hot tea while casually inquiring. Lu Ji, may I address you as such? Of course. Your medical skills are remarkable. From whom did you receive your training? Director Duan asked, intrigued by how someone so young could possess such proficiency, suggesting a mentor of profound expertise. I graduated from Jiangxing Medical University, but my skills are inherited from my ancestors. Lu Ji replied, I see. May I inquire about your grandfather's identity? Director Duan had never heard of a legendary healer named Lu, who could produce such an exceptional talent as Lu Ji. My grandfather disappeared long ago. He imparted his knowledge to me while he was still around. I too wish to know his whereabouts, Lu Ji responded. Ah, what a pity, Director Duan lamented. If only he could discover the elder's location. Lu Ji's grandfather remained unknown in the medical community, perhaps choosing anonymity. Many scholars and healers from previous generations preferred a life away from the limelight, living freely among the populace. It seemed Lu Ji's lineage was that of a reclusive master. If only their hospital could have someone of his grandfather's caliber, their reputation would surely soar and patient numbers would not dwindle. Although they could not reach the elder, they were fortunate to have Lu Ji, whose extraordinary skills could be a boon if he were to join their team. Lu Ji, I have a humble request. In the spirit of the medical profession's altruism, I wish to formally invite you to serve as the chief physician in our traditional Chinese medicine department, overseeing clinical patient care. We offer a very attractive compensation package. Director Duan extended an olive branch. I appreciate your kind offer, but I lack work experience as I have just graduated, and I do not intend to commit to full-time work at this moment, Lu Ji declined. Your current skills speak volumes. If you prefer flexibility, we could engage you as a consultant instead, Director Duan proposed, making a concession. But I do not possess a medical license. Lu Ji felt tempted by the director's suggestion, yet his lack of qualifications made him hesitant. Should you agree to my proposal, I can assist you in obtaining the necessary credentials. Securing a medical license won't be an issue, Director Duan pressed on, unwilling to let such a talented individual slip away over a minor detail. Very well. I will consider it. Lu Ji found it difficult to refuse outright, as the offer was indeed generous. Wonderful. Once your license is secured, I shall inform you. Director Duan exclaimed joyfully. During this period, I would also hope you might accept an invitation to any academic exchange events our hospital may host, he continued. Lu Ji suddenly felt a sense of being ensnared. The director's demeanor was somewhat cunning, and he wondered if he had agreed too hastily. Upon exiting the director's office, he felt a disorienting lightness, realizing how quickly he had been drawn into this situation. However, the prospect of not having to see patients while still receiving compensation was certainly preferable to delivering takeout. Moreover, the hospital was willing to compensate him, and his mother's health had improved, which was indeed a source of joy. Since receiving his grandfather's legacy through the spirit stone pendant, Lu Ji felt his life transforming for the better. He believed he could provide a comfortable life for his mother, freeing her from the burdens of hard labor. Upon returning home with his mother, they found her in good health, which alleviated their worries. Gu Yanran and Ning Qingshu had already departed. Initially, Lu's mother had wished to treat them to a meal in gratitude, but it seemed inappropriate to disturb them so soon after returning home from the hospital. Meng Xian also hastily left under the guise of work, leaving Lu's mother feeling indebted. Without Meng Xian's assistance, she might have been permanently separated from her son. Mom, gratitude does not have to be immediate. After all, we are neighbors. If she ever needs help in the future, we can assist as best we can. Lu Ji reassured her. Very well, just look after her more. She is a young girl, and it is difficult for her to navigate life alone, Lu's mother advised. Rest assured, if she needs anything, I will definitely help, Lu Ji promised, even without his mother's urging, as he felt compelled to repay the life-saving kindness she had shown. I find those young ladies quite admirable, youthful and polite, far superior to Chun Yiting, Lu's mother remarked. Mom. Throughout the journey, Lu's mother had noticed the positive impression the young woman who had accompanied her son had made on him. If fate permitted, her son's future seemed bright. Far better than with Chun Yiting. She feared her son might be too sentimental, unable to move beyond past affections and embrace new happiness. She recognized that either of those two young women was exceptional, with character and upbringing of the highest caliber. She worried that they might overlook her son due to their differing social standings, lamenting the potential loss of a promising match. Chapter 18. The beautiful neighbor having resided here for quite some time, Lu Ji was oblivious to when his neighbor would rent out her house. It wasn't until the incident of escorting his mother to the hospital that they had even crossed paths. According to his mother, Miss Ming was a flight attendant who had been hired right after graduation, choosing to live here for its proximity to work. It was unsafe for a young woman to return home late at night from distant places. Subsequently, Lu Ji rarely encountered the beautiful flight attendant, and when they did meet, it was merely to exchange polite greetings. She left a favorable impression on him. Her sweet appearance and innocent demeanor, coupled with her unique aura, made her stand out in his mind. Ding dong. Just as Lu Ji was drifting into slumber, a hurried knock reverberated through the hallway. Lu Ji, are you home? Do you know your neighbor's phone number? Inquired a resident from downstairs. Neighbor? Lu Ji was momentarily bewildered. Who do you mean? You mean Miss Ming? Lu Ji's mother interjected as she approached. Suddenly, Lu Ji recalled that the lovely flight attendant lived next door. Indeed, we don't have her number. Brotherly, is there a problem? His mother replied. At that moment, it struck them both that they had never obtained her contact information, especially after she had saved his life. How could they be so careless? What has happened? Lu Ji asked. It seems her faucet might have been left on, or perhaps a pipe has burst. Our entire kitchen to living room is flooding, Brotherly explained. Oh dear, this is serious. Miss Ming has a demanding job. Who knows which city she has flown to now? Without her number, how can we reach her? Even if we do find her, if she's out of town, it won't help. His mother fretted. First, let's locate the landlord and see if they have a spare key to address the leak, Lu Ji suggested. All right. I will ask the property staff if they have any contact information, Brotherly replied resignedly. Ding dong. This time, the knock was softer and less urgent. Yet the impatience of the visitor was palpable. I'll check, Lu Ji said, stopping his mother as it was rather late to open the door to an unknown visitor. Who is it? He called out as he approached. It's your neighbor, Meng Xian, came a gentle voice from the other side. Lu Ji hurriedly opened the door to find Meng Xian, who had just returned home. She was still in her uniform, droplets of water clinging to her attire. Her face weary and eyes bloodshot, standing there with a suitcase. My home is flooded, the floor is soaked, and my bedding is damp. I can't find where the leak is coming from, Meng Xian lamented, her eyes welling with tears, clearly overwhelmed by the situation. I called a plumber, but they told me to wait until tomorrow. It's too late for repairs, and I don't know who else to turn to, she admitted helplessly. I'll take a look, Lu Ji said, quickly donning a shirt and heading over to assess the situation. Upon entering, he was met with a scene reminiscent of a water park. The kitchen pipe was gushing water, and the floor was submerged, nearly reaching his ankles. It was no wonder Brother Li's household was affected. In such circumstances, no one could escape unscathed. Clearly, Brother Li had not yet managed to contact the landlord or the tenant, allowing the water to pour freely. Both families were in distress. Words were unnecessary as they needed to act swiftly. The fatigue that had previously enveloped Lu Ji dissipated in an instant. Please wait here, I'll go fetch some tools, he instructed after examining the burst pipe. The rupture was located on the surface of the pipe, not at a joint, and despite his limited plumbing knowledge, he felt confident in making this straightforward repair. Having grown up with just his mother, he had taken on various household tasks himself, thus acquiring some experience. Lu Ji, you're amazing. You can do this too? Is there anything you can't handle? Meng Xian exclaimed, her spirit lifted now that she had a helping hand. Quickly shaking off the earlier panic. There are many things I don't know how to do. This just happens to fall within my capabilities. Why are you no longer afraid? Lu Ji teased as he worked. Who said I was scared? I just had never encountered a situation like this before and didn't know how to respond. I'm not as helpless as you think, Meng Xian replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. All right, you need not worry about leaks anymore. When you leave for work, you can simply turn off the main valve here. Just turn it on when you need it. Lu Ji thoughtfully adjusted the main valve, ensuring that even when Meng Xian was away, such incidents could be averted. Thank you. Lu Ji, Meng Xian expressed her gratitude, surprised to discover that this young man not only had medical skills, but also plumbing knowledge. With the valve in place, she no longer had to fret about whether she had turned off the faucet, even when she was not home. No need to thank me. I've said it before. Just come to me if you need anything. And tomorrow, I'll accompany you to Brother Li S. His place might be in disarray, and the compensation matters could be quite troublesome, Lu Ji replied, shaking his head. Sigh. My life is so unfortunate. Meng Xian lamented, leaning against the doorframe. Don't be so pessimistic. Brother Li is a good man and won't take advantage of you. Lu Ji reassured her with a sympathetic gaze. Oh, I'm hungry, Meng Xian said, rubbing her stomach. Lu Ji was momentarily speechless. They had just been discussing leaks and compensation, and she had suddenly shifted the topic to food. It was indeed a peculiar trait of hers. I certainly can't cook here. May I come over for a meal? Meng Xian looked at Lu Ji with her innocent, pure eyes, pleading. Sure, Lu Ji swallowed hard, finding it difficult to refuse such a pitiful and helpless expression, even though it was already past 1 in the morning. It was indeed inconvenient for a man and a woman to be alone together. Yet, at this moment, he could not turn a blind eye. After all, he had food readily available at home, and warming it up would be no trouble at all. Wait for me to change my clothes first, she exclaimed joyfully as she dashed back to her room upon receiving his consent. Lu Ji shook his head, marveling at her innocence. How had she managed to survive this long? Clearly, her parents had sheltered her well, allowing her to blossom into such a youthful, pristine, and vibrant individual, untouched by sorrow or worry. As Lu Ji tidied up his tools, he watched her retreating figure and felt a twinge of envy for her naivety. Being nurtured in such a way indicated that she was indeed loved. Chapter 19. The invitation from Ning Corporation. At this moment, Lu Ji's mother had also risen. The neighboring house was inundated, causing her considerable concern, especially since Meng Xian was her savior. In the afternoon, she was unable to reach her downstairs, nor did the landlord possess a key, leaving the water to flow unchecked. Fortunately, the Li family was diligent in their efforts to clean up, preventing further misfortune for the neighbors below. With the neighbors away, they lacked the authority to force the door open and waited for Meng Xian's return, which did not occur until the midnight hour. Lu's mother donned her clothes to accompany her, and upon hearing that Meng Xian had yet to dine, she hurried to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of clear noodle soup, adding 2 eggs for good measure. As Meng Xian entered, Lu Ji was momentarily taken aback. The sight of this girl was quite striking, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. It was indeed surprising for a girl to visit someone else's home dressed in pajamas, particularly such revealing ones. Was she not afraid of encountering unsavory characters? It was astonishing how naive she appeared, seemingly unaware of the risks associated with her attire in front of strangers. She wore a low-cut camisole dress, her bosom slightly elevated, which caused Lu Ji to flush. Her skin was fair and tender, especially her long legs, which were straight and alluring. In terms of physique, she rivaled some models, embodying a blend of innocence and sensuality in her adorable visage. Despite Lu Ji's inherently reserved nature, the presence of such beauty made his heart race, compelling him to steal a few glances. Unfazed by her attire, the culprit of this awkwardness cheerily followed the aroma to the kitchen. Her clear eyes indicated a simplicity of thought. In her worldview, everyone was inherently good. Wow, it smells wonderful. Upon entering, Meng Xian's face lit up with an even sweeter smile. It's quite late, and I haven't prepared anything else. I just made a bowl of noodles to tide you over, Lu's mother remarked with a smile. Auntie, this is more than sufficient. Eating a bowl of hot noodle soup at this hour is truly a blessing, Meng Xian replied, her satisfaction evident as she gazed at the meal before her. Eat as much as you like. I'll prepare a few of my signature dishes for you another day, Lu's mother said, pleased to have someone appreciate her cooking. All right, just don't mock me then. I have a weakness for delicious food. My mother calls me a glutton, Meng Xian replied. To be able to eat is a blessing. Lu's mother looked on joyfully as Meng Xian savored her meal. In the meantime, Lu Ji frequently dreamt of his grandfather, engaging in discussions about medical skills, techniques, and cultivation insights. His grandfather also urged him to pay attention to a few arranged marriages that he had set up, which left Lu Ji feeling exasperated. What kind of society was this that still adhered to such archaic customs? Did anyone even care for his feelings? He had no intention of participating in such one-sided arrangements. Upon waking, he found that Ming Xin had already returned home to sleep. As an unmarried man, he felt it inappropriate to spend the night alone with an unmarried woman, particularly one dressed so provocatively. He was inherently conservative and thus left the task of managing the situation to his mother. Reflecting on the topic of marriage, he felt a headache coming on. One wife would suffice, yet his grandfather had arranged for 10. It was utterly absurd, as if he were some emperor selecting consorts. Lost in thought, a strange phone call interrupted him, adding to his frustration. Who could possibly be bothering him so early? Hello, who is this? He answered. This is Ning Qingxue. Lu Ji, could you come to my company? I will send you the location, she replied. Lu Ji felt a wave of annoyance. He had just rejected this woman, and now she was calling him? Had she perhaps reconsidered? Just as he was about to decline, the call abruptly ended. Truly unbelievable. Lu Ji felt utterly speechless. What kind of situation was this? If someone sought his assistance, shouldn't they approach him more respectfully? How could one demand favors while being so presumptuous? He resolved to ignore her, believing her affairs had nothing to do with him. Yet, against his better judgment, he found himself en route to Ning Corporation, berating himself for his lack of resolve. Who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? The guard inquired. Ning Qingxue sent me, Lu Ji responded. How could Miss Ning know someone like you? Who are you, and what do you want? Don't use our Miss Ning's name to deceive us, the guard retorted disdainfully. The guards regarded Lu Ji with contempt. This place was frequented by individuals of stature, and he, dressed plainly, appeared to be an outsider. They assumed he must be a family member of an employee, but to outright declare he was invited by Miss Ning was surely a ruse. I'm here to see Ning Qingxue. She invited me, Lu Ji insisted, furrowing his brow. Invited you? Why don't you aim for the sky while you're at it? You really think you're someone important? The guard scoffed, and another joined in. Get lost. This isn't a place for just anyone to wander in, he continued. What did you say? Lu Ji felt his anger rising. How dare they insult him so? If it weren't for the phone call from Ning Qingxue, he would never have put up with this. Listen, don't loiter around our Ning Corporation's entrance. Don't flaunt our CEO's name to deceive. Leave at once, or we'll call the police, the guard warned. Yes, get lost, you pauper, another chimed in. How could our Miss Ning know someone like you? The guards exchanged jibes, showing no sign of notifying anyone inside. Lu Ji was infuriated. Such snobbery was everywhere, and now he found himself a target. Do notify someone, otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you, Lu Ji said coldly. Threatening us? Are we easily intimidated? One guard mocked. Oh, I'm so scared. If you don't report it, what can you do? They laughed, finding amusement in the situation. A sharp clap interrupted their mockery. You dare strike me? The guard exclaimed, covering half of his face in shock. Chapter 20. You are dismissed. The security guard stared in shock at Lu Ji, astonished that someone would dare to act so boldly at the entrance of the Ning family estate. Seemingly losing his composure, he charged forward with his baton. The other guards, momentarily taken aback, quickly rallied, recognizing that a scruffy-looking student had the audacity to confront them. Without a second thought, they prepared to teach this insolent youth a lesson. In the Ning family office, a panicked employee burst in, exclaiming, Ning Zong, there's a disturbance. One of our guards has been severely beaten by a stranger. You must come quickly. What sort of person would dare to cause trouble here? Have you ascertained the details? Ning Qingxue asked, her brow furrowed. We don't know much. Just that it's a young man, and he is quite ruthless. Several of our men could not withstand him, including your hired bodyguards, came the reply. What? Ning Qingxue paused, incredulous. While she could believe her other guards could be overpowered, she was shocked to hear that even her elite bodyguards, battle-hardened men known for their lethal skills, had been bested. This was a substantial investment on her part, and if they were so easily defeated, it implied that the troublemaker was exceptionally skilled. By the time she rushed to the scene, the floor was strewn with the fallen, a disheartening sight. Upon recognizing Lu Ji, Ning Qingxue was taken aback. She had not anticipated his involvement. It was indeed unexpected that this young man possessed such prowess, capable of dispatching her men, including the hired thugs. What a delightful surprise. Miss Ning's threshold is indeed high. It seems I cannot enter, Lu Ji remarked, irritation evident in his voice. Since you do not welcome me, I shall take my leave. No, you misunderstand. I did not instruct them to stop you, Ning Qingsu retorted. Her annoyance directed not at Lu Ji, but at her subordinates for impeding her guest. Who gave you the authority to obstruct my visitors? The beaten guards and security personnel stood in stunned silence, having intended to report Lu Ji as the aggressor, only to find themselves recognized by Ning Qingsu. Ning Zong. I thought he was a con artist. The guard grimaced as he struggled to rise, attempting to explain. Whether he is a fraud is not for you to decide. What gives you the right to assume that responsibility? Ning Qingsu's voice was sharp. Do not fire us. They pleaded, desperation in their eyes. We were wrong. Grant us another chance. We want to repeat this mistake again. They cried, kneeling in supplication. They had been so arrogant moments ago, but now they were humbled, filled with regret for their rash judgment of Lu Ji as a mere swindler. Their once secure positions were now in jeopardy, and the prospect of finding equally lucrative employment filled them with dread. Realizing their fate was sealed, they could only leave in tears. Casting resentful glances at Lu Ji, Ning Qingsu felt a pang of guilt. Her lack of communication with the guards had nearly provoked Lu Ji's ire. Fortunately, the situation had not escalated further, resulting in only minor injuries to a few employees and the hired bodyguards, for which she would need to cover medical expenses. However, seeing Lu Ji also sparked another thought in her mind, whether he would be amenable to assisting her. Once inside the office, no one dared to mock Lu Ji's humble attire. All treated him with utmost respect, offering tea and water. What is it that you require of me, Miss Ning? Lu Ji inquired directly. Had it not been for his connection to Ning Qingsu, he might have turned on his heel and departed, unconcerned with her issues. Now seated in her office, he was not inclined to offer his assistance without knowing her intentions. Ning Qingsu regarded him thoughtfully, her feelings complex. She found herself looking at him more favorably than before, yet she did not regret their engagement. He simply did not fit her idea of an ideal partner. Luckily, her grandfather was absent, and her grandmother had been quite fond of Lu Ji, which had facilitated her decision to withdraw from the engagement. I have invited you here to seek your help from my grandmother, who has been unwell lately. I had intended to request your presence personally, but my commitments at the company have kept me preoccupied. I hope you can understand, she explained, her tone apologetic. However, I must say, today you have impressed me. Would you consider being my personal bodyguard for a few days? You possess ample wealth. Surely you can hire a bodyguard, Lu Ji replied, neither accepting nor declining her offer. I would, but did you not injure them and send them to the hospital? Ning Qingsu countered, exasperation evident in her voice. Are you attempting to extort me? Lu Ji chuckled in disbelief. Not at all. The project I am working on requires security, and it seems no one is more capable than you. Would you be willing to spare a few days? I can offer you a salary of 100,000 yuan up front, and should the project face any delays, I will provide additional compensation, she explained earnestly. Just then, a sultry voice interrupted. What are you discussing? May I join? A striking beauty entered the room. Yanran, what brings you here today? Ning Qingsu greeted her. I was shopping and happened to pass by. It's just noon, and I thought I might drop in for lunch, if you don't mind. And when did you two become chummy? She teased, noticing Lu Ji's presence. How should I address you? I have simply invited Dr. Lu to examine my grandmother and assist me for a few days. Ning Qingsu replied with a roll of her eyes. How is your grandmother? Is her condition worsening? Gu Yanran asked, concern etched on her face. Yes, the situation is not optimistic, Ning Qingsu admitted, her expression somber. Do not worry, you have Dr. Lu here. His medical skills are exceptional. Just look at me. I'm as light as a feather now. Everything is fine. Your grandmother will be all right, Gu Yanran reassured her. Lu Ji stood in bewilderment, questioning how he had become embroiled in this situation. All the assertions had been made by Gu Yanran, who spoke with such confidence as if he owed her something. Dr. Lu, you will cure my grandmother, one to you? Gu Yanran smiled sincerely, making it difficult for Lu Ji to refuse. Even without her assistance, Lu Ji would have attended to the elderly lady's condition. Out of respect for Ning Qingsu and her grandfather's relationship, he felt compelled to help. Chapter 21. The pursuer. I can take a look, but I cannot guarantee a cure, Lu Ji remarked. Just your presence is sufficient. With you here, I am certain everything will be fine. I trust you, Gu Yanran said cheerfully. Ning Qingsu observed the interaction between the two and shook her head, bemused by Yanran's enthusiasm regarding the matter, which seemed to surpass her own. Qingsu, I am coming in, a man's voice announced from outside, not allowing anyone the chance to respond before he entered. With his arrival, a waft of floral fragrance accompanied him, as he entered holding a large bouquet of vibrant red roses, followed by a rather imposing bodyguard. "Ching Snow, you look absolutely stunning today," the man exclaimed, visibly excited as he stepped forward. "What are these security personnel doing? How did they let anyone in?" Ning Ching Snow expressed her annoyance. I almost forgot to ask you. Where have your security guards gone?" Gu Yanran chimed in, recalling the question. Ning Kingsnow's expression soured as she cast a reproachful glance at Lu Ji. It was all his fault. Had he not injured those individuals, this man would not have gained entry today. Faced with her accusatory gaze, Lu Ji felt speechless. He had been unjustly blamed, and he had yet to seek retribution for the insults he endured. Those individuals deserved it, and given another chance, he would act the same way. As Ning Ching Snow glared at him, Lu Ji shrugged his shoulders, indicating his innocence. When Ning Ching Snow turned her attention to another young man, he glanced at him briefly. This was merely a poorly dressed youth, easily dismissed, as he paled in comparison to Lu Ji in every respect: appearance, presence, and background. He was among the elite. The bodyguard placed the bouquet beside Ning Kingsnow's desk. "Fong Tianhao, spare yourself the effort. I will never harbor feelings for you," Ning Ching Snow stated with disdain. Fong Tianhao was nothing more than a frivolous playboy, surrounded by beautiful women, living a life of leisure. Were it not for his father's business ties with the Hua Corporation, she would have long dismissed him. He was a hollow shell of a man, and she was disinclined to waste any words on him. Unfortunately, this persistent suitor refused to take no for an answer, and she could not simply strike him or berate him into silence. Today, he had followed her to the company, and with the security guards injured, he had found his way inside. "Ching Snow, my heart shines with sincerity like the bright moon. Grant me a chance," Fong Tianhao implored. "We are incompatible. There is no need for further discussion. I already have a boyfriend." Ning Ching Snow tightened her grip, gritting her teeth as she spoke helplessly. After uttering this, she glanced at Lu Ji from a distance, signaling him to cooperate. Internally, Lu Ji scoffed. Previously, she had boldly sought to annul their engagement. Yet now she wanted him to be her shield. Seeing Lu Ji's lack of response infuriated Ning Ching Snow. Her fists clenched in frustration. She wished to crush him for his obstinacy. With no other option, she moved closer to him, wrapping her arm around his, putting on a facade of vulnerability, and forcing a smile that appeared strained. Fong Tianhao, intent on proving his affection, was struck dumb by the scene before him. As if thunder had struck him from a clear sky. Was he being replaced? The person who should be beside Ning Ching Snow was him, not some impoverished wretch. If looks could kill, Lu Ji would have been dead on the spot. The insult was unbearable, likening him to a mere commoner. It felt as if his dignity was being trampled upon. Even Lu Ji was taken aback. He understood that Ning Ching Snow held him in contempt. Their social standings too disparate to bridge. Otherwise, she would not have disregarded her family's wishes in favor of annulling their engagement. She thought little of him. How could she possibly extend an olive branch? "I knew it. You two are up to something. Out with the truth," Gu Yanran interjected, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Help me, and you will regret it," Ning Ching No whispered urgently. "Why should I assist you?" Lu Ji retorted defiantly. "I'll pay you more. How does 50,000 sound?" Ning Ching Snow bit her lip, trying to negotiate. "Make it 100,000. Lu Ji countered, not seeking to extort her, but rather to express his indignation at her dismissive attitude. "You are extorting me," Ning Ching Snow exclaimed, fuming. "Then do not force it," Lu Ji raised his voice. "We simply—" "Is it not sufficient that I agree?" Ning Ching Snow hurriedly whispered. Matters of the heart are reciprocal. Soon, you shall partake in our joyous celebration." Lu Ji relented. "You are deceiving me," Fong Tianhao exclaimed, skeptical. "We are genuinely in love. Please do not interfere. I expect you to cease sending flowers to my fiancée, or I shall not be so courteous," Lu Ji declared, wrapping his arm around Ning King Snow's waist. Directing a cold stare at Fong Tianhao, Ning Ching Snow froze. She had never been so close to another man, especially not being embraced so directly. Were it not to dissuade Fong Tianhao's advances, she would have gladly severed Lu Ji's arm. "You actually prefer this pauper? You would choose to support a gigolo over me?" Fong Tianhao was on the verge of a breakdown, his thoughts a jumbled mess. Without comparison, there could be no pain, yet the one wounded was him, the wealthy scion. The fact that a penniless fellow had outshone him was unbearable. "I possess wealth in abundance. A mere flick of my finger could sustain you for half a lifetime. What do you have? You cannot even afford medical care. Can you truly provide for Ching Snow?" Only I can offer her a better life. Fang Tianhao's fury escalated as he assessed the situation. Though he was enamored with Ning Snow, he was not one to be insulted by this man. The affluent heir had never endured such indignity. He had always stood in a position of superiority. I am poor, yet proud. Your wealth does not impress me. You are but an empty shell, unworthy of affection, Lu Ji taunted, unwilling to let Fang Tianhao's insults slide. Chapter 22. I am not ill. Fang Tianhao indeed possesses the pride of privilege, having been born into a wealthy family where he need not worry about daily meals, clothing, or tuition fees. A person born with a golden key, he is devoid of any lack, be it cars, houses, wealth, or beautiful women. This very circumstance fuels his disdain for Lu Ji, a mere pauper who cannot possibly compare to him. However, the pride he once held faltered upon hearing Lu Ji's words. As if a thunderous roar echoed in his mind. You experience nightly convulsions, profuse sweating, physical weakness, and insomnia leading to nervous exhaustion. The vicious cycle leaves you increasingly depleted, to the point where you can barely function as a human being. How did you discern this? These symptoms only intensify with the changing weather, alternating between cold and heat. Unsteady on your feet, occasionally seeing darkness before your eyes, feeling strengthless. The profuse sweating is somewhat understandable, a consequence of your indiscretions, resulting in frequent trips to the bathroom, a reluctance to drink water, and an unending cycle of discomfort. You've investigated me? Fang Tianhao, now somewhat alarmed, particularly before the beautiful woman, felt humiliated. He wished to contest the claims, yet knew deep down that Lu Ji's observations were accurate. His indulgent lifestyle had taken its toll, and despite having consulted numerous experts, even abroad, they could offer no remedy. This affliction had become a heavy burden upon his heart. Am I frightening you? You know full well that this minor ailment does not require such elaborate efforts on my part. Your appearance reveals your inner condition. Though I may be impoverished, I am in good health and possess medical knowledge, which far surpasses your situation. What gives you the right to feel superior and arrogant before me? A frivolous playboy, squandering his health in a life of excess. What is there to be proud of? No amount of money can buy back your health. In Lu Ji's eyes, such individuals are contemptible, living lavishly on the hard-earned wealth of their parents, indulging in hedonistic excess. What merit is there in that? They are nothing without the support of their families. Qingxue, trust me, I am not ill. I can bring you happiness, he implored, sensing the disdain in Qingxue's gaze. Fang Tianhao felt a twinge of panic and quickly sought to explain, though he himself was plagued by doubts. His attempts to refute Lu Ji only served to confirm the truth of the latter's assertions, rendering his protests feeble and ineffective. Fang Xiao, given your state, you should refrain from putting on a brave face. Hurry and see a doctor. Why cling to Qingxue? Gu Yanran teased. You are utterly disgusting. Take your money and leave. Do not return, she added, her disdain for Fang Xiao growing. A notorious womanizer, his body already tainted, and yet he dared to pursue her friend. How despicable. You need not explain yourself. We share no connection. Your affairs are your own. Please leave. Ning Qingxue insisted with evident disgust. Faced with the disdain of the beautiful women, Fang Tianhao felt a sense of despair. He did not wish for things to be this way, yet the damage had been done. He sought treatment, but numerous experts had already declared him unfit for fatherhood. This was the consequence of his reckless lifestyle, a cycle of cause and effect. Can you truly perceive my? Do you have a way to assist me? Fang Tianhao hesitantly inquired of Lu Ji, still harboring doubts. After all, the latter had made accurate diagnoses without even a pulse check or diagnostic tools. Surely such a person must possess remarkable medical skills. Why should I help you? Lu Ji replied coldly. Having just belittled himself and elevated Lu Ji, now he was groveling before him. On what grounds would Lu Ji offer assistance? Even Ning Qingxue and Gu Yanran were taken aback. This was not the arrogant Fang Xiao they recognized, a scion of the Hua Lu group. He was a well-known figure among the elite, living a life of indulgence without remorse. He had never humbled himself, not even before his father, so to see him now, seeking help from a stranger, was a revelation. Fang Tianhao's eyes glimmered with a mixture of hope and resentment. How could he be so low as to seek assistance from his rival? Yet he could not let this opportunity slip away. What if Lu Ji truly had the means to heal him? If he hesitated, he might miss his only chance. I know you can accurately identify my condition, so you must have a solution, correct? He pressed for confirmation. You seem unable to grasp my words. We have no acquaintance. What gives me reason to treat you? Lu Ji expressed his annoyance. This arrogant young man irked him. While it is the duty of a healer to save lives, not everyone deserves such grace. And Feng Xiao was particularly irksome. I simply wish to know if you are capable of treating my ailment. Feng Tianhao persisted, disregarding Lu Ji's dismissive tone. Of course, I am, Lu Ji replied, though whether he would actually treat him remained uncertain. Feng Tianhao realized he had underestimated Lu Ji. If he could make such accurate assessments, he must have the confidence to heal. His heart raced with excitement, momentarily forgetting his original purpose for being there. Master, I apologize for my earlier attitude. Please, help me. In a moment of desperation, Feng Tianhao knelt before Lu Ji. You. Lu Ji was taken aback by this unexpected display, unsure of how to respond to such an act of supplication. Chapter 23 The healer's true essence lies in extending a helping hand to the benevolent, while for the wicked, there is no necessity to uphold such principles. Although Lu Ji possesses medical skills, he does not treat just anyone indiscriminately. Those deemed worthy may receive his care free of charge, yet the decision to treat those who have committed heinous acts rests solely with him. Feng Tianhao, despite his flaws, bears a visage that suggests he has not engaged in actions detrimental to others. His poor reputation is merely a consequence of his indulgences, a common affliction among the wealthy. Therefore, he is not entirely beyond the reach of Lu Ji's healing touch. Though capable of healing, Lu Ji hesitated. This young man, having squandered his vitality through reckless pursuits, might return to inflict harm upon other innocent women if restored to health. Would Lu Ji then be complicit in such misdeeds? You charlatan! You were never capable of this. Stop pretending to be a miracle worker. Feng Tianhao exclaimed in anger. He had humbled himself, even kneeling before Lu Ji, yet still received no treatment. It seemed he had fallen victim to a fraud, his trust misplaced due to his suffering, and he glared at Lu Ji with resentment for the predicament he found himself in. What do I have to gain by deceiving you? Even if you have lost your vitality, I could easily restore it, Lu Ji retorted, his frustration boiling over. Having mastered the art of medicine, he felt confident. Such minor ailments were mere trifles to him, and he would not tolerate insults to his craft. If you truly possess the skill to heal me, then prove it. I will comply with whatever you ask, even follow you like a servant. Feng Tianhao shot back, his provocation evident. Should I indeed cure you, what then? Lu Ji countered. Of course, I, Feng, am a man of my word. Once I commit, I shall not retract. If you heal me, I would serve you without complaint, Feng Tianhao declared, a manic glint in his eyes, doubting whether this young man truly had such capabilities. If you fail to heal me, I will ensure you find no refuge in Sioux City, he warned, his eyes flashing red. A healer capable of curing him would be a benefactor. But if it were merely a ruse to belittle him, he would make Lu Ji aware of the consequences of deceit. In life, one is often faced with choices and struggles against fate. Feng Tianhao was willing to gamble. Should he win, he would regain his health. If he lost, his situation would remain unchanged. Dealing with a pauper was no challenge. He had ample means to manage that, and he risked little. Observing the fervor of this desperate youth, Lu Ji sighed inwardly. If you wish for my assistance, it is not out of the question. You need only state your terms, and I will comply. Feng Tianhao replied eagerly, his excitement palpable. My services do not come cheaply, Lu Ji warned. Money is no object. Name your price, Feng Tianhao insisted. 10 million. Lu Ji stated matter-of-factly. Feng Tianhao paused, momentarily taken aback, yet this sum was trivial for him. I meant 10 million in USD, Lu Ji clarified, emphasizing the exorbitance. Such a price? Feng Tianhao was left astounded. This was not merely expensive, it was exorbitant. Though he viewed this amount as pocket change, he had never encountered a physician who would demand such a fee up front. The onlookers were equally shocked by Lu Ji's pricing, questioning whether he was a swindler. The bodyguards exchanged glances, incredulous that Feng Tianhao would acquiesce to such a demand. Gu Yanran, too, found herself momentarily stunned, having sought Lu Ji's treatment without a fee. She now contemplated the worth of his services. Although the price was steep, she recognized the value of his expertise, especially given that numerous specialists had failed where he had succeeded. To him, what were complex maladies to others were mere trifles. Lu Ji's exorbitant quotation was, in truth, a response to Feng Tianhao's arrogance. If he was so affluent, why not make him pay dearly? The more effortless the healing appeared, the less he would appreciate it. If you deem it too costly, you need not accept my services. I am not coercing you. After all, who am I to be so impoverished? A man must earn a living, he concluded, tightening his embrace around Ning Qingshuang. Let go, Ning Qingshuang retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Lu Ji chuckled, releasing her from his grasp. There was a limit to jesting. He could not afford to offend her, lest he suffer the consequences. Very well, aside from the payment. What other conditions do you impose? Fang Tianhao demanded through gritted teeth, his focus solely on the terms set by Lu Ji, oblivious to the playful interaction occurring nearby. Fang Tianhao, being quite wealthy, did not hesitate to offer the substantial sum without negotiation, which left Lu Ji surprised at the apparent ease with which the affluent squandered their wealth. I will not engage with women during your treatment. How can I be certain of your methods unless I see results? Fang Tianhao questioned skeptically. There are ways to avoid such temptations, surely, among your acquaintances. None are unfamiliar with the allure of the flesh. Perhaps you might procure some entertainment for yourself? Lu Ji suggested, struggling to suppress his own embarrassment as he broached such an unsavory topic. Rogue, Ning Qingshuang interjected, casting Lu Ji a disapproving glance. Lu Ji felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had unwittingly earned a reputation as a scoundrel due to Fang Tianhao's provocations. He glared back at Fang Tianhao, anger simmering within. Fang Tianhao, for his part, found himself at a loss for words. He had not spoken out of turn, yet it seemed this doctor was taking offense. Very well, I shall comply, he conceded, though he felt the heat of embarrassment rising at Lu Ji's suggestion, determined to regain his health at any cost. One hand for payment, the other for healing, Lu Ji declared, extending his hand. Without hesitation, Fang Tianhao wrote a check and handed it over, displaying no reluctance or regret. The world of the wealthy was indeed unfathomable. Chapter 24. Is this not just deception? Fang Tianhao, true to his affluent nature, displayed a remarkable composure as he produced a substantial sum of money, hardly batting an eyelash. Holding the check in his hand, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind about its authenticity. Could you please verify its legitimacy? Lu Ji requested, passing the check to Ning Qingshuang. After all, those of substantial wealth are well acquainted with checks. They can discern their authenticity at a glance. Am I really in a position to deceive you? Who do you think I am, Fang Xiao? I wouldn't resort to such trickery, Fang Tianhao replied, slightly irked by the insinuation. However, he clarified. The funds will take a week to transfer to my account. What? You can't be serious. Lu Ji frowned. Of course, I am serious. The money on this check is accumulated from my annual bonuses, deposited by my mother in a Swiss bank. It is not from my father. And I need time to withdraw it, Fang Tianhao explained. Ah, the wealthy really are different. Accumulating nearly 100 million in bonuses annually. What about us common folk? Lu Ji mused, recalling that his own New Year's money barely amounted to a few hundred. The disparity was stark. Rest assured, if Fang Xiao dares to deceive you, I will be the first to hold him accountable, Gu Yanran asserted. Gu, don't join in the mockery. Fang Xiao is a man of his word. Fang Tianhao retorted angrily. Let us wait and see. Fang Xiao, Gu Yanran chuckled lightly. Fang Tianhao was left speechless in his frustration. Ning Qingshuang cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ji, recognizing that this fellow had a knack for making money, effortlessly amassing tens of millions with mere words. Despite her own company's substantial annual revenue exceeding 100 million, she envied his ease of profit, reaffirming the adage that possessing a particular skill is of utmost importance. At Fang Tianhao's residence, Lu Ji was determined to fulfill his promise of treatment. Given the inconvenient setting of the Ning company, it was only appropriate to conduct the session at the Fang household, where Fang Tianhao treated him with utmost respect, showing no signs of neglect. As Lu Ji placed his hand on Fang Tianhao's wrist to take his pulse, he observed that the symptoms were consistent with his previous assessment. He approached the patient with diligence, understanding that the doctor-patient relationship transcends all boundaries. Thus, he devised a tailored treatment plan. With deft hands, he retrieved silver needles and inserted them at specific acupoints on Fang Tianhao's body, channeling his spiritual energy to activate the needles. They trembled slightly under the influence of his internal force, sending warmth coursing through the entirety of Fang Tianhao's being. The purpose of the acupuncture was to consolidate the vital energy and secure the dissipating yang energy. However, this was merely a temporary measure, stabilizing the condition rather than curing it. His ailment was indeed severe. How comforting. This feels rather intriguing, Fang Tianhao remarked, distinctly sensing a long-lost sensation, a joy that overwhelmed him. Do not get too excited. This is only the beginning, Lu Ji replied with a disapproving glance. Despite not receiving a warm reception, Fang Tianhao was exhilarated. Although he restrained his outward expression, he was acutely aware of the changes within his body. After consulting numerous experts who failed to alleviate his condition, now, after just a few needles, he felt an exhilarating warmth surging within him, igniting a newfound vigor. Due to severe losses and the reckless consumption of potent tonics, his body was overwhelmed and could only be stabilized by locking in his vital energy. This meant that during the treatment period, he could not engage with women. Any indulgence would render even divine intervention futile. With the nourishing young energy, his kidneys would gradually recover, and the very foundation of his masculinity held promise for restoration, albeit a lengthy process. After an extensive session, beads of sweat began to form on Lu Ji and Appo's forehead. Yet everything proceeded smoothly. Although Fang Tianhao's condition was dire, his youth worked in his favor. A middle-aged man would not have been as easily treated. Remember, no contact with women, especially during this critical year of treatment. If you disregard my advice, you will bear the consequences, Lu Ji warned sternly. Is it truly impossible? I can sense the changes already, Fang Tianhao inquired cautiously. If you are not serious about your recovery, then do as you wish. However, heed my words. If you engage in any relations during this period, even divine beings would be unable to remedy your condition, Lu Ji stated with gravity. Oh, how will I cooperate with you moving forward? More acupuncture? Not for now. I will prepare some herbal remedies for you. Be mindful of your diet. Avoid cold, fresh, and spicy foods, and refrain from smoking and drinking. I might as well become a monk, Fang Tianhao muttered, feeling a bit embarrassed by his earlier complaints. If you wish to abandon treatment, feel free, Lu Ji responded, irritated. Of course, I want to be treated. I will comply with your medical advice, Fang Tianhao pledged earnestly. His earlier grumbling had been caught, rendering him somewhat awkward. However, after the treatment, he genuinely believed in Lu Ji and Appo's abilities. Realizing that he was not merely attempting to deceive him, but was indeed capable of healing his affliction, filling him with profound respect for this individual. Suddenly, the sound of coins clinking filled the air as Lu Ji noticed the hospital's compensation funds had been promptly deposited. The director certainly demonstrated diligence, processing the funds with remarkable efficiency. Typically, hospital transactions require lengthy procedures. It usually takes at least 10 days, if not longer. Although Fang Xiao had provided the payment for his treatment, without the funds in his account, he could not withdraw anything. Now, with the arrival of some capital, he felt considerably more secure. He aspired to reach higher levels of cultivation and needed specific herbal supplements. With funds, he could procure the necessary herbs. Despite his medical background, he was still unfamiliar with the market prices of medicinal herbs. His ideal destination for gathering the required herbs was the largest herbal market in Suzhou, renowned for its comprehensive selection. Though somewhat remote, the market was bustling with customers, and traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were present, akin to a small clinic. Lu Ji arrived early, as the service staff were just beginning their shifts, and the atmosphere felt rather desolate. One of the attendants appeared as if just awakened, yawning frequently, seemingly struggling to shake off sleepiness. To stave off drowsiness, she resorted to browsing entertainment on her phone. Hello, I would like to procure some herbs. Here is my prescription, Lu Ji announced as he stepped inside. It's not time yet. Please wait outside, the attendant replied, barely glancing up. Isn't the purpose of opening for business to serve customers? Why must I wait outside? Lu Ji retorted, irked by her dismissive attitude. I told you, it's not time yet. If you're in a hurry, find another place to shop. The annoyed attendant replied. Chapter 25. What is the point of pretending without money? Lu Ji felt a twinge of anger at the rudeness of the waiter. He was aware that the medicinal herbs he sought might be found here, and it was uncertain whether he could procure them elsewhere, compelling him to endure the wait outside. However, after standing for what felt like an eternity, his legs beginning to ache, he grew increasingly frustrated. It was already 9:30. Surely they should be open by now. Despite his reluctance, he suppressed the urge to leave. Although the service was lacking, the quality of the medicines was assured, and the establishment held a commendable reputation. Otherwise, who would endure such treatment for the same price? All right, you may come in, the waiter said impatiently as he pocketed his phone. Though his demeanor was still irritable, a flicker of excitement crossed his face when he noticed Lu Ji's prescription. The herbs listed were of rare value. If this order was fulfilled, it would yield a significant profit, as their wages were tied to performance, transforming his sullen expression into one of delight. Please wait, I will check the inventory for you," the waiter said with a newfound cheerfulness, his attitude shifting positively as he hurried to the back to check on the availability of the items. Despite his earlier rudeness, Luigi appreciated the waiter's newfound eagerness to assist him. "Do you require all of these herbs?" the waiter inquired. "Indeed, I want them all. The older the herbs, the better. Please calculate the total cost for me," Luigi replied. Of course, the waiter's spirits lifted, and he worked with renewed vigor. These herbs are aged 10 to 20 years, so the price is higher, totaling 178,500 yuan. "Is it really that much? We offer the lowest prices in the city. You won't find such quality at a better rate anywhere else. I'm giving you this discount because you are our first customer today. You can verify it with other establishments if you wish," the waiter insisted. "Do you accept WeChat or Alipay? Once the payment is settled, I'll weigh the herbs for you," he added swiftly. He couldn't afford to lose such a good customer. After all, they were a state-owned enterprise. Although this was the lowest price, who could guarantee that private pharmacies wouldn't offer discounts? He couldn't let such a valuable patron slip away. Luigi was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated needing such a vast sum of money. He only had about 50 to 60,000 yuan in his account, which included compensation from the hospital. Although Feng Xiao had provided a substantial amount, it would take time to access those funds. At present, he simply could not afford it. "I don't have that much money in my account. I thought this amount would suffice for the medicines," Luigi admitted candidly. "What are you doing here if you can't afford it? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" The waiter's expression darkened, realizing that what he expected to be a lucrative transaction was instead with a pauper. "I'm sorry, I honestly thought it would only be a few thousand," Luigi lamented. "Get out of here. You come to waste my time, and I'm being lenient. If it were my colleagues, they would have given you a beating. What is the point of pretending when you are obviously broke?" The waiter scoffed, disbelieving that Luigi had any real money. His anger simmered, feeling that his morning had been ruined by such an encounter, leaving no room for pleasantries. The abrupt shift in the waiter's demeanor infuriated Luigi, who felt a surge of anger. If he had known the herbs would cost so much, he wouldn't have come here so early to face this humiliation. Moreover, he wasn't entirely out of money. It merely hadn't cleared yet. "This is your workplace. Addressing customers courteously is your responsibility. What right do you have to be disrespectful to a patron? If you wish to be treated like royalty, perhaps you should consider a different profession," Luigi retorted vehemently. He had no intention of engaging in idle banter, especially with such an unpleasant waiter. He turned on his heel, ready to leave, dismissing the pointless aggravation. "Coming here without money, what a farce. Truly sickening," the waiter muttered bitterly as Luigi exited. Returning home, Luigi still seethed with indignation, regretting ever visiting that place and incurring such unnecessary irritation. Upon entering, he sensed a distinctly different atmosphere. A Lamborghini was parked outside, exuding an air of extravagance. "Where have you been?" "We have guests," his mother remarked upon his arrival. "It's me," a woman stood and said. "Ning Qingxue, what brings you here?" Luigi inquired. "I initially sought your help for my grandmother's illness, but was interrupted by Feng Xiao. Today, I have come to personally invite you," Ning Qingxue explained. Previously, Luigi had been somewhat dismissive, but now he believed in his own medical abilities. The incident involving Gu Yanran and Feng Tianhao had solidified this belief. If Feng Xiao, a person of status, sought out someone without credentials, it was evident that Luigi possessed some merit. "Can you tell me what illness your grandmother has?" Luigi asked, furrowing his brow. It was not that he was unwilling to help. Families like the Ning family had access to numerous experts. Why would they rely on him? A mere student with no reputation or qualifications. Their world was fraught with complexities, and it was often best to remain uninvolved. However, having studied medicine, his instinct was to heal, and with Ning Qingxue personally requesting his assistance, he found it difficult to decline. Yet, he felt it prudent to inquire further. "She has been suffering from the same ailment for over a decade. It has recently worsened," Ning Qingxue said gravely. The gravity of the situation did not escape Luigi. If it were not serious, Ning Qingxue would not have sought him out. "Your family is quite prominent. Surely you can find competent doctors. Why turn to me? A fresh graduate? To be frank, we have consulted renowned physicians from Suzhou and across the country, including the esteemed Dr. Zhuang. However, their treatments have only managed to alleviate her symptoms temporarily," Ning Qingxue admitted, her skepticism of Luigi gradually giving way to hope, as if she could see a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. Chapter 26. Miss Ning Qingxue's request. "Miss Ning, I am not a renowned physician. nor do I possess any medical qualifications. So many esteemed doctors have been unable to treat the elder's ailment. I doubt my humble skills would surpass theirs. I fear I may not be of assistance, Lu Ji gently declined. The depths of a prominent family's affairs are profound. Having just entered society and acquired a modicum of medical knowledge, he had no desire to attract attention. Wealthy and influential families may not regard him, a mere impoverished youth, with any significance. Even though Ning Qingxue had approached him for help, it was uncertain whether she held any authority within her family. In a few days, our family will welcome a team of specialists for my grandmother's condition. I hope you can join us. Even if you cannot provide treatment, any advice would be appreciated. There will be no shortage of gratitude in the form of a red envelope. Attendance is guaranteed to be rewarded. I have come to extend this invitation, Ning Qingxue said. I sincerely hope you will attend. It would benefit both my grandmother and provide you with a token of appreciation. It is a win-win situation, is it not? Please do not refuse, she implored, knowing that if Lu Ji were present, he could surely assist in treating her grandmother's ailment, even if only with suggestions. Very well. I shall visit the elder. But should I find myself unable to assist, do not hold it against me, Lu Ji reluctantly agreed. After all, he wished to cultivate his skills, and procuring medicinal ingredients would require substantial funds, which he currently lacked. A red envelope would certainly be advantageous. This is the invitation. Please keep it safe. I shall come to escort you. Here is the money I promised you last time. Ning Qingxue presented the invitation, her heart buoyant. For it seemed her endeavor to secure Lu Ji's assistance had been successful. He had not quibbled over the matter. While her actions of using Lu Ji as a shield may seem morally ambiguous, she felt it necessary to dissuade Fang Tianhao, and compensating Lu Ji was only fair. Lu Ji, however, did not hesitate to accept. The sum was trivial for Miss Ning, but could resolve many of his pressing issues. And, he inquired, what is it? Could you serve as my bodyguard for a few more days? Once this project is secured, I will compensate you handsomely, Ning Qingxue said, somewhat embarrassed. She had initially sought his medical expertise, but now found herself asking him to protect her. A bit excessive, yet given that he had incapacitated her hired bodyguards, she had few options available. Moreover, Lu Ji's prowess assured her that with his protection, her project would proceed safely and swiftly. Lu Ji had not anticipated that Ning Qingxue's earlier words were genuine. She truly desired his assistance for her safety. He was curious about the nature of her project that warranted such caution, but deemed it inappropriate to inquire further, as it was likely confidential. Nevertheless, he felt confident in his abilities. Ordinary individuals posed little threat to him. Very well, I can spare a few days. I still need time to gather my medicinal supplies for cultivation, so the wait is manageable, he conceded. Ning Qingxue's hand clasped Lu Ji's in excitement, her face breaking into a rare smile. Since assuming her role in the Ning family, she had forgotten the warmth of laughter, often appearing cold and distant, a visage designed to keep others at bay. Yet, this fleeting glimpse of her true self left Lu Ji momentarily entranced. It must be noted that Ning Qingxue was renowned as a beauty in Sioux City. Even her icy demeanor was sought after by many suitors. Now, with her radiant smile, she was even more enchanting. Upon noticing Lu Ji's captivated gaze, she quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushed, and her smile vanished, reverting to her former frigid demeanor. Lu Ji, too, shook himself from his reverie, realizing he had been mesmerized by her enchanting smile, which bore a unique charm. After bidding farewell to Ning Qingxue, Lu Mu discreetly emerged from the inner room, careful not to disrupt the atmosphere between the two. She truly admired the young lady. Ning Qingxue was polite and cultured, clearly raised in a refined environment. This girl is quite gracious and well-mannered. She embodies the qualities of a true lady, a testament to her family's upbringing, Lu Mu remarked. We have nothing to offer. She merely wishes for me to treat her grandmother, Lu Ji hurriedly explained. Do I look like I would believe that? You, with your limited skills, cannot even write a proper prescription. What qualifies you to treat anyone? Stop making excuses. I find this girl quite admirable, Lu Mu retorted, casting him a skeptical glance. Believe what you will. Our acquaintance is merely that. Ordinary friends, Lu Ji replied, unwilling to further justify himself, as it was evident that his mother remained unconvinced. Son, when you encounter a good girl, do not let her slip away, Lu Mu advised. She was acutely aware of her son's character. Although he had graduated from medical school, she doubted the adequacy of his education to treat patients. Many may have credited him for their recoveries, but but she suspected it was merely coincidence. Nevertheless, she wished for her son to find happiness and not let that troublesome woman impede his romantic pursuits. With a new beginning, the past would fade away. Lu Ji's previous romantic history would be forgotten with time, as his mother hoped he would not encounter someone like Chen's family again. "Mother, you need not worry about my affairs," Lu Ji replied. "How can I not be concerned? Forget about that Chen girl. I will find someone better for you," she insisted. "I am no longer involved with Chen Yiting. You need not fret. Your primary concern should be your own health. I am grown now and capable of handling my own matters," Lu Ji reassured her. Seeing her son so disinterested, Lu Mu felt anxious. Such a wonderful girl. Yet he seemed oblivious to her merits. She feared that Chen Yiting might resurface, and that family was entirely unsuitable for her son. That previous girl had indeed been delightful. But alas, the feeling was unreciprocated. Her son did not seem to consider the possibility of a deeper connection. She felt powerless, unable to dictate her son's life choices. However, she could not stand idly by while he remained vulnerable to emotional manipulation. Perhaps it was time to reconnect with her old friends to seek suitable candidates. Only through genuine emotions could her son move on from his past. Lu Mu had long believed that her son's reluctance to date stemmed from an inability to forget his 3-year relationship with Chen Yiting. She could not allow him to continue on this path. She needed to intervene. "Son, you must come to Defeng Hotel immediately. I will be waiting for you," Lu Mu said, abruptly ending the call, denying Lu Ji any chance to refuse. Puzzled as to why his mother was at Defeng Hotel, a place she would typically avoid, Lu Ji hurried there with curiosity. "Hurry up. I'm here," Lu Mu called out excitedly as she spotted him outside. "Mother, what brings you here?" Lu Ji asked. "Do not ask. Bentley has introduced you to a girl, a nurse. She is quite attractive, and I found her to be very polite. You should meet her," Lu Mu urged. "Mother, I am not interested." "Please do not meddle in my affairs," Lu Ji replied, astonished that his mother was orchestrating a matchmaking endeavor. He was currently focused solely on his cultivation and had no desire for romantic entanglements. "Since you are already here, just take a look. You might find her appealing. After all, you are both young and share a common field of study," Lu Mu insisted. Chapter 27. Blind Date Concerning His Mother's Intentions. Lu Ji found it challenging to refuse. Reluctantly, he decided to go along with it. After all, he could not bear to put his mother in a difficult position. Nor could he make Aunt Li uncomfortable. "Fine, I will meet her, but let me make this clear, just this once. After this, I do not wish to have any more blind dates arranged for me. I assure you, I will not be destined to live a solitary life," Lu Ji declared. In truth, Lu Ji had not disclosed to his mother the matter concerning his grandfather, who had arranged 10 potential marriages for him. Fortunately, he had managed to cancel one of them, yet the remaining arrangements remained unresolved. At this moment, revealing this to his mother might lead to unpredictable consequences for her heart. It was perhaps wiser to keep it a secret. "All right, as long as you agree to this one, I shall not interfere any further," Lu's mother readily acquiesced. In her eyes, this meeting held promise. The young woman was exceptionally rare, possessing a sweet appearance that she believed would surely appeal to her son. If she handled this correctly, a daughter-in-law would be secured. Miss Ning was indeed a lovely person, but alas, there was a significant disparity between their families. Just look at the car she drove. Though it bore no brand, its value was apparent. If her son expressed reluctance to pursue a relationship due to familial reasons, it would be unwise to force it. Compatibility in social standing was essential for maintaining dignity. The duo ascended to a private room on the 4th floor, where the young woman had already arrived. Lu's mother, feeling a pang of regret, ordered the most extravagant signature dish, an enormous lobster costing several thousand yuan. It pained her somewhat, yet she believed that spending was worthwhile for her son's reputation. "This is my son, Lu Ji, and this is Lin Xiao." Along with her parents, Lu's mother introduced them, noting that Aunt Li, the matchmaker, was already acquainted with them. At this moment, Lu's mother felt an overwhelming sense of joy, her face adorned with a radiant smile. "I have previously shared with you the circumstances of the Lu family. Now that everyone is present, please assess whether there is mutual attraction. The young man has an impeccable character and is a graduate of a medical university, promising a bright future. This is indeed a prime opportunity." Aunt Li interjected upon seeing the Lu family enter. Gazing at the two, both possessing striking appearances, Aunt Li felt elated. This was undoubtedly one of her most aesthetically pleasing matchmaking endeavors. As long as the two felt an attraction, this union was surely destined to succeed. "Please, Take a seat and converse, Aunt Lee urged Lu Ji. Lu Ji, Sister Lee has provided me with a brief overview of your situation. I would like to inquire about your current employment and future aspirations, Lin's mother inquired directly. After graduation, I am currently working as a delivery driver while awaiting the conclusion of my internship to receive my diploma, Lu Ji responded without hesitation. Lin Xiao indeed resembled what her mother had described, possessing large, captivating eyes and fair skin, akin to that of a starlet. It was uncertain whether her beauty was natural or enhanced, yet she certainly commanded attention, her face devoid of a smile as she appraised him in return. Lin's mother was a fashionably dressed woman, her keen eyes reflecting her astuteness. Lin's father, however, bore a more imposing presence, his corpulent physique suggesting a lack of concern for fitness, his demeanor devoid of sophistication. The initial impression was not favorable. Despite the young woman's beauty, her serious countenance, as if burdened by a debt, created discomfort. This was merely superficial, and Lu Ji refrained from making judgments, enduring the encounter for his mother's hopeful gaze. Do you intend to continue working as a delivery driver? Lin's mother expressed her disapproval of Lu Ji's occupation, deeming it unworthy of their daughter. Not indefinitely. This is merely temporary. I am actively seeking an internship at a hospital and currently awaiting news, Lu Ji replied. Which hospital? Lin's mother inquired. Second People's Hospital of Suzhou. The Second People's Hospital? Quite impressive, Lin's mother exclaimed, her interest piqued. Lu Ji had no confirmed internship nor connections, as he was not an undergraduate. Thus, securing a position was unlikely. Out of necessity, he continued with deliveries, having no plans to pursue further opportunities. His primary goal was graduation. Upon being questioned, he recalled Director Li's invitation, which served as a convenient excuse. Is there a possibility of securing a position at the hospital post-internship? Lin's mother pressed further. If I could secure a position at that hospital, it would certainly be worth considering, given its esteemed reputation in Suzhou, she mused. If Lu Ji succeeded in obtaining a position there, it could provide stability for her daughter as well. That remains uncertain. I have yet to receive any notifications and cannot provide a definitive answer, Lu Ji replied. I see, Lin's mother responded, disappointment creeping in as uncertainties loomed. Can you buy a car for my daughter? Can you afford a house? Lin's father interjected. It seems premature to discuss such matters, given that we have only just met. Lu Ji frowned. Not too early. My daughter is still single, and forming a relationship cannot be without substance. To speak candidly, should this not work out, we risk losing time in her youth, Lin's father retorted coldly. Initially eager to pursue this connection, Lin's father began to regret it upon realizing Lu Ji's financial limitations. If he could provide a car and a house, discussions could continue. However, it was doubtful that this young man could meet such expectations. I am currently unable to fulfill your requirements, Lu Ji said, growing increasingly impatient. You cannot meet the requirements. Why should I consider you? Presently, you cannot even guarantee support, let alone in the future. How can I trust you? Lin Xiao interjected angrily. She was indeed a prized catch, with no shortage of admirers in both school and her workplace. Had Aunt Lee not suggested that Lu Ji might work at a reputable hospital, she would not have attended this blind date. What use is looks in today's world? One must possess wealth. Without money, pursuing a relationship is a farce. I have no obligation to waste my time here, she declared. Li Auntie, you did not present it this way before. Lin Xiao expressed her frustration towards Aunt Lee, feeling deceived. Indeed, Aunt Lee, they possess nothing. Is this not a deception? Had we known, we would not have come. Lin's mother's expression turned stern. Oh, my dear sister, you must broaden your perspective. This young man has just graduated. His potential is limitless. I have told you he is a promising candidate. Once he secures a position, wealth will follow, and he will surely be able to provide for Lin Xiao, Aunt Lee hurriedly defended. This is not acceptable. We cannot wait for the future. Chapter 28. The repulsive family. Lin's father set down his utensils, his expression cold. It was evident that this was a case of deception. As a small business owner, he was all too familiar with such tactics, yet today they were being employed against him. If someone wished to court his daughter, the first requirement was to purchase a car worth over 100,000. They were not asking for an extravagant Audi worth 4 to 500,000. Nor did he wish to make things difficult. The second stipulation was to acquire a 120 square meter apartment in the city, alongside a betrothal gift of 500,000. Lin's father boldly declared. What? Aunt Lee and Mother Lu exclaimed in unison. Isn't that excessive? Mother Lu protested. Isn't it customary for families to demand such things for marriage? If you wish to wed, you must meet these expectations, Lin's father retorted arrogantly, casting a disdainful glance at the Liu family. These were the conditions that allowed him to occupy this position. Without them, it was futile to entertain any thoughts of an engagement. After all, his daughter was the most beautiful in the area, and he had no doubt she would find a suitable match. We truly cannot afford such an amount. Could we possibly negotiate for less? Mother Liu expressed her regret, realizing they had not anticipated such exorbitant demands. Even if they sold their house, they could not gather the required funds. It seemed that despite their polished appearance, the Lin family was just as avaricious as the Qin family. She regretted this encounter, fearing it would only add salt to her son's wounds and wishing it wouldn't adversely affect him. Haha, we haven't even discussed agreement yet. It seems premature to be talking about these matters, Lu Ji remarked, unfazed and even smiling. You dare to disagree? What grounds do you have to object? The initiative lies with us. Our presence here is merely out of respect for Sister Li. If you lack the funds, then you should leave at once. Mother Lin countered angrily. Her daughter was the apple of their eye, cherished and pursued by many. They had come here with hopes in their hearts, and now this boy, who was nothing, had the audacity to look down on them. It was an insult, and she felt her temper flare as she stood up. A matchmaking event is merely a chance to see compatibility. If it exists, they can come together. If not, they part ways. It is the most natural thing. Do not think that I will give you money even if I had it. Your family is beyond my reach, Lu Ji retorted hotly. You're nothing but a toad. You should consider yourself lucky if we were the ones to reject you. What right do you have to disdain us? Lin Zhao's face flushed red with anger. Today, she had been humiliated by a pauper, and it felt as if her heart would explode from rage. A beggar dares to insult us? You don't even want to spend a dime. You may as well remain single for life. Mother Lin splashed a cup of water directly onto Lu Ji's face. Linda May, that's not how you should speak. Lu Ji is indeed a fine young man. I've watched him grow up, although. Aunt Li attempted to interject, but was cut off. Sister Li, there's no need to continue. We should avoid families like this in the future. It is simply beneath us. They think they are worthy of our Xiao Zhao's beauty, but a toad will always remain a toad, a puddle of mud. We mustn't soil our feet with such filth. Mother Lin declared with a look of disdain and disgust. Without money, there can be no love. This is a waste of our time. Lin Xiao expressed her impatience, wishing to leave immediately. I didn't want to come either. Your faces make me feel nauseous, Lu Ji said as he stood up, pulling his mother away. He felt an impulse to lash out the longer he stayed. Lu Ji, please listen to me. Aunt Li rushed after them, realizing that she might have ruined things. This was not the outcome she had hoped for. What was supposed to be a joyful occasion had turned two families into adversaries, leaving her caught in the middle. Wait, you haven't settled the bill yet. Lin's father shouted in anger, feeling a surge of frustration. What was this situation? They had come to the matchmaking event in high spirits, only to be confronted with the Lin family's mercenary attitude, leaving Lu Ji feeling quite ill. Mother Lu too felt deflated. Her intentions to help her son move on from a past relationship had backfired spectacularly. The good impression she had hoped for had vanished, and they had incurred the ire of the Lin family, leaving Aunt Li in a difficult position. It seemed her meddling had only brought troubles to her son and herself. She resolved that in the future, she would refrain from intervening, feeling the sting of unprovoked criticism directed at her. Mom, it's all right. Every setback is a lesson. You needn't worry about my affairs. I will manage them well. Just focus on your health and await the arrival of a daughter-in-law. Lu Ji consoled his mother, who was filled with guilt and self-reproach. All right, I will wait, Mother Lu replied, though her heart felt heavy. She understood her son was merely trying to comfort her, when in truth, it was he who deserved consolation. Days passed, and still, no one had come to clean their house. A woman stood outside the Lu residence, shouting loudly. Ever since Lu Ji had stormed off in anger, he had not returned home, and the passage of time had left her feeling quite uneasy. They had grown accustomed to commanding Lu Ji's assistance, and now she was back, confident that this useful servant would soon yield to her daughter's charms. Mother Lu opened the door to find Chun Yiting's mother standing there, yelling, which drew the attention of the neighbors. My son and your daughter are finished. Do not come looking for us again, Mother Lu said, somewhat irritated. It had been days, and the Chun family was still haunting them. After 3 years, you say it's over just like that? How do you treat my daughter? You are truly an ungrateful wretch. Chen's mother exploded, taken aback by Jiang Rua's newfound boldness in standing up to her. Despite the earlier confrontation, where they had verbally assaulted Jiang Rua, She had been too stunned to respond and had fainted from anger. But now, facing her again, she seemed to have developed a backbone. Bring Lu Ji out this instant. He needs to come and clean our house. It's been far too long. Don't think you can slack off. My daughter is lucky to have even considered him. Chen's mother commanded imperiously. You have the audacity to say that? Your daughter is unworthy of my son. He is not your family's servant. After sleeping with my daughter, you expect him to take responsibility for your daughter's youth. Mother Lu shot back, furious. Indeed, they were together for years. How can it be over just like that? Is it possible that this young Lu has taken a liking to another girl? Recently, luxury cars have been seen picking up Lu Ji. Perhaps he has found himself a wealthy woman, someone speculated. Fickle hearts are common among the young these days. They have no sense of loyalty, another chimed in. If he has been intimate with someone, he ought to take responsibility. He cannot act like Chen Shimi. Hearing the neighbors' gossip, Chen's mother grew even more agitated. It seemed that the eyes of the public were sharp, and she wished to make it clear that evading responsibility would not be tolerated. Chapter 29. The Chun family's utter shamelessness. The one who slept with your daughter is Ling Guangjuan. If you are to seek someone, it should be him. I am merely the victim, Lu Ji remarked coldly as he stepped forward. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. There were hidden truths in this matter. Young people nowadays truly lack discretion. The girl in question did not appear to be innocent, and the revelation of infidelity was unexpected. Upon hearing this, Chun's mother struggled to contain her emotions, her face reddening with indignation. Despite her growing unease, she was unwilling to leave without achieving her aims. Humph. Do you think I am unaware? You have climbed the social ladder and wish to evade responsibility. Can you afford to compensate for 3 years of youth? If I do not receive an explanation today, I shall not depart, she declared, throwing a tantrum. An explanation? It is you who owe me an explanation. Had I not stumbled upon the truth, I would still be in the dark. I have shown considerable restraint by not pursuing the matter with Chun Yiting. So do not push me further, Lu Ji retorted. Seeing the icy glare from Lu Ji, Chen's mother, who had previously been so brazen, now felt a pang of anxiety. For reasons unknown, this formerly meek individual had suddenly become intimidating. How could the Chen family be so shameless, expecting Lu Ji to take the blame for their daughter's indiscretions? Were they bullying the Lu family simply because there were no men to defend them? Indeed, it would be wise to limit interactions with such a family. They are so audacious in their wrongdoings, murmured a bystander, shifting their stance as they began to reevaluate their earlier opinions. The trouble stemmed from the woman of the Chen family, whose aggressive demeanor had led them to mistakenly rally behind her. At that moment, Chen Yiting, who had just arrived with Lin Fong, overheard Lu Ji's words and felt a wave of shame wash over her. Some matters, though seemingly justified in the presence of the involved parties, should not be brought to light, especially when one is in the wrong. The weight of public scrutiny bore heavily upon her, prompting her to grasp her mother's arm and hastily depart. Everyone disperse. There is nothing more to see here. Lu Ji waved his hand dismissively. The onlookers, sensing the lack of entertainment, gradually drifted away, each returning to their own homes, allowing the farcical scene to come to a close. In a foul mood, Lu Ji tidied up and stepped outside for a breath of fresh air. A change of scenery would do him good, alleviating some of the oppressive feelings brought on by the Chen family's turmoil. As he strolled down a secluded path, he suddenly heard someone calling his name in a hushed tone. Following the sound, he was dismayed to find a familiar face, one he had hoped to avoid. Chen Ming, what are you doing here? Lu Ji questioned, perplexed. Initially, he had assumed Chen Ming would be incarcerated for attempting to make Lu Ji take the fall. Keep your voice down, they are still searching for me. Fortunately, I have my hideouts. Chen Ming glanced around, relieved to see no suspicious figures nearby. Fleeing from your crimes and turning yourself in are two different matters. This will only exacerbate your situation and lead to a harsher sentence. Lu Ji frowned. Today was not his day. Encountering another member of the Chen family was truly vexing. Brother-in-law, please help me. I am tired of living in hiding, Chen Ming pleaded. I have already broken up with your sister. Do not address me as such. We have no connection any longer, Lu Ji responded with disdain. How can you say that? You and my sister were together for so many years. You shared a bed. Even if she was with someone else, she was undoubtedly tempted. Regardless, she still has feelings for you. Please forgive her just this once, Chen Ming implored. You think I'm here to reconcile? Dismiss that notion. We shall never reunite. Moreover, I have never even slept with your sister. Lu Ji's anger flared, feeling unjustly accused. Whether you slept together or not is irrelevant. After 3 years. You cannot deny that she invested her youth in you. How can you repay that? Taking the blame for you would be a bargain. A few years in prison is far better than bearing a lifetime of guilt, Chun Ming argued shamelessly. Either repay the debt or face the consequences of your actions. I will neither pay you nor take your blame. You must bear the repercussions of your misdeeds, Lu Ji replied coldly. You are quite bold. If you refuse to cooperate, I will make your life miserable, Chun Ming shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Ji. I await your attempts, Lu Ji retorted, unfazed. He had been tolerating the Chun family's antics for Chen Yuting's sake, but now that he saw through their facade, he would no longer indulge them. Fuming with resentment, Chun Ming realized Lu Ji would not take the fall for him. With eyes filled with malice, he stormed off, leaving Lu Ji feeling disillusioned. His initial desire for a leisurely walk had been shattered by the Chun family's antics, and as a bus approached, he stepped aboard without a second thought. The bus moved slowly forward, and Lu Ji, devoid of purpose, gazed out the window, feeling slightly uplifted by the scenery. However, as the bus continued its route during peak hours, it quickly filled with passengers, transforming from a previously empty space into a crowded one. His moment of relaxation was fleeting. As humans are curious creatures, the more they seek, the less satisfied they become. Lu Ji merely wished to release his pent-up emotions, but found himself trapped in a situation that only exacerbated his discomfort. Regretting his decision to board the bus, he wished he could reclaim the tranquility he had just experienced. A beautiful woman lost her composure amidst the throng, but upon noticing the handsome man beside her, her spirits lifted slightly. In the crowded environment, she inadvertently brushed against Lu Ji, which both flustered and irritated him. Yet, with so many people around, it was difficult to escape the unwelcome proximity. In this day and age, a woman could cry for help if she were inappropriately touched, and others would rush to her aid. But would anyone believe him if he were to voice his grievances as a man? He could easily find himself falsely accused. When would the law evolve to protect innocent victims like him, recognizing that men, too, require safeguarding? Chapter 30. The Scoundrel. Cretin. The woman's piercing voice cut through the crowd. The once raucous bus carriage fell into an immediate hush. Lu Ji was taken aback. Had he done anything wrong to be branded a scoundrel? Surely, he was the victim here. As he stood there, bewildered, the woman beside him suddenly raised her hand and clawed at a man's face, leaving it adorned with colorful scratches. I'll teach you a lesson for daring to lay hands on me, you vile creature, she exclaimed, her indignation palpable. The man had not anticipated that the woman would retaliate. Moments ago, he had seemed to relish the encounter, but now his demeanor had shifted dramatically. It dawned on Lu Ji that the woman must have mistaken him for the original scoundrel, disregarding the unwanted advances aimed at her, and had only realized her error when it was too late. Naturally, her anger flared, and her cheeks flushed crimson. You should consider yourself fortunate that I noticed you. And you were quite enjoying it just moments ago, the man grumbled, a hint of irritation in his voice. Silence. How dare you speak such nonsense? You think you can act like a rogue and get away with it? The woman's face was now aflame with fury. The other passengers, having grasped the situation, prepared to intervene and escort the man to the police station. The driver, aware of the unfolding drama, pulled over the bus, conveniently near the police precinct. The scoundrel, sensing the impending trouble, grew anxious. He had no desire to be apprehended, and a menacing glint flickered in his eyes. Leave quietly if you wish to avoid a painful end. Otherwise, know that my blade shows no mercy, he threatened, his voice dripping with malice. The sight of the knife sent a wave of panic through the passengers, causing many to reconsider their intentions of helping. One by one, they began to exit the bus, terrified of the potential confrontation. Soon, only a few remained: Lu Ji, the woman, and the scoundrel. Lu Ji contemplated making his escape, but the two figures blocked his path, leaving him with no opportunity to leave. I am not easily frightened, the woman declared, though her voice wavered slightly at the sight of the knife. Toying with you is a favor, yet you don't even know who I am. For someone like you, I am merely granting you a moment of attention. Don't mistake kindness for weakness, the scoundrel hissed. Startled by the man's threatening demeanor, the woman gasped. Excuse me, Lu Ji interjected, breaking the tense silence in the bus. You wish to oppose me too, kid? The man snarled, pointing the knife at Lu Ji. Not at all, Lu Ji replied, shaking his head. If you're not here to ruin my evening, then you should leave quickly. My knife does not discriminate. Just as the man relaxed, believing Lu Ji would exit, Lu Ji sprang forward and struck the pressure point on the man's wrist. A surge of pain caused the man to relinquish his grip, and the knife clattered to the ground. Without pausing, Lu Ji delivered a swift kick to the man's abdomen, toppling him, and swiftly restrained his arm, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, outside, someone had already called the police, and they arrived promptly to apprehend the subdued scoundrel. In mere seconds, Lu Ji had resolved the tumultuous altercation. The woman regarded him with a mix of gratitude and frustration. She had initially hoped to attract a handsome stranger, but instead encountered a genuine rogue. Though she could not voice her disappointment, she recognized that her own intentions had been less than pure, and who could she blame for her misfortune? Thankfully, she had met a good Samaritan who had come to her aid. As they took statements, her thoughts wandered, her expression betraying a complexity of feelings. Lu Ji, on the other hand, felt a sense of vexation. He had not sought out trouble, yet it had found him nonetheless. He was caught in a web of unwanted encounters, each one more distasteful than the last. Alas, the woman was left to rue her ill fortune, though it was fortunate she had encountered a kind soul amidst her troubles. The temporary stop of the bus was at an antique market, where people meandered about. Lu Ji, having never explored such a place, found everything refreshing and intriguing. With a sense of curiosity piqued, he ventured further inside, eager to experience the atmosphere, even if he was not in a position to purchase any treasures. The market, though spacious, felt quite deserted compared to a bustling shopping district. The midday sun blazed down, and the few visitors seemed lethargic. Stalls displayed various antiques. Yet the heat deterred potential customers, leaving some vendors with nary a soul to inquire about their wares. The shops were adorned in a classical style, showcasing an array of items, including jade artifacts, pottery, statues, and small decorative pieces. A casually dressed worker briskly entered one antique shop, captivated by the diverse offerings that drew Lu Ji's attention as well. Intrigued, he followed suit, hoping to discover what treasures lay within. As he stepped inside, the ambience transported him to another era, with decor resonating a rich cultural heritage. "Excuse me, do you buy calligraphy scrolls?" A timid voice inquired, catching the proprietor's attention. Though the shop was sparse with customers, the owner, a shifty-eyed middle-aged man, merely glanced up, dismissing the visitor. He had little interest in engaging with someone who did not fit the profile of a serious buyer, especially not one clad in such ordinary attire. "Yes, if the goods are of quality," the proprietor stated, rising to approach the newcomer. The visitor nodded eagerly, understanding the necessity of value in such transactions. He quickly opened his bag, revealing an assortment of items wrapped in layers of newspaper. As he clumsily unwrapped them, the owner's patience began to wane until, at last, he unveiled the calligraphy scroll, placing it delicately on the counter. Lu Ji, initially wandering out of curiosity, now found himself drawn to the scroll, eager to discern the artistry and the identity of its creator. This particular piece, though modest in size, possessed a refined elegance. The paper bore a slight yellowing, and the cursive script conveyed a sense of antiquity, its strokes vigorous yet delicate, exuding an ethereal beauty that even those unfamiliar with calligraphy would recognize as extraordinary. Chapter 31. Bargaining. The art of landscape painting in the Qin state began to flourish during the Wei and Jin dynasties, yet scholars of the time predominantly favored portraiture. It reached its zenith during the Sui and Tang dynasties, when a number of landscape paintings began to capture public attention. However, it was not until the Song dynasty, particularly in the northern Song period, that landscape painting truly thrived, as the artistic skills of literati gradually matured. Among the renowned landscape masterpieces, we are familiar with Huang Gongwang's Dwelling in the Fuqian Mountains, Wang Ximing's A Thousand Li of Rivers and Mountains, Fan Quan's Travelers Among Mountains and Streams, and Li Cheng's Dense Woods and Distant Mountains. These works are celebrated, and, if appraised by size, a single square foot could fetch a base price in the millions, with some even deemed priceless. Calligraphy enjoyed a similar popularity, enduring through ages. To acquire an authentic piece from a master, many scholars would go to great lengths, even exhausting their fortunes, to display it in their homes, seeking pride and a sense of identity amidst the envious gazes of others. The calligraphy of Wang Shiji is particularly distinctive, with only a few genuine pieces surviving. Yan Jinqing from the Tang dynasty, hailing from Langya in Lini, is often regarded as the second to Wang Shiji and is one of the most influential calligraphers. His style is characterized by a broad, majestic form, exuding strength and a commanding presence, while also reflecting the grandeur of the prosperous Tang dynasty. a perfect fusion of the beauty of calligraphy and the beauty of character. To possess a fine piece of his work is to hold a treasure beyond price. Although the dimensions of this particular piece may be modest, its age imbues it with historical significance. The proprietor of an antique shop, intrigued by this calligraphy, examined it closely with a magnifying glass. Given its antiquity, the condition was somewhat lacking, and the signature had become indistinct, leaving its authenticity ambiguous, reliant solely on his experience for a judgment. The seller of the calligraphy was noticeably anxious, sweat beading on his forehead as he too desired to ascertain the value of this piece. After all, who wouldn't he wish to secure a favorable price? After what felt like an eternity, the onlooker awaited the shopkeeper's verdict with bated breath. Ultimately, the conclusion was somewhat disappointing. It was revealed to be a modern imitation of Yin Jinqing's works, rather than an original. Such a revelation diminished its worth considerably. If it were genuine, it could have valued in the hundreds of thousands, even for a mere square foot. Even if it were placed in my shop, it might not attract a buyer. If you wish to sell, perhaps you should visit other shops. There might be someone willing to purchase it. The antique shop owner shook his head, a look of regret washing over him. Initially captivated by the calligraphy, his interest waned upon realizing it was merely an imitation. A missed opportunity indeed, for a true masterpiece would command a fortune at any auction house. Impossible, the seller insisted. This calligraphy has been in my family for generations. How could it possibly be a modern imitation? The seller's disbelief was palpable, and he pleaded for the shopkeeper to reconsider. It is not that I refuse to buy it. Imitations simply lack value, especially those of Yin Jinqing's work, which are already scarce. Many admire his style, leading to numerous imitations. Your possession of such a sample is not unusual. However, it is fortuitous that you have come to my shop. I can offer you 100. So you won't leave empty-handed. Despite the shop owner's somewhat cunning demeanor, he was fair in his assessment of the imitation's worth. He recognized that while genuine works are rare and valuable, imitations often languish unsold. This calligraphy is indeed remarkable, its strokes vigorous and spirited, exuding an essence of resilience amidst its ancient elegance. While it may not be a treasure, it could still serve as a pleasing decoration in your home. Seeing that the seller was somewhat naive, the shopkeeper seized the opportunity to acquire the piece at the lowest price possible. After all, even if it held little value, its style could still attract appreciation, making it easy to sell. What? Only 100? You must be jesting. This is a cherished heirloom. Surely it is worth more. The seller expressed his confusion, wavering between belief and skepticism. My friend, I recognize the effort you took to come here, which is why I'm offering you this price. You must see reason. If you inquire elsewhere along this antique street, you will find my offer to be the most equitable. Were it not for your arduous journey, I would not have bothered to engage at all. This is an imitation, and offering you 100 is already generous. At other shops, you would find no one willing to consider a piece that holds no value and takes up space. The shopkeeper grew increasingly agitated as the seller's doubts felt like a personal affront. Although his offered price was low, he had a keen eye for the quality of the writing, rarely misjudging in this trait. An imitation simply doesn't fetch a good price. Sometimes, they linger unsold. And while the monetary value may be low, the costs of maintaining such items can accumulate. But 100 is truly too little. Could you possibly add another 200? The seller, encouraged by the shopkeeper's firm demeanor, found himself emboldened to negotiate further. Alas, how can you be so unreasonable, demanding such an inflated sum? The price I've given is quite fair. Even if I buy it, it would be a loss for me. And who knows how long it would sit here without interest. The shopkeeper feigned great distress. Please, just add 200 on top of the 100. I'm in urgent need of funds. The seller, now anxious, momentarily overlooked the validity of the shopkeeper's words, focusing solely on the price. Fine, I shall be magnanimous. A flat 200 is my final offer. If you are unsatisfied, feel free to seek other shops. The shopkeeper grimaced, clearly reluctant. Deal. The seller, observing the shopkeeper's reluctance, reluctantly agreed, concluding the sale for 200 yuan. After all, no matter how exquisite the piece may be, it could not be spent as currency. He needed the money for his child's school fees, and after years of improper storage, the writing had faded. Though he lacked expertise, he understood that holding on to it could lead to its potential disposal as mere waste paper. Thus, even if the amount received was modest, it would at least alleviate his immediate financial strain. With the calligraphy now exchanged for cash, he departed, though the sale price diverged significantly from his initial expectations. Nevertheless, the shopkeeper remained resolute. convinced that this was indeed a worthless imitation. Though the seller felt a pang of regret, he ultimately accepted the reality of the situation. Chapter 32. A hidden treasure. Lu Ji observed the entire process with keen eyes and felt a tinge of discontent regarding his boss's avarice. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, commerce is a mutual agreement, and if the seller is unwilling to part with their item, the boss cannot enforce a sale. Since the seller remained silent, Lu Ji deemed it prudent to do the same. However, as he watched from a distance, he felt uncertain whether the calligraphy was an authentic piece or merely a copy, as the boss had claimed. Although he lacked expertise in calligraphy, he was captivated by the subtle aura emanating from the artwork as it unfurled, imbuing it with a distinct charm. The presence of such an ethereal quality within the characters astonished him, raising doubts about the claim that it was just a replica. Who would expend such effort to infuse spiritual energy into a mere imitation? Wouldn't that diminish the value of the characters? The only plausible explanation was that this piece harbored deeper mysteries. This thought surged in his mind. A mere imitation would not warrant such elaborate attention. The ancient techniques and unique elements hinted at something more, and the faint spiritual energy, though slowly dissipating, was perceptible to his heightened senses. The mysteries concealed within the artwork beckoned him to investigate further, rekindling his curiosity that had initially drawn him to this place. The boss, admiring the calligraphy in his hands, mused aloud about his good fortune in acquiring such a fine piece for a mere 200 yuan. He felt he had struck gold, having tricked the unsuspecting seller into parting with the artwork for so little. It was indeed a stroke of luck. Although the piece was a replica, its delicate craftsmanship and robust strokes could easily deceive an untrained eye, potentially allowing it to be sold for the value of an authentic work. In these times of prosperity, affluent individuals sought to showcase their status by collecting works of art from renowned figures, contributing to the flourishing antique market. Should he encounter another gullible buyer, profiting by several thousand yuan would be well within reach, a thought that brought him immense pleasure. On this street, transactions were straightforward, payment exchanged for goods, and the authenticity of the items was of little concern. If one stumbled upon a genuine piece, it was considered a fortunate find, while a counterfeit was simply a lesson learned. Buyers bore the risk, and the boss had no obligation to adjust prices. This unspoken agreement was well understood among the merchants, where a stroke of luck in bargaining was celebrated. The antique trade was not for the faint-hearted. One needed a wealth of knowledge spanning various eras and cultures, including famous artists, calligraphers, ceramics, and more. Those lacking such wisdom had no place in this realm, especially in a market where the line between genuine and fake was often blurred. A misstep could lead to financial ruin, as many who dabbled in antiques found themselves in dire straits, having invested in mere replicas, while a fortunate few unearthed treasures for a fraction of their worth. The boss's acquisition of the calligraphy for 200 yuan was a prime example of this phenomenon. He had struck a remarkable deal. Even if it was not an authentic piece, the scroll would fetch a handsome price, likely multiplying his investment by tenfold or more. Yet, the subtle nuances within the characters hinted at deeper significance, leaving Lu Ji to wonder if the boss had recognized this. Observing the boss's demeanor as he displayed the piece, it seemed he had not discerned its potential. Otherwise, he would have tucked it away rather than displaying it for sale. Lu Ji surveyed the eclectic assortment of items in the shop, his interest piqued primarily by the calligraphy. He feigned nonchalance, casually meandering closer to examine the artwork more intently. The boss, perceptive as ever, recognized Lu Ji's interest and felt a surge of excitement. Today was his lucky day, having acquired a valuable piece for a low price. He quickly sensed a potential sale. "Young man, are you interested in acquiring a piece of literary art?" he greeted warmly. "All our items possess collectible value. It's rare to see someone of your age so captivated by antiques." Seeing Lu Ji's reluctance to leave, the boss eagerly began promoting his wares. He was a skilled negotiator, adept at reading people. "I am quite taken with this calligraphy. Would you consider parting with it?" Lu Ji inquired, pointing to the artwork. "My dear young man, you truly possess an eye for quality," the boss exclaimed, clearly pleased. "This is one of the finest pieces we have, a true treasure worthy of any collection. It is the work of Yin Jinxing, a master calligrapher from the Tang dynasty." The boss continued to extol its virtues. "Boss, let's not beat around the bush. You know whether this is an authentic piece or not. Are you trying to deceive me simply because of my age?" Lu Ji refrained from directly confronting the boss, aware that this was indeed the same piece he had seen the boss acquire. Understanding unspoken truths is often the mark of wisdom. Although he was aware of the deception, he chose not to expose it. The phrase "no deception between honest men" had been utterly disrespected in this context. Since you appreciate this piece, I will reluctantly offer it to you for a special price. If you could refer some friends to my shop in the future, I would consider this our fortunate encounter. Although it is a replica, its fluid strokes and powerful brushwork still hold significant collectible value. You will not regret this purchase. With that, the boss raised a finger, signaling an offer. 100? Lu Ji proposed. My young friend, that amount is laughable. It wouldn't even cover the cost of the paper. While it may be a copy, the aged paper is valuable in its own right. 1,000? Lu Ji countered. Too high, my friend. Lower the price a bit. If it's not reasonable, how can I return? The boss was adamant, extending his hand as if to say that without the specified amount, the deal was off. Chapter 33. I shall no longer sell 3,000 is my final offer. If you refuse, I shall take my leave. My interest is merely for appreciation, not necessarily for purchase. Lu Ji indicated his intention to depart, making a concession. Do not be hasty. Everything can be negotiated. This price is indeed a bit low. Could you possibly increase it by 500? The proprietor, gritting his teeth, had initially considered asking for 1,000. He feared that the young man might walk away, jeopardizing the transaction. Very well, the owner acquiesced readily. Seeing that the price negotiation was nearing its limit, Lu Ji sensed that the cunning merchant was reluctant to part with his item for any less. The owner, elated at the agreement, promptly wrapped the calligraphy scroll in a protective roll and handed it to Lu Ji, who completed the payment via WeChat, thus sealing the deal. Having acquired the calligraphic work for 200 yuan, he turned around to find himself with a profit of 3,300 yuan. This windfall had come effortlessly, prompting an uncontrollable smile from the proprietor. Previously, he would never have dared to part with such funds, though not a large sum. It represented a significant fraction of his accounts, 1/10, indeed, derived from compensation from the hospital. As of yet, he had not received the funds from Fong, leaving him hesitant to invest in more expensive items, as antiquities could be quite costly. He would not squander all his spare cash on collectibles, for he still needed to purchase essential medicinal herbs. Were it not for the discovery of hidden depth within the calligraphy, he would not have spent 3,500 on a mere imitation. The owner, ever eager, issued an invoice to Lu Ji and suggested that should he possess any fine collectibles to sell, he should return to his shop, where he would assuredly receive a fairer price than elsewhere. He also invited Lu Ji to visit often, as there might be more items of interest awaiting him. Lu Ji politely nodded, unrolling the calligraphy to examine it more closely. To this moment, he had not fully grasped the significance of the piece. As he approached the exit, just as he was about to leave, another patron entered the shop. Ah, is that the handwriting of Yin Jinxing? The newcomer exclaimed in surprise as their paths crossed. This prompted Lu Ji to refocus his thoughts, raising his gaze to the man who had spoken. May I take a look at the calligraphy you hold? Inquired the middle-aged man with a smile. Lu Ji observed that the individual before him was a well-groomed man in his 50s, dressed in casual attire. His hair was slightly grizzled, yet his eyes were bright and astute, indicative of an intellectual. His demeanor exuded an air of refinement, reminiscent of a university professor. Certainly, Lu Ji replied, handing the scroll over to him. Such an individual, well-dressed and evidently knowledgeable, could be trusted not to covet Lu Ji's calligraphy. What a pity. It is merely a copy, thus wasting such quality paper, the middle-aged man lamented. While the imitation was skillfully executed, it was still discernible to the discerning eye. The man, however, still appeared to hold an appreciation for the piece, his gaze filled with a sense of longing. My young friend, although this calligraphy is a reproduction, it possesses significant collectible value and is quite valuable for studying Yin Jinxing's style. Would you consider parting with it? The price is negotiable. For enthusiasts of calligraphy, the prospect of relinquishing such a piece for research purposes far outweighed mere collection. What price do you propose for this piece? The owner, feeling a twinge of regret, realized he had undervalued it. He was even more anxious than Lu Ji to ascertain the true worth of the scroll, despite no longer having a claim to it. The emotional roller coaster left the owner feeling somewhat disheartened, as the prospect of a fleeting profit now seemed tantalizingly out of reach. My young friend, I am quite fond of the style of this calligraphy. Would you be willing to sell it to me for 10,000? The newcomer suggested with a smile. 10,000 was indeed a commendable offer. The proprietor's heart sank with regret. That had been his ideal price. If only he had delayed his transaction with Lu Ji a little longer. Though he outwardly maintained composure, internally he was engaged in a fierce struggle to suppress his emotions. In the world of antiques, should someone express interest in a particular item, the price could skyrocket, provided the buyer could afford it and was willing to agree. Some shops might sell only a few items throughout the year, yet encountering a wealthy patron could yield a single sale sufficient to sustain them for a year or even several. Everyone aspired to collect notable calligraphy, antiques, and jade artifacts. For one might someday encounter an admirer and thus find value in what they had acquired, irrespective of the original purchase price. For the proprietor, a modest investment of 100 or 200 could potentially sell for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. He berated himself repeatedly for failing to manage the pricing, allowing a trivial profit to cloud his judgment. Why had he been so impulsive in selling the scroll? After years of running his shop, such regret was a rare occurrence. All his meticulous planning had come undone. I have no intention of selling, Lu Ji stated resolutely. Strangely, upon hearing Lu Ji's words, the proprietor felt a sense of relief wash over him. If the young man did not sell the calligraphic work, it seemed to restore some balance within his heart. Had Lu Ji indeed chosen to part with the piece, the proprietor would have been consumed by jealousy. I offer you 30,000. This far exceeds the scroll's value, and you will not find such a price elsewhere. Even in the future, it is unlikely that its worth will surpass this amount. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, realizing that Lu Ji was rather avaricious, having deemed 1,000 insufficient. The proprietor was utterly astounded, nearly choking on his surprise. How had the price escalated to 30,000? This was indeed a generous offer for such an ordinary piece of calligraphy. Why had the owner not been the one to make such a sale? With that amount, he could live comfortably for 2 or 3 months. It was infuriating. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike his own head in frustration. Had he truly been so foolish as to let it go for a meager sum? The money seemed to sprout wings and fly away, leaving him momentarily lightheaded. Lu Ji, however, remained oblivious to the market dynamics. He sensed something peculiar about the scroll, its secrets yet undiscovered, leaving him unsure whether to proceed with the transaction. In truth, the offer presented by the middle-aged man was quite enticing, and Lu Ji's initial resistance began to waver. After all, he was merely holding an imitation. Selling it for such a price would indeed be profitable. Chapter 34. Are you willing to bet against me? The price offered by the middle-aged man was not insignificant, and Lu Ji's expression softened slightly, revealing a hint of hesitation. The funds from Fong Tianhao had yet to materialize, and at present, he could not be considered affluent. His pockets held little, insufficient even for purchasing medicine. Otherwise, he would not have allowed a waiter to scold him. 50,000 was a firm limit. Were it not for my fondness for this work, I would never part with it for such a high sum. The scene in the room had drawn the attention of several curious onlookers, all intrigued by what could possibly hold such value in the eyes of the middle-aged man. Those knowledgeable in the field recognized it as a mere imitation and shook their heads discreetly, acknowledging that the price was indeed quite high. This middle-aged man was evidently not in need of money. He was willing to offer several thousand more than the typical value. And here he was proposing 10 times that amount. Young man, this price is exceedingly fair. You have encountered an appreciative buyer. Otherwise, this piece would hardly fetch such a sum, at most 2 or 3,000, commented an onlooker. Indeed, finding someone who truly appreciates art is rare. You stand to gain from this price, another added. An imitation, kept in hand, was essentially worthless. To sell it at such a lofty price was a stroke of fortune for you, lad. What a lucky break. Since the young man is unwilling to sell, why press him? After all, it is merely an imitation. I have superior pieces in my collection that you might wish to examine, the store owner interjected, a mix of jealousy and resentment in his tone. He did not want this young man to profit from the calligraphy, as the customer was in his shop. He hoped to entice the wealthy patron with his other treasures, knowing that if they piqued interest, several tens of thousands could sustain him for half a year. The owner was quite enthusiastic, quickly presenting several commendable pieces from his collection, yet the middle-aged man showed no desire to even glance at them. His gaze fixed on the young man's calligraphy, eager to engage in conversation, unwilling to leave without securing a deal. A small crowd had gathered, and the owner, eager to maintain his business, subtly attempted to push Lu Ji out of the way, hoping that his departure would prompt the middle-aged man to explore his other offerings. Lu Ji, feeling a surge of anger, noted that he had never indicated a desire to sell. The artwork was something he was willingly parting with. The owner's sudden change of demeanor, from cordiality to hostility, was as swift as turning a page, Truly a duplicitous character, his words laced with acidity. The price you offer is indeed tempting. After all, the owner acquired it for a modest sum, and I spent little. However, I sense a secret within this calligraphy that I have yet to unravel. Thus, I cannot sell it to you just yet, Lu Ji explained. It was precisely because he had perceived some underlying nuance that he had purchased the piece. Until he understood its secrets, he would not part with it. Oh, what have you disowned? The middle-aged man inquired, his interest piqued. He had observed the calligraphy closely and found it to be quite ordinary. The imitation skillfully executed but lacking any other distinguishing features. His curiosity was now fully engaged. What insights could this young man possibly have? The spectators, mostly individuals who had roamed this field for years, were intrigued, wanting to see the unfolding drama. Many were leisurely patrons, and there was little to capture their interest. They had all examined the calligraphy and found nothing unusual. Was this young man merely seeking attention? The earlier chatter fell silent as they awaited the young man's revelation. Did he truly perceive something they had overlooked? Humph, do not listen to his nonsense. How could someone so inexperienced uncover any secrets? I have been in this business for over a decade and rarely misjudged an item. If I purchase something for 200, it cannot possibly conceal any hidden value. He merely seeks to inflate the price. The owner interjected with a hint of bitterness. One must tread carefully with words. Speaking too confidently may lead to one's downfall. Who would believe you without evidence? Lu Ji retorted. I wager my reputation against yours. If there is no hidden value, I will pay you 50,000. If there is, you owe me 50,000 and must return the piece. Are you willing to take this bet? The owner scoffed. Before such an audience, the young man would find it difficult to backtrack, and the owner envisioned profiting 5,000 while retaining the calligraphy, which he could then sell to the middle-aged man for a tidy sum. His annual expenses would be covered. The owner was nearly giddy with anticipation, imagining the fortune he might gain. Is your reputation truly so valuable? Lu Ji replied, not angered but amused. The owner had clearly overestimated his own significance. The outcome of this wager could very well turn on its head. I shall bear witness in my name, Tang Shuhang. Who dares to renege? The middle-aged man interjected, feeling a distaste for the owner's interference. He had been engaged in conversation with the young man, and the owner's intrusion was unwelcome. He felt an inexplicable trust in the youth and desired to support him. Is it truly him? Murmured the crowd. Tang Shuhang, a renowned calligrapher and esteemed expert, was well respected in Suzhou. His endorsement could not be doubted. None would dare to renege on such a bet. It appeared that today's gathering had not been in vain. They were fortunate enough to witness a figure of expert status. Chapter 35. The Hidden Depths. Tang Shuhang, a distinguished figure in the realm of Suzhou's calligraphy and painting, was renowned far and wide. Though many had never encountered him in person, those devoted to the art were well aware of his stature, a celebrity capable of causing a stir throughout half of the Qin kingdom. It was said that even the wealthy might struggle to secure his expertise for appraising treasures. Thus, encountering the maestro in this antique street filled everyone with a sense of fulfillment for having made the journey. Upon realizing that the esteemed guest was Professor Tang, the shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hastily prepared tea and water, displaying utmost courtesy. Professor Tang, trust me just this once. I've examined this piece, and there truly is no discernible difference. Do not be swayed by this lad. He is merely attempting to coax more money from you. The proprietor spoke cautiously. Whether I believe it or not is secondary. Since he wishes to authenticate it, we might as well wait a bit longer, shall we? Tang Shuhang replied coolly. Very well. If Professor Tang suggests we wait, we shall wait. However, I remain unconvinced. Lu Ji interjected. Hand me that clear water. The shopkeeper, eager to witness Lu Ji's impending folly, did not hesitate to oblige, pouring a bowl of water and handing it over. After all, with Professor Tang present, it was only a matter of time before he reaped both fame and fortune. He would ultimately emerge as the victor. Initially, Lu Ji had not discerned much, but a sudden provocation from the proprietor sparked a possibility in his mind. With newfound confidence, he felt assured in his understanding of the situation. Taking the water, Lu Ji held it in his mouth before spraying it onto the calligraphy, ensuring it soaked through without damaging the artwork. Is this fellow foolish? Why not sell the painting and pocket the profits instead? Now, he risks losing both the treasure and his investment, some spectators whispered. The fear of moisture ruining the artwork was palpable. Such a direct application could easily lead to destruction, making it impossible to sell at a high price. The preservation of calligraphy and paintings was already a delicate task. How could he be so reckless? Alas, the treasure will become worthless, many lamented. They regarded Lu Ji's actions as self-destructive, lamenting the naivety of youth. Despite the crowd's skepticism, Lu Ji was resolute in his desire to validate his intuition and uncover the hidden depths within the artwork. The paper had indeed become damp, but only at the surface. With precision, he borrowed a pair of pointed tweezers from the shopkeeper and began to delicately lift the soaked paper from the edges, revealing the closely bonded layers beneath the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Could it truly be 2 layers? How did he discern that this calligraphy is composed of 2 sheets? Gasps of disbelief filled the air. The shopkeeper's expression darkened. Anxiety gripped him. Had this young man spoken the truth? Was there indeed a hidden secret? As Lu Ji slowly peeled away the top layer, an astonishing sight greeted him. Another piece of calligraphy lay beneath, identical to the first. The crowd was taken aback. They had failed to notice this concealed masterpiece. Even Tang Xuang, who had navigated the world of calligraphy for years, found himself astonished. Such a meticulous effort to create a double-layered piece was unheard of. Usually, such intricate work was avoided. Not only had the untrained eyes missed it, but even seasoned connoisseurs like Tang Xuang felt a flush of embarrassment at having been deceived by mere appearances. Upon recognizing the inscription beneath, he was utterly taken aback. Although the 2 pieces were strikingly similar, subtle distinctions existed that ignited a fervor within him. This is a genuine piece by Yan Zhenqing, a true artifact, one of the few remaining in existence. His excitement rendered him speechless, his hands trembling as he feared damaging the artwork, yet he could not resist caressing it. What? A genuine Yan Zhenqing? This is remarkable. The crowd buzzed with disbelief. Although the piece was modest in size, measuring merely a square foot, it was worth hundreds of thousands. Where else could one find the authentic work of Yan Zhenqing outside of museums, unless privately owned? Regardless of size and scarcity, a genuine artifact from a renowned Tang Dynasty artist could easily fetch over $1 million. The shopkeeper stood frozen, as though struck by lightning. This revelation was cataclysmic. A financial disaster loomed over him like a torrential downpour. What was once his had slipped through his fingers. The prospect of losing a fortune was excruciating, akin to having one's flesh carved away. His vision blurred as the murmurs of the crowd filled his ears. Though the words were indistinct, he could surmise that he had not only missed an opportunity, but was also facing a loss of at least 50,000. There was no chance of reversal. Offending Tang Xuang would mean forfeiting his standing in this community. Yet the thought of losing both the artwork and his hard-earned money was unbearable. I'll offer 550,000. How about it? Will you sell it to me? Tang Xuang's voice trembled with excitement, though he occasionally misjudged. Encountering a genuine Yan Zhenqing was an opportunity that far outweighed his reputation. I have no intention of selling it at this moment. Lu Ji shook his head. Though he faced a temporary cash flow issue, he was not devoid of resources. They simply had not yet materialized. He felt no urge to part with the piece cheaply. Tang Xuang's disappointment was palpable. He had extended a reasonable offer, though the artwork might fetch more at an auction. That was contingent upon buyer interest and competition. Such an immediate offer, however, was rare. Nevertheless, not all were driven by greed. For Tang Xuang, his passion for calligraphy transcended monetary value, and he would not forcibly take something beloved by another. The shopkeeper's anguish was profound. He cursed himself for his oversight. This was a genuine artifact, and after years of running the antique shop, he had amassed a collection of calligraphy, yet genuine works, especially from Yan Zhenqing, were exceptionally rare. To have missed such an opportunity was unbearable. He longed to snatch the artwork from Lu Ji's hands. As he cast a wary glance at Lu Ji, resentment brewed within him. Was this young man merely playing the fool, intent on deceiving him into relinquishing the artwork? The tension in the air was palpable. Chapter 36. Friendship. The 200 characters and paintings he acquired were sold for 3,500, an event that should have brought him great joy. However, he was blindsided to discover that one of them was an authentic masterpiece. It slipped through his fingers, lost in an unexpected turn of fate, leaving him in emotional turmoil. After years of running an antique shop, he had never made such a substantial profit. Was this some cruel jest from fate? Envy clouded his mind, and irrationality took hold as he grasped the young man's arm just as he was about to leave, blocking his path. Hold on, young man. I've changed my mind. I'll return your money and offer you an additional 50,000. What do you say? Lu Ji regarded the shop owner with a look of incredulity, his expression darkening. Sir, we had an agreement. A fair exchange of money for goods. The receipt is still in my possession. It's too late to renege now. Let us not forget. You haven't fulfilled your end of the wager either. Onlookers scoffed at the owner, bemused by his audacity. Who would be foolish enough to return an artwork just because it turned out to be valuable? Initially, he had assumed it was worthless and now sought to retract his deal. Did he believe the universe revolved around him? The owner was momentarily taken aback. Had he not acted impulsively, this young man might have forgotten about the wager. Now, he had inadvertently reminded him, a thought that made him want to slap himself. How can you even think of reneging with a witness present? Your integrity is in question, Tang Shuhang remarked coldly. The owner suddenly regained clarity. He realized how foolish he had been, particularly in front of an esteemed expert. He was effectively dismantling his own reputation. No, it was merely a jest. I'll retrieve a check right away, he stammered, his bravado deflating as he complied and handed Lu Ji the promised 50,000. Defeated, he slumped in his chair. His jealousy had backfired, leading to his own downfall. This man had always been shrewd, but he was now reaping the consequences of his actions. Young man, should you ever wish to sell that painting, please contact me. Here is my number. I truly admire that piece, Tang Shuhang offered, handing over his contact information. Thank you. I appreciate your assistance, Lu Ji replied with a nod of gratitude. Without Tang's intervention, the shop owner would have been far more difficult to deal with. As Lu Ji departed, the crowd dispersed, leaving the owner alone, simmering in humiliation. The expert, having lost interest after the incident, left as well. The owner sat in his chair, fuming. Word of his disgrace would soon spread through the antique street. He, who had always boasted of being the greatest collector, had now become a laughingstock. Old 8, take a few men and follow that kid. We cannot let him walk away unscathed. Retrieve the painting for me. The owner commanded coldly. Though he could not act openly against Lu Ji, he was determined to reclaim what he deemed his treasure. Be discreet, he added, not forgetting to emphasize. Lu Ji walked onto the street, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. With money in his pocket and a painting worth hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions, in his hands, he felt as if he were walking on air. Was this his fortune birthed from misfortune? Was it destiny compensating him for his encounter with the unpleasant Shin family? With this painting, he needed to contemplate the market carefully and secure a good price. This was his first significant financial gain, and he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He owed gratitude to his grandfather, for it was his tutelage that allowed Lu Ji to discern the painting's true value. He had suspected he was being followed ever since he left the shop. The owner's sour expression had given it away. Had it not been for Tang Shuhang's presence, the owner would have confronted him directly, unable to accept the loss. Are you not tired of trailing me? Lu Ji turned to address his pursuers in a secluded area. They had stealthily followed him out of the shop, knowing they couldn't act openly in the antique street. Now that he had finished browsing, he wished to resolve the situation quickly and return home. Tomorrow, he had a commitment to the Ning family, and he was a man of his word. Kid, don't play dumb. Hand over the painting, and we'll let you go unharmed. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless, one of them threatened, their eyes glinting with menace. You're after my painting? Even if I knew who sent you, it wouldn't matter. If you want it, you'll have to prove your capability, Lu Ji retorted coolly. Pretty cocky, huh? Just remember, our hands are stained with blood. It would be wise not to boast. Hand over the painting, and we'll make it quick, they warned impatiently. They hadn't anticipated Lu Ji's intelligence. He had quickly discerned their motives. It became clear that leaving him alive was no longer an option. Their expressions twisted into grimaces, and the air became thick with the scent of violence. They were not lying. The aura around them hinted at past crimes. Such men, who had not faced justice, were a danger to society. For the safety of the public, they could not be allowed to remain at large. Seeing that Lu Ji showed no sign of fear, they exchanged glances and lunged forward, drawing knives aimed at his chest. Two others positioned themselves to block his escape route. Encircling him, it was evident that action was necessary. As one of them approached, Lu Ji seized his wrist, pulling him in and twisting his arm behind his back. The man gasped in pain, dropping his knife. Before he could recover, Lu Ji struck his knee, sending him crashing to the ground, devoid of the strength to resist. His eyes burned with rage, like a cornered beast, but his strength was no match for Lu Ji's. With a swift movement, Lu Ji incapacitated him, rendering him unable to fight back. Chapter 37. Encountering an acquaintance. The other individuals were somewhat frightened. Their elder brother had been swiftly incapacitated, brought down in an instant as if lifeless. Although they had committed countless misdeeds, This scene left them utterly astounded. Villains often face their match. When they had bullied the weak, they knew not what fear was, but now confronted with a formidable opponent, they suddenly turned timid. Engaging in brute force proved futile, and without their usual backing, they found themselves at a loss. A man with a buzz cut, witnessing the unfolding drama, gritted his teeth and lunged forward with a knife. Emboldened by their numbers, believing he could easily overpower a frail adversary. However, his expectations were swiftly met with a harsh reality. Lu Ji leaped, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Despite his imposing physique, he was sent sprawling to the ground with a resounding thud, groaning as he coughed up blood, lacking even the strength to rise. Soon, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. The other two, recognizing the dire situation, realized they were no match for Lu Ji. A glance exchanged revealed their shared terror. Their palms were slick with cold sweat. After a brief pause, they fled in panic, oblivious to the gravity of their predicament. Appearing utterly foolish, they had assumed Lu Ji to be a mere novice, unaware that he was indeed a formidable adversary. If they sought to profit from their recklessness, they must first possess the requisite strength. Lu Ji was not inclined to let them escape. With remarkable agility, he dashed behind the two, delivering a kick to one while incapacitating the other with a swift strike, rendering them incapable of fleeing. He swiftly subdued both, rendering them unconscious. Calling the authorities was inevitable, but he had no time to waste. Far too many events had transpired that day. Utilizing the phones of his incapacitated foes, he reported the incident, knowing that aside from himself and these villains, no one else had witnessed the scene. Although reluctant to cooperate with the police, he was determined that these individuals would not evade justice. Their presence exuded an aura of bloodshed and malice. Only those stained with the blood of others would carry such a scent. Since they had chosen a path of lawlessness, Lu Ji could not allow them to roam free. The law would ultimately catch up with them, and they would face the judgment of society. Having accomplished this, Lu Ji clapped his hands and exited the alley, a cold scoff escaping his lips. With such meager abilities, they aspired to be villains, unworthy even to carry his shoes. At that moment, the proprietor of the antique street awaited their return with the artworks, blissfully unaware that these merciless thugs had been subdued, lying in wait for the police's arrival. He could never have anticipated that his plans had unraveled. Just as Lu Ji was about to leave the antique street, he encountered a familiar face, one that should not have been present. "Fang Xiao, why are you here instead of resting at home?" he inquired, puzzled upon seeing Fang Tianhao. "Allow me to introduce my friend, Yi Ming," Fang Tianhao replied cheerfully, presenting his companion to Lu Ji. Lu Ji sensed no ulterior motives. They were undoubtedly friends. "Hello," he greeted politely. Yi Ming nodded, displaying little enthusiasm. One could surmise that anyone associated with Fang Xiao was either wealthy or noble, judging by his attire. Yi Ming was clearly of affluence, a stark contrast to Lu Ji's humble clothing, which suggested a background of modest means. "I was curious about antiques and decided to take a look," Lu Ji explained. "Since we've met, let me treat you to a meal," Fang Xiao offered warmly. "I truly must decline. Enjoy yourselves without me." Lu Ji discerned that he and Yi Ming were not on the same wavelength and preferred to refrain from their company. "Are you here to purchase or sell paintings?" Yi Ming inquired, noticing the scroll in Lu Ji's possession, his demeanor softening from earlier rigidity. "I stumbled upon it while browsing. I don't know much about it. Just curious," Lu Ji replied. "Lu Gu, I didn't expect you to have an interest in paintings. Please, show it to me," Fang Xiao encouraged. "You're too kind. It's merely a piece of artwork," Lu Ji said, unceremoniously unfurling the scroll for their inspection. Yi Ming's gaze was immediately drawn to the scroll, scrutinizing it with growing excitement. After a moment, he looked up at Lu Ji, disbelief etched on his face. "Could it be that my friend was deceived and sold a counterfeit?" Fang Xiao asked, noticing Yi Ming's change in expression. "Rest assured, if my friend has been cheated, I shall confront that establishment," Fang Xiao declared, rolling up his sleeves to seek justice. Yi Ming, however, remained silent, laying the scroll on a stone pedestal to examine it closely, employing a magnifying glass to inspect each detail meticulously. "Does your friend possess expertise in this area?" Lu Ji inquired of Fang Xiao. "Absolutely. He is quite knowledgeable. Should he determine this to be a forgery, I shall dismantle that shop for their audacity in deceiving you." "To wrong you is to wrong me," Fang Xiao boasted, eliciting a bemused reaction from Lu Ji. Yi Ming continued his careful examination, and Lu Ji refrained from interrupting. Curious about the scroll's true value, he pondered whether it truly held the worth that Tang Shuhang had suggested. Remarkably, this is the handwriting of Yin Jinqing, an authentic masterpiece. Yi Ming exclaimed after a considerable time. What? The genuine work of Yin Jinqing, a master of calligraphy. Fang Xiao gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Lu Ji, your fortune is exceptional. As you have acquired a true masterpiece, Fang Xiao rejoiced. Lu brother, do you intend to keep this artwork or sell it? Name your price, and I shall not quibble, Yi Ming said, excitement radiating from him as he grasped Lu Ji's hand. The transformation in Yi Ming's demeanor was striking. It left Lu Ji somewhat speechless. However, having uncovered the secret of the scroll, he realized it held little intrinsic value for him. Selling it was not out of the question. Feeling inexperienced, Lu Ji hesitated, uncertain of the scroll's worth. He couldn't simply disclose Tang Shuhang's price, as they were friends, and it would be inappropriate to undervalue it. Yi Ming, perceptive as he was, recognized Lu Ji's internal struggle. When it came to Yin Jinqing's works, one could not afford to overlook even a replica, let alone an authentic piece. Missing this opportunity could mean a lifetime of regret, as such chances are rare indeed. Chapter 38. Friends. Dr. Lu, if you do not wish to sell, then do not sell. We are all friends here. However, if you do decide to part with it, do not hesitate to reach out to him, Fang Tianhao remarked, giving Lu Ji a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Fang, it's not that I don't want to sell. I simply lack understanding of the market. If Yi Ming is interested, he can offer a price. Any amount is inconsequential, as we are friends, Lu Ji replied. It was evident that anyone who could associate with Fang Tianhao was no ordinary acquaintance. Although this young man was a bit of a dandy, he was not one to befriend just anyone. Once he regarded someone as a friend, their character could be trusted to be commendable. Even if the price did not meet that of the esteemed Tang expert, Lu Ji would not suffer a loss. He considered it a gesture of friendship, especially since Fang Tianhao was his benefactor. This piece of calligraphy was valued at around 400,000 to 500,000 in the market, being rather small at only 1 square foot. However, in an auction house, it could fetch at least 1 million, as it was an authentic piece, rare and hard to find. How about I offer you 150,000? I assure you, it will not be in vain, Yi Ming proposed. All right, my friend, you are quite generous. Fang Tianhao expressed his satisfaction with the offer, recognizing it to be a fair price. There is no need to give me so much. I will settle for a middle ground, Lu Ji replied, feeling content as the amount exceeded what the Tang expert had offered, almost double. Conversations with the wealthy were indeed refreshing. Really? Yi Ming exclaimed, his delight evident as he gazed at Lu Ji in disbelief. We are friends, and it is rare to find someone you genuinely appreciate. Lu Ji responded, recognizing Yi Ming's sincere admiration for the piece. Yi Ming, brimming with joy, promptly wrote a check. Although he was indifferent to the 50,000 difference, the fact that Lu Ji was willing to sell it for 1 million out of respect for Fang Tianhao was already a significant concession. The value of this calligraphy far surpassed their agreed price. For those who cherished such art, these items were priceless. Lu Ji was equally pleased. Having unexpectedly acquired over 100,000 in a single outing, truly a stroke of luck, akin to waking from a slumber to find a pillow delivered to him. Shall we dine together? Fang Tianhao suggested once more. Since they had accomplished their purpose for the outing, venturing to the antique street held no further significance. Authentic treasures were not commonplace, nor could one guarantee their discovery simply by visiting. Encountering a genuine artifact was already a cause for celebration, particularly if it turned out to be a unique piece. No, I am quite fatigued today. Let us gather another time, Lu Ji declined, genuinely weary and lacking the enthusiasm for a meal. Very well, we shall reconvene at a later date, Fang Tianhao conceded without insistence. As they conversed, a gust of wind surged forth, sending their calligraphy fluttering and tousling Yi Ming's hair. Lu Ji noticed a dark aura hovering around Yi Ming's forehead, lingering ominously. Have you been experiencing a streak of misfortune lately? Lu Ji inquired. How did you know? Indeed, I have been rather unlucky these days. I do not understand why, Yi Ming replied, taken aback by Lu Ji's insight, having just met him. Your forehead bears a dark mark. It is a clear sign of misfortune, Lu Ji elucidated. You possess knowledge of metaphysics? Fang Tianhao asked incredulously. While he was well aware of Lu Ji's medical expertise, the study of metaphysics was not something just anyone could grasp. He himself wished to learn, but his mind was muddled. Just a little, Lu Ji modestly replied. His grandfather imparted not only medical knowledge, but also teachings on mysticism, spiritual practices, and cultivation techniques. Discerning such things was hardly surprising. Can you resolve it? Yiming queried. Anyone held in such esteem by Fong Tianhao could not be ordinary. Despite his youthful appearance, one could not judge by looks alone. Often, those gifted individuals were concealed within the crowd. Do you possess any jade pendants? Lu Ji asked. None. Yiming responded, perplexed. Perfect. We are in the antique street. You should select a jade pendant for yourself, Lu Ji suggested. Very well, please wait a moment. Yiming replied, eagerly heading off. Have you been taking your medication consistently? Lu Ji inquired. Of course, I am quite obedient, Fong Tianhao assured him. And do avoid women and alcohol, Lu Ji reiterated, nodding approvingly. Rest assured. However, I have some good news. I have been feeling much better lately. I am quite energized. Your medicine truly works wonders, Fong Tianhao expressed with joy. Do not celebrate too soon. This year of careful nurturing is neither too long nor too short. Mind your lower half and restrain your appetite, Lu Ji cautioned earnestly. Understood, I will be cautious, Fong Tianhao replied, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. He was acutely aware that without Lu Ji, his recovery would not have progressed so swiftly. After consulting numerous doctors and spending an uncountable sum of money, he had seen little change and only incurred greater losses. He knew his body best, and the results from Lu Ji's treatment were undeniably remarkable. He could walk for extended periods without feeling fatigued. I have returned with a prized possession. What do you think of this? At that moment, Yiming returned, presenting a jade Buddha pendant to Lu Ji. For reasons unknown, he firmly believed that Lu Ji could assist him. When instructed to procure a jade pendant, he did so without hesitation. Lu Ji discreetly infused the pendant with protective incantations, imbuing it with a spell for safety. The two men merely observed as he examined the pendant, finding nothing particularly extraordinary. However, when Yiming received it, he distinctly felt a difference, though he could not pinpoint its nature. Keep it close. May it bring you peace. Lu Ji smiled. Thank you. Yiming expressed his gratitude. Merely possessing the pendant would not address the root of the issue. I recommend you consult a feng shui expert to examine your home thoroughly, Lu Ji advised with seriousness. I understand that, but regrettably, my elders are skeptical. I cannot bring someone into the house without causing them distress, Yiming confessed. He evidently recognized this truth. Misfortune does not occur without reason. Unless one has committed some wrongdoing, there may be issues regarding the arrangement of household items. Ultimately, identifying the cause is key. We are gathering for dinner at Shengshi Hotel at 7 o'clock tonight. Dr. Lu, you should join us. We are all friends here. Yiming invited. Having experienced these events, Yiming was no longer distant. He treated Lu Ji with newfound respect, as if lamenting their earlier lack of acquaintance. Very well, Lu Ji thought to himself. He had already declined twice, and it would be inconsiderate to refuse again, so he acquiesced. Then, we shall meet tonight. I must take my leave for now, Yiming said, hurriedly gathering his calligraphy and departing. Having acquired a treasured item, he was eager to showcase his find. I shall take my leave as well. See you tonight, Fong Tianhao added, hastily following suit. After bidding farewell to the two, Lu Ji cashed the check and felt a sense of security with his newfound wealth. Chapter 39. Coercive Sales. As Lu Ji retraced his steps, he chanced upon several men clad in black standing ominously at the entrance of his uncle's apothecary. Their demeanor was decidedly unfriendly. Jiangcheng, you understand the gravity of the situation without needing to ask further. I hope you refrain from discussing this with outsiders. Don't blame us later. If you wish to establish a shop here, you must comply, one of the black-clad men stated sternly. I understand. I comprehend everything, Jiangcheng replied, though he felt discontent within. Nevertheless, he maintained a respectful smile as he bid the men farewell. Uncle, who are they, and why are they here? He immediately sensed that these men were not of good character. His uncle would never willingly provoke such individuals. After years of university, he had been either studying or working, and he had not had much contact with his uncle. If not for this encounter, he might have entirely forgotten he had such a relative. Upon entering the shop, Lu Ji saw a large stack of medicines, while his uncle was in the process of transferring these items to the storage room. They are here to supply me with goods. These are the medicines they delivered, his uncle explained without elaborating further, as if he were reluctant to share details with Lu Ji. Are these medicines problematic? Are they not sourced from legitimate channels? Why threaten you to keep quiet? Lu Ji was determined not to overlook the matter. Although his uncle had not been closely associated with these individuals, blood ties ran deep, and he could not turn a blind eye to the troubling signs he perceived. Despite his uncle's desire to keep him in the dark, Lu Ji noticed something amiss. The medicines were all expired, and the purchase prices listed on the invoices were exorbitantly high, far exceeding the typical rates from pharmaceutical companies. How could his uncle fail to notice this? It seemed he was unwittingly investing his own money into retaining these worthless items. These cannot be sold at all. What use do you have for such refuse? Why procure these? Lu Ji pressed, finding it difficult to voice his concerns without upsetting his uncle further. Thus, he opted to remain silent and continued working. Dr. Gu, please enlighten me on the situation. Why is my uncle unwilling to discuss it? Lu Ji directly inquired of Dr. Gu, who was attending patients. Those men have risen to power through these expired medicines. If we refuse their supplies, we cannot hope to operate a shop. It is regrettable, but we have no choice. All the pharmacies in the vicinity are in the same predicament. No one dares to speak out, Dr. Gu sighed. They aggressively push their products onto us, claiming it is the rule of running a pharmacy. Accept the goods and live in peace. Those who refuse face destruction or investigation until they are forced to close, Dr. Gu whispered as he noticed Jiang Cheng enter the storage area. It had been a long time since he had visited, and it appeared his uncle's business was not thriving. Encountering such individuals and being burdened with these expired, costly medicines made it remarkable that they could turn a profit at all. Lu Ji pondered whether such coercive sales occurred monthly or annually. From the invoice, he discerned that this batch was worth 50,000 yuan. How many medicines and patients would it take to recoup such an investment? Furthermore, these medicines were unsellable. If he were to secretly sell them to recover losses, it would ultimately tarnish the pharmacy's reputation. This situation was akin to a malignant tumor that, if not excised, would eventually prove fatal. Having realized the gravity of the situation, Lu Ji dashed outside. The men in black had not yet dispersed, and he hailed a taxi to follow them. The vehicles traveled along the highway to the outskirts, arriving at an abandoned factory, where Lu Ji discreetly disembarked and circled around the back wall to enter. The interior was spacious, and the men made their way into an office within. Brother Sean, everything went smoothly. All the goods have been distributed, and Jiang Cheng didn't dare to utter a word, one of the black-clad men boasted. Such a coward like Jiang Cheng will surely accept it. He can't afford to take a loss. Brother Sean laughed heartily. Brothers, excellent work today. I'll treat you all to a feast, Brother Sean declared, in high spirits after securing 50,000 from mere trash. Thank you, Brother Sean, his men replied cheerfully. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, startling several of the men. Who the hell are you to cause trouble here? Brother Sean barked angrily. Lu Ji, Jiang Cheng's nephew. Lu Ji retorted boldly, undeterred by their awareness of his identity. His fury could not be quelled, and he clenched his fists, seeking an outlet for his frustration. Return the goods you sent earlier. Lu Ji stood tall before them, his voice icy. This declaration ignited the thuggish men's ferocity, and a dozen of them brandished weapons, ready to strike at his command, wielding iron clubs capable of shattering bones. Haha, you have more guts than Jiang Cheng, but alas, I will not take back the goods. What can you do about it? Brother Sean scoffed, finding amusement in the situation. Li Yishan was a notorious thug in Sioux City, a small tyrant in his own right, and no one dared to cross him. His subordinates numbered in the dozens, all reckless and fearless. A pharmaceutical factory had hired him at a high salary to sell their products, knowing that luckier pharmacies might receive medicines with better expiration dates, while the unfortunate or gullible ones would end up with expired goods, much like Jiang Cheng's case. Pharmacies in Sioux City had never dared to confront them, nor had anyone ever requested a return. Lu Ji was the first to do so, and to confront them at their headquarters was akin to courting disaster. The onlookers laughed heartily at Lu Ji's small stature, finding it the most amusing spectacle they had ever witnessed. After all these years, no one had dared to provoke them, and Lu Ji's direct approach to their stronghold was unprecedented. He was simply too young, displaying a fiery spirit that was commendable, but context mattered. Do you know who our boss is? You're so brazen to come here and stir trouble, one of them taunted. I don't care who you are. I'm here to inform you that you must return the goods and cease delivering such rubbish to my uncle's pharmacy, Lu Ji stated coldly. You speak boldly, but let us see if your capabilities match your bravado, Brother Sean sneered. At his signal, the thugs surrounded Lu Ji and swung their iron rods toward him. Bang! Bang! To their astonishment, it was not Lu Ji who fell, but several of the attackers, strong and robust, who were swiftly subdued, leaving the remaining men bewildered and hesitant to join the fray. "Impressive, I underestimated you," Brother Sean remarked, clapping his hands slowly. "If you had kept your nose out of this, we would have merely maintained a business relationship. But your insolence has compelled me to reconsider." Rising to his feet, Brother Sean brandished a sharp knife, its blade glinting ominously, and lunged toward Lu Ji. Chapter 40. Who dares to disagree? Sean Gu exhibited remarkable agility, clearly a seasoned fighter. With a swift pivot of his left foot, he launched an attack, the knife in his hand aimed directly at Lu Ji's chest. However, Lu Ji remained unperturbed. He deftly maneuvered behind Sean Gu, delivering a sharp kick to his ankle, followed by a powerful punch. Sean Ji's face paled instantly. His feeble attempts appeared to Lu Ji as mere child's play. When did this nephew from Jiangxing become so formidable? He had never exhibited such prowess before. Lu Ji seized the knife from Li Yishan, sending him crashing to the ground with a kick, the blade's glint now poised against his throat. "Who among you still dares to defy? Move a muscle, and I'll let his blood flow like a river," Lu Ji warned those who contemplated intervening. "Stay back, everyone, stay back." Li Yishan, noticing the blade at his neck, hastily interjected. The strong feared the ruthless, the obedient feared the defiant, and the defiant feared the reckless. Shanggu, a once dreaded figure, now felt the weight of fear as he realized this young man was even more ruthless than he. "I am here to return goods," Lu Ji declared. He surveyed the room, and no one dared to move, all tremblingly relinquishing their weapons. Lu Ji's creed was simple. "If you resist, I shall force you to yield. Withdraw. Withdraw. I will certainly comply." Shanggu nodded repeatedly, as anyone would when a knife rested upon their neck. "No more deliveries of medicine in the future. Truth be told, I am merely a laborer. The debts are not mine. I am just a courier, delivering goods as instructed, and if I refuse, I shall face dire consequences." Li Yishan lamented, feeling frustrated. If this batch were to be returned, it would not be catastrophic. He could find other channels to distribute the goods. Yet beyond this, he was at a loss. "Who is your backer? I wish to speak with him," Lu Ji inquired. "Brother, I advise against it. He is not to be trifled with. Just tell me who he is. I have no desire for idle chatter." When Li Yishan remained reticent, Lu Ji pressed his foot down with force. It hurts, it hurts. I will speak." Li Yishan winced, exclaiming, "Shin Kuan from Sioux City. He is the one managing the pharmaceuticals. We are merely responsible for distribution," Li Yishan revealed. The others quaked at the mention of this name. Clearly, they held Shin Kuan in high regard. Regardless of his power, Lu Ji felt compelled to confront him. Shin Kuan was a notorious figure, running underground gambling dens, bars, and entertainment venues, with stakes in businesses owned by affluent merchants. He was a force to be reckoned with, and Shanggu had thrived under his influence, commanding a gang of dozens and asserting dominance in his territory. "Where can I find him? I wish to meet him," Lu Ji stated. "You cannot see him. Those of us who run errands rarely encounter him. I sincerely advise you against it," Li Yishan cautioned. "Do not play coy with me. Take me to him. This matter will not be resolved until I get answers," Lu Ji insisted, pressing down harder. "All right, I will accompany you. He is at the Red Pavilion," Li Yishan resigned, lamenting his ill fortune. This young man was genuinely formidable. His earlier disdain had been returned tenfold, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Yet, he recognized the futility of opposition. Better to befriend someone of such skill than to stand against him. "Very well. I shall await your arrival tomorrow. Should you deceive me, do not blame my ruthlessness," Lu Ji threatened. "I would not dare," Shanggu replied. The small-time thugs, now cowed, dared not show disrespect towards Lu Ji. After setting a time, they turned to leave. "Young brother Lu, this is Director Duan. Could you spare some time to visit the hospital?" "What is it?" "A connection of ours has a daughter suffering from a rare disease. Complications have arisen, and we are at our wits' end. Could you come and lend your assistance?" The urgency in Director Duan's voice was palpable. "Understood. I shall arrive shortly." Lu Ji dropped the phone and hailed a cab straight to the hospital. Upon arrival, he found a severely injured young man, bloodied and battered. Despite treatment, blood continued to seep from his wounds, and his vitality was waning. Without immediate intervention, he could succumb at any moment. Two young men, presumably friends of the injured, were blocking the director and the attending physician, anxiously demanding that they take action to save him, rather than standing idly by. In their perspective, doctors were expected to be at their patient's side around the clock, employing every instrument at their disposal to diagnose and treat, instead of appearing helpless. If you cannot save Li Xiao, you will regret it. They shouted, surrounding the doctors and nurses. When Lu Ji arrived, Director Duan had no time to greet him or explain the situation. Lu Ji placed his hand on the patient's wrist, feeling for a pulse, then assessed the injuries. It was evident that he had suffered a car accident, with both legs shattered and 3 ribs broken, the most severe injury being a rib piercing the lung, causing respiratory distress and blood to ooze from his mouth, along with internal displacement, an extremely grave condition. The attending physician, Zhang Liang, was currently explaining the patient's condition to the anxious friends. Li Xiao's injuries are critical. It is not merely the broken ribs. One has penetrated the lung, damaging the lung lobe. Even with surgery, the chances of survival are slim. Even if our hospital's most renowned internal medicine professor were to intervene, the odds would remain at 2%. This is something I cannot disclose. Li Xiao was the son of Li Tao, the only male heir, and the cherished one of the Li family, who owned a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. The hospital's entire medical equipment had been donated by the Li family, and they could not afford to be negligent in his care. Nonetheless, the injuries were severe. Had he not been young, he would have already succumbed before reaching the hospital. Regardless of the severity of the injuries, you must treat him immediately. However, it is not that we refuse treatment. Surgery is necessary, and the risks are substantial. Given the complexity of the situation, we lack the certainty required. I recommend transferring him to another hospital where you might find a more capable doctor, Zhang Liang explained. Although he had noticed Lu Ji's entrance, he was skeptical that this young man possessed any real skill. The previous incident involving the rescue of Qin Yoming's daughter might have been mere chance, and he had unfairly allowed his classmate to take the fall, resulting in expulsion. What qualifications did a mere intern without a medical license have to treat patients? They could jeopardize their entire practice and tarnish the hospital's reputation. Despite recognizing Lu Ji's presence, he feigned ignorance, refusing to brief him on the patient's condition, hoping to sideline him. Even if the patient were transferred, their hospital would remain unscathed. The Li family was not someone they could afford to cross. Transfer? Your internal medicine department is the best. If you cannot treat him, no other hospital stands a chance. You must act swiftly. The hospitals in Kyoto should be able to treat. Shut your mouth. By the time we arrive, he could be dead. Do you not comprehend the distance from Sioux City to Kyoto? Zhang Liang was now in a state of panic, caught between the imperatives of treatment and the reluctance to proceed. He could not fathom why these individuals had chosen their hospital in the first place. Chapter 41. The accident victim. A few young men felt an acute sense of anxiety within. They had connections with the Li family and often mingled together. It was this camaraderie that led them to invite each other for a reckless race atop the mountain. However, due to the wet road, an accident ensued. If anything were to happen to young Master Li, their lives would be in peril as well, for their families would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. And the Li family would seek retribution. At that moment, young Master Li coughed violently, and a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, coinciding with the ominous beeping of the medical apparatus, signaling an emergency. The faces of the onlookers turned ashen, and disregarding their previous entanglements with the doctors, they hurried back to young Master Li, eager to assist him in breathing. Li's complexion began to turn a shade of purple, with injuries to his lungs. He struggled for breath. Even with the aid of a respirator, the symptoms of his respiratory distress persisted, rendering his face pallid. The excessive blood loss had left him in a state of vital deficiency. Do not move the patient carelessly. He has 3 fractured ribs. Any jostling could result in further internal injuries. One rib has already punctured a lung lobe and cannot withstand additional trauma. His internal organs have shifted and are severely damaged. Lu Ji interjected urgently, recognizing that their frantic actions could cause secondary harm to the patient. Who are you to dictate what we do? One of the young men retorted, shoving Lu Ji aside. Lu Ji paid no heed to the individual, focusing instead on assessing the patient's condition, placing his hand on the wrist to check for a pulse. His expression growing grim. Zhang Liang was taken aback. This young man, without the use of any instruments, could ascertain the patient's condition merely by feeling the pulse, and his findings aligned closely with the medical assessments. This was indeed astonishing. Previously, Zhang had attributed Lu Ji's success in treating a patient to mere luck, but now he pondered if it were still a matter of chance. He was acutely aware that Lu Ji had not examined the test results or the x-rays. How did he possess such insight? Was there some sort of clairvoyance at play? The patient's condition is critical. Surgery is imperative, Lu Ji stated firmly. Do you really need to state the obvious? But who will perform the surgery? No one has yet provided a clear answer. One of the young men exclaimed in frustration, their anxiety palpable as they awaited a response. Zhang Liang, still in disbelief, thought to himself that everyone was aware of the urgent need for surgery. However, who among them would dare take the risk? Should a mishap occur on the operating table, the repercussions would be dire. The one wielding the scalpel would bear the brunt of the misfortune. A medical accident, especially involving the young master of the Li family, was a calamity they could neither afford nor endure the wrath of the Li family. I can perform the surgery, but I cannot manage it alone. I require an assistant. Lu Ji replied. Are you truly capable? Director Duan, feeling a pang of regret for involving Lu Ji in this dilemma, reflected on the potential ruin of his own career should things go awry. His heart was heavy with remorse, realizing it was his desperation that had led him to consider Lu Ji. Do you even comprehend what you're saying? Zhang Liang's voice rose in exasperation. How could an intern, lacking credentials, take on this surgery? Even our esteemed Professor Wang might not guarantee success. This could jeopardize our entire hospital. The Li family held immense power. A mere stamp of a foot could send tremors throughout Suzhou. They were not a family to offend lightly. Are you a doctor? Can you save young Master Li? The young man, upon hearing Lu Ji's assertion that he could perform the surgery, suddenly appeared invigorated, eagerly pressing for details. No, he cannot perform the surgery. He is merely an unqualified intern, who will assume responsibility should something go wrong. Zhang Liang interjected forcefully. Human lives are at stake. Surely, you do not wish for anything to happen to young Master Li? If complications arise, who will shoulder that burden? We must wait for Professor Wang, Zhang Liang continued. Though he softened his tone slightly, the young men exchanged glances, uncertain of whom to trust. They were not the official family members of young Master Li, and if a medical mishap were to occur, they too would face dire consequences. Their hesitance was palpable. I will take responsibility. If this surgery is delayed, we risk missing the optimal window, which could threaten his life, Lu Ji asserted. You have truly lost your mind. Zhang Liang shouted in desperation. Zhang, temper your words. If Lu Ji can indeed treat him, we must place our faith in him, Director Duan urged. Are you confident? Director Duan inquired. 50-50, but it is worth a try, Lu Ji replied, though he understated his confidence, knowing he had a 70 to 80% chance of success. Do not heed him. The patient's injuries are grave. Even Professor Wang's arrival would not ensure a high probability of success. 3 out of 10 would be fortunate enough, Zhang Liang countered, his frustration mounting as he noted the director's unexpected support for Lu Ji. Very well, we shall trust you. We implore you to save young Master Li. The young men gritted their teeth, realizing that while they lacked medical knowledge, they comprehended the severity of Li's condition. If Lu Ji could indeed heal him, he would also be saving their own futures. Thus, they decided to gamble on this chance rather than remain idle. Could you assist me? Lu Ji requested of a nearby nurse. All right, she replied, glancing at the director for approval, who nodded, albeit reluctantly. Lu Ji, it is not that I wish to obstruct you, but the patient's immediate family has not arrived. If you proceed with this surgery recklessly, it could lead to a medical dispute. Do you comprehend the potential repercussions? Zhang Liang urged anxiously. Enough. You only know how to complain. If you have the ability, you do it. Should the patient's condition worsen, I will hold you accountable, one of the young men retorted, shoving Zhang Liang aside in anger. Lu Ji and the nurse swiftly wheeled the patient into the operating room, the ominous red light of the surgical suite illuminating, causing the hearts of the onlookers to clench with dread. Their anxiety mounted as they paced the corridor restlessly. Inside the operating room, Lu Ji instructed the nurse to cut away the patient's clothing and disinfect the area. He then retrieved silver needles from his pocket, employing over 200 of them with remarkable speed and precision. The nurse was astonished. She had assisted many doctors, including Professor Wang, but had never witnessed such swiftness in locating acupoints. Lu Ji deftly manipulated the silver needles, infusing them with a gentle energy that coursed through the patient's body. In no time, he had completed the procedure, leaving only a few critical acupoints untouched. The patient's bleeding ceased, and his complexion gradually began to restore itself, the pallor of death receding as vitality returned. Chapter 42. Can you bear the responsibility? With deft precision, silver needles were inserted into the acupoints, flowing like water, infusing the patient with vital energy, rejuvenating a once exhausted body. The condition of the injured stabilized as Lu Ji left silver needles in several vital points on Li Xiao's body, gently manipulating them with spiritual energy, causing a warm current to flow slowly through his meridians. At this juncture, Lu Ji had transformed into a formidable figure. The effort required for this rescue was immensely taxing, yet diligence bore fruit, and the patient's condition improved. Blood pressure returned to normal, the ECG stabilized, and the patient ceased coughing blood. "Dr. Lu, you are incredible," exclaimed a young nurse, her excitement palpable as she monitored the instruments and the patient, intrigued by the young doctor's method and confidence. She had witnessed the miraculous turnaround firsthand. Initially, it seemed there was no hope for the patient, yet under Lu Ji's care, he had astonishingly improved, leaving her in disbelief. This was a patient whom Dr. Zhang had deemed beyond saving. Even if old Wang had come, there might have been no assurance of recovery. "How is my son? Have you arranged for that professor to operate on him?" A group rushed towards them, led by Li Xiao's father, Li Tao, the arbiter of the Li group. His son had been in a car accident, and he was frantic, hurrying to the hospital. And upon seeing Dean Duan, he urgently inquired about his son's condition. "I am Li Xiao's attending physician. He is currently stable, and with Professor Wang overseeing, we will ensure his safety." Zhang Liang greeted Li Tao with a smile. "Is Professor Wang performing surgery on my son?" Li Tao asked again for confirmation. Not yet. Professor Wang is on his way here," Zhang Liang replied, somewhat awkwardly. "Dean Duan, if Professor Wang has yet to arrive, then who is operating on my son?" Li Tao questioned, puzzled. "Were they bringing in other specialists?" "No, it's one of our hospital-less doctors." "Dean Duan, you are mistaken. I opposed allowing Lu Ji to perform the surgery. You refused to listen. He is merely a recent graduate and lacks the necessary capability." "What? A recent graduate is performing surgery on my son? Does he even have a medical license?" "His skills are quite commendable," Dean Duan said, feeling a twinge of guilt. Unsure of himself, the pressure from Li Tao's formidable presence made beads of sweat form on his forehead. He regretted his decision. Perhaps it had indeed jeopardized Lu Ji's future. Li Tao was a significant figure in the Sioux City business community, and if anything were to happen to Li Xiao, Lu Ji's life could be at stake as well. "I have donated numerous medical instruments and provided funding for your medical research. And you allow a student to treat my son? Do you look down upon the Li family? Or do you feel our contributions are insufficient? Are you, Dean Duan, blind? Or is your hospital in such dire straits that you would gamble with my son's life?" Li Tao erupted with fury, nearly beside himself with rage. "I said it was unacceptable to proceed without Professor Wang. You insisted on hurrying, and now you have no idea of the situation inside," Zhang Liang interjected hastily. Dean Duan cast an angry glance at Zhang Liang, feeling furious yet restrained in front of Li Tao. It seemed Zhang Liang had seized the moment to undermine him. "Who is that student?" Li Tao demanded. "His name is Lu Ji, a recent graduate without a medical license." "What? Not only is he a student, but he also lacks a medical license? You dare to let someone like that operate on my child? Is this hospital out of its mind?" Li Tao seethed. "You allowed someone with no qualifications to operate on my son. What are you all doing here? Why didn't you stop this?" Li Tao turned to glare at the young companions of his son. Dr. Zhang said the injuries were severe. He had no confidence and suggested transferring hospitals. Li Xiao's condition was critical, and the young doctor insisted he could perform the surgery. Their voices dwindled, fear evident as they lowered their heads. "If anything happens to my son, you will all pay the price," Li Tao warned, his blood pressure surging as he pointed an accusatory finger at them. The group nearly collapsed in terror, rendered speechless, praying for Li Xiao's safety. Otherwise, their lives were forfeit. The Li family had many ways to make someone disappear, and evasion was not an option. "You want to transfer my son? You won't treat him?" Li Tao turned coldly to Zhang Liang. "And no, it was an emergency. All tests indicated Li Xiao's injuries were severe, and I lacked confidence. I didn't want to delay treatment," Zhang Liang stammered, taken aback by Li Tao's wrath. "I will not hear excuses. If my son suffers any harm, can you bear the consequences?" Li Tao's voice was icy, his presence chilling the air, causing everyone to shudder. Li Tao was furious. The hospital's reputation as a leading institution in Sioux City was bolstered by the Li family's support. Yet here they were, wanting to transfer his injured son while showing little regard for their family, even allowing an unqualified student to operate. If they had truly valued the Li family, such arrangements would never have been made. "Let us remain calm. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as imagined, and the injuries may not be severe." Just then, Professor Wang arrived, taking in the circumstances with astonishment, though he maintained a serious demeanor in front of the crowd. "Not serious? That is my son, not yours. You allowed an inexperienced youth to operate on him. Can you take responsibility for that? Zhao Mei, Li's mother, arrived at the hospital and, upon learning the situation, shared her husband's anger, pointing accusingly at the staff. Professor Wang fell silent, genuinely unaware of the full extent of the situation. Upon reviewing the medical records, his expression turned grave. Chapter 43. His audacity. Professor Wang grew increasingly alarmed as he observed that Li Xiao's injuries were not merely serious. Even if he intervened, he could only muster a twofold assurance. Despite this scant confidence, he felt no certainty within, as Li Xiao was simply unfit to leave the operating table. It was no wonder that Zhang Liang advocated for their transfer to another hospital. However, the audacity of this lad, Lu Ji, was truly remarkable. He dared to accept any patient, a task fraught with peril and devoid of gratitude. Should any complications arise, his entire career would be irrevocably tarnished. Professor Wang, how severe is the child's condition? Inquired Li Tao. Professor Wang, a towering figure in internal medicine, was known for his unparalleled skill in resolving ailments. If this esteemed professor were indeed the one performing the surgery, there would be no cause for such outrage. Well, it is quite difficult to ascertain. The injuries are severe, and the situation appears grim, Professor Wang admitted, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he realized the gravity of the situation. He was at a loss as to how to remedy this predicament. Li Tao's heart sank as he sensed an ominous foreboding. What? You are playing with lives here. Hurry and bring that doctor out, he exclaimed. Professor Wang, do you intend to stand idly by? We donate generously every year, providing you with funds and medical equipment. Do you take our support for granted? If anything were to happen to my son, none of you would escape unscathed. Zhao Min, unable to contain herself, pointed an accusatory finger at them, unleashing a tirade as if reprimanding 3 wayward grandchildren, leaving no shred of dignity intact. Professor Wang's expression darkened. He was a man of esteemed reputation, respected by all in Sioux City, and had never before been subjected to such indignity. Normally, people greeted him with deference, never daring to raise their voices in his presence. At that moment, the surgical room's red light shifted to green. How is Li Xiao faring? Director Duan inquired anxiously as Lu Ji emerged from the operating room. The tension in the corridor had reached a breaking point, with everyone present nearly trampling the tiles in their anxious anticipation of Lu Ji's report. Why hasn't my son come out yet? What is his condition? Who authorized you to operate on him? Who do you think you are? Our Li family's young master is far more precious than you can imagine. If anything goes awry, I will hold you accountable. Zhao Min rushed forward, shoving Director Duan aside as she spoke vehemently. The patient is currently stable, but he requires further observation in the intensive care unit for a day. I advise against removing the silver needles from his body for the time being. We must wait until his condition stabilizes, Lu Ji explained, though his displeasure simmered beneath the surface at the family's attitude. He had poured all his energy into saving the patient, yet instead of gratitude, he faced threats and scorn. These people were utterly unreasonable. Had he not intervened, Li Xiao would have already departed this world. As long as my son recovers, we can discuss matters further. Otherwise, I will ensure you pay the price. Zhao Min demanded, her ire unabated. Director Duan, get rid of this person. Just seeing him angers me. He has no understanding of who my son is. Is he merely a practice patient for you? I have already shown him mercy by not allowing him into the room. Li Tao maintained a stern demeanor, refraining from Zhao Min's histrionics, yet he too harbored disdain for Lu Ji. He led the way into the operating room to ascertain the true state of his son's condition, hoping desperately that the earlier claims of no significant issues were accurate. Lu Ji, you nearly caused our ruin. What right do you have to operate on patients without a medical license? Zhang Liang shouted defiantly, emboldened by the absence of the Li family. Dr. Zhang, if you lack the ability to treat patients, refrain from making disparaging remarks. I have not placed any responsibility upon you, so what are you afraid of? Lu Ji retorted icily. Who do you think you are? Can you bear the consequences? Everyone in this hospital nearly suffered due to your recklessness. You should leave before you tarnish our reputation further, Zhang Liang continued, unrelenting. Being a physician is not about convoluted politics. I simply acted within my capacity. What gives you the right to demand my departure? You cling to your grievances. Yet if you possess the skill, why not treat the patient yourself? I heal the sick and save lives, seeking only the essence of a healer. I have no desire to associate with those who dare not take responsibility. Lu, my young brother, do not stoop to his level. I mishandled the situation and nearly placed you in jeopardy. The licensing matter will be resolved swiftly, so do not fret, Director Duan interjected, casting a fierce glare at Zhang Liang. I see no need for that. It would be best if I distanced myself from this place. I would rather not be bitten by the snake that lurks here, Lu Ji declared, visibly agitated. He had never encountered such a family. He dedicated himself to saving their child, only to be met with ingratitude and contempt. The attending physician's veiled insults and attempts to undermine him were intolerable. The hospital seemed rife with sycophants and backstabbers, and he had no desire to mingle with such individuals. You have gone too far. Director Duan pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Liang, anger evident in his voice. What qualifications does a mere fresh graduate possess to remain in our hospital? If not for his audacity, we would not have faced such humiliation from the Li family. Zhang Liang defended himself boldly. Inside the operating room, the instruments indicated that the patient's condition was remarkably stable, leaving Professor Wang astounded. Even he could not guarantee such an outcome through his own efforts. Li Xiao lay upon the bed, his previously pale visage now tinged with color, blood circulating freely, and his breathing steady. Even without instruments, it was evident that the patient was gradually improving, a medical miracle. Despite the grievous injuries to his leg, which had been shattered, it was now reattached and immobilized with a cast. The foreign object in his lung appeared to have been removed, and the patient breathed evenly without any hint of abnormal sounds. How had those shattered bones been extracted and rejoined? A flurry of questions swirled in Professor Wang's mind. Professor, how is my son faring? Zhao Min asked anxiously, awaiting Professor Wang's evaluation of her son's condition. Eager to ascertain whether the student had indeed caused any harm and if there would be any lasting repercussions. Her son was far too precious to be treated as a mere practice case. At present, he appears to be stable, the bandaging is adequate, and the procedure was executed with remarkable precision. I believe there will be no complications, Professor Wang responded, equally astonished by the skill displayed. The technique was indeed extraordinary. Even he could not have achieved such perfection. Chapter 44. The deterioration of the condition. What is acceptable? What can be done? Can you provide a definitive conclusion? Zhao Min exclaimed in a state of agitation. As it stands, the condition is relatively stable. However, the prognosis for the patient remains grim. There is a constant potential for complications to arise. We must continue to observe the stability of the situation before we can offer you an accurate assessment. I cannot compromise the integrity of our duty as medical professionals simply to placate you, Professor Wang replied. You people only know how to deceive the families of patients. Do not think you can use that same rhetoric with us. After supporting you for so long, you cannot even provide a single precise result. All our contributions have gone to waste. Zhao Min retorted, her words unrestrained in her fury. Professor Wang, a distinguished expert in internal medicine and a skilled orthopedic surgeon, was rarely confronted in such a manner. His dual expertise made him an authority in this field. His research had garnered numerous accolades, establishing him as a formidable figure in medical practice. It was a rare occasion for him to be subjected to such indignities, and today, he had endured too. His expression turned icy. Your donations to the hospital are acts of philanthropy. They do not grant you the right to critique our medical expertise. You seek recognition, while we rely on our skills to heal and save lives. We are not your servants. The remuneration we receive is a reward for our service in treating patients. And we do not owe you a single penny, Professor Wang stated, his voice tinged with anger. Since you lack faith in our abilities, perhaps you should seek out those esteemed physicians you trust more. We are powerless in this situation, he concluded, genuinely incensed, before storming away, indifferent to the consequences. Professor Wang, please do not leave. Li Tao shot a fierce glare at his wife before hastily pursuing the professor. Rest assured, Mr. Li, young Master Li's condition has stabilized, and with some time for recuperation, he will recover. Zhang Liang quickly interjected, attempting to assuage the tension after witnessing Professor Wang's furious exit. Dr. Zhang, I trust in your expertise. I leave my son in your capable hands. Please take care, Li Tao nodded, seeking reassurance from the doctor they held in high regard. You are too kind, Mr. Li. This is our duty. Rest assured, I will provide excellent care for young Master Li, Zhang Liang vowed, his heart racing with excitement. This was a validation of his efforts, and he envisioned a bright future should he meet their expectations. I will arrange a private care unit for young Master Li, with a dedicated nurse for constant monitoring. Mr. and Mrs. Li, you both must be exhausted. Feel free to return home and rest. I will notify you immediately should any situation arise, Zhang Liang assured them. The couple nodded in agreement, their fatigue evident after a long day, filled with anxiety. With their son's condition stabilized, they felt a sense of relief as they departed the operating room. Nurse, why is this needle still in the patient? Young people can be so careless, committing such a basic error, Zhang Liang remarked with a frown. Dr. Liu stated that it cannot be removed yet. It is not time. The nurse hesitated, contemplating her response. Who requires such an extended duration for acupuncture? If the patient moves and inadvertently disturbs it, is that not dangerous? Zhang Liang replied, displeased. The nurse could not counter his authority. After all, he was a physician, while she was merely his assistant. As she wavered on whether to insist further, Zhang Liang had already removed the needle. Arrange a private care unit for young Master Li. The Li family does not lack funds. They desire only the best. Also, hire an experienced nurse for comprehensive care and monitoring to ensure absolute safety, Zhang Liang instructed. Understood, the nurse affirmed. In high spirits, Zhang Liang had long coveted the position of chief of the hospital. Now, having aligned himself with the prestigious Li family, he believed that he would soon replace the current director, and this thought filled him with joy. However, his daydream was abruptly shattered by the sharp sound of an alarm. Instinctively, he glanced at the monitor. The patient's vital signs were fluctuating rapidly. The heart rate surged above 100, blood pressure skyrocketed beyond 200, and blood began to seep from the patient's mouth. Quickly, summon Professor Wang and inform him of the patient's deteriorating condition. Zhang Liang felt a surge of panic. The situation had escalated beyond his expertise, and he was at a loss for how to proceed with resuscitation. Who tampered with the needles? Who removed them? Professor Wang had not yet returned to his office when he was forcibly dragged back to the operating room. Upon seeing the dire situation, he erupted in anger. Do you understand that this needle is a lifeline? Without it, the patient would already be lost. Professor Wang, still fuming, was further infuriated by the gravity of the situation. It wasn't me. Zhang Liang waved his hands in denial, nearly paralyzed with fear. He could not afford to admit to such a blunder. It was her. She removed the needle. Zhang Liang turned to the nurse, casting blame. That is absurd. I explicitly informed you that the needle must not be removed. Yet you disregarded my warning. The nurse was taken aback by Zhang Liang's shamelessness and retorted angrily. With a resounding slap, Professor Wang struck Zhang Liang's face. Was this truly the doctor he had once respected? How could he lack accountability, shifting blame when faced with a crisis? Anger surged within him. Professor Wang, you are also skilled in acupuncture. Could you please reinsert the needle? I beg of you. Zhang Liang, now truly terrified, recognized the severity of the situation. Even without Professor Wang's ire, he understood the gravity of the patient's condition. I cannot reinsert the needle into the same puncture site, nor can I apply the necessary pressure. If I were to make a mistake, not only would I fail to save him, but his condition could worsen. I am truly at a loss, Professor Wang replied, shaking his head. Hearing the commotion from the operating room, Li Tao and his wife rushed back. Upon hearing Professor Wang's words, Li Tao felt as though the world had collapsed around him. He nearly fainted. I will take your life in exchange for my son's. Zhao Min, frenzied, lunged toward Zhang Liang, raining blows upon him. Disregarding his cries for mercy, Li Tao quickly restrained his wife. Though he harbored deep resentment toward Zhang Liang, he understood that expressing his hatred did not require physical action. In this dire moment, he prioritized maintaining his composure, for he was more heartbroken than anyone else witnessing his son's plight. Professor Wang, you are the expert. No one possesses more experience than you. Please, save my son. Li Tao's demeanor had shifted. He no longer exuded confidence, but appeared aged and weary, pleading with desperation. The trauma from this incident had taken a significant toll on him, and despite his usual resilience in the turbulent world of business, he now found himself humbly beseeching for his son's life. Chapter 45. Apology. The silver needle that had been removed was exceedingly thin, much finer than the usual silver needles. Professor Wang was perplexed as to how such a slender needle could have penetrated the patient's body. The needle holes were minuscule, with some merely appearing as tiny blood spots, and others so minute they were nearly imperceptible. If the holes had been slightly larger, I might have managed, but now I find myself utterly powerless. A slight deviation could cost the child's life. These regions are crucial acupuncture points in the human body. Not just anyone can administer treatment here. Although I have some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, I still fall short compared to a professional. Quickly, summon your hospital's acupuncture specialist, Zhao Min urged. Professor Wang hesitated. Our acupuncture techniques are not as proficient as yours, Professor Wang, a nurse whispered. What about that student? Could he possibly have a solution? Li Tao inquired. Contact him immediately. If you delay and worsen my son's condition, you can forget about working here, Zhao Mei fumed. Just moments ago, they had been assured that the condition was stable, yet before they had even exited the hospital, they were informed that their son was in critical condition. Were they truly being treated, or were they simply being deceived? Zhang Liang, feeling despondent, hung his head. It seemed his future was doomed, his legs trembling slightly. We don't have much time left. Li Xiao cannot wait, he lamented. Is there truly no traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in Sioux City? Not that there aren't any. But finding someone as skilled as Lu Ji, who can precisely gauge needle depth, is rare. Not just anyone can insert needles. Even if we find someone, they may not be able to use the existing needle holes, and varying pressure could yield adverse effects, Professor Wang explained. Though his medical skills were not unparalleled, few in Sioux City could match his expertise. If he himself lacked confidence, it was unlikely others would dare to intervene. Besides, if Lu Ji could be located, why waste time seeking someone else? As the night fell and the streets buzzed with traffic, Lu Ji had not yet reached home when an Audi came to a halt before him. Li Xiao's condition has worsened. Mr. Li sent me to bring you over. Hurry, the impatient driver announced. Upon realizing who they were and seeing the obstructing vehicle, Lu Ji felt no surprise. It was effortless for them to locate him. Had something gone awry with the patient? He had left instructions, uncertain if they had been heeded. I'm just a student without a medical license. I can't treat you. You should consult a qualified physician. He declined, despite his inner speculation. You must come with us, as per Madame S.'s strict orders. Even if we have to force you, you will comply, one of the bodyguards coldly asserted. Lu Ji, already irked by the lack of gratitude for saving a life, found their attitude intolerable. Was this truly how one begged for assistance? He had no desire to engage further, seeing Lu Ji's defiance. For specially trained bodyguards emerged from the car, all skilled fighters. Some were even retired soldiers, capable of taking on multiple opponents. However, this time they miscalculated. Lu Ji was no longer the pushover he once was. He easily overpowered the first bodyguard, who attempted to seize him, swiftly locking his pulse point and rendering him powerless. The bodyguard stumbled back, crashing into a nearby tree before collapsing to the ground. The fallen bodyguard was considered skilled among their ranks, yet he had failed to land a single blow on Lu Ji, leaving the others astonished. Undeterred, the remaining three lunged forward, driven by their boss's wife's strict orders. Failure to retrieve Lu Ji would result in their reprimand. With a swift kick, Lu Ji sent one flying, dislocating another's arm with a deft twist, causing him to clutch his injury in terror. The last was swiftly subdued beneath Lu Ji's foot. These bodyguards had been hired at a steep price by Li Tao. Their lack of ability was evident, rendering them inadequate for the task at hand. The defeated bodyguards were left in shock, even when facing a formidable opponent. They had never before failed so completely against what appeared to be an ordinary young man, reportedly still a student. Ignoring the stunned bodyguards, Lu Ji turned to leave, bewildered by the arrogance of the wealthy, who clearly regarded the common folk as beneath them. Who granted them such authority, and what was there to take pride in? A cacophony of car horns broke the silence as Li Tao arrived personally, believing that his presence would convey sincerity. Brother Lu, please wait, he implored. Having witnessed his bodyguards being overpowered, a wave of dread washed over him. Casting a furious glance at his wife, he was acutely aware that they could not afford to provoke Lu Ji. They needed his help for their son. It is my wife's fault. Please forgive her. Do not hold it against us, Li Tao pleaded. You should apologize immediately, he scolded sharply. Forgive me, the bodyguard stammered as he struggled to rise, facing Li Tao. They found themselves at a loss for words, bowing to Lu Ji in reluctant apology. They dared not ignore their boss's orders. Yet they were equally beholden to the mistress's demands, caught in a precarious bind. Please, Mr. Li, I am merely an ungraduated student. I cannot treat your esteemed son. Lu Ji replied. Brother Lu, I was blind to your talents. My son's life hangs by a thread. I implore you to assist us, Li Tao said, feeling embarrassed yet desperate. It is not that I refuse to help, but I am unqualified. I lack a medical license and cannot perform surgery on your son. Moreover, I cannot bear the consequences. I possess neither wealth nor status, and my life is of no greater value than your son's, Lu Ji retorted with a cold smile. Realizing the weight of Lu Ji's words, Li Tao recognized that he had been mirrored with his wife's prior disdainful remarks, leaving him speechless. What more do you want? We have come personally. Do not push your luck, Zhao Mei fumed. They were aware of how many sought their favor, yet here they were, humbled and seeking assistance from Lu Ji, but still ungrateful. Zhao Mei looked at Lu Ji with contempt. Even dressed in royal robes, a rustic fool remained just that. So many are eager to serve you. Seek them out, and do not waste your time here, Lu Ji replied coldly, unwilling to feel obligated simply because they had come to him. Chapter 46. A second intervention. As long as you can treat my son, name your price. It's merely a matter of funds, and we are not short on money, Zhao Mei declared with a haughty demeanor. I may not possess your wealth, but I must emphasize that affluence alone does not guarantee my services, Lu Ji retorted coldly. Don't get too arrogant, Zhao Mei shot back, her frustration causing her to stomp her feet in anger. You ought to keep your money for your own use. I shall not entertain this any longer. Lu Ji had no intention of engaging in their theatrical display. State your fee. What amount will it take for you to treat my son? Zhao Mei trembled with rage. She had never been one to beg for assistance, believing those around her unworthy of her time. Silence. Li Tao interjected, genuinely incensed. His wife had become accustomed to being spoiled by him, and while he typically ignored her sharp tongue, this was a dire moment. His son's life was hanging in the balance. She remained oblivious to her missteps and continued to provoke the very person who might save their child. From Professor Wang's remarks, Li Tao discerned that this young man was held in high esteem, a feat unattainable by even a seasoned professor. It was evident that they must do everything possible to bring him back. Hurry and apologize. Why should I apologize to a pauper? Zhao Mei felt aggrieved, unaccustomed to her husband's fierce demeanor. Do you wish for your son to recover, or are you hoping for an early farewell? Li Tao was increasingly exasperated with his wife, who remained oblivious to the gravity of their situation. Zhao Mei, who had initially been brash, deflated at the mention of her son. How could she not wish for his swift recovery? Apologize. Li Tao commanded once more, his voice rising in urgency. I'm sorry. Zhao Mei gritted her teeth, suppressing her displeasure as she addressed Lu Ji. I beg you, please save my son. Her voice broke into sobs as the reality of her child waiting in the hospital room struck her, extinguishing her anger. Initially reluctant to involve himself, Lu Ji felt a surge of compassion upon witnessing Zhao Mei's disrespectful behavior. However, faced with a life-threatening situation, his resolve began to waver. Very well. I shall consider your plea, he conceded, softening his previously firm stance. Please, I will pay any price for my son's life, Li Tao quickly interjected, sensing Lu Ji's willingness to relent. Alas. Let us proceed, Lu Ji sighed, unable to disregard the urgency of the matter. In the intensive care unit, Lu Ji instructed. Do not disturb these IVs. Wait until the patient's condition stabilizes before removing them. And how many days will that take? Professor Wang inquired. Approximately 3 days, provided that these lines are monitored carefully. Should anyone tamper with them, the consequences will be theirs to bear, and even if you seek me out, it will be of no use, Lu Ji cautioned. Professor Wang gazed at Lu Ji with admiration, nodding fervently, his eyes alight with reverence. Young brother Lu, I have a request. Would you consider accepting me as your disciple? Professor Wang asked cautiously. Lu Ji was taken aback. 2 miraculous rescues had been accomplished through his hands, feats beyond the capabilities of seasoned doctors. The professor's admiration for his skills was palpable, and the notion of being esteeming by such a figure was overwhelming. What is it? Lu Ji asked, startled by the intensity of the professor's gaze. I wish to learn under you. Please accept me as your student, Professor Wang implored, nearly bowing in submission. That is not possible. How could I be your master? Lu Ji exclaimed, instinctively supporting the elderly professor to prevent him from prostrating himself. Why not? Though I may be somewhat lacking, I am diligent. Please, allow me to study under you. Professor Wang insisted, his resolve unwavering. That truly cannot be, Lu Ji replied, grappling with the absurdity of an esteemed, long-practicing professor seeking him out as a mentor, especially given their significant age difference. Seeing Lu Ji's refusal, Professor Wang felt a pang of disappointment. He genuinely yearned to learn from him. However, witnessing the professor's crestfallen expression, Lu Ji's heart softened. What a passionate devotee of medicine he was, willing to humble himself for the sake of knowledge. Are there any conditions you require? Professor Wang's eyes brightened, hope rekindled by Lu Ji's softened demeanor. My skills were honed under my grandfather's tutelage. Since he is currently unknown to me, I would be willing to accept you as my student in his stead, Lu Ji proposed. Is this true? Professor Wang exclaimed, elated beyond measure. The prospect of studying under Lu Ji, even as a representative of his grandfather, filled him with immense joy. The thought of what mastery his grandfather must possess, if Lu Ji and Apos' skills were already so formidable, was exhilarating. Brother. The title slipped naturally from his lips, requiring no effort to utter. Lu Ji's expression stiffened momentarily before his acceptance brought a smile to his face. It was preferable to being called Master daily. Upon seeing Lu Ji's acceptance, Professor Wang's enthusiasm soared, and he grew even more ardent in his admiration. What is the situation? Dean Duan inquired as he opened the door, concern etched upon his features. There is no need for alarm. With careful attention, recovery will not be long, Lu Ji assured him. I am immensely grateful. Here is the consultation fee. You must accept it, Li Tao insisted, producing a bank card to offer Lu Ji. That is unnecessary. Healing the sick is a doctor's duty, Lu Ji politely declined. Li Tao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Lu Ji's refusal. It was customary for doctors to graciously accept their fees, especially when the remuneration was generous. This is a VIP card from my company. You may use it freely at any of the Li family enterprises. All expenses are 100% waived, Li Tao stated, withdrawing a black card. Please accept it as a token of my appreciation. Seeing that Lu Ji was hesitant, Li Tao pressed further. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Ji accepted the card. It encompassed various establishments, from hotels to entertainment venues, proving far more advantageous than a typical bank card. It would be impolite to refuse outright. And he recognized the goodwill behind Li Tao's offer. This black card was typically reserved for high-level engagements. Its presence represented a significant token of goodwill in business dealings, far exceeding its monetary value. Chapter 47. Am I not meant to be a bodyguard? Brother Lu, your medical qualification certificate will be issued soon. I hope you can take on the role of deputy director at our hospital. Dr. Zhang cannot bear the responsibilities alone, Dean Duan stated. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang felt a chill in his heart, his complexion paling. After much effort to reach his current position, it was disheartening to see a young man overshadow him. He felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, yet he could not compete with Lu Ji. It was a situation that left him feeling utterly helpless, wishing he could simply vanish into the ground. I'm not considering a full-time position at this moment. It seems unsuitable for me, Lu Ji replied. Taken aback by Dean Duan's unexpected influence in securing his qualifications without him even sitting for the exam. Dean Duan's decisiveness indeed marked him as a capable leader, and Lu Ji held a favorable impression of the dean who spoke on his behalf. That's all right. Once your certificate is ready, I will assign you a position with flexible hours. You can come in whenever you have time and take a break whenever you need. If the hospital encounters challenging cases, we will contact you for assistance, Dean Duan assured. That cunning old fox. It appeared he was offering Lu Ji freedom, but in reality, he was binding him to the hospital. Refusing would be quite awkward now. All right, Lu Ji acquiesced. They had already discussed terms previously. The dean feared Lu Ji might refuse to stay at their hospital, thus devising this strategy to retain him, fully convinced of Lu Ji's capabilities. Professor Wang was even more pleased, as Lu Ji's presence would strengthen their bond and facilitate his learning of medical skills. He grinned somewhat mischievously, unaware that his junior had been ensnared in a clever scheme, though he found it rather enjoyable. After a long day, Lu Ji returned home late, having forgotten about dinner. Exhausted, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. He was jolted awake by a knock on the door. Ning Qingxue had arrived early, as they had scheduled for her to have him as her bodyguard for a few days. Her company was nearing the final stages of a high-tech core production, and she could not afford to be careless, as many coveted the formula. What time is it? Still sleeping in? Lu's mother called out, personally rousing him. This time, she dared not associate the young lady with her son, feeling guilty about the previous incident. The troubles from the Chen family were already enough. Now, with the Lin family involved, she wondered if it was her fate or her son's that was truly unfortunate. Drive me, Ning Qingxue instructed. Am I not supposed to be your bodyguard? When did I become your chauffeur? Lu Ji questioned, puzzled. Get in the car. There's no need for so much chatter. She shot back, rolling her eyes at him. Well, here we go again. Back to square one, Lu Ji sighed in resignation. If it weren't for the connection between their grandfathers, he would have cared little for this spoiled heiress. Her temper was dreadful, and her sharp tongue was a blessing in disguise for him, as she had initiated their broken engagement, saving him from much trouble. With your wealth, why are you driving such an ordinary car? Lu Ji remarked. Wealthy individuals typically drove luxury cars, whether it be a BMW or a Lamborghini. each costing well over 100,000. This Audi was merely a standard model, valued at around 30 to 40,000, suggesting that Ning Qingxue was surprisingly modest. I'm not good at driving. I either crash into trees or scrape the roadside. This bumper has already been repaired 4 times, Ning Qingxue explained, a rare admission. Lu Ji was left speechless. He had thought she was merely understated, but with such driving skills, any good car would be wasted. It was indeed miraculous that she had made it this far without mishap. Where is your driver? Lu Ji inquired. He's busy for the next few days. So I gave him time off, Ning Qingxue replied. Goodness, it seems she doesn't regard him as a person at all. She's clearly intent on exhausting this laborer. It's quite evident she spares no expense, using him both as a bodyguard and a driver, not even considering his salary, Lu Ji mused. Will I be getting paid? Lu Ji asked. Of course. I'm not Huang Shuren. I want to shortchange you, Ning Qingxue retorted, a hint of anger flashing in her eyes. Even though she had asked Lu Ji to attend to her grandmother's medical needs, it did not alter her perception of him. After all, this young man was not her type, and had it not been for his intervention with those bodyguards, she would not have sought him out. In this day and age, finding a capable bodyguard was no simple task. Noticing Ning Qingxue's displeased expression, Lu Ji thought it wise to avoid provoking her further. Her mood could shift faster than one could turn a page. Once at the company, he found himself most occupied with passing time in Ning Qingxue's office, scrolling through his phone. It was a rather easy job. Meanwhile, Ning Qingxue was increasingly bored, immersed in paperwork without uttering a word to him all morning. I see you have little to do during the day. I need to step out for a bit. Lu Ji broke the silence in the office. That's fine. Just make sure to return before I leave for the day. I don't have any other plans, Ning Qingxue replied, her gaze fixed on her documents. Her voice as cold as ever. Not a problem. I'll definitely be back before dinner, Lu Ji assured, feeling pleased. At that moment, Ning Qingxue frowned and glanced at Lu Ji, finding his words oddly off-putting. The notion of him returning before dinner made him sound like a wife waiting for her husband to come home. She quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought, and felt a flicker of annoyance at herself. Lu Ji was simply not her type, and she could not harbor any feelings for him. It was merely a professional relationship. With that realization, she composed herself and returned to her paperwork, though Lu Ji remained oblivious to the faint flush on her ears. Lu Ji called Li Yishan, asking him to meet him at the bus stop near the Ning Group. Although he could drive Ning Qingxue's car, he felt that it would be inappropriate to mix personal gain with his job. After all, Brother Shan would be there to pick him up, saving him the hassle. Brother Lu, I advise you not to go if you can avoid it. I'll find a way to return the money from your uncle's family. This Kuingu is truly not to be trifled with, Li Yishan cautioned. Just take me there. No more chatter, Lu Ji interrupted. Fine. If he doesn't want to listen, then it's not my concern. I've warned you, and the rest is up to you, Li Yishan thought, resigning himself to the situation. Chapter 48. Encounter with old classmates. The Red Pavilion is an establishment owned by Brother Kuin. We cannot enter empty-handed to avoid giving him reason to criticize us. Li Yishan felt a twinge of trepidation, deeply aware of the formidable presence of the two individuals before him, both of whom he dared not provoke. Lu Ji, however, did not press him, nodding in agreement to his suggestion, which greatly pleased Li Yishan, for he understood the nuances of Brother Kuin far better than Lu Ji did. The name Red Pavilion evoked a sense of allure. Upon entering, the opulent decor was immediately evident, meticulously crafted to impress. It was mealtime, and patrons began to trickle in, while the evening promised a more vibrant atmosphere, indicative of good business. I'll inquire if Brother Kuin is present, Li Yishan announced. Indeed, although they had arrived, they were still uncertain of Brother Kuin's presence. Familiar with the establishment, Li Yishan settled down on a sofa in the lobby to wait. As they entered, Lin Xiao immediately recognized Lu Ji and hurried over to greet him, accompanied by several university classmates, although he was not well acquainted with most of them. Is that really Lu Ji? What brings him here? Lin Xiao mused, noting that this was a high-end hotel where only the affluent could afford to dine. A single dish could sustain an ordinary family for a month. Lin Xiao, who could be considered a beauty in her own right, had previously been rejected by Lu Ji during a blind date, primarily due to his lack of financial means. He could not afford a car, let alone a house. In truth, Lu Ji had once been unable to afford such luxuries, but now he deemed it beneath him to cater to her superficiality. I'm here to handle some matters and await someone, Lu Ji replied succinctly. And what of your stunning friend beside you? Lin Xiao inquired. a hint of envy lacing her tone. Lu Ji was momentarily taken aback. When had he acquired a beautiful friend? He had long since parted ways with Chan Yuting and had no desire to pursue another relationship. Weren't you just dumped? When did you acquire a new girlfriend? That was quite the swift transition, she taunted. Is it that you couldn't afford flowers, and thus she left you? After her remark, Lin Xiao wrapped her arm around Zhang Lei, a smug smile gracing her face. Zhang Lei, a university classmate of Lu Ji, hailed from a well-off family and had always spent lavishly during their school days, attracting many admirers. It was surprising that Lin Xiao had managed to catch his attention. What happiness could such a playboy truly offer her? Who would have thought Lin Xiao has such discerning taste, dating Zhang Xiao from our class? You'd better cherish that. Lu Ji quipped with a smile. No need for your concern. Zhang Lei has provided me with everything. A car, a house. He adores me. Unlike you, who can scarcely scrape by. You'll likely remain a lifelong bachelor, Lin Xiao retorted bitterly. Do you two know each other? Zhang Lei interjected. We were introduced by Aunt Li and my mother. Out of respect for my mother, I had to go through the motions, Lin Xiao quickly explained, sensing Zhang Lei's displeasure. Oh, how could I possibly be interested in such a person? My affections lie solely with you, she added hastily. I never claimed you weren't trustworthy, Zhang Lei replied, his mood lifting. Previously, when Lin Xiao saw Lu Ji riding with Ning Qingxue, she had assumed he had struck it rich. But it seemed he had not captured her attention. Mere good looks were insufficient in the upper echelons where status was paramount, and Lin Xiao regarded Lu Ji with increasing disdain. As the group jested, none could fathom how Lu Ji, a man of modest means, could possibly have business in such an upscale venue. Lu Ji puzzled over why Lin Xiao was now with his classmate. It was clear she had latched on to Zhang Lei, viewing him as a golden opportunity. This revelation provided her with a sense of pride among friends and a chance to belittle Lu Ji, which was immensely gratifying to her. Since we've crossed paths, why not join us for a drink? Zhang Lei generously proposed. I shall abstain. Enjoy yourselves, Lu Ji replied, preferring to keep his distance from the group. Why not bring him along? This setting may not suit him, but we're university classmates. And although we've only been apart for a couple of months, we still share camaraderie, Zhang Lei insisted with a smile. Yes, let us include him. The more, the merrier, others chimed in. Very well, Lu Ji conceded, as Li Yishan had yet to locate Brother Kuan, making it inconsequential where they waited. In the Qingfeng Pavilion private room. It's a rare occasion for us to gather. Since the day we left campus, we have seen little of one another. Now that we are reunited, let us indulge in abundant food and drink without reservation, Zhang Lei joyfully declared. Today marked Lu Ji's first visit to such a place, and the company of his friends was indeed a rarity. We'll ensure the drinks flow freely, Zhang Lei added. Unbeknownst to Zhang Lei, Lu Ji's former blind date was now his girlfriend. Although Zhang Lei was relieved, she preferred him over Lu Ji. A sense of discomfort lingered within him. Why should this country bumpkin have had a chance to court his girlfriend before him? He was displeased and signaled to others to ensure Lu Ji was well supplied with drinks. Rest assured, I'll make certain he drinks until he can barely crawl out. Zhang Lei assured them. Have you stocked up on alcohol? Of course. At a hotel, one can never run short of drinks. Where there's wealth, there's everything. Money is no object, Zhang Lei affirmed confidently. With your promise, we're all set to enjoy ourselves, his friends responded eagerly. Zhang Lei was thoroughly pleased, and the group exited the Qingfeng Pavilion, heading to the bar to order drinks. Bring me a bottle of 1995 vodka, chilled. Vodka, originally from Russia, is distilled using grains such as oats, barley, and wheat through a series of intricate processes, resulting in a refreshingly neutral spirit that tantalizes the palate. Premium vodka can fetch prices upwards of $370,000, not solely due to its quality, but because its bottle is adorned with over 3,000 gemstones, significantly inflating its worth. The goddess vodka is valued at $1 million, while Zhang Lei's choice of 1995 vodka is still a costly endeavor, amounting to several tens of thousands of yuan. Zhang Lei sought such an extravagant drink to impress his classmates and showcase his superiority before his girlfriend, aiming to demonstrate that he was the more suitable match over Lu Ji. As the scion of the Zhang family, he intended to flaunt his privileged status in front of his peers. For him, spending tens of thousands was merely a trifling matter. Chapter 49. Who is so blind? The 1995 vodka is finished. You may choose another drink, the waiter politely suggested. What kind of hotel is this, with such incomplete liquor supplies? Isn't this a bottle for me? Zhang Lei said, somewhat irked. But upon noticing a bottle of vodka on the table with ice, he boldly declared, "No. You must choose another drink. This one is reserved." The waiter frowned. "It's all just liquor. Who doesn't drink? Besides, I am not unwilling to pay." Zhang Lei interrupted the waiter, taking the bottle directly. "Sir, you really cannot do that," the waiter exclaimed, hastily pursuing him. The commotion caught the attention of the manager, who blocked Zhang Lei's path. "Kid, this vodka has already been reserved. You cannot take it. Step aside." "I'm not refusing to pay," Zhang Lei retorted angrily, seeing someone obstructing his way. "Do you want to cause trouble?" The manager replied grimly. "Don't label me. Who do you think you are? I am Zhang Xiao from Sioux City. Everyone knows me. Taking this bottle is a courtesy to you. Have I said I wouldn't pay?" Zhang Lei boasted. He paid no mind to who was blocking him. He was there to spend money, not to engage with these insignificant people. He had friends waiting, and he intended to flaunt the vodka in the private room. This liquor, worth over 100,000, would astound them. The amount could buy a one-bedroom apartment in a suburban area. Just thinking about it filled him with pride. "I don't care if you are Zhang Xiao or Li Xiao. This vodka is reserved. If you don't put it down, don't blame me," the manager said with rising anger, having encountered such a rogue. "Get lost. I am a customer. No one can stop me from drinking. I am taking this bottle, and I won't exchange it," Zhang Lei exclaimed, feeling emboldened. He, the esteemed young master of the Zhang family, had never faced such a situation. Being obstructed over a drink was absurd. Regardless of who had reserved it, once he took it, it was his. "Very well, don't say I didn't warn you," the manager warned angrily. "Get lost." Zhang Lei kicked the manager aside and strode into the private room. He thought little of the manager. Dismissing the bottle as a trivial matter, they could always get another for that person. It was ludicrous to obstruct him, as if he were unable to pay. Who was he? The heir of the Zhang family, certainly not short on funds. "Ladies and gentlemen, look what I have brought back for you. 1995 vodka for you to savor." "You actually brought such an expensive drink?" Lin Xiao remarked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Not expensive, it's for you." "Nothing is too costly," Zhang Lei boasted, eager to show off his affection. "Everyone, do try it. It's chilled and tastes exquisite." "Zhang Xiao, so generous to treat us with such an expensive drink. I am truly overwhelmed," one friend exclaimed. "Zhang Gu, you are so good to us." They often dined together, but they had never seen Zhang Lei so lavish. What had prompted such extravagance today? "Lu Ji, you probably haven't even heard of this vodka. Try a little, you may never have the chance again," Zhang Lei sneered, pouring a glass for Lu Ji. Although they were all university classmates, they had little interaction outside of school. They belonged to vastly different social strata and shared no common interests. The wealthy young men looked down upon those from impoverished backgrounds. As they tasted the vodka, they critiqued its quality. Some had experienced it before, but today's vodka was exceptionally smooth. "Zhang Xiao, this vodka tastes different. It's really delightful. Why does this vodka taste so much better than before? I had the waiter decant it before I arrived. Otherwise, how could it taste so good?" Only Zhang Xiao could foresee this. "That is why we are fortunate enough to enjoy such fine liquor," Zhang Lei boasted, inflating his own importance. In truth, he had not intended to order such an expensive drink. Had he not encountered Lu Ji, he would not have felt the need to flaunt his wealth and mock Lu Ji's poverty. Bang! Just as they were toasting, the door to their private room was kicked open. "Who is Zhang Lei?" an angry voice demanded. 7 or 8 burly men stormed in, glaring menacingly, followed by the manager. "Who the hell are you to interrupt my meal?" Zhang Lei shouted in anger. What was happening today? He had finally managed to show off in front of his friends, only to be blocked and now have the door kicked in. He was having the worst luck. "We are the guests. Who are you to be so rude?" Li Han stood up, indignant. "Get lost." One of the intruders shoved Li Han aside, and they immediately noticed the nearly empty vodka bottle. Too late. "We missed our chance. The boss is going to be furious," the manager thought, feeling a sense of dread. "Zhang Lei, get out here," a burly man shouted. "Lin Xiao, what is happening? Did Zhang Lei offend someone?" I'm not sure." Everyone exchanged glances, stunned by the scene before them. Such a display seemed only seen in movies, now occurring right in front of them. How could they not be frightened? "My patience is limited. Don't push me. Tell me, who is Zhang Lei?" Silently, they all turned to the equally bewildered Zhang Lei. Who had he offended to warrant such an intrusion? They considered discreetly leaving the room. I am Zhang Lei," he stammered, realizing he could not escape. "What do you want with me?" he asked, maintaining his composure. Slap. "You're asking for it." No one answered. Instead, he received a sharp slap. The manager, still seething from earlier, stepped forward to deliver a flurry of blows. He had been kicked by this brat and was now seeking retribution. You dare hit me? I have people backing me. Zhang Lei, bewildered from the blows, finally reacted, trying to call for help. It's you who deserves a beating. You're asking for it. They were not intimidated. They did not give him the chance to make a call, surrounding him and taking turns to batter him. They were all thugs, unafraid in such situations. The boss was their backbone. This brat dared to snatch the boss's belongings. A beating was the least he deserved. They cared not whether he was a rich heir or had a powerful background. They would deal with the consequences later. Don't hit my face, it hurts. Spare me. Zhang Lei had never been subjected to such humiliation. He rarely even fought back, let alone endure such indignity. However, these men were not interested in his pleas. They continued their assault without regard for who he was. Chapter 50. Paying the price. Zhang Lei, battered and bruised, was on the verge of tears. He longed for assistance. Yet these individuals offered him no opportunity to seek help. His body was covered in contusions, and his face swollen to the size of a bun. I was wrong. Please, don't hit me anymore. I admit my mistake. He cried, lamenting for his parents. Initially, he intended to flaunt his stature before classmates and friends. But now he had lost all dignity. No one dared to intervene. The thugs surrounding him were unmistakable, and anyone who dared to step in would only find themselves on the receiving end of a beating. Lin Xiao, trembling with fear, sank into a chair, overwhelmed and shaking uncontrollably. The enforcers, having grown weary from their assaults, finally released Zhang Lei, who lay helpless on the ground. You dared to drink our boss's liquor? You certainly have guts. If you're going to drink, then don't act cowardly. They taunted, delivering yet another kick to Zhang Lei. You better wait here. Our boss will be arriving shortly to deal with you. These affluent youths exhibited a blatant disregard for anyone, feeling entitled to offend whomever they pleased, believing they could escape the consequences of their actions. Zhang Lei, lying on the ground, dared not provoke them further. He was terrified of enduring more pain, which had become unbearable. Everyone, keep quiet. Our boss is coming soon, the enforcer commanded, gesturing towards those present. Even without their directive, a palpable tension filled the room. No one dared to make a sound, fearful of drawing attention to themselves. Soon, the leader of the thugs arrived, and the others respectfully parted to make way. Boss, this kid stole your wine. I warned him, but he wouldn't listen, the enforcer quickly explained. Humph. The newcomer scoffed, his expression darkening further upon seeing Zhang Lei crumpled on the floor. Lu Gu, why aren't you in the main hall? What are you doing here? He stammered, rushing towards Lu Ji in a panic. The others in the room were momentarily stunned, their gazes fixed on Lu Ji. Zhang Lei was utterly bewildered, his thoughts a chaotic jumble. Not only the diners, but even the thugs were astonished. The individual whom they had been addressing as boss was now bowing respectfully to a mere student. Their perceptions of reality had been turned upside down. When did Lu Ji become so formidable? Lu Ji recognized that the person entering was none other than Li Yishan, the one who had brought him here. A classmate invited me, and since I had nothing else to do, I thought I'd drop by, Lu Ji replied. Is this bottle of wine yours? Lu Ji inquired, glancing at the liquor on the table. Of course, I wouldn't let Kuan Gu go empty-handed. So I ordered a bottle of vodka, Li Yishan said. This was the last bottle, and now it's been ruined by this kid. His anger stemmed not only from the loss of the wine, but also from being disrespected. If he let this go unpunished, it would teach them nothing. Lu Ji nodded, recalling Li Yishan's advice about courtesy before engaging in business. He appreciated the grand gesture of ordering such an expensive bottle, recognizing its significance. Since they were friends, he decided to let the matter go. Since we are friends, let us consider this incident resolved, Li Yishan declared. Upon hearing this, and recognizing that the person sitting across from them was a friend of their boss, the thugs released Zhang Lei, ceasing their violence. Yes, we are friends, Zhang Lei exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with hope. He had not anticipated that a seemingly ordinary individual would have connections to such powerful figures. We're merely ordinary classmates. We don't share a deep bond, Lu Ji said dismissively. What are you saying? Zhang Lei is your classmate. You can't just stand by and do nothing. Lin Xiao, emboldened, interjected. Did you conspire against me to humiliate me? The Zhang family is not to be trifled with. Zhang Lei's eyes burned with resentment. He had forgotten how he had mocked Lu Ji earlier, and now, with no one to support him, he felt betrayed. Convinced that Lu Ji had orchestrated this entire scenario to ensnare him. Enough beating him. Li Yishan snapped, infuriated by Zhang Lei's misplaced accusations against Lu Ji. This kid has no sense of gratitude and is clearly asking for trouble. Ah, it hurts. Lu Ji. Zhang Lei's anguished cries prompted Lin Xiao to shout at Lu Ji. Don't let them come after me. I didn't ask him to take the wine, nor did I summon him. This has nothing to do with me. You. Lu Ji felt anger simmering within him at Zhang Lei and Lin Xiao's mockery. He chose to remain indifferent to Zhang Lei's plight. He had brought this upon himself and must now bear the consequences. After all, one must be cautious about whom they provoke. I truly apologize. I was wrong. Lu Ji, please help me and tell them to stop. Zhang Lei pleaded desperately. Don't hold this against me. It's my fault. Just ask them to cease the beating. He implored once more. Understanding that only Lu Ji's word could halt the violence, he continued to beg. You've been beaten, and the wine has been consumed. I'll compensate you at market price. It's just a bottle of wine. If it's gone, so be it. Lu Ji waved dismissively. Stop. Out of respect for Lu Gu, I'll let you off today, Li Yishan commanded his subordinates, bringing the violence to a halt. Zhang Lei, finally freed from his torment, sat on the ground, feeling utterly defeated. He had lost all semblance of pride. As the heir of the Zhang family, he was used to being revered and flattered. Now, he found himself on the ground, begging for mercy, saved only by Lu Ji. This reality gnawed at him, deepening his resentment. In front of his classmates, he wished he could disappear. This humiliation was worse than death. News of his disgrace would spread like wildfire, jeopardizing his standing within this circle. Kid, don't you dare be defiant. You should inquire about who I am. Anyone who dares to cross paths with Li Yishan deserves a lesson, Li Yishan said, patting Zhang Lei on the shoulder. Zhang Lei's mind went blank as he realized the gravity of the situation. He had heard tales of this formidable figure, known for his ruthlessness. Regret washed over him. He had underestimated the repercussions of his actions and inadvertently offended someone of great influence, bringing misfortune upon himself. Chapter 51. Winning first. Faced with such an unpleasant situation, I found myself unable to enjoy the drink any longer. Following Li Yishan, I stepped out of the private room in search of the person he referred to as Shin Kuan. Brother Lu, perhaps we should head back today. It seems that Brother Kuan is occupied and cannot see anyone, Li Yishan expressed with evident discomfort. Oh, but I insist on meeting him, Lu Ji replied, slightly irritated. As he had no time to spare. Brother Kuan mentioned that if you need anything, you could speak to Brother Tao, Li Yishan cautiously suggested, fearing Lu Ji's wrath. Very well, let us find this Brother Tao. He is on the 10th floor. I will lead you there, Li Yishan replied. Brother Tao served as Shin Kuan's personal bodyguard, a veteran with a distinguished record, a childhood friend of Shin Kuan who was invited to establish order after his retirement. With him present, no one dared to cause trouble. Li Yishan shared the details of this individual with Lu Ji. In essence, they were not afraid of Shin Kuan, but rather of this formidable figure. While Li Yishan was concerned about Lu Ji's ability to contend with Brother Tao, he recognized Lu Ji's fighting prowess, though he doubted it would suffice against Tao. Typically, matters were entrusted to Tao, especially when disturbances arose, as Shin Kuan himself rarely made an appearance. At the entrance of the 10th floor office, a secretary announced, "No loitering allowed." "We are here to see Brother Tao," Li Yishan stated. "Brother Tao is not seeing anyone today. You should leave," the female secretary retorted dismissively after casting a glance at Li Yishan. They were acquainted, albeit not closely. Had it not been for Li Yishan, security would have already intervened. Lu Ji, however, had no intention of waiting. As the two conversed, he boldly pushed the door open, stepping inside to their astonishment. "Hey, you are so rude. Come out, do not enter," the secretary exclaimed in distress, harboring a degree of disdain for this reckless individual. She shot Li Yishan a glare, blaming him for bringing Lu Ji along. "Quickly call security," she urgently dialed, realizing that a disturbance was no trivial matter. "Please, don't. We are not causing trouble. We genuinely seek Brother Tao." Li Yishan hastily waved his hands, flustered. He had not anticipated Lu Ji's explosive temperament would lead him to barge in. Inside, the spacious office featured a suite, a sofa, an office desk, and a bookshelf, adorned simply with a computer and basic office supplies, elegant yet unencumbered. Lu Ji glanced up to see a man seated on the sofa, whose physique suggested he was over 185 centimeters tall and robust, with prominent temples indicative of a fighter. Clad in a sleeveless athletic shirt, his skin bore the tattoo of a fierce tiger, exuding a menacing aura that marked him as Tao, a man of imposing presence. You seek me? He inquired. I am here to see Shinkuan, Lu Ji replied boldly. No one dares to utter the boss's name in my presence, Tao said. His hands clasped, the sound of cracking knuckles resonating as he spoke slowly. Remove this man from my sight, he commanded, as the secretary returned with security personnel. The guards, wielding electric batons, surged forward to subdue Lu Ji. Stop, Tao ordered, halting them. He recognized that this young man was no ordinary foe. His strength was formidable, far beyond that of mere security guards. Do not waste lives needlessly. He waved them off, coldly regarding Lu Ji. You seek Shinkuan? Tao's icy gaze fixed on him. Muscles taut, his joints cracking as he approached. Li Yishan trembled in fear. Although he often acted arrogantly among his peers, he now felt dwarfed by this true powerhouse, an ex-soldier radiating authority. This was the essence of intimidation. In its presence, one felt diminished, especially in a place ruled by Shinkuan. Could Lu Ji hold his ground? Tao's fierce demeanor did not intimidate Lu Ji. Instead, he regarded him with a newfound respect, acknowledging his formidable presence, yet remained undeterred. I am looking for Shinkuan. Bring him out, Lu Ji asserted. Defeat me first, Tao responded, coldly observing Lu Ji as a predator would its prey. I would rather you not make a needless sacrifice, Tao remarked, a smirk dancing on his lips. You are audacious. Let us see if your skills match your bravado. Tao sneered. Should you refuse to heed my warning, you shall bear the consequences, Lu Ji replied defiantly. Go to hell. Lu Ji's words ignited Tao's fury, prompting him to spring forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Lu Ji's chest. The two collided with a thunderous impact, causing Li Yishan to shut his eyes in fear, bracing for the sound of Lu Ji's defeat. Upon reopening his eyes, he was astounded to find Tao on the ground, his disbelief palpable. In truth, as Tao charged, his speed, while impressive, appeared to move in slow motion to Lu Ji. He seized Tao's wrist, executing a shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the floor with a resounding thud. The onlookers trembled at the display of force. The impact echoed painfully in their ears, a testament to the violence of the throw. Tao, are you all right? The secretary gasped, unsure of how to respond. Tao was a legendary figure, feared throughout the city, with a single punch capable of ending lives. The weight of his strikes exceeded 300 pounds, yet he had fallen in a single exchange? Were they imagining things? It was inconceivable. Even as they rubbed their eyes in disbelief, the sight remained unchanged. Tao lay on the ground. I demand to see Shinkuan, Lu Ji stated. Unscathed and seated calmly on the sofa, his expression devoid of emotion. The secretary, in a panic, rushed to Shinkuan's office. Since when did decorum vanish? You didn't even knock. Shinkuan exclaimed, visibly irritated at the secretary's intrusion. The office, adorned in a white European style, featured a circle of sofas that lent a cozy ambience, avoiding any sense of overcrowding. Shinkuan was entertaining a guest, casually dressed in attire emblazoned with the character's martial arts. There's trouble. The secretary gasped, breathless from her haste. Trouble should be directed to Tao. Why bring it here? Can't you see I have a guest? Shinkuan retorted, clearly vexed. Chapter 52. Brother Tao as beaten. Shinkuan was somewhat enraged. He wondered how these people conducted their affairs. Hadn't he instructed them to seek Brother Tao for any issues? Why then did they come to bother him? Did they no longer wish to work? As the sovereign of this territory, he dealt with numerous matters across various regions, relying heavily on Tao to mediate. Though he occasionally took matters into his own hands, those individuals would never dare undermine his reputation. At present, he had genuine guests. My apologies, Brother Wu, for the disturbance. There are some matters to attend to here. Shall we discuss this another day? Shinkuan expressed apologetically. Boss, the troublemakers are already here, said Mishu, steeling himself for the confrontation. What is Brother Tao doing? Why hasn't he intervened? Why is he so flustered today? Brother Tao has been beaten. Shinkuan stood up in shock, the burning cigarette but searing his finger, causing him to yelp in pain. He hastily flicked it away. He knew well the prowess of Tao, the invincible champion of Sioux City, a boxer capable of delivering a blow strong enough to fell a bull. With him around, Shinkuan felt secure. No one could harm him. Surely you jest. You must be lying. Shinkuan remained skeptical, finding the news too implausible. He figured the messenger feared reprimand, and thus concocted this tale. I swear, it's true, Mishu replied. Near tears, he would never dare deceive his boss, even if he had several lives to spare. To think someone dared to cause a ruckus in Shinkuan's territory showed audacity. I must see whether this person possesses 3 heads and 6 arms, Wu Jianhua declared, rising to his feet. As martial artists, hearing such news ignited their tempers. It was the perfect opportunity to showcase their skills. At over 30 years of age, to still act recklessly like a youth was indeed explosive behavior. They were already discussing collaboration when this incident arose, making it an opportune moment to exhibit their prowess. If they could subdue the troublemaker, Wu Jianhua would gain leverage for negotiations and could adjust the terms accordingly. Eager to confront the individual, Wu Jianhua was halted by Zheng Kuan's interjection. Brother Wu, this trivial matter does not require your involvement. I will handle it personally. When it comes to martial arts, I shall still need your assistance to smooth things over. For now, we must conserve our strength and prepare, Zheng Kuan stated. Zheng Kuan subtly tested Wu Jianhua's intentions, gauging whether he genuinely wished to assist or was merely being polite. A martial artist in such circumstances would never back down, and Zheng Kuan observed Wu's demeanor closely. Why be so formal, brother? I shall accompany you to assess the situation, Wu Jianhua replied, though inwardly he felt he could not shy away from the challenge. He refused to appear cowardly in Zheng Kuan's eyes. The group ascended to the 10th floor. Zheng Kuan uncertain of the situation below. His subordinates accompanied him, as his martial skills were modest. He would likely be on the receiving end of a beating. However, with numbers on his side, he felt emboldened. Having risen to prominence as a dark overlord, he was no fool. His intellect and cunning were sharp. Upon entering the office on the 10th floor, they found Lu Ji leisurely sipping tea and enjoying fruit, almost as if he were a guest rather than a troublemaker. To their astonishment, Tao Tao lay crumpled on the floor, breathing shallowly, his body curled in pain. The sight caused Zheng Kuan's facial muscles to twitch uncontrollably, his fury reaching a boiling point. A man of action, he felt an overwhelming urge for vengeance, though he maintained a calm exterior. Quickly, take him to the hospital, he commanded, waving to his bodyguards. Those nearby rushed to lift the severely injured and unconscious Tao Tao, transporting him for urgent medical care. A figure of such renown rendered utterly unresponsive. One could only imagine the severity of the beating he had endured. Zheng Kuan, upon seeing the newcomers, it was clear that they were the individuals he sought. Zheng Kuan approached the sofa, sitting alongside Wu Jianhua, regardless of his inner rage. He wore a smile that concealed his true feelings, leaving others uncertain whether he was pleased or furious. You seek me out, for whatever reason. Know that you cannot injure anyone on my turf. To be reckless, one must possess the means to be so. Zheng Kuan spoke slowly, his piercing gaze scrutinizing the young man across from him, crossing his legs disdainfully. You must provide me a reason, he demanded. To assault someone without cause and provoke him on his own ground warranted an explanation. What have you done? You dare ask me? Is this how you train your subordinates? It appears you won't shed tears until you're in the coffin. Lu Ji and Zheng Kuan locked eyes. If you don't clarify, how am I to know? Perhaps honesty would serve you better, Zheng Kuan replied, furrowing his brow at the audacity of the young man. Why waste breath on trivialities? It seems to me that for some individuals, a fist speaks louder than words, Wu Jianhua asserted, standing and flexing his wrists. Very well, Brother Wu, let's proceed, Zheng Kuan replied, pouring himself a cup of tea. Given that Tao Tao had been assaulted, he could not afford to lose face in front of others. With Wu Jianhua backing him, he felt somewhat reassured. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a precarious position without a clear resolution. In the realm of martial arts in Sioux City, Wu Jianhua was a figure of considerable repute, a master with unparalleled skills and a fierce reputation. Zheng Kuan had summoned him to handle this affair, yet now, trouble seemed to multiply. His most formidable ally had suffered grave injuries, and the situation looked dire, leaving him in a state of worry. Being a local overlord was no easy feat. The larger his operations grew, the more complex the issues became. Now, with Tao incapacitated, he was uncertain whether recovery was even possible. This young man appeared far from ordinary. Wu Jianhua dismissed Lu Ji entirely. To him, this student-like figure, even if possessing some ability, was no match for his expertise. He relished the prospect of teaching this young man a lesson, reminding him of the reality of the world. Wu Jianhua of the Wuxing Pavilion, how shall I address you? Wu Jianhua inquired, clasping his fists in respect. Upon realizing Wu Jianhua was present, the onlookers instinctively cleared the area, their faces reflecting admiration. They had seen him on television, and to encounter him in person was awe-inspiring. This admiration and respect were evident in their expressions. It is indeed Master Wu. The boss mentioned a guest, and requested not to be disturbed, so it was none other than Master Wu. Master Wu was a rising star among the younger generation of martial artists. This young man was destined for misfortune. Just wait. We have yet to witness Master Wu's prowess. Today, our eyes shall be opened, they whispered among themselves, eager to see the young man's fate unfold. Chapter 53. What's wrong with sitting? I am but a nameless pawn, not a man of martial authority. Lu Ji couldn't help but chuckle. If a fight was to ensue, then let it commence. But if not, then let us get to the matter at hand. He was not here to challenge anyone. State your name. I, Wu, do not strike at faceless phantoms. Wu Jianhua declared arrogantly. Once you defeat me, you shall learn precisely who I am, Lu Ji retorted. You're rather audacious, young man, Wu Jianhua grumbled, his annoyance mounting as he had assumed a combat stance, only to find his opponent wholly dismissive. The spectators were astonished to see Lu Ji still seated. This was a blatant provocation towards Master Wu. A master of his caliber had extended the courtesy of introducing himself, yet this insolent youth disregarded it entirely. How brazen! Who is this fellow so impudent? I know not. He came and injured Brother Tao. It must be that Brother Tao was caught off guard, otherwise. How could he allow such arrogance? With Master Wu involved, this boy shall pay dearly. Indeed, such a person deserves a thorough lesson, to learn humility. Let Master Wu strike him, and he shall be left searching for his teeth. As they witnessed Lu Ji's blatant disregard for Master Wu, the crowd grew increasingly indignant. Stand up, I care not who you are. Allow me to teach you a lesson today, Wu Jianhua fumed. Why must I stand to fight? What is wrong with sitting? Lu Ji provocatively replied, unfazed by the threat. The audience gasped in disbelief. This youth displayed an utter lack of respect, refusing even to rise. Was he truly so intimidated by Master Wu that he could not muster the courage to stand? Perhaps he was merely putting on a brave front, afraid to show weakness. Some speculated that he was merely a blusterer, here for amusement, too frightened to engage in earnest combat, fearing an embarrassing defeat. Wu Jianhua, seeing that his opponent was impervious to intimidation and filled with provocation, felt a surge of murderous intent. One could not allow such an insult to pass unpunished. The tiger descends from the mountain. Wu Jianhua prepared himself, his hands forming a claw as he gathered his energy, determined to teach this insolent youth a lesson. Known for his speed and strength, he now aimed to unleash his fury upon this audacious challenger. Look, it's Master Wu's signature technique. We are witnessing greatness. This fool clearly does not know the danger he has invited upon himself. That lad's physique is no match for Master Wu's strike. Let him be reckless. Today he shall not only be injured, but possibly face death. As Wu Jianhua readied to strike, Lu Ji nonchalantly sipped his tea. This was a profound insult. An intolerable affront. The air crackled with tension, palpable to all present. Just as Wu Jianhua was about to unleash his blow, Lu Ji's hand flicked slightly, sending the teacup sailing forward in a swift, almost imperceptible motion. Bang! The teacup collided with Wu Jianhua's fist, neutralizing all of his force. A distinct crack echoed through the air, and he recoiled in pain, his arm trembling as sweat beaded on his forehead. Just moments prior, he had unleashed 8/10 of his power, capable of toppling a wild bull, yet a mere teacup had not only deflected his strike, but also injured him. A wave of shock washed over him. Though he feigned calm, the discerning could easily see he was no match for Lu Ji. What on earth? How is this possible? The spectators erupted in disbelief. The tranquil surface of the lake was disturbed by this sudden upheaval. How could a teacup withstand the force of Master Wu's punch? No, it was not the teacup, but this remarkable youth before them. How had he achieved such a feat? Shen Kuan had anticipated a spectacle, a master pitted against an unknown, and it was a foregone conclusion that the master would emerge victorious. Yet, he was unprepared for this outcome. Master Wu's reputation shattered in an instant. His idol could not even withstand a single blow from this youth. Had his previous victories been fabricated? Most incredulous of all was Wu Jianhua himself, now questioning his very existence. He knew the magnitude of his own strength. His movements were fluid, executed with his signature tiger fist, a powerful strike no one could evade. Yet, how had this youth, without even lifting a finger, managed to defeat him using a teacup? It was a mockery, an unthinkable insult. As Wu Jianhua's gaze fell upon Lu Ji once more, it was filled with venom. His reputation lay in tatters, destroyed by a nameless upstart. Pain, humiliation, and shame mixed within him, rendering him unable to meet the eyes of the crowd. He could not accept this reality, even if he had the will to fight. He was no match for Lu Ji. To strike would only invite further ridicule, and he would be left in a state of disgrace. He had become a laughingstock, defeated by a mere teacup, a source of amusement for others. Despite his reluctance, the thought of laughter at his expense stung more than the pain. Wu Jianhua summoned every ounce of his power and, in a moment of desperation, launched a surprise attack against Lu Ji. Though it was a dishonorable act, it was preferable to being mocked for his defeat. At the very least, if he landed a blow, he could reclaim some semblance of dignity. The spectators only cared about the outcome, not the means of victory. With gritted teeth, he prepared for a final assault. No one could withstand the ferocity of a tiger unleashed, especially when fueled by his full strength. However, before he could reach Lu Ji, he was met with a swift kick that sent him crashing into a bookshelf, which toppled over, burying him beneath a cascade of books. Blood escaped his lips, and he trembled in pain, while Lu Ji remained seated, unperturbed. The crowd gasped in horror. This rising star of the martial arts world had suffered a humiliating defeat, a sight too painful to bear. "Brother Wu, are you all right? Quickly, get him to the hospital." Shen Kuan had not anticipated such a turn of events. He was unable to pull Wu Jianhua out in time. The kick had been forceful enough, compounded by the weight of the bookshelves. Wu Jianhua, now gravely injured, faced a fate from which there was no return. Chapter 54. I came to find you. Wu Jianhua was injured and was hurriedly carried away by the crowd, leaving Shen Kuan with a somewhat awkward expression. "You all have no business here. Wait outside," he instructed, dismissing the security personnel. Given the formidable presence of the opposing side, even if the security remained, it would be futile. They were no match for the strength displayed. He had initially hoped Wu Jianhua could bolster his position, but instead, he felt even more humiliated, surrounded by a group of ineffectuals. At this moment, Shen Kuan loosened his tie to catch his breath, striving to suppress his inner panic. Ensuring his fear remained concealed, he composed himself, maintaining a neutral expression. "Young man, your strikes are fierce. Are you prepared to face the consequences? Do you understand the repercussions of your actions?" Shen Kuan attempted to speak with a steady tone. "Repercussions?" Lu Ji chuckled. He was unafraid of what they could do to him. If a fight was to occur, it needed to be painful enough to instill fear, making them wary of him. Otherwise, matters would never be resolved. True to his reputation as a formidable figure, he exuded confidence, facing Lu Ji with composure, even though he was terrified internally. His words remained resolute. "Indeed, you possess some martial prowess, but do not be so arrogant. In Sioux City, many have vanished without a trace each year, and you shall be no exception," Shen Kuan threatened. "Oh, is that so? I look forward to witnessing it," Lu Ji replied with a smile. Shen Kuan had not ascended to his position solely through muscle. He wielded intellect and wealth as well. Fighting was merely a means of intimidation. The power of these individuals was not to be underestimated. Their refusal to compromise indicated that they still had leverage. Lu Ji remained unperturbed, knowing that as long as Shen Kuan did not recognize his errors, he would remain unchanged. He awaited their next move, ready to confront whatever challenges arose. Indeed, Lu Ji's anticipation was soon rewarded as commotion erupted outside. A flustered female secretary rushed in, nodding to Shen Kuan to indicate that arrangements had been made. "Are the guests here?" Shen Kuan inquired. "They have arrived," she confirmed. Without further ado, Shen Kuan opened the grand door, leading his brothers as if awaiting an important guest. The once arrogant Kuan Gu now stood respectfully, awaiting the arrival of a distinguished figure. "Welcome, Master Jing." A short, elderly gentleman in his 60s, dressed in a white casual outfit and wearing a small hat, entered. His ruddy complexion and bell-like voice exuded a benevolent aura, and though he bore no remarkable features, his presence commanded respect, inducing an almost palpable pressure among those present. "It wasn't me who instigated this. He came to disrupt my event. My men were injured, and I had no choice but to seek your assistance," Shen Kuan said with a forced smile. "Take me to see who possesses such audacity." The elder gestured for Shen Kuan to lead the way. A procession followed, and the secretary, emboldened, dashed inside. "You are doomed. Hurry and apologize," Lu Ji remarked, suppressing a smirk. Now that he had a backing, even the secretary had gained confidence. It was indeed an era where power was wielded without regard for others. "I am eager to see how formidable your support truly is," Lu Ji declared. "Keep your bravado. Soon you shall be awaiting your demise." The secretary fumed, her high heels clicking angrily as she stood aside. She had genuinely tried to warn him, This individual was utterly oblivious to the reality of his situation, squandering his handsome appearance, which would soon be rendered irrelevant. Dr. Lu? A newcomer exclaimed in surprise. You know me? Lu Ji responded, perplexed, as he did not recognize the individual. You must know Chairman Li Tao, then? The newcomer inquired. Lu Ji nodded, recalling that he had saved Li's son the previous day. But what connection did that have to the current situation? I am Qin Jing, a friend of Chairman Li. I was at the hospital yesterday. Your medical skills are remarkable, he added, giving a thumbs up. Upon reflection, Lu Ji realized this individual had indeed been present, but amidst the chaos, he had failed to notice who accompanied them. Wealthy individuals were never short of capable assistants. Shen Kuan had originally invited Master Jing to bolster his standing. But now it seemed the two were engaged in their own conversation, with Master Jing displaying utmost respect for this young man, leaving Shen Kuan bewildered. This situation has become complicated. Shen Kuan stood there, dumbfounded. Master Jing, this fellow is just an insignificant troublemaker. They seem quite pleased. What shall we do about this? Who is this young man? He cannot possibly be a con man. Shen Kuan wondered anxiously. Step aside. How can you not recognize someone? Qin Jing retorted, visibly annoyed. Dr. Lu is a friend of Chairman Li. How could he possibly be here to cause trouble? You must be out of your mind. Shen Kuan was astounded. Was this not a complete inversion of the truth? Clearly, this man had come to create chaos, yet now he was being portrayed as the instigator. But could he dare to contradict them? Certainly not. Lu Ji soon realized that Qin Jing was merely a henchman for Li Tao, a figure who maintained a respectable public image while employing others for less savory tasks. The privilege of wealth allowed for such dynamics. One could wield influence without direct involvement, relying on others to assist. Dr. Lu, have you come for a specific purpose today, or is there a misunderstanding? Qin Jing adeptly shifted the conversation. I have come to find Shen Kuan. There is no misunderstanding, Lu Ji replied. Ah, why do you seek me? Shen Kuan asked, astonished. Indeed, I am looking for you. If you had not bullied me, I would not have injured your men. You are the root cause of this entire situation. Do not deny it. Me? Shen Kuan exclaimed, bewildered. I have brought someone you should recognize. You can inquire further with him, Lu Ji said, pointing to Li Yishan, who stood nervously at the back of the crowd. Li Yishan, upon being called out, felt utterly confused. Wasn't he merely there to escort Lu Ji? His face turned pale as he trembled, cautiously approaching. Li Yishan? Explain to him why we are here, Lu Ji instructed. At that moment, Li Yishan wished he could vanish. However, he had no choice but to speak. Gathering his courage, he realized he was in the presence of powerful figures, including Chairman Li's subordinates. Though he had encountered influential individuals before, his legs still quaked with fear. Yet he was proud he had not fainted. Chapter 55 Today, I resolved the issue. Boss, those medications we marketed to the nearby pharmacies, including the one run by Brother Lu's uncle. Li Yishan stammered, attempting to clarify. You jerk. Upon hearing this, Shen Kuan slapped Li Yishan, causing his unprepared face to swell. Shen Kuan's head felt ready to explode. No wonder they had come knocking, and he had lost a competent assistant. This minor setback had cost him dearly, and Li Yishan's incompetence was infuriating. What good can I say about you? Brother Lu's pharmacy doesn't even help us keep an eye on things, and yet you're bullying them? The most unfortunate was Li Yishan, who bore the brunt of the blame. But could he voice his grievances? This burden was his to carry, and the bitterness weighed heavily on his heart. Brother Lu, my subordinates are blind to the greatness before them. I apologize for startling your esteemed uncle. This trivial matter hardly warrants your personal presence. Shen Kuan chastised Li Yishan before smiling at Lu Ji. Nowadays, Shen Kuan was no ordinary thug. He owned hotels and entertainment venues. The profits from those small pharmaceutical businesses barely registered in his eyes, merely pocket change for his subordinates. He could choose to engage or disregard them. Initially, this situation held little significance for him. Had it not been for Lu Ji's disturbance, he would not have personally intervened, nor would he have involved his own brothers. Let alone the medical expenses, he had even summoned Master Jing, incurring considerable losses. The root of his frustration lay in the ineptitude of his subordinates, which had led to today's predicament. How could he not be angry? If I hadn't come personally, you wouldn't have bothered, Lu Ji remarked with a smile. It was challenging for Lu Ji to meet someone like Shen Kuan. Unless one possessed considerable skill, they would lack the privilege to converse here. If he hadn't come, any other visitor would likely have been met with hostility, perhaps even left injured. Today, Lu Ji had the upper hand. as Shen Kun found himself without capable men to rely on. This prompted Shen Kun to take matters seriously. Such individuals were not easily persuaded. They needed to be made to fear, to be cautious, in order to sit down and engage in dialogue to resolve the issue at its core. He couldn't be expected to visit daily over trivial matters concerning his uncle's pharmacy. The mischief lies with my subordinates. Rest assured, I will resolve this matter today. I, Shen Kun, guarantee that such incidents will not occur again, he declared earnestly, his gaze sincere. He seemed genuinely concerned. Brother Liu, Shen Kun too has been deceived. Please, show him grace and grant him a chance to rectify this. I trust he will handle it well and ensure your family is not troubled by such matters again. Qin Jing chimed in, advocating for Shen Kun. Since Master Jing had spoken, Lu Ji felt reluctant to press further. Very well, let it be so. I do not wish to escalate matters unnecessarily. My uncle's pharmacy will be safe henceforth, which is what I desire. As for the other pharmacies, he felt no obligation to assist. They were merely pursuing their livelihoods, and it wouldn't be right to sever their means of income. However, after these events, he believed Shen Kun's men would not overstep their bounds, allowing those merchants to fare better. Brother Liu, your kindness is noted. When you have time, let me host you for a meal, Qin Jing politely suggested. I have matters to attend to today, perhaps another time. Lu Ji declined. Lu Ji bid farewell to the others and turned to leave. Shen Kun and Qin Jing hurried him to the door, offering a vehicle, which Lu Ji politely declined, choosing instead to depart in Li Yishan's car, returning to the Ning group. You have quite a job, gallivanting everywhere. When did our Qingxue become so generous? Gu Yanran teased upon his return to the office. I genuinely had matters to attend to. Had it not been for Miss Ning's invitation, I would not have come. Lu Ji replied, remaining unperturbed. He was indeed very busy lately, more so than when he delivered takeout. Are you here to conduct business or merely to mock me? Lu Ji inquired. I merely wished to invite our Qingxue to dine. I was unaware you also worked here and did not intend to target you, Gu Yanran responded. Slightly embarrassed, though she quickly masked it. As long as she remained unembarrassed, the embarrassment fell on others. That was her principle. Well, once I finish these documents, we shall leave. Ning Qingxue interjected. The two women were close friends, frequently seen together, which was entirely normal. Lu Ji felt no connection to their presence. He only needed to focus on his responsibilities, and he was aware that future invitations might not guarantee his attendance. Though he couldn't afford a car, Lu Ji's driving skills were commendable. The vehicle responded to his commands with the grace of a well-trained steed, speeding along the road like a cheetah. Could you slow down a bit? Ning Qingxue, unable to endure the pace, felt dizzy from the speed. This is exhilarating. Just hang in there a little longer. It feels fantastic, Gu Yanran exclaimed, reveling in the thrill, in stark contrast to Ning Qingxue's trepidation. You're insane, Ning Qingxue protested. Either slow down or pull over. Fortunately, this frantic pace was temporary. Lu Ji adjusted his speed. While still rapid, it was significantly slower than before, allowing Ning Qingxue to breathe a little easier. Ning Qingxue glanced at the speedometer, 180 km/h, while Lu Ji maintained steady control. She, on the other hand, would struggle to drive at 50 km/h without risking damage to the bumpers, having repaired her car numerous times. This was a glaring shortcoming for her, as she had never dared to exceed a modest 60 km/h, fearing the potential for total wreckage. At this speed of 180 km/h, what had it been before? While entrusting Lu Ji as her bodyguard was tolerable, she recognized his fighting abilities. However, his driving prowess was alarming. She regretted allowing the driver to take a day off. Rest assured, my driving skills are quite proficient, Lu Ji reassured her, noticing her pale expression and feeling a twinge of guilt. His speed could not be that terrifying, especially not to frighten such a stunning woman. Qingxue, relax. We're in the suburbs. The roads aren't crowded. Enjoy the breeze and relieve some stress, Gu Yanran encouraged, growing more excited with every increase in speed. She hadn't expected Lu Ji's driving to be as remarkable as he claimed. Even she wouldn't dare drive this recklessly. Initially, Ning Qingxue had intended to voice her concerns, but seeing Lu Ji's steady driving, she began to wonder if she had overreacted. Lu Ji, where are you taking us? She asked, noticing the unfamiliar scenery outside, her initial goodwill dissipating. Chapter 56. Being followed. Why are they accelerating again? Hurry, pull over. Ning Qingxue felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she glanced at the unfamiliar surroundings. She was out of her depth and frightened. especially since she was not well acquainted with Lu Ji. Shut up. If you're scared, hold on to the handrail. Lu Ji's expression was serious. This was no jest. The vehicles behind them were peculiar, seemingly tailing them persistently. Gu Yanran, noticing the issue, tugged at Ning Qingshue's sleeve and urged, "They're following us. Quick, step on it." At that moment, it dawned on Ning Qingxue the gravity of their situation. In her earlier anger directed at Lu Ji, she hadn't registered the fact that the cars had indeed been trailing them since they had left the Ning family estate. Fear gripped her as her worst fears began to materialize. "Aren't you scared anymore? Not calling the police?" Lu Ji was exasperated. Ning Qingshue's capricious temperament was truly perplexing. "Just drive." Ning Qingxue shot him a glare, her frustration evident. "Stop talking. They're about to crash into us." Gu Yanran, too, had lost her enthusiasm for the ride. Her face paling as she exclaimed, "Don't be so tense. Driving requires composure. If we aren't scared of the cars behind us, we'll surely be frightened by the two of you." Lu Ji was at his wit's end. Their panicking was making it impossible to concentrate. As anxiety gripped both women, Lu Ji pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle forward with fervor. Boom. Just as the pursuing cars attempted to box them in, Lu Ji sped ahead, causing the two vehicles behind to collide. Despite this, two more cars remained hot on their heels. "You're trying to scare me to death," Ning Qingxue fumed, her earlier bravado dissipating as she chastised Lu Ji for his reckless driving. "Qingxue, this is no ordinary situation. It's like a scene from a crime film. Something one only witnesses on television," Gu Yanran remarked, oddly exhilarated by the danger. "Ning miss, you have wronged me. Miss Gu understands the situation better. I'm merely doing my best." Lu Ji was equally flabbergasted. He couldn't fathom how he could win with her urging him to speed up. That was exhilarating. "How did you manage that?" Gu Yanran asked, excitement evident in her voice. "Why are you so thrilled? Aren't you scared?" Lu Ji inquired. "Of course I am. But what good does it do?" Gu Yanran smiled. "Just drive properly." Ning Qingxue, silenced by the banter, could only roll her eyes at Lu Ji. Their exchange was maddening to Ning Qingxue. She was on the brink of panic while these two were discussing trivialities, oblivious to the urgency of their predicament. For cars were in pursuit, including the two that had sustained damage, yet they stubbornly clung to their chance, trailing closely behind. "Lu Ji, you need to shake them off," Ning Qingxue urged, frustration boiling over. At this point, Lu Ji had abandoned any notion of jesting. He focused intently on the road, his anger at being pursued evident. "Speak up. They're gaining on us. Accelerate." Meanwhile, Fang Xiao received a text message that jolted him to his feet. He was astonished that Lu Ji, the esteemed doctor, could communicate with him. Having taken medication recently, he felt revitalized and had even dined with friends a couple of days ago, where he had encountered Lu Ji, who had not joined them for dinner, leaving him a bit disappointed. "Gather all the bodyguards and bring them with me, every last one. Hurry. What are you waiting for? I'm in a rush. Brothers, Dr. Lu needs my assistance. Stay sharp. This is your chance to shine." An abandoned factory became their refuge as Lu Ji parked the car, instructing the two women to stay behind him, awaiting the arrival of their pursuers. "Is this your brilliant plan, Lu Ji?" Ning Qingxue asked, her brows furrowed with concern. "Indeed," he replied. "Although my skills are commendable, there are quite a few adversaries. Can you handle them?" Gu Yanran added, her worry palpable. While she had previously joked with Lu Ji, the seriousness of their situation had set in, and panic began to creep into her demeanor. "It's no problem. I can handle these few," Lu Ji assured them, a grin on his face. "After dealing with them, I'll still have the strength to enjoy a night with you too. How can you joke at a time like this?" Gu Yanran blushed, taken aback by his audacity. Ning Qingshue's face flushed as well. This rogue was shockingly inappropriate, even in dire circumstances. Her previous fondness for him waned, relieved she had ended their engagement. "I speak the truth. My abilities are formidable," Lu Ji insisted, causing both women to blush further at his boldness, realizing that he was relentless in his teasing. As he glanced back at them, their expressions turned serious, suddenly aware of the danger surrounding them. The pursuing vehicles halted, and over a dozen men in black emerged, exuding an intimidating presence. "Not so cocky now, are you? Let's see how you escape after challenging us," one of the men sneered. "Dr. Lu, take care of them. If we get out safely, dinner is on me. Anything you desire," Gu Yanran proposed. "Is that a promise? But the stakes are high." Lu Ji chuckled. This young lady had a knack for persuasion, throwing herself into danger with reckless abandon. "Will I get to enjoy a night with you afterward? After all, I'm not married yet, and I could use some motivation. You're quite the rogue, Gu Yanran giggled, her cheeks reddening despite knowing he was jesting. Ning Qingxue watched them, feeling as though she were observing fools, stepping back to distance herself from their antics. The black-clad men glared at them, shaking their iron rods menacingly. Kid, you dare to face us alone? You've got guts. If you can't handle us, we'll take these two lovely ladies with us, one threatened. Be wise and kneel, and maybe we'll spare your life, another added. I want to hand over the technology chip. Don't bother trying, Ning Qingxue replied coldly, understanding their motives. You're sensible, Miss Ning. We want to make things difficult for you. But you can't keep that technology either. Hand it over. And we'll ensure your safety. This young man, however, is a different story. The men's icy words sent a chill down the spines of both women. Chapter 57. Support from Feng Shao. The figures clad in black had effectively severed the retreat of the three individuals, their sinister smiles betraying a confidence bolstered by their numerical superiority. However, the trio across from them appeared utterly unfazed, engaging in mockery that ignited a sense of indignation among their assailants. Through their banter, Lu Ji gleaned the reason behind Ning Qingxue's plea for assistance. It was astonishing that products developed by the Ning family had garnered such acclaim, and it seemed that even in the realm of research, lives could be at stake. The affluent were not immune to the perils of their pursuits. Ning Qingxue's unwavering stance against these dark forces was commendable. Most women would have succumbed to fear by now. Tell your master that my research findings will not be handed over willingly. They should abandon any hopes of that, she asserted coldly, her resolve unyielding despite the threats posed. Ning miss, such talk is rather futile. We come with sincerity. Simply hand over what we seek, and we can part amicably. Why escalate matters? The leader of the black-clad men taunted. Dream on. You will not succeed, she retorted defiantly. Humph, if you refuse to cooperate, do not blame us for being unkind. Such a lovely lady. What a pity, the leader smirked, tilting his head as his henchmen brandished their iron rods, advancing menacingly. This game of cat and mouse instilled a sense of panic in the two women, yet they maintained a facade of calm. Think of something quickly, Gu Yanran whispered urgently. I am devising a plan. This is where we confront them, Lu Ji replied. You can't be serious. There are over 10 of them. Can you handle that alone? Gu Yanran asked incredulously. I advise you to reconsider. Should you press forward, do not say, I did not warn you, Lu Ji stated firmly. Haha, I too wish to witness your so-called unkindness. Regardless, one of you will be taken with us today, the black-clad leader laughed heartily. They regarded Lu Ji as if he were a fool, a reckless individual attempting to impress the women, a mere joke. They believed that with a hostage, the Ning family would surely comply, confident that their employer would handle matters appropriately. Let us see if you possess the capability, Lu Ji said, unperturbed, smiling at the black-clad figures. Seeing Lu Ji's confidence reassured Ning Qingxue and Gu Yanran somewhat. Their company's security personnel had previously suffered at his hands. This young man had impressive combat skills, and they were now witnessing his true prowess. Although fear lingered, a flicker of hope emerged as they anticipated Lu Ji's moment of glory. Yet, they startled themselves with their thoughts. Wasn't this a time to scream in terror? Humph. You overestimate yourself. I could easily handle you. Do not force me to persuade Miss Ning to cooperate, lest you suffer, the black-clad man sneered. I grant you 10 seconds to contemplate your position. Do not say, I did not give you fair warning, he added, inching closer. Ah, splendid idea. I too shall count to 10. Listen closely. I am beginning now, Lu Ji countered, seemingly unfazed by the threats. Count away. Soon, I shall have you on the ground. Licking my shoes and begging, the black-clad man chuckled, finding amusement in Lu Ji's bravado. Why waste breath? Charge in and subdue them, Gu Yanran urged. Do you possess any actual skills, or are you merely here to exchange banter? Ning Qingxue frowned, her doubts about Lu Ji's capabilities surfacing. She wondered why she had trusted him enough to arrive in this desolate place, devoid of any means of escape. She believed they should have sought refuge in a bustling area or at a police station, where they might have had a better chance of evading danger. Regret began to swell within her as she realized her misjudgment. Her complexion paled, although she attempted to appear resolute. Her lack of experience in such dire situations left her trembling on the brink of collapse. Lu Ji obediently raised his hand to begin counting. The sound of approaching engines grew louder, seemingly synchronized with his counting. Only Lu Ji, with his exceptional hearing, could discern their arrival. Based on Lu Ji's assessment, These vehicles had now entered the main road of the abandoned factory. He counted leisurely, exuding an air of calmness that contrasted sharply with the rising anxiety of the black-clad leader, who sensed something amiss. Under normal circumstances, overpowering 2 women and a man would pose little challenge. They had intended to toy with their captives before making a move, but the situation was unfolding differently than anticipated. Their numbers were not granting them the upper hand as they had hoped. Quickly seize them, the leader commanded, waving his hand to bring the game to a close. Wait, I have not finished counting yet, Lu Ji interjected. The black-clad men, disregarding Lu Ji's plea, surged forward en masse. Even counting is a challenge. I am not yet satisfied. Why the haste to end the game? Such a lack of integrity. Lu Ji sighed, shaking his head. Just as he finished speaking, a throng of vehicles poured into the factory, unleashing a veritable flood of black-clad figures, over 100 strong, filling the previously spacious area. Damn it, this kid is stalling for time. One of the black-clad men exclaimed, his face paling in fear as he observed the unexpected reinforcements. They did not recognize a single one among them, and confusion reigned. Dr. Liu, I have arrived. Hope I am not late. Fang Xiao, who had just arrived, announced as he stepped out of the vehicle. Not late at all. You are precisely 7 seconds early, Lu Ji replied with a smile. Fang Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Lu Ji certainly did not adhere to conventional norms, even timing his rescue. However, he felt a sense of relief that he had not arrived too late and was pleased to have spared Lu Ji any ire. So, you think you can prevail through sheer numbers? Very well, I shall emulate your tactics. This is not cheating, Lu Ji declared, addressing the black-clad men. Their expressions darkened. Despite their meticulous calculations, they had not anticipated such a formidable assembly opposing them. It seemed their mission was doomed to failure, and they faced the prospect of returning to face severe repercussions. Chapter 58. A remarkable display at this moment. The 2 beautiful women were utterly astonished. Is this truly the method devised by Lu Ji? They had anticipated a fierce confrontation, yet it turned out to be a battle of numbers, employing their opponent's tactics against them. Seeing Lu Ji summon Fang Xiao, that notorious scion, left them bewildered. When had they developed such camaraderie? Even more incredulous was the fact that this dandy, who was not known for heeding anyone's counsel, showed such deference to Lu Ji, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. Some among them recognized Fang Tianhao, and the realization that this gentleman was acquainted with the young man before them filled them with dismay. The black-clad men were now drenched in cold sweat. Fang Xiao was not a typical wastrel. His cunning was notorious, and those who incurred his wrath rarely fared well. He was quite the figure in these circles, characterized by an abundance of followers, wealth, women, a tempestuous temperament, and a myriad of underhanded tactics. Do you know me? Am I truly that famous? Fang Xiao inquired, regarding the unfamiliar black-clad man. Since Fang Xiao has intervened, we shall grant you this favor. Young man, do not presume that with Fang Xiao's protection, we will not meet again, warned one of the black-clad men. Though begrudgingly, they recognized their disadvantage. Facing 10 adversaries was a scenario reserved for the silver screen. Engaging in combat with these individuals could lead to their swift demise. A wise man avoids immediate peril. This operation could not proceed. Survival took precedence. Although they harbored fear towards Fang Xiao, their disdain for Lu Ji was palpable, their eyes icy and vengeful. They loathed him for his cunning ploys and time-wasting tactics. Had it not been for him, they would have already absconded with their prize. Now that the tide had turned against them, they could only blame their own carelessness for falling into Lu Ji's trap. Regret washed over them, but it was too late. They awaited their punishment upon returning home. As they retreated, Fang Xiao did not question them. It was evident they were mere lackeys, and eliminating them served little purpose. Killing them would only invite others to take their place, so he opted to drive them away instead. Upon witnessing Fang Xiao's reluctance to engage, the group hastily returned to their vehicles and departed. Lu Ji regarded Fang Xiao with newfound respect. He had not anticipated such an imposing presence. These black-clad men, clearly desperate, were intimidated by a mere dandy. It seemed his understanding of Fang Xiao was rather superficial. Dr. Liu, how did I perform? Fang Xiao, shedding his earlier stoicism, now sought praise with a dramatic flair, eager for acknowledgement. Everyone was taken aback by Fang Xiao's behavior. When had he become so subservient? Did he possess any dignity? When had he learned to curry favor with others? They had never witnessed such a transformation. You performed admirably. I am quite satisfied. However, you arrived a tad early. I had not yet finished my amusement, Lu Ji remarked, patting Fang Tianhao on the shoulder. Fang Xiao was left speechless. Humph, Ning Qingxue scoffed, casting a disapproving glance at Lu Ji. Is this your solution? I expected something more ingenious. Dr. Lu, when did you summon him? Why didn't you inform me? Gu Yanran inquired, her curiosity piqued. The earlier situation had been quite precarious, and she was perplexed as to when Lu Ji had contacted Fang Xiao. Keeping them in the dark seemed rather unkind. Without capability, one must rely on others, Ning Qingxue quipped disdainfully. Let us not be so harsh. Whatever means were employed to drive them away is commendable, Gu Yanran defended, not sharing Ning Qingxue's sentiments. You are my close friend. How can you side with an outsider? Ning Qingxue shot her a disapproving look, sensing a betrayal. I stand with reason, not kinship. After all, he did save us, regardless of the method employed. Gu Yanran replied with a sweet smile. Ning Qingxue was at a loss for words. In just a few short days, Lu Ji had seemingly won them over. How had he accomplished this? Dr. Lu, we missed our last meal together. How about I treat you today? Fang Xiao suggested. Oh, I had forgotten. There was a patient requiring surgery that day. My apologies, Lu Ji recalled, realizing he had neglected his prior engagement with Fang Xiao and Yi Ming amidst the chaos of recent events. No worries. It is only natural for someone of your stature to be busy. Let us dine together this evening. Fang Xiao glanced between Ning Qingxue and Lu Ji. Though he was still in treatment and forbidden from indulging in the company of beautiful women, it did not preclude him from inviting them to dinner. That sounds splendid. We have yet to dine, Lu Ji agreed, feeling a pang of hunger at Fang Xiao's suggestion. Fang Xiao was elated. He had once again aided Dr. Lu, and his heart swelled with excitement. Although their interactions had been limited, Lu Ji was the first person he had ever truly admired in his life. At the Tian Yifang Hotel, Zhang Yanhong, adorned in an extravagant makeup style and a short skirt, found herself encircled by several men, particularly a middle-aged, corpulent gentleman with a receding hairline, a gold tooth, and a cigar, clearly not a man of virtue. Miss Jiang, how delightful it is to see you gracing us with your presence today. One must indulge in life's pleasures. The middle-aged man leered. Miss Jiang, let us toast to this occasion, he continued, leering at her as he inched closer. Lu Gu, I am not much of a drinker. Perhaps I could serenade you instead? She replied, masking her distaste with forced enthusiasm. One must drink to earn tips. Our earnings do not come easily. The middle-aged man chuckled lewdly, his hand creeping along her exposed thigh. The other women and men present regarded the scene with indifference, especially another young woman of similar age to Zhang Yanhong, who smiled at the spectacle. Zhang Yanhong felt a surge of discomfort and irritation as she removed the man's hand, her displeasure palpable. Why pretend to be innocent? We all know the score here. It's all for sale. Do you think the money will simply land in your pocket? The middle-aged man fumed as his hand was rebuffed, his expression darkening. Yanhong, now that you're here, you shouldn't be so uptight. Don't you want Lu Gu's assistance? If he is displeased, how can he help you? Chimed in Li Na, Zhang Yanhong's classmate. Indeed, if you wish for my aid, a price must be paid, the middle-aged man added. Chapter 59. Unsavory roommate. Lena is the roommate of Zhang Yanhong, a fellow student at the university. Unlike Zhang Yanhong, this girl exudes an air of seduction, unmistakably accustomed to the nightlife. During high school, she was already reckless, entangled with many, and had 3 abortions, yet she continues to disregard restraint, embodying the essence of debauchery. Upon entering university, she shared a dormitory with Zhang Yanhong and spent her days frequenting bars, harboring deep jealousy towards Zhang Yanhong, who maintained her purity. She secretly wished for Zhang Yanhong to succumb to the same fate, believing that such an alignment would level their standing. When she learned of Zhang's family troubles, gangsters peddling expired medication through coercive means, her heart raced with excitement. It was a splendid opportunity. Without hesitation, she sought the assistance of Lu Gu from her circles, believing that if Zhang Yanhong were to become involved with him, they would be on equal footing, and Zhang Yanhong would no longer look down upon her. Just drink with me, and I will resolve that little issue of yours, the middle-aged man said with a sinister smile. If I am satisfied, you'll drink 5 cups first, and I shall compensate you accordingly. He flung a stack of cash onto the table, amounting to at least 50,000 yuan. If you can handle more, I have plenty. Money is no object when it comes to Miss Zhang's wishes. Zhang Yanhong regarded him warily, recognizing that she had no alternative but to drink for the sake of the pharmacy and her living expenses. Excellent. I relish dealing with women like you. Even if you are a goddess, you cannot remain aloof forever. It will only lead to your downfall. I am here to keep you warm, the man lewdly remarked, reaching out to caress Jiang Yanhong. Startled, Jiang Yanhong stiffened, nearly choking, yet she did not push his hand away as she had before. The man, sensing his plan was taking shape, continued to advance. Suddenly, the door to the private room burst open, and Lu Ji strode in, interrupting the middle-aged man's nefarious intentions. Who are you? You're interrupting my business. Do you have any idea who I am? The man barked angrily. Who cares who you are? Remove your hands. Lu Ji pointed menacingly at the man. Cousin? Jiang Yanhong, startled, looked up and felt a wave of shame wash over her, quickly standing and lowering her head. What are you wearing, and what are you doing here? Lu Ji questioned, visibly irritated. I. Jiang Yanhong stammered, at a loss for words. Mortified at being caught in such a place. Why are you not focusing on your studies at university? Do our uncle and aunt know you're here? Lu Ji pressed on. If I don't come, what will happen? The pharmacy is inundated with expired drugs pushed by those thugs, and my parents can't manage it. I can't even pay my tuition. How can I continue my studies? Jiang Yanhong cried out in despair, feeling trapped by her circumstances. Mind your own business. Just go back to delivering your takeout, she retorted, summoning her courage. Lu Ji had not anticipated the extent of his aunt and uncle's situation affecting his cousin, realizing that she bore the burden of family pressures at such a young age. His anger dissipated as he recognized his lack of concern for her well-being. As long as you do not fall into depravity, I can help you recover from this and prevent you from being looked down upon for the rest of your life. He assured her. Everything has been resolved. You need not worry. Hurry home. You're trying to comfort me? How could things at home be so easily resolved? I finally found someone who can help. I want to go back, Jiang Yanhong replied skeptically. Why would I deceive you? It's truly resolved. And you'll see when you return home, Lu Ji insisted, a hint of irritation creeping into his tone. Yanhong is already over 18. She is an adult and capable of her own thoughts. It's best if outsiders don't interfere too much, Lena interjected hastily. She had finally lured Jiang Yanhong out, and she was unwilling to let her leave without receiving her share of the benefits. Did you bring her here? Lu Ji glared at Lena, his anger palpable. This girl seemed to know his cousin and appeared to be a fellow student, but her demeanor suggested she was far from innocent. It was no wonder Jiang Yanhong found herself in this predicament. Are you really looking out for her? If you genuinely cared, you wouldn't have let her remain in this situation for so long. If you lack the ability to help, then do not hinder her progress, Lena replied disdainfully. I hear you're just a delivery person. How much do you earn in a month? Why don't we see you providing Jiang Yanhong with living expenses? Since you're not family, why interfere with her affairs? Lena continued her mockery. Lu Ji shot her a cold glare, causing her to instinctively take a step back, feeling a sudden sense of unease. She wanted to say more, but found herself silenced by fear. Grabbing Jiang Yanhong, Lu Ji began to lead her out. He had no desire to engage with such an unprincipled woman or waste words on her. Had she not been a woman, he would have already kicked her out. Chapter 60. I don't care who you are. Lu Ji remained silent, directly seizing Jiang Yanhong and preparing to leave. Did I say she could go? A middle-aged man, who had been silent until now, interjected. Jiang Yanhong must stay with me today. You ought to inquire about who I, Lu, am. Is my establishment a place you can enter and exit at will? The man spoke coldly. Brother, just go. Don't worry about me, Jiang Yanhong said, fear creeping into her voice. With her own family matters unresolved, offending Lu could lead to dire consequences for her. Having consumed alcohol and having Lu's support, she realized there was no turning back. Although she appreciated Lu Ji's intervention, she feared it could complicate her already precarious situation. Miss Jiang, I am showing you respect. I will not hold this against you. Please leave quickly, the middle-aged man said, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. Get lost. Lu Ji pushed the middle-aged man aside. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. The middle-aged man, taken aback by the audacity, erupted in anger. With a swift phone call, a group of thugs stormed in, surrounding Lu Ji. Lu Ji had come here with Feng Xiao and others for a meal. While passing through the restroom, he overheard Jiang Yanhong's name and stopped to investigate. He was fortunate that the door was not tightly closed. Otherwise, he might not have realized Jiang Yanhong was here. Upon witnessing a lecherous man touching his cousin, he had intervened. The commotion drew the attention of local thugs, and at their leader's command, they gathered, coldly eyeing Lu Ji, waiting for the signal to strike. Beat him hard. The middle-aged man shouted angrily, humiliated that a mere nobody had dared to strike him. All his fury was directed at Lu Ji. No. Let him go. Jiang Yanhong pleaded in terror. Get out of the way. I'll deal with you later. The tenderness from before had vanished, replaced by a frantic shove. The thugs surged forward, and Jiang Yanhong closed her eyes in despair. She could not bear to look. Nor could she assist, knowing the formidable reputation of Lu. She could only blame her cousin for meddling and disregarding her warnings, bringing this calamity upon himself and jeopardizing her own affairs. At this moment, Jiang Yanhong harbored resentment towards Lu Ji, having consumed alcohol and suffered Lu's unwanted advances. She felt her sacrifices were in vain. What if he denied everything later? Her own troubles remained unresolved. Bang! A cacophony of colliding furniture echoed through the air, accompanied by the shattering of glass bottles. Jiang Yanhong dared not open her eyes, fearful of seeing her cousin bloodied and battered. If anything happened to him, would her aunt blame her? Everyone presumed that Lu Ji had fallen, but to their astonishment, he stood firm while the thugs lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. The middle-aged man was stunned. He had not anticipated this young man to be so formidable, able to take on 10 with ease, while his own men lay incapacitated. His eyes widened in disbelief. As the cries of the fallen filled the room, Jiang Yanhong slowly opened her eyes, shocked by the scene before her. She struggled to comprehend how her cousin had become so powerful, how he had managed to bring down so many. Was this truly the timid and submissive Lu Ji she knew? Lina was equally astonished. This young man had bested Lu's thugs, hardened fighters known for their resilience. She had not even seen how he had struck. They simply fell. Terrified, she remained silent, fearing she might be the next target. Stop! The manager, alerted by reports of the chaos, rushed in, his voice booming. Lu San, you have quite a nerve to engage in violence in a private room. Have you forgotten the rules I taught you? Upon witnessing the devastation inside, he nearly bit his tongue in shock. This was not what he had envisioned. His men were sprawled on the floor. Where were the injured customers? When he recognized the figure standing unscathed, he hesitated. He was familiar with many people, but the sight of this one struck a chord. Shang-gu, this is the troublemaker. Not only did he break the door, but he also tried to take my people and assaulted my men. The middle-aged man explained cautiously, aware of the gravity of the situation. He knew Shang-gu was protective of his own, and even if they were at fault, he would not let it slide without giving them a face-saving solution. He anticipated that the troublemaker would have to compensate a significant sum to leave without further incident, delighting in the prospect. Jiang Yanhong's legs went weak at the sight of Shan Ji's crew entering. Had Lu Ji not been holding her, she would have crumpled to the floor. This place was far beyond her realm, and they were terrifying. Her complexion paled, and her body trembled. Causing a ruckus in my territory, you dare disregard Shan Ji's authority? You will compensate for the damages, or you shall not leave, the manager declared, initially intending to smooth things over. However, with the tables turned, he could not afford to appear weak. Brother, if you intend to disrupt, you should at least be aware of whose territory it is. And whose territory is it? Is there no law? Lu Ji turned slowly to face him. Lu Gu, is that really you? When did you arrive? Upon seeing Lu Ji's face, Li Yishan's composure faltered. When had this formidable figure come? He had been foolishly showing off in front of someone so powerful. The reputation of Shang-gu is formidable. Shall I witness the consequences of disturbing his domain? Lu Ji said with a playful grin. Of course not. It was all my subordinate's fault. I'll handle this. Please. Have a seat, Li Yishan said, wiping sweat from his brow. They had foolishly offended someone of Lu Ji's caliber. Slap. Li Yishan struck Lu San across the face. Initially awaiting Shang-gu to reprimand Lu Ji, he was shocked to find that their leader was familiar with him. The sudden shift in demeanor left him terrified. He had offended someone he should not have, and he stood frozen, unsure how to explain himself when Li Yishan's slap left him utterly bewildered. Chapter 61. Apology. Li Yishan initially believed that someone had come to cause trouble, but he never expected such a result. Lu Ji was not someone he could offend. A single punch could incapacitate someone like Tao Gu. He was genuinely frightened, having learned this lesson the hard way. He cursed his subordinate for being so indiscreet. Why provoke someone like him? Frustrated, he struck Lu San, and even though that was a mild reaction, he had already shown considerable leniency by not kicking him a few times. Not only did he bring trouble upon himself, but he also managed to provoke the formidable Lu Ji. As the saying goes, inviting a deity is easy, but sending them away is difficult. What's going on with Dr. Lu? Fang Xiao inquired. Amidst the clatter of dishes being smashed outside and the sounds of shouting, the group lost their appetites. At this moment, Fang Xiao and his companions came to witness the commotion, only to find a room filled with groaning henchmen sprawled on the floor in agony, while Lu Ji sat calmly with his legs crossed, seemingly unfazed. He humiliated my cousin, so I taught him a lesson, Lu Ji stated as he looked at Feng Xiao and his companions. He deserved it. Without such reprimands, he won't learn his lesson, Feng Xiao agreed. Lu San felt a chill run down his spine. Who had he offended? Even their leader treated Lu Ji with utmost respect, and Feng Xiao, a wealthy and influential figure, was equally deferential. Lu San trembled in fear. Those who err must face the consequences. Apologize. Li Yishan commanded. I'm sorry, Brother Lu. It was my fault for not recognizing your status and making you unhappy. Please forgive me this once. Lu San hurriedly crawled over to apologize, fearing further repercussions. You haven't offended me. You have offended my cousin. The one you need to apologize to is her. Let's see if she chooses to forgive you, Lu Ji replied coldly. Hurry and apologize to Miss Jiang. Li Yishan kicked Lu San. Miss Jiang, I am truly sorry. I should not have harbored such vile thoughts about you. Please forgive me. Lu San bowed deeply. Though he was apologizing, his heart bled with resentment. It was all due to this woman. Why was she here if not to sell herself? It was merely an exchange. Why should he be the one to apologize? He felt as though he had swallowed a fly, but he dared not show his displeasure. I. Jiang Yanhong trembled in fear. She had never witnessed such a scene and was too terrified to refuse. Brother Lu, it's my failure to manage things properly that caused your cousin to be frightened. I will certainly provide you with an explanation, Li Yishan said, steeling himself. These oblivious fools had come to dine with a revered figure without even notifying anyone, which led to this chaos. You will bring out 200,000 to calm Brother Lu's cousin. Then, you will return to face your punishment and leave the bar. Do you have any objections? Li Yishan stated coldly to Lu San. I have no objections. Lu San had completely wilted under pressure, realizing he had offended a significant figure. If it were a minor issue, he wouldn't be facing such harsh penalties. Despite the resentment brewing within him, he dared not voice it. His leader had connections, and if he disobeyed, they could erase his existence without a trace. Challenging their authority was not an option. The punishment was severe, but having saved some money over the years, he accepted it. However, being expelled from the gang would sever his source of income, leading him to regret his choices and harbor resentment towards Jiang Yanhong and Li Na. If they hadn't sought him out, he would still be the respected Lu Guo in everyone's eyes. Now that the boss had spoken, he dared not defy the orders, his heart filled with bitterness. Brother Lu, is this resolution acceptable to you? Li Yishan cautiously asked. You've gone to great lengths. Let it be as you suggest, Lu Ji replied, recognizing that Jiang Yanhong was incapable of making decisions. Since compensation had been offered and they had not suffered significant losses, he did not wish to be overly demanding, especially considering Li Yishan was not a bad person. Thank you, Brother Lu, for your understanding. Today's expenses will be on me, Li Yishan expressed, feeling relieved that Lu Ji was not making things difficult for him. Lu Guo, can't you see they are in cahoots? They are merely putting on a show to deceive you. Don't be fooled. Call for help. Li Na, having just regained her composure from shock, shouted frantically. Get lost. This is all your fault. Lu San unleashed all his pin-up anger on her. Lu, don't think I don't know. You're just a poor nobody pretending to be grand. Outside. You're merely a delivery boy, yet you act like a big shot. Pathetic. With a resounding slap, he stunned her into silence, making her cover her face in disbelief as she stared at Lu Ji. And if we are merely acting, what of it? If you can find someone. I will be waiting, Lu Ji responded coldly. His tone was frigid, his gaze sharp, causing Li Na to shudder and instinctively take a step back, feeling an icy dread creep into her heart. Even now, she could not grasp the situation. To attempt to scheme against someone like him was sheer foolishness. Jiang Yanhong was equally astounded. Was this truly her timid cousin? When had he become so formidable? His icy demeanor was frightening, and his presence had grown so powerful that the timid dared not meet his gaze. If you wish for your life to continue, get out now. Li Yishan glared at Lu San and Li Na, speaking with palpable anger. Lu Ji's commanding aura was not something anyone could easily imitate. It seemed he had rightly allied with such a person. Thankfully, he possessed the wit to navigate this situation. Individuals of such caliber commanded respect even from their most formidable peers, and the companions surrounding him were all affluent and influential. Who could ever equate him with ordinary people? From now on, ensure these two are barred from entry. If they show up, throw them out. Understood? Li Yishan ordered. Yes, boss, his subordinates swiftly replied. Do not worry. I have resolved matters at home. You need not return to such places, Lu Ji assured. Thank you, cousin. This expression was heartfelt. And Jiang Yanhong finally believed Lu Ji's words. What had seemed an insurmountable problem was effortlessly resolved by Lu Ji. Their family pharmacy would not face the threat of closure. And with newfound funds, the rapid turn of events left her somewhat disoriented, her hand trembling as she held the check. Moving forward, she would prioritize her studies and not conceal major issues from her family. I understand my mistakes, Jiang Yanhong said, her eyes reddening with emotion. Seeing Lu Ji provided a sense of security, grounding her in a moment of confusion. That classmate of yours is not a good person. Do not associate with her in the future, Lu Ji advised earnestly. I understand. At that moment, she felt foolish, realizing that Li Na harbored ill intentions. She had nearly lost her dignity and self-respect, leaving her filled with regret and fear. With the situation too dire to continue eating, Lu Ji bid farewell to Feng Xiao and departed with the three, escorting Jiang Yanhong home. Chapter 62. The skillful healer. Yesterday, it was an Audi. Today, a Lamborghini, both magnificent vehicles. How do you know them? My son is utterly enamored with luxury cars. He speaks of them daily, and we even have posters adorning our walls. The emblem on this car is identical to that on the poster. The Lu family has evidently befriended some affluent individuals. It seems they are destined for success. In this era, there are plenty of well-wishers. As they observe the splendid cars entering the community, many emerge to witness the spectacle, whispering among themselves. They appear to lack any wealthy relatives, remarked one envious neighbor. Perhaps they are not visiting the Lu family, with so many residents in this community. On what basis can you make such assumptions? I suspect they are headed to the Lin family at the back. Last time, they came to fetch that young man. Lu Ji. Naturally, one would connect the dots. A mere delivery worker like him is unlikely to attract the attention of the wealthy. I reckon he has probably caught the eye of a wealthy woman. After all, Lu Ji is rather handsome. Be cautious. Speaking so loudly might draw Lu Ji's ire. The gossip elicited laughter from the crowd. Mr. Lu, Miss Ning has requested that I escort you to the Ning family's ancestral home. She awaits your arrival. At that moment, a gentleman stepped out of the vehicle, respectfully addressing Lu Ji. He truly is here for Lu Ji. The Ning family is quite affluent. Which Miss Ning is this? Have you seen her before? The last time, a beautiful woman visited, she must surely be Miss Ning. A wealthy lady, indeed. Lu Ji is quite fortunate. When Lu Ji emerged, the chatter continued, but he paid them no heed and simply entered the vehicle. This young man has become somewhat arrogant. There is no need to act so haughty upon entering a luxury car. That wealthy woman may not even be interested in someone of his modest means. Don't be bitter if you can't have the grapes, retorted a middle-aged woman. I am not bitter. A delivery worker? Who would be interested in him? Even if these wealthy women seek a young beau, they would prefer someone like my son, a paragon of virtue and beauty. Before she could finish, the others lost interest and departed, leaving her fuming. The Ning family's ancestral home is nestled on the hillside in the suburbs, boasting breathtaking scenery and fresh air, rivaling the Gu family's villa. It is a place rich in spiritual energy, ideal for cultivating the mind and spirit. In his lifetime, the patriarch of the Ning family was a prominent figure in Sioux City, renowned in military circles and a participant in numerous battles. Now, only the matriarch remains, residing in this villa. The vehicle brought Lu Ji directly into the courtyard, where he was greeted by a middle-aged man. Old Su, who is this? Lu Ji inquired. Unfamiliar with anyone there. This gentleman is a guest invited by the young lady, Old Su replied. The middle-aged man was Ning Wenting, the eldest son of the Ning family and father to Ning Qingxue. Initially, he had anticipated the arrival of a doctor but was dismayed to find his daughter inviting friends over at such a time. How inconsiderate. He furrowed his brow in displeasure. Old Su, please show our guest to the parlor, he said, resigned. He felt powerless to dismiss his daughter's friend, as the Ning family's current stability relied heavily on Ning Qingxue. Although Ning Wenting had lost his earlier enthusiasm, he remained oblivious to Lu Ji's purpose for visiting, a doctor invited to treat the matriarch. Thus, he did not acknowledge Lu Ji further. Lu Ji understood this lack of belief in his abilities as a healer. He was merely fulfilling a request from Ning Qingxue. If he could assist, he would. If not, he was assured of a token of gratitude, ensuring his visit was not in vain. Having promised Ning Qingxue, Lu Ji dismissed any irritation from her father's cold demeanor. He had no personal ties to these people, having already annulled his engagement with her. Master, it's bad. The matriarch is unwell. At that moment, a servant rushed in, calling out urgently, "Quick, summon the doctor." Ning Wenting's complexion paled upon hearing the news, and he hurried upstairs. Lu Ji followed, uncertain if he could be of assistance, yet wishing to honor Ning Qingshua's filial piety. The villa comprised 2 courtyards, both 3 stories high. In the back hall, several doctors had gathered. The room resembling a small apothecary, stocked with various rare herbs, the air infused with medicinal aromas. The walls were simply white, and the furnishings minimal: a bed, a table, and a chair with a water cup and some medicine boxes atop it. The window stood ajar, the white curtains gently swaying. An elderly woman lay on the bed, her hair grizzled, complexion ashen, with a gaunt appearance and sunken eyes. She was unconscious, her breath faint, as if she might depart at any moment. The doctors at her bedside were in a state of anxious uncertainty, while an elder examined her pulse, his expression grave. "Zhuang Lao, what is my mother's condition?" Ning Wenting inquired softly, having rushed in. Zhuang Lao, an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine expert, known as the skillful healer, was a longtime friend of the Ning family. Zhuang Lao, focused intently on taking her pulse, wore a deeply furrowed brow. "Not good. A virus has invaded the lungs, causing other organs to begin failing. The outlook is grim." "Zhuang Lao, you must save her." Ning Wenting's heart sank, his eyes reddening as he pleaded. "Alas, I will do my utmost. The rest is beyond my control," sighed Zhuang Lao, his expression serious. It was not that he wished to withhold help, but rather that he felt powerless to do more than stabilize her condition and prepare for the inevitable. He retrieved silver needles and began to acupuncture key points on the patient's body, slowly manipulating the needles. The previously labored breathing of the elder woman began to ease. Yet there was no sign that she might awaken. Lu Ji observed quietly from the periphery, deep in thought regarding the elder's technique, strength, and the locations of the acupuncture points. Upon hearing Zhuang Lao's words, Ning Wenting felt a void in his mind, a mournful expression overtaking his face. It appeared that the matriarch would not survive this time. "Grandmother?" At that moment, Ning Qingxue rushed in, calling out, tears streaming down her face as she beheld her unconscious grandmother, and instinctively, she moved to embrace her. "Qingxue, do not disturb Zhuang Lao while he is treating her." Ning Wenting quickly grasped her, admonishing her. Having weathered many storms, Ning Wenting managed to maintain his composure, comforting his daughter, even as his own eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Chapter 63. Here for the red envelope. Lu Ji, when did you arrive? Just as Ning Qingxue was engulfed in sorrow, she looked up and saw Lu Ji, her heart swelling with joy as she called out to him. "I just got here," Lu replied. At that moment, Ning Qingxue had shed the guise of a strong woman, her sorrowful demeanor evoking pity. "Hurry, my grandmother is in critical condition. You must take a look at her," Ning Qingxue urgently implored, pushing aside her father and grasping Lu Ji's sleeve. This was her only glimmer of hope, and her previously despondent expression began to lighten. "Qingxue, don't be ridiculous," Ning Wenting admonished sternly. "What time is it, and you're still acting foolishly? Young men and women pulling at each other like this, it's utterly embarrassing. When did my dignified daughter become like this?" "Dad, I'm not being ridiculous. He asked Dr. Lu, whom I invited to treat Grandma," Ning Qingxue insisted. Hearing this, everyone in the room turned their gaze toward Lu Ji, a mere boy claiming to be a doctor. These individuals were esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, each boasting over 20 years of experience, while this young man, barely in his 20s, dared to call himself a doctor. They held him in low regard, dismissing him as an ordinary youth with no real understanding of medicine. "I suspect he is here merely for the red envelope. Who would believe he possesses any medical skills?" Someone scoffed. The older practitioners echoed this sentiment, asserting that today's youth were overly ambitious and had resorted to deceit. The notion of easily obtaining a red envelope was laughable. "Get him out of here." Ning Wenting was incensed, angered by his daughter's lack of judgment. "I'm not being ridiculous," Ning Qingxue tried to clarify. "Be obedient. There are esteemed scholars present. You don't need to worry. Take your friend outside," Ning Wenting continued, dismissing Lu Ji as someone who had merely come to collect a red envelope, intending to give him a token sum upon departure without any expectation for him to actually treat anyone. Others shared similar thoughts, casting disdainful glances at the supposed quack. They were astonished that someone as astute as Ning Qingxue would place her trust in such a charlatan merely because of his youthful appearance. They believed she was trivializing her grandmother's life and criticized her for not possessing the same fortitude as men. "Dad, Dr. Liu's medical skills are remarkable. Even some experts cannot treat illnesses he has successfully cured, Ning Qingxue argued. Is he pulling your leg? If he can cure anything, what need is there for hospitals? Such boasts are preposterous. Someone retorted. If he could perform miracles, I'd be young again. It was evident that Ning Qingxue had been deceived. A sharp-witted individual wouldn't fall for such a crude trick. Out for the red envelope, the charlatan had ensnared her trust, which was utterly disgraceful. Qingxue, you need to dismiss this person immediately, or I will send you home. Your presence here is an eyesore, her father snapped, his annoyance palpable. Such a low-level trick. And you believe it? Miss Ning, open your eyes and don't be fooled any longer. Yes, Qingxue, you are too young and emotional, which has allowed some to take advantage of you. At that moment, a man entered from outside, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding charisma with a hint of mischief in his demeanor. Uncle, I'm back, the young man greeted Ning Wenting. Guofeng, when did you return? Ning Wenting asked in astonishment. I've brought Dr. Mike from America. He is a highly esteemed expert. Everyone turned to see a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Caucasian man in his 40s standing confidently behind Guofeng, flanked by two young assistants carrying heavy cases filled with medical equipment. He seems well prepared, Ning Wenting noted. Uncle, Dr. Mike is a leading figure in Western medicine, sought after by many celebrities and affluent individuals. It took considerable effort to bring him here, and I believe he will swiftly remedy Grandma's condition, Guofeng stated confidently. That is excellent. You've done well. Please let Dr. Mike examine her, Ning Wenting replied eagerly. Rest assured, our family values integrity. Anyone who can heal my grandmother's ailment will be generously rewarded. Checks can be filled out at will, he added, his dedication to family evident. Uncle, there is no need for such formalities. I'm equally concerned about Grandma's health. As a healer, I take pride in tackling difficult cases. And it's Guofeng's filial piety that brought me here, Dr. Mike responded, his English slightly accented. He discreetly glanced at the check in Ning Wenting's hand, a flicker of interest crossing his face, but he maintained his composure. Meanwhile, Guofeng's gaze lingered on Ning Qingxue. She had grown even more beautiful in the years since they last met, igniting feelings within him. Those perceptive enough recognized his intentions. He was here to win her favor. And if he successfully treated her grandmother, he would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression, thereby securing a significant favor from the Ning family. I need to treat the patient. Everyone else can leave, Dr. Mike stated bluntly. This space is limited, and too many people will hinder my work. I can swiftly bring the patient back to consciousness. So kindly vacate the area. And those superstitious relics should be removed. Traditional Chinese medicine is nothing but a sham compared to Western medicine. Dr. Mike's condescending attitude incensed everyone present. He treated their heritage with disdain. In their homeland, traditional Chinese medicine was profound and respected, yet here it was being belittled. The elderly practitioners were visibly agitated. This is unacceptable, old master. Perhaps you should step outside for a moment, Ning Wenting suggested, feeling helpless as he sought to defuse the situation. Old Master Zhuang was evidently furious. The Western doctor's disdain for traditional Chinese medicine was insulting. And what vexed him even more was the Ning family's attitude towards him. After dedicating himself, he felt deeply unsettled and stormed out in anger. Chapter 64. Mockery. Although Elder Zhuang was incensed, he found himself powerless against the gravity of the elderly woman's condition. Life and death hung in the balance. And despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to depart. Others followed suit, swept along by the tide. In terms of medical expertise, they could not hope to match Elder Zhuang, and thus felt ill-equipped to challenge the Western doctors. You see, the treatment of ailments should rely on Western medicine. They lack even the most basic instruments and merely rely on a few needles plunged into the body. What impact could that possibly have? I believe the patient's deteriorating condition is a direct result of their delays, Mike asserted with a tone of accusation. Ning Wenting felt discomfort at these words. While he was uncertain of the abilities of the others present, he was acutely aware that Elder Zhuang was a top-tier expert in the country, unmatched in skill. If it were not for his acupuncture, his mother would not have sustained her health to this day. However, he dared not offend this foreign doctor. What if he truly possessed the capability to cure the elderly lady? Why are there so many needles in the patient? Remove them quickly, if an infection occurs. The consequences could be dire. Mike hastily commanded his assistants to dispose of the needles. You must not touch those needles, Lu Ji interjected. These foreigners were indeed self-important. Those needles should not be removed. Despite Elder Zhuang's departure with the others, Lu Ji was most unwilling to intervene, not out of concern for the doctor's quarrel, but rather for the patient's well-being. Do you, a mere errand runner, wish to show off? Why don't you leave? Li Guofeng said disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at Mike. Do not question my medical skills. Leave this place. I do not wish to see you, Mike retorted, his voice laced with irritation. He detested this man for obstructing his work. His current tone was already quite courteous. Had it not been for the presence of the host, he might have resorted to force. These traditional Chinese medicine practitioners regarded themselves with inflated egos, treating the lives of patients as trifles and mocking you all, undermining your health. The label of sick man of East Asia has been bestowed upon us by their folly. While Mike spoke directly to Li Guofeng, his words were aimed as barbs towards Lu Ji and the others. Indeed, these theories of traditional Chinese medicine are nothing but a waste of life, harmful to patients. Mike, I support you. Dispose of these items, Li Guofeng echoed, as if he were not a citizen of the nation himself. Lu Ji shook his head. Conversing with these individuals was akin to playing music before a cow, an exercise in futility. He exited the room. The needles used by the old Chinese doctor could not be disturbed just yet, as it might lead to stagnation of qi and blood, potentially resulting in a dangerous backflow. The elderly woman's constitution was already fragile. She could not endure such turmoil without risking her life. Upon leaving, Lu Ji noticed Ning Wenting and cautioned him. Ning Wenting, however, paid no heed to Lu Ji's warning, instead anxiously fixating on the doorway, awaiting news from within. The only one who seemed to regard Lu Ji with interest was Elder Zhuang, who cast several attentive glances in his direction. Lu Ji, I apologize for today, Ning Qingsno said with a hint of regret. Her intentions had been sincere. With various experts gathered to attend to her grandmother, she recognized Lu Ji's medical abilities. In a moment of desperation, she had invited him, believing in his competence, especially since he had successfully treated Gu Yanran and Feng Xiao, whose conditions were otherwise untreatable. Moreover, her grandmother's ailment fell within his field of expertise. It is of no concern. I came merely to appease you, and with so many doctors present, my presence is unnecessary. I shall take my leave, Lu Ji replied dismissively, not taking the matter to heart. Since fate had not aligned, he would not extend his hand to help uninvited. Moreover, the Ning family did not place their trust in him. Remaining there served no purpose. The elderly lady's ailment was no longer his concern, for he had done his part by attending. It was merely a token of appreciation. Whether or not he received it was inconsequential. He assumed Ning Qingsno desired his advice. But at this juncture, they no longer required his assistance. There was no need for him to meddle. Enduring discomfort in such an environment was not in his nature. Wait a moment, an elder called out as Lu Ji turned to leave. Young man, it is rare to encounter someone who can discern my acupuncture technique. You must be well versed. May I inquire as to your master? You employ the great circulation needle method, derived from the principles of the I Ching. While it can suppress the patient's condition, it merely serves to alleviate symptoms, Lu Ji answered steadily, refraining from providing a direct response to the stranger's inquiry. To have recognized my technique is no small feat. You are indeed exceptional, the elder exclaimed, astonished. The other traditional Chinese medicine practitioners present, who had all been studying their craft, had never encountered anyone who could so accurately identify the method they employed. I not only discern your technique, but I also observe its incompleteness. Otherwise, it would not merely serve to alleviate and control the condition, Lu Ji continued. The elder speaking with Lu Ji was none other than Elder Zhuang, a contemporary master of his craft. He was profoundly shocked by Lu Ji's remarks, yet elated, as only he understood the source of his joy. His acupuncture technique was already formidable, but hearing this young man's assessment suggested that there were indeed gaps in his methodology. If he could identify the technique so clearly, did he possess further knowledge of it? Could it be that he had supplementary techniques to offer? Young brother Lu, Dr. Lu, I implore you to elaborate, Elder Zhuang urged, not allowing Lu Ji to leave, seizing his arm and guiding him to a sofa. Very well. Lu Ji responded with a wry smile. The elder's passion for medicine and his thirst for knowledge made it difficult for Lu Ji to extricate himself from the conversation. Their dialogue astonished Ning Wenting, who recognized that a young man favored by Elder Zhuang must be extraordinary. At that moment, he felt somewhat embarrassed, questioning whether he had neglected a valuable guest. While many had labeled this young man a charlatan, he had belittled him due to his youth, failing to offer him the respect he deserved. He never anticipated that this individual would capture Elder Zhuang's attention, leading him to realize that he had misjudged him. Ding ding. An alarm from a medical device pierced the air, causing several individuals outside to glance toward the room. The elderly lady's condition has worsened, someone suddenly alerted. Upon hearing this, Ning Wenting was the first to leap to his feet and dash into the patient's room, with others following in curiosity. Inside, the elderly woman appeared ashen, gasping for breath as if something were lodged in her chest, struggling to breathe, teetering on the brink of death. Wasn't her condition stabilized? What has happened? Ning Wenting inquired anxiously. This is not our doing. It is the fault of those old Chinese doctors, who recklessly inserted needles, resulting in the patient's current state. Li Guofeng replied, his complexion pale. Even Mike, who had previously exuded arrogance, now wore a grim expression as he fought to stabilize the patient. Li is correct. It was the haphazard needling that exacerbated the patient's condition, Mike concurred. We were confident in our approach. But who could have anticipated that these old practitioners would mismanage the situation with their erratic needling, leading to a worsening condition and the spread of toxins? We are not miracle workers. It is inevitable that the patient may not survive. Li Guofeng deflected blame while denouncing the traditional Chinese doctors. The air in the room turned tense, growing heavy with unspoken accusations. Chapter 65. Whose responsibility? Li Guofeng and Mike were engaged in a blame game, each eager to absolve themselves of responsibility in the face of such unfortunate events. Their fear of accountability was palpable, while the financial loss was manageable. Offending the Ning family would render the Li family's situation untenable. Despite their initial good intentions, their motives were transparent. Their visit was clearly aimed at the Ning family's young lady, and they had come well prepared. However, they were unprepared for the severity of her condition, which far exceeded their expectations and could not simply be remedied with basic instruments and medications. Their hearts were filled with a sense of panic. This is impossible. They accused the acupuncturist of creating this predicament, causing Ning Wenting to hesitate. That's nonsense. Do not speak carelessly. Ning Qingxue was taken aback, then responded with indignation. My grandmother has suffered from illness for years, and it was only with the help of old Master Zhuang that she has survived until now. You claim it's due to reckless acupuncture? If you lack the skill, do not unjustly accuse others. Qingxue, you cannot say that. Mike holds dual doctorates and has practiced medicine for many years. He is a seasoned physician. His words are undoubtedly correct. If not for these traditional Chinese practitioners' reckless needling exacerbating her condition, we would certainly have been able to cure her. Li Guofeng interjected, eager to placate and justify. Enough. My grandmother's condition was stable just moments ago. It worsened after your arrival. You cannot escape responsibility. Ning Qingxue refused to heed his explanations or trust them. While she might have accepted accusations against others, old Master Zhuang, hailing from a renowned lineage of traditional Chinese medicine, was a distinguished physician. She would not allow them to malign the expert she had invited. Qingxue, you must not be biased. This truly has nothing to do with us. Li Guofeng, who had imagined himself a savior winning the affections of a fair lady, suddenly found himself in a predicament as the elder's illness proved more challenging than anticipated. He was desperate to shift blame, unwilling to shoulder this burden. While he struggled to win Ning Qingxue over, he thought that if he could manage to impress her father and grandmother through this medical crisis, the union would naturally follow, and Ning Qingxue would not dare oppose their plans. Uncle, you have witnessed the advanced equipment we brought, some of which is unavailable domestically. Mike is the finest doctor. The current issues arose from the misdiagnosis by traditional practitioners, which delayed the optimal treatment. It is not that we have not tried, rather, we are powerless. He quickly explained to Ning Wenting, who seemed at a loss, unsure how to proceed. Everyone had a point, yet he wished only for a definitive answer that could lead to a cure. Utter nonsense. If you lack the ability to treat her, do not cast blame upon traditional medicine. How shameful. Ning Qingxue retorted, her frustration evident. I previously warned you not to tamper with those needles lightly, yet you disregarded my caution. Now, you audaciously malign traditional medicine. Who do you think you are? Lu Ji, leaning against the doorframe, spoke coldly. Nonsense. And who are you? Do you possess a medical license? Do you hold academic credentials? How dare you question our judgment? Mike shot back furiously. Humph. A good-for-nothing who disregards patient safety for monetary gain dares to speak so boldly. Who gave you the audacity to remain here? Someone, remove this troublemaker. Li Guofeng shouted. If you do not leave, I will ensure you cannot survive in Sioux City. He signaled to Mike's assistants to drag Lu Ji away, seeing him as a disruptive force. Do you think you can lay a hand on my guest? Ning Qingxue exclaimed angrily. The security personnel, hearing the commotion, entered to assist in throwing Lu Ji out. You have no authority to touch me. Lu Ji glared at Li Guofeng, his irritation apparent. As he spoke, the atmosphere in the room grew tense, and all present felt the weight of his presence. Lu Ji fixed his cold gaze on Li Guofeng, who felt a chill run down his spine. The threat of confrontation evaporated as Li Guofeng became acutely aware of his own fear of this seemingly insignificant young man, who nonetheless radiated an unsettling power. Lu Ji, please, save my grandmother. You can do it, right? Ning Qingxue pleaded, her sorrow evident as she leaned against the bedside. Before Lu Ji could respond, Ning Wenting approached Old Master Zhuang with a bowed head, embarrassment etched on his face. Old Master, I humbly ask for your assistance with my mother. She is nearing her end. Even if you cannot save her, please help her breathe normally and alleviate her suffering. I beg you. Ning Wenting placed his trust in Old Master Zhuang, having little faith in Lu Ji's abilities. Nevertheless, when faced with the gravity of the situation, he chose to seek the elder's help despite his earlier actions. Alas, I could once suppress the virus's spread with acupuncture, preventing it from attacking the heart. But with the needles removed, the virus has proliferated, invading both the lung and heart channels. How can I control this? Old Master Zhuang sighed, his frustration palpable. He had always been the one to help the Ning matriarch survive, and while it was understandable for them to trust a newcomer, it was disheartening to see them insult his profession. Ning Wenting's complexion turned ashen, his stability faltering. If even Old Master Zhuang could not help, who could? No one else in the country possessed greater skill than he. Uncle, do not listen to their lies. This is merely an attempt to evade responsibility. The claims of viral invasion are deceitful. Their reckless actions have led to the patient's organ failure, and now recovery is impossible. Lu Ji declared angrily. Such shamelessness. He continued, an unprincipled physician has the audacity to accuse traditional medicine. For 5 millennia, traditional Chinese medicine has been profound and expansive. How can you slander it so? Your inability to treat the patient stems from your own incompetence, not from a lack of ability in others. While we are doctors, treating patients is contingent on their condition. This elder is in a dire state. Even a deity could do little to aid her. I am no deity, and not every ailment can be cured. Had you contacted me sooner, perhaps I could have saved her. Now, it is time to prepare for the worst. Mike coldly concluded, ceasing his efforts and casting a disdainful glance at the young man before him. Are you death itself? Just because you cannot heal her does not mean others cannot. Lu Ji retorted icily. Speak cautiously. There are repercussions for boasting. If you can cure her, I will bow and apologize, Li Guofeng sneered. Shall we wager? Chapter 66. Accepting the bet, Li Guofeng wore a contemptuous expression, taunting. If you can cure the old lady's illness, I will give you 500,000. If you fail, I will not demand payment from you. After all, you are a pauper who cannot afford such a sum. All I require is that you bow and admit your mistakes. I will also wager against you. Your traditional Chinese medicine is nothing compared to our Western medicine. If you lose, you shall publicly declare yourself a charlatan in the streets. However, if you can indeed heal her, I will match your 500,000. At that moment, Mike coldly regarded Lu Ji, convinced the young man was intent on sabotaging their efforts. Today, they would teach him the consequences of his arrogance and force him to submit, ensuring he would tread carefully in the future. How audacious! It was blatant bullying. The old woman was gravely ill, and no remedy could save her. She was not a deity capable of resurrection. This foreigner truly deserved scorn for insulting our traditional medicine. Yet we were powerless to assist. It was unfortunate that Lu Ji had crossed paths with such shameless individuals. Very well, just don't back out later. Just as others expected Lu Ji to falter, he unexpectedly agreed without hesitation. Good, but do not regret it later, Li Guofeng replied, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Lu Ji's agreement had angered him. This was a dead end. The old lady was beyond saving, and using her as a wager would surely lead to Lu Ji's downfall today. He relished the thought of Lu Ji losing face before Ning Qingxue, hoping he would never dare to show himself again. Dr. Lu, please save my grandmother. Look at her. She is in such dire condition. At this moment, Ning Qingxue's face was pale, tears streaming down her cheeks, her once spirited demeanor now reduced to one of fragility. On the verge of collapse. Dr. Lu, if you can cure my mother's illness, you will be a benefactor to the Ning family. We will not treat you poorly. Whatever the cost, Ning Wentian hurriedly added. In their desperation, they sought help from any doctor available, and while they knew Li Guofeng's bet was excessive, they had no choice but to place their hopes in Lu Ji, yearning for him to save their matriarch. I am here today out of respect for Miss Ning, not for monetary gain. Additionally, I have another purpose, to demonstrate that our traditional Chinese medicine surpasses Western medicine, making those who insult us pay the price. Lu Ji cast a cold glance at the individuals across from him. Today, to be frank, I came merely to observe, Ning Qingxue interjected, explaining how the Ning family had summoned many seasoned traditional Chinese doctors for consultation. She had not anticipated Lu Ji would take any action, merely seeking his advice. In fact, she had not expected the old woman's condition to be so dire that he had not even brought his own acupuncture kit. Old Zhuang, may I borrow your silver needles for a moment? Lu Ji asked somewhat shyly. Among all the doctors present, he chose not to ask anyone else. Partly due to unfamiliarity and partly because he had noticed the uniqueness of the silver needles on the patient. They were fine, resilient, and evidently custom-made, ensuring greater safety and ease of use during treatment. Of course, since you appreciate my silver needles, I shall gift them to you. The old man was pleased, recognizing that his needles were not made from ordinary materials. He readily offered them, eager to witness Lu Ji's technique and insights into acupuncture. Li Guofeng and Mike watched Lu Ji with cold eyes, eagerly anticipating his impending embarrassment. Old Zhuang, the needle technique you employed is not the true great circulation method. It is, in fact, a lesser circulation technique. The great circulation method consists of 12 needles, while you used only 6, thus only achieving a suppressive effect rather than a curative one. Lu Ji felt a surge of gratitude for old Zhuang's generosity. Aware of the true value of those needles, he had no intention of withholding this knowledge, walking and explaining simultaneously. The essence of acupuncture lies in unblocking the great meridians when the ailment resides in the blood. It must be adjusted at Luo. When the yang meridian is injured, blood spills outward, and when the yin meridian is injured, blood accumulates inward. The heat from the illness causes blood to overflow, necessitating the unblocking and treatment of the meridians. As Lu Ji expertly inserted needles at the Baihui, Xinzhong, Feizhong, Gan, Pizhong, and Shin points, his precision and speed revealed a mastery that could only come from decades of practice. Yet, what astonished him most was that his technique was indeed not the complete great circulation method. After inserting 12 needles into the old woman, her previously labored breathing began to normalize, her complexion returning to a healthy hue, and her blood pressure and pulse gradually stabilizing. You have learned a part of the long-lost great circulation technique. Therefore, while treating patients, you may find it challenging to control their conditions, to guide the treatment effectively. We must manage the direction of the toxins and draw them out. As Lu Ji placed the final needles, everyone present could clearly observe the ashen pallor fading from the old woman's face. Her once colorless visage regained vitality, and she began to show signs of awareness. My goodness, this is truly incredible. She has come back to life. Nana, Ning Wentian trembled, at a loss for words. Unable to believe that the very youth he had looked down upon had miraculously saved his mother with his medical skills. This display astonished everyone, though the least surprised was Ning Qingxue. After all, Lu Ji had previously cured Gu Yanran and Fang Xiao, patients whom even the most esteemed experts had deemed untreatable. Thus, she had faith that he could heal her grandmother, which is why she had invited him. It seemed her judgment had not failed. He truly possessed such remarkable abilities. As the crowd marveled, the old woman's eyes fluttered and gradually opened. Qingxue, Wentian, her heart swelled with joy upon seeing her son and granddaughter. Mom, Nana. The two wept tears of joy, their long-held wish to see the elderly woman awaken finally fulfilled. They grasped her hands, tears streaming down their faces. You have endured so much. The elderly woman, worn and fragile from her illness, felt a pang of guilt at the sight of her children's worried expressions. Chapter 67. Seeking to evade payment? The elderly man regained consciousness, much to the delight of Ning Wenting and his daughter, Ning Qingxue. At this moment, they were truly convinced of Lu Ji's remarkable abilities. Thank you, Dr. Lu, Ning Wenting said, his face flushed with embarrassment. Reflecting on how he had nearly expelled Lu Ji when his daughter had initially invited him, he now felt utterly ashamed for his previous behavior. Though he has awakened, further treatment is still necessary. I will prescribe some medicine for the elderly gentleman to restore his vitality and eliminate any lingering toxins, Lu Ji stated calmly. He held a rather unfavorable impression of the middle-aged man before him. However, as a dutiful son, Ning Wenting's concern was understandable. After all, he was still Ning Qingshui's father. The elderly man had suffered for far too long, losing his vitality. The recovery process through medication would be slow. Lu Ji had infused a small amount of his spiritual energy, which had already yielded significant results, and combined with his acupuncture techniques. He had successfully revived the elderly man's failing organs. Yet, he needed to replenish his own energy, indicating a necessity for another trip to the apothecary for medicinal supplies. Ning Qingshui's emotions were conflicted. While she acknowledged Lu Ji's medical skills after witnessing her friend's recovery, she still harbored doubts about his ability to heal her grandmother. Her earlier request had stemmed from desperation, as Zhuang Lao and the others had been at a loss. Now, with Lu Ji having genuinely saved her grandmother, she found herself reevaluating his capabilities. Amidst her happiness, she felt a sense of turmoil. While her impression of him had improved significantly, she did not regret their broken engagement. They belonged to different worlds, lacking common ground. Her boyfriend was undoubtedly the best choice. Lu Ji simply did not measure up. Where are you two headed? As the room's attention was diverted, Li Guofeng and Mike quietly attempted to slip away. Just as they reached the door, Lu Ji's voice caught their attention, drawing the gaze of everyone present. Uncle, Grandma has awakened. It's truly wonderful. We won't disturb you further, Li Guofeng awkwardly announced. Ning Wenting's lips twitched, rendered speechless. Unsure of how to respond, he considered reprimanding them, but they had only acted with misguided intentions. You have already disturbed us, and it seems you have forgotten something, Lu Ji remarked. Are you trying to evade payment? Li Guofeng retorted coldly. 50,000 is not an insurmountable sum for you, is it? You claim to solely care for the patient, yet now that she has awakened, you wish to dismiss it. Moreover, we were also involved in the rescue. You merely reaped the benefits, Mike argued defensively. Your contributions? Just moments ago, you were preparing for her last rites, Lu Ji countered. Although the patient has awakened, she is not yet healed. Until then, it cannot be considered a victory, Li Guofeng insisted, his face reddening. Who says she is not well? The elderly man interjected, interrupting their exchange. To everyone's astonishment, the elderly man sat up, exuding vitality that belied his prolonged illness. His eyes sparkled with energy, effectively silencing Li Guofeng and Mike, who had entered with arrogance and disdain for traditional Chinese medicine. The onlookers, who had harbored resentment towards them, now reveled in their embarrassment, watching as Li Guofeng's facade crumbled. In that moment, he wished he could vanish into the ground. Without a word, he hastily produced a check and flung it at Lu Ji before fleeing, not daring to look back. What do you mean by this? Lu Ji called after Mike, who, in a fit of rage, also threw down a check and stormed out, his eyes filled with resentment. Both men departed in disgrace. Their grand entrance now reduced to a humiliating retreat, their calculations completely misfired. Dr. Lu, I have learned much from you, Zhuang Lao said, deeply bowing in respect. Zhuang Lao, please, there is no need for such formality, Lu Ji urged, assisting the esteemed physician. Thank you, divine physician, for imparting your wisdom. I am profoundly grateful to have witnessed the 12 needles of the great circulation in my lifetime, Zhuang Lao expressed with genuine reverence. This bow is well deserved. The gift of your teachings is beyond my ability to repay. I humbly request you accept me as your disciple, Zhuang Lao insisted, bowing once more. This cannot be. I lack such capability, and besides, Zhuang Lao, your reputation is unparalleled. I could not possibly accept, Lu Ji protested, swiftly helping the elder to his feet. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Zhuang Lao was renowned as the finest traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the nation, celebrated for his miraculous skills in healing. Many had sought to study under him, yet few succeeded. Now, he wished to learn from a newcomer. This was shocking indeed. Lu Ji himself was taken aback by Zhuang Lao's insistence. He had previously accepted a disciple in his grandfather's name, a well-known internal medicine expert. But he was still in an entirely different league compared to Zhuang Lao. Dr. Lu, your mastery of traditional medicine far surpasses my own. I have much to learn, and the depth of traditional Chinese medicine is vast. You are more than qualified to be my teacher, Zhuang Lao maintained. Teaching you acupuncture is no burden. Let us simply learn from one another. There is no need for such seriousness, Lu Ji replied, feeling somewhat exasperated by the old man's insistence. I am too incompetent to follow in your footsteps, divine physician. With my abilities, I truly cannot bear the title of your disciple, Zhuang Lao lamented, his spirit visibly waning, his steps faltering. Seeing the elder's despondence stirred something within Lu Ji. He was still quite young. Zhuang Lao could easily be his grandfather. Why should he need to call him master? Would it not be better to be friends? Scholarship among the elderly was often too rigid. Was a title truly so significant? How about this? My medical skills were taught to me by my grandfather. Let me instead accept you as my grandfather's disciple. That way, it will be less awkward between us, Lu Ji proposed. Really? The elderly man, previously listless, was now astonished. Chapter 68. Another junior disciple. Lu Ji's words left elder Zhuang astounded. However, upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Given Lu Ji's youth and his remarkable medical skills, one could only imagine the extraordinary prowess of his grandfather. Instantly, Zhuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. How could he possibly refuse such a fortuitous opportunity? Greetings, senior brother. Elder Zhuang respectfully bowed to Lu Ji, without a trace of hesitation, directly addressing him with the title. You are older. I should be calling you senior brother, Lu Ji remarked, feeling a touch of awkwardness at Zhuang's gesture. What an unbelievable sight it was, an elder in his 70s bowing to him. He felt undeserving of such reverence. The customs of our sect prioritize propriety. You entered before me, so you are indeed my senior brother, regardless of age. Henceforth, I shall rely on your guidance, for which I am immensely grateful, Elder Zhuang replied solemnly and with great respect. Very well. However, I previously accepted a disciple on behalf of my grandfather, named Wang Yi, a medical expert at the First People's Hospital of Sioux City. You need only be aware of his existence, Lu Ji succinctly explained. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhuang's eyes brightened once more. This individual shared a similar foresight, and they should meet when the opportunity arises. Wang Yi's status was not insignificant. Possessing such discernment, he truly deserved to be referred to as his senior brother. Regardless of Wang Yi's abilities, his vision was commendable. It was unfortunate that Zhuang had entered the sect later than Lu Ji, relegating him to the position of a junior disciple. He couldn't help but shake his head in resignation, yet his heart brimmed with joy. If Lu Ji's medical skills were already so advanced, one could only imagine the unparalleled expertise of his master. Even a casual pointer from him could impart vast knowledge. Merely contemplating this was a source of great happiness for Zhuang. I will discuss your master with you later, Lu Ji stated earnestly. Yes, Elder Zhuang replied respectfully. Lu Ji felt reassured. His grandfather had entrusted him with the legacy, and he had no idea where he had gone. Now, with others eager to join the sect, he had no choice but to accept disciples under his grandfather's name. He could not concern himself with whether his grandfather would approve. That was a matter for the future, and it was uncertain whether they would even meet again in his lifetime. Dr. Lu, regarding my mother's illness. Ning Wenting spoke politely at that moment. Elder Zhuang, the most esteemed individual present, recognized Lu Ji's medical prowess, which transformed his attitude entirely, becoming significantly more courteous. Rest assured, I will continue to monitor her condition until she fully recovers, Lu Ji assured. Having taken action, and driven by the compassion inherent in a healer, he would follow through. Regardless of whether Ning Wenting mentioned it, he would provide treatment regardless. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed doctor. Lu Ji wrote a prescription and handed it to Ning Wenting. These medications should be taken along with my acupuncture treatment for a period of adjustment. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Lu Ji stated, feeling that remaining any longer would serve no purpose. He could not continually use spiritual energy to bolster her vitality. Instead, he relied on these medicines combined with acupuncture. Though it might take longer, it was the most prudent approach. Old Su, please escort Dr. Lu, Ning Wenting instructed the driver. Here is the consultation fee and a key to a villa, a small token of appreciation. Please accept it. Ning Wenting respectfully offered Lu Ji a check and the key. Lu Ji did not refuse. Rejecting it would seem pretentious. The price for the life of the Ning family matriarch was indeed modest in their eyes, for familial bonds were far more precious than material wealth. Accompanying Lu Ji out was bodyguard Zhao Jian, while Ning Wenting remained inside to attend to her guests. This is my phone number and this business card. Should you require assistance, feel free to contact this individual or me directly. The family head has instructed us that your matters are our matters, Zhao Jian said. Thank you. Please convey my gratitude to Mr. Ning, Lu Ji replied, accepting the business card without hesitation. Mr. Ning was indeed generous, providing a check for 5 million. It was a substantial reward for his efforts today. The doorbell chimed. Upon opening the door, Lu Ji was momentarily stunned. It was his neighbor Meng Xian, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time. She wore a striking red dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, glossy and smooth. Her long, slender legs were accentuated by the short skirt, and with her height of 1.7 meters paired with 5 centimeter heels, she could easily rival a model. Is there something you need? Lu Ji asked, momentarily taken aback. Accompany me for a shopping trip. I wish to buy a few outfits, she replied. Is that really appropriate? I know little about women's fashion. You need not help me choose. I simply find shopping alone rather dull. Just accompany me for a stroll. I haven't had the chance to thank you for fixing the plumbing last time. I'd like to treat you to a meal and perhaps buy some clothes. I've been cooped up studying for days, and it's driving me mad. Meng Xian's playful demeanor was exceedingly alluring, and Lu Ji found it increasingly difficult to resist. This girl was utterly oblivious to the need for modesty. When would her brash personality change? Fine, let me change my outfit first, Lu Ji relented. No need. You look just fine as you are, Meng Xian exclaimed, eagerly taking his arm and dragging him out without a moment and pause. Lu Ji shook his head in exasperation. This girl was so innocent. Could she truly be so comfortable walking arm in arm with someone she perceived as a lecher? As they descended the stairs, they encountered Gu Yanran and Ning Qingxue, who had just arrived, seemingly at the same time. Dr. Lu, where are you headed? Gu Yanran greeted. Your friend? Meng Xian inquired curiously. Gu Yanran, Ning Qingxue, this is my neighbor, Meng Xian, Lu Ji introduced. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you both. You are both stunning. Like movie stars, Meng Xian said, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the two beautiful women. She felt a twinge of envy. Wondering when Lu Ji had befriended such enchanting companions, true elegance was not something easily imitated. You are quite lovely yourself. Gu Yanran replied with a knowing glance at Lu Ji, seeing nothing unusual in his demeanor. Where? Meng Xian blushed slightly. Ning Qingxue, clad in a white qipao, exuded grace and elegance, while Gu Yanran, in a flowing purple dress, seemed ethereal, as if a fairy had descended. Each of the three women possessed her own unique charm. Did you come looking for me? Lu Ji asked, feeling overwhelmed. One was already a handful, and now 3 had arrived. We're heading to the mall, and would like to invite you to join us for a meal as a token of gratitude for saving my grandmother, Ning Qingxue stated coolly. Aside from their previous encounter at the Ning family estate, where she had appeared vulnerable, Ning Qingxue always maintained an air of aloofness, her expression never betraying her feelings. Wonderful. We shall all go together. Meng Xian chimed in. Chapter 69. Shopping. The 4 companions reached an agreement to embark on a shopping excursion together. Initially, Lu Ji was reluctant to join, but he was ultimately persuaded by the allure of the beautiful women who coaxed him into the car. After a 30-minute drive, they arrived at a renowned commercial pedestrian street in Sioux City, a place teeming with dining, fashion, and entertainment. This locale attracted a wealthy clientele, far beyond the means of the average citizen, yet many still frequented it, for even if they could not afford to purchase, it was an opportunity to broaden their horizons. The trio of women, accompanied by a single man, formed a striking tableau that drew the attention of many onlookers. After all, the combination of handsome men and beautiful women is always a sight to behold. Envy, jealousy, and admiration mingled in the gazes of passers-by, as women envied the stunning companions of the handsome man, lamenting the absence of such charm in their own partners, while men felt a pang of jealousy towards Lu Ji, wondering how he managed to attract such captivating women. Brother Lu, do you sense the peculiar scrutiny of the crowd? It's making me rather uncomfortable, Meng Xian confessed, feeling the weight of their attention for the first time. She rarely frequented such establishments, where patrons were typically affluent young ladies and spoiled scions. Unbeknownst to her, their collective charm was overwhelming, presenting a striking contrast that few could ignore. It was a rare occurrence to see not 1, but 3 exceptional beauties together, exuding an unparalleled grace. Gu Yanran and Ning Qingxue, however, remained unfazed by the attention. They were seasoned in navigating such environments and paid little mind to the opinions of the onlookers. Unlike Meng Xian, who felt as exposed as if she were unclad, their experience shielded them from discomfort, even as Meng Xian's unease grew palpable. Just walk confidently. They are merely envious of your beauty, Gu Yanran reassured her, recognizing her discomfort. Indeed, they not only covet our looks, but also envy Brother Lu for his handsome presence. They lack such a charming companion. Meng Xian inhaled deeply. finding solace in the notion that their beauty incited envy. Brother Lu, what style of clothing do you prefer? I shall buy you something, Meng Xian inquired, turning back as they approached the men's clothing section. Feel free to purchase for yourselves. I am merely a supporting character. My wardrobe suffices, Lu Ji declined. Indeed, esteemed Dr. Lu, you have treated my grandmother. I have yet to repay you. Let me start with clothing, Gu Yanran mused, realizing she had not yet offered any form of gratitude. It felt insincere to only treat him to a meal, especially when observing his attire, which appeared to be from a street vendor. I shall take care of this purchase, as he has provided excellent care for my grandmother. And I have yet to express my gratitude personally, Meng Xian insisted. Please, spare me. Your father has already compensated me. I can afford my own clothes, Lu Ji replied. Are you looking down on us, Dr. Lu? It's merely a few pieces of clothing. Do you think we cannot afford them? Ning Qingsno interjected coldly. That is not my intention, Lu Ji surrendered, raising his hands in mock defeat, overwhelmed by the women's insistence. He had little regard for brand names. He simply preferred clothing that fit well, regardless of the fabric. As the quartet entered a men's clothing store, a shadow trailed behind them, a sinister smile evident on his face. This shirt appears to be tailored just for you. It fits impeccably, the sales associate praised enthusiastically. This gentleman is truly striking. Were it not for the company of such stunning ladies, I would have asked for his WeChat, she mused, marveling at the rarity of such youthful handsomeness outside of the film industry. The three women were momentarily entranced, captivated by his physique, muscular and alluring, with a chiseled abdomen that was simply mesmerizing. Though they weren't in a high-end boutique, it wasn't due to a lack of funds. Lu Ji simply did not prioritize brands, having been dragged into this shopping spree by the insistence of his companions. In an unexpected moment of unity, the women selected outfits for Lu Ji that reflected exquisite taste, and he wore them with an air of celebrity, transforming even the simplest garment into something extraordinary. You're stunning, Meng Xian exclaimed. Indeed, how do you compare to him? Lu Ji pointed at a celebrity poster on the wall. You are even more handsome, Gu Yanran declared, raising her thumbs in approval. I share your sentiment, Lu Ji responded, feeling rather pleased with himself. The sales associate nearly chuckled. He was genuinely unaccustomed to such flattery. All right, this is the one. Who will take care of the bill? Lu Ji asked. An audible gasp reverberated through the store as patrons and staff alike reacted to his audacity. The collective sentiment was one of disbelief. How could he ask the women to pay for his clothing? Was he merely a gold digger? All eyes turned to their group, judgment etched across their faces, deeming the man shameless. I shall pay, came Ning Qingsno's resolute voice, hastily exiting the store, feeling the weight of the onlookers' gazes. Initially, the beautiful women had jostled to pay, but now it was Ning Qingsno who had swiftly completed the transaction. The total came to just over 300 for a set of 3 outfits. A trivial sum for them, and thus, the matter of who would pay was settled. Isn't that Lu Ji? No longer delivering takeout, I see. Now he can shop in this commercial district, Ling Guangjuan laughed derisively. Even a beggar in dragon robes remains a beggar. It seems a toad will never leap onto the stage. Lu Ji frowned at the encounter, feeling that fortune had turned against him. The presence of such beautiful women at his side only fueled Ling Guangjuan's jealousy, igniting a simmering resentment within him. Lu Ji, you think these beauties are unaware of your true nature? Don't be fooled. He is merely a delivery boy, a good-for-nothing unworthy of your affection. You would fare far better with me, enjoying a life of luxury, Ling Guangjuan sneered. You scoundrel. You should consider yourself lucky to be in their presence. Have you no idea who I am? Being with Lu Ji offers nothing but disappointment. Come with me, and I will provide you with happiness, he added, his arrogance palpable. How shameless. Ning Qingsno glared at him, fury evident in her eyes. Chapter 70. A lesson unlearned. What was intended to be a simple shopping excursion took an unexpected turn when they encountered a group of shameless individuals, which was profoundly disconcerting. Brother Lu, who is this person? Why do they speak so brazenly? When did you become acquainted with such people? Meng Xian inquired. Having recently relocated, she had already faced the disgraceful mother-daughter duo that had landed Lu Ji's mother in the hospital, and now another unsavory character appeared. What kind of adversaries had Lu Ji attracted that consistently brought such discomfort upon them? The man who cheated on Lu Ji with his ex-girlfriend, Ning Qingxue answered coldly. She had encountered this individual when he sought to break off Lu Ji's engagement and had retained a vague recollection of him. Without waiting for Lu Ji to respond, she made her observation, harboring doubts about Lu Ji's previous timidity, though she had forgotten that the man before her was no longer the same meek person he once was. Truly, it seems that like attracts like such shamelessness. Meng Xian nodded in understanding. Ning Qingxue cast a glance at Meng Xian, feeling a twinge of jealousy over her relationship with Lu Ji. Lu Ji, it's no wonder Yiting looks down on you. What kind of man chooses to live off others? Is soft living truly so appealing? Ling Guangjuan, undeterred by the presence of several beautiful women, continued with his shameless tirade. Look, it's that man living off others. He's in for trouble now. This kind of person relies on women for everything. Far more disgraceful than that shameless pair over there. Let us refrain from idle chatter if you don't know the circumstances. Merely enjoy the spectacle, someone else advised. I cannot stand such a pretty boy, living off his looks while surrounded by beautiful women. It's simply unfair. Now he's getting what he deserves. Gu Yanran asserted angrily. She had genuinely considered teaching this man a lesson, and not retaliating felt unjust. Though he is rather handsome, his tongue is quite sharp. He might find it difficult to find a partner. Ling Guangjuan leered at Gu Yanran. Unbeknownst to him, he was challenging powerful figures. Had he known their status, he would have thought twice before provoking them. Silence. Gu Yanran snapped. What can Lu Ji offer you? He's nothing but a pathetic loser. Stay with me, and you can have whatever you desire. Ling Guangjuan sought to aggravate Lu Ji, hoping to drag him down alongside himself. Such audacity. But Lu Ji isn't blameless either. He's merely as despicable as the rest, someone among the onlookers commented. As the conversation unfolded, the crowd gleaned a wealth of information, fueling their imaginations with speculation. Lu Ji, why are you still hesitating? Deal with him before he leaves you toothless. Gu Yanran's frustration peaked. She could not tolerate being insulted by a rogue. Is Lu Ji really your support? Ask him if he dares to confront me, Ling Guangjuan mocked. Is that so? Lu Ji replied coldly. Do you still dare to hit me? You think you're so tough? Ling Guangjuan shouted defiantly. Bang! Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Ji struck Ling Guangjuan down to the ground. In this day and age, some people truly ask for it, provoking others to strike them. If I didn't retaliate, it would be an injustice to you, Lu Ji coldly remarked, glaring at the fallen figure. Indeed, it's quite absurd. There are those who enjoy being struck. Meng Xian exclaimed excitedly, delivering 2 swift kicks to Ling Guangjuan. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The man labeled as a pathetic leech had unexpectedly proven his prowess, knocking down a robust figure of over 6 feet. The temperament he displayed did not align with that of someone accustomed to being belittled, and this was a stark contrast to the man who had allowed his ex-girlfriend to cheat on him. Is this the same person? Someone questioned. Indeed, he must be asking for trouble. No wonder he's in this predicament now. The spectators ceased to discuss Lu Ji and instead turned their ridicule upon the fallen Ling Guangjuan. Ling Guangjuan, having failed to assert his dominance, felt a mix of humiliation and anger. The comments from the crowd only fueled his rage. Suddenly, he leapt to his feet and charged at Lu Ji, causing Meng Xian to quickly hide behind him. Gu Yanran, though tempted to kick him herself, restrained her impulse due to her years of self-discipline. Normally, such a rogue would be dealt with by bodyguards. With only Lu Ji at her side, she felt no fear, confident that he could handle the situation effortlessly. With a swift motion, Lu Ji sent Ling Guangjuan crashing to the ground once again, knocking out a tooth and spilling blood everywhere. Ling Guangjuan regretted not bringing along reinforcements, now suffering the consequences of his actions, yet he glared at Lu Ji with resentment. Just wait, Lu Ji, he spat before scrambling to his feet and fleeing. Everyone disperse. There's nothing more to see, Lu Ji coldly instructed, watching Ling Guangjuan retreat. TCH, I thought it would be an exciting spectacle, but it ended so quickly. Lacking any creativity, some murmured. A few even entertained thoughts of assisting the beautiful women, hoping to win their favor. However, upon witnessing Lu Ji's decisive actions, they realized they were no match for him. He was no ordinary man, and his cold demeanor intimidated them. As Lu Ji and his companions strolled down the street, a group suddenly surrounded them, blocking their path. Brother, that's the one who struck me. You must avenge me. Tonight at Huafeng Restaurant. It's on me, drinks and food for all. Ling Guangjuan, bloodied and furious, returned with the gang. The scene caused some bystanders to retreat, anxious about the impending confrontation. They wondered if this escalation would lead to violence. Who dares bully my brother Guangjuan? One of his companions shouted as they advanced toward Lu Ji and his friends. Chapter 71. A confrontation. Brother Lu, what should we do? There are so many people here. We should call the police. Meng Xian exclaimed in fear. It had been a long-awaited return, and she had just wanted to enjoy a leisurely stroll with Lu Ji, only to encounter such distressing circumstances. These ruffians were notorious for their recklessness, and she feared that they would suffer should a confrontation arise. Do not worry, Dr. Lu can handle this on his own, Gu Yanran reassured her. Are you serious, Sister Gu? There are so many of them. Meng Xian's heart sank at the sight of the thrice numerous thugs. Rest assured. Nothing will happen, Gu Yanran said, patting Meng Xian's shoulder. Meng Xian's face paled as doubt crept in. Yet, observing Lu Ji's calm demeanor brought her some comfort. Despite the overwhelming presence of the thugs, he remained composed, while she felt her legs trembling with fear. Regret washed over her. Perhaps if she hadn't pulled Lu Ji out for a stroll, they would not have encountered such terrifying trouble. You three should move to the back, Lu Ji instructed. But, it's all right. I can manage this, Gu Yanran interjected. The trio distanced themselves from the scene, leaving Lu Ji to confront the ruffians alone. Aside from Meng Xian, Ning Qingxue and Gu Yanran had full faith in Lu Ji's abilities and felt no need to summon help, opting instead to observe from a distance. Who dares to cause trouble on my turf? A chilling voice echoed from afar. It was over. Offending these individuals would surely bring misfortune upon Lu Ji. Rumors had it that the thugs possessed powerful connections, and now they had been summoned. The onlookers kept their distance, knowing well they were not to be trifled with. Who could possibly offend them? Should we call the police? Mind your own business. They are not worth the trouble. The crowd watched with a mix of concern, schadenfreude, and sheer curiosity. That bald guy, he's the one I hit. Ling Guangjuan pointed at Lu Ji. It was I who struck him. Do you have a problem with that? Lu Ji replied coldly. A bald man approached, his round face marred by a scar, exuding an intimidating presence as he glared at Lu Ji. You think you're tough after hitting someone? It seems you need a lesson. I'll loosen you up today. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his accomplices to join the fray. Let us see how you fare today, Lu Ji, Ling Guangjuan jeered. In an instant, a tall thug rushed toward Lu Ji, followed by another from the opposite direction. Calmly, Lu Ji raised his hand to seize the first thug's arm, twisting and throwing him aside, then swiftly kicked the second, sending him crashing to the ground. In the blink of an eye, both lay moaning in pain. The spectators were astonished. A seemingly frail young man had unleashed such formidable strength, tossing a fully grown man aside with ease. Goodness, that's incredible. Didn't they say he was doomed? This is astonishing. It's no wonder he has admirers. These thugs have encountered a hard match. Luck could turn against anyone. Who knows? Even the strongest can falter against sheer numbers. Impressive, kid. But no one shows off in my presence, the bald man said, his expression darkening. Clearly, he recognized Lu Ji's prowess and could not afford to underestimate him. Failure was not an option. Since starting his training, Lu Ji had continuously absorbed spiritual energy, resulting in heightened perception, quick reflexes, greater strength, and agility. He had reached the second level of body refinement and was considered a martial arts master by earthly standards. To him, these thugs appeared slow and easily dispatched. The moans of more than a dozen men filled the air, and even the bald man found himself nursing wounds from a punch and a kick. Kid, you're bold. Just wait, he threatened, pulling out his phone to summon reinforcements. Today would not end without consequences for Lu Ji. I will await your arrival, Lu Ji replied nonchalantly, taking a seat on a sofa in the mall's atrium. Curious to see what else they might attempt. Ling Guangjuan stood frozen, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Was this truly the same coward he once knew? When had Lu Ji become so formidable? Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his legs trembled involuntarily. The thugs he had summoned were being bested. This situation was spiraling out of control. Regret flooded him. He wished he had dealt with Lu Ji earlier, preventing this mess. Now, he had inadvertently placed himself in danger, knowing these thugs would hold him accountable for their injuries. All the while, he cursed his so-called allies for failing to handle Lu Ji, feeling increasingly vulnerable. As the crowd in the mall swelled, murmurs and cries of pain filled the air. Is Brother Lu really this strong? Meng Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, even the bodyguards of Qingxue have ended up in the hospital after facing him, Gu Yanran replied. Ning Qingxue shot her a disapproving glance, finding Gu Yanran's comment inappropriate in front of others. Don't be upset, Qingxue. I'm merely stating the facts, Gu Yanran said, playfully shaking Ning Qingxue's arm. Ning Qingxue shuddered, desperate to escape the unbearable noise. Gu Yanran's antics were truly overwhelming. What is happening here? Why is everyone gathering? A middle-aged man interjected. Mr. Chin, this troublemaker has been causing chaos. I brought my brothers, but I never expected him to be so strong. We must call security and have him arrested. He deserves a long sentence. The bald man scurried to report. Yes, he disrupted the normal order of the mall. We must apprehend him, Ling Guangjuan quickly added. Eager to curry favor with the bald man. I wish to see who dares to cause a ruckus in my establishment, Qin Yuming fumed. Having dominated the mall for decades, he was a prominent figure in Sioux City and had never encountered such defiance. You intend to take me to the police station? Lu Ji asked coldly. Dr. Lu? What brings you here? Qin Yuming, initially angry, was taken aback. Is my presence unwelcome in your establishment? Lu Ji remained seated, showing no intention of rising. Your visit honors me, Mr. Qin. Qin Yuming quickly shifted to a tone of respect. Chapter 72. Misunderstanding. Shen Kuan's face was flushed with embarrassment. He had not anticipated encountering Lu Ji under such circumstances. Casting a glance at the bald man, he felt a surge of anger. Yet he greeted Lu Ji with a beaming smile. Brother Lu, it's all a misunderstanding. How could I dare to send you to the police station? You are my esteemed guest, Shen Kuan awkwardly chuckled. With a swift motion, Shen Kuan turned and slapped the bald man, glaring at him without a trace of mercy, clearly indignant. It was evident that he was furious for having offended someone he ought not to have. He had initially thought that the arrival of his boss would lend him support, only to receive a slap instead. The bald man was left in shock. Who was this young man that commanded such respect from their boss? Their boss was a prominent figure in the area. Who wouldn't show him deference? Was this individual truly as pathetic as Ling Guangjuan had claimed? The bald man trembled, terror-stricken as he gazed at Lu Ji. It was all due to this young man's provocation that he had been humiliated in front of others and subsequently reprimanded by his boss. Apologize to Brother Lu immediately. Shen Kuan commanded. I'm sorry, I was blind to your worth. Please forgive me this once. The bald man suddenly realized his folly and knelt before Lu Ji, bowing his head in contrition. His ability to adapt was his strength. To fail to recognize the situation now would be foolish. After all, their boss was a man who could kill without a second thought. Offending someone he respected could lead to his own demise, and fear had truly gripped him. Enough. You were merely misled. But next time, I won't be so forgiving, Lu Ji replied coldly. In truth, Lu Ji was reluctant to show such leniency. He had a score to settle with those who dared to bully him. However, keeping the bald man around would allow his anger to redirect towards Ling Guangjuan, effectively using him as a tool to deal with the situation. There won't be a next time. I won't dare again. The bald man hastily nodded, fearing Lu Ji might change his mind. Get lost, before you become an eyesore, Shen Kuan seethed. The bald man scrambled away, hastily dragging Ling Guangjuan with him. The earlier humility gone, replaced by an expression of menace that left Ling Guangjuan trembling in fear. That person has quite a background. Even Kuan Gu shows him respect. Someone recognized Shen Kuan and instinctively recoiled, taking a few steps back, wary of being noticed by him. Such a powerful identity must not be one to depend on others. It seems these beauties are willingly drawn to him. Of course, anyone who commands Kuan Ji's respect cannot be a mere pauper. Those who had spoken ill now retreated, anxious to avoid Lu Ji's ire, secretly cursing their own loose tongues, grateful to have escaped trouble. Brother Lu, since you're here, feel free to choose whatever you like. It's on me. Shall we dine together later? After reprimanding the bald man, Shen Kuan turned to Lu Ji with a smile. No, we have matters to attend to. So we won't impose, Lu Ji replied. Having lost his desire to linger, he had accumulated enough irritation for one day. Some needed to be taught a lesson to learn the taste of fear. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it to buy some nourishing supplements for the lovely ladies. Shen Kuan offered Lu Ji a bank card, beaming with a smile. Then I shan't be polite, Lu Ji said, initially reluctant to accept, but realizing Shen Kuan's earnestness made it difficult to refuse. Not only had Lu Ji lost interest in shopping, but the other ladies felt the same. What was meant to be a joyful day had been soured by a foul encounter. Upon leaving the mall, Lu Ji transferred the money into his account and was surprised to find that Shen Kuan had generously gifted him 1 million, a substantial sum indeed. At the First People's Hospital of Sioux City, Lu Ji collected the checkup report for his mother, a procedure that had been strongly urged by Director Duan, who insisted on providing a free health examination for Mrs. Jiang. Although Lu Ji was well aware that his mother was in good health, he could not refuse the director's earnest intentions. Today, the results were out, and he had come to collect them. As he stepped out of the taxi in the underground parking garage, a security guard grabbed him. "You've finally arrived. Uncle Zhang is quite reliable. Quickly change into this uniform. I need to step out for a while." The young security guard wasted no time and handed over his work clothes to Lu Ji. "I'm not. Don't waste time. Consider this a favor owed to you. The parent-teacher meeting is about to start, and if I'm late, my princess will surely be in tears. Please help me out for just 2 hours, and I'll treat you to a meal when I return." The young guard did not wait for Lu Ji to explain and hurriedly hopped into the taxi Lu Ji had just exited. Left bewildered, Lu Ji wondered what had just happened. Had he unwittingly been roped into taking over someone else's shift? Looking at the uniform in his hands, he shook his head in bemusement, chuckling at the absurdity of the situation. He had come to retrieve a test result, only to be mistaken for a replacement security guard. He contemplated leaving, but hesitated. If he did, the young guard would be neglecting his duties, risking a fine or even dismissal. Lu Ji felt a pang of sympathy. Shaking his head, he decided to lend a hand. After all, he had no pressing matters to attend to. The security guard's role involved managing the hospital parking lot, a demanding job that required a strong sense of responsibility, even if the tasks were not overly complex. Lu Ji quickly adapted to the situation, finding the work engaging as he diligently directed vehicles and assisted patients' families with their needs, along with accepting deliveries and handling correspondence. This job was busy for one person, but two would be excessive. It was a unique position that only those with connections could secure, given that this was the largest hospital in the city. While he was immersed in his tasks, a black sedan sped into the parking lot, leaving Lu Ji no opportunity to direct it, as it carelessly parked in an inappropriate spot. A middle-aged man, plump and engrossed in a phone conversation, stepped out without acknowledging Lu Ji. "Wait, you can't park here," Lu Ji urgently called out. "This is the entrance. Parking here will obstruct other vehicles," he explained, hoping to prompt the man to move his car. The middle-aged man, his suit straining against his girth, cast a disdainful glance at Lu Ji, continuing his conversation without a hint of consideration for Lu Ji's words, striding towards the hospital's interior as if Lu Ji's voice were mere background noise. "What is wrong with you? You can't park here. Can't you hear? You're blocking the way for others. Move your car." Lu Ji interjected, stepping in front of him to prevent further progression. Chapter 73. The reluctant worker. The middle-aged man was obstructed by Lu Ji, his irritation palpable as he glared at him with fury. "Do you know who I am to dare stop me? You must be seeking to resign. Your identity is of little consequence. Your vehicle needs to be moved. It is obstructing the path for others," Lu Ji retorted, equally incensed. "Obstructing? I have pressing matters to attend to. Clear the way," the man barked. "Move your car." Lu Ji insisted vehemently. "Not a chance. What can you do about it? A mere security guard, unaware of his own limitations, dares to impede me," the middle-aged man sneered, placing his phone down with a cold glare. "Very well, you refuse to move? Front desk, a vehicle is parked improperly, blocking traffic. Please have it towed," Lu Ji commanded without hesitation. With a firm resolve, he decided that there was no need for leniency towards those who disregarded the rules. The intercom function proved effective, and he knew assistance would soon arrive. "You, how dare you?" The middle-aged man was taken aback, shocked that a lowly security guard would respond with such insolence and threatened to have his vehicle towed. Fuming, he decided to make a call for reinforcements. Lu Ji, however, was unconcerned with the man's status. He was determined to uphold his duties as a responsible acting security guard, fully aware that he might face repercussions. Yet he would also earn commendation for his diligence. Regardless of the man's influence, he believed that all must adhere to the rules. After all, even the director was bound by protocol. The hospital's efficiency was commendable, and soon a towing service arrived. Upon understanding the situation, the tow truck driver was taken aback when he recognized the man on the phone. "Vice President Lee? How did this happen?" The driver was bewildered, realizing that the new guard had stirred trouble with someone of importance. Having just returned from training, Vice President Lee was known for his temper. Offending him could lead to dire consequences. "Didn't your team leader inform you about whom you should avoid?" The driver urgently pulled Lu Ji aside. "What is the issue? Who is this person?" Lu Ji asked, perplexed. "You intend to tow this vehicle? It's blocking the main thoroughfare, causing inconvenience to other drivers," the driver explained, believing Lu Ji's actions to be justified. "You don't know who you're dealing with. You're asking for trouble," the driver warned. "Is he that formidable?" Lu Ji inquired, intrigued. "Liu Kai, our new vice president, just back from his studies. Impressive? He seems rather oily to me," Lu Ji chuckled, finding humor in the situation. Still laughing? You might lose your job over this. The driver cautioned, recognizing the gravity of the predicament. As if on cue, Vice President Lee approached, having noticed the commotion. Are you attempting to team up with him to tow my car? Lee asked coldly, ignoring the driver's attempts at camaraderie. Of course not. We wouldn't dream of towing your vehicle, the driver quickly reassured him. This new recruit is simply na-ve, don't misunderstand, he added, attempting to defuse the tension. Misunderstanding? I think not. Lee shot a glare at Lu Ji, his intentions clear. New recruit, apologized to Vice President Lee. Ignorance is no excuse. He won't hold it against you, the driver urged, hoping to smooth over the situation. Yet, Lu Ji remained steadfast. Apologize? Shouldn't he be the one apologizing for his disregard of the rules? The driver, well-meaning, tried to advise Lu Ji, emphasizing that certain individuals were not to be trifled with. He believed that a simple apology would suffice to placate the vice president. All right, the driver awaited Lu Ji's concession, but instead, he found himself infuriated by Lu Ji's unyielding stance. Is this how you apologize? Lee fumed. Disregarding the rules is unacceptable, even for a vice president. A vehicle parked here must comply with my directives. If it's not moved, I will have it towed. Rules must be upheld, and here I am the rule, Lu Ji declared, unyielding. Li Yukai, taken aback, was left speechless, while the driver felt a wave of dread wash over him. Just you wait. Li seethed, realizing that Lu Ji was obstinate and would not budge. He begrudgingly decided to relocate his vehicle to a designated parking space instead. Dealing with him can wait. If we continue this standoff, it will only bring ridicule upon myself. I can handle him later, Li thought, seething with resentment. As he stormed away, the driver expressed concern. You've crossed a line. That vice president seems vindictive. You may regret this encounter. Why worry? He cannot dictate my actions, Lu Ji replied dismissively. We've worked hard to be here. Why not appreciate it? The driver lamented. Such individuals should not be coddled. Leniency only emboldens their bad behavior, Lu Ji stated firmly. Li Yukai's retribution was swift. A guard was sent to replace Lu Ji. Tasked with duties in the clinic, a role demanding endurance and vigilance amidst numerous patients. Yet, for Lu Ji, it mattered little. He merely filled in for a couple of hours to ensure the post remained staffed. Had it not been for the previous encounter with Lee, he would have left in protest. After all, Lee's demeanor was insufferable. He bore the face of someone asking for a reprimand. A man of excess. He had the audacity to claim the title of doctor while lacking the resilience to endure a single surgery, merely a waste of resources. Most would have resigned under such provocation. But Lu Ji's sense of responsibility kept him grounded. He would not abandon his post, nor allow his feelings to jeopardize another's employment. Chapter 74. The special patient. As the sun descended beyond the horizon, darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. The security guard had yet to return, leaving Lu Ji with a sense of unease about the potential delays. Just then, an ambulance screeched into the vicinity, its siren blaring incessantly, prompting the nurses in the outpatient department to hastily wheel stretchers toward the entrance. An elderly man was swiftly brought out, an oxygen mask hastily affixed to his face, while various medical devices were connected as they hurried him inside. The emergency room buzzed with activity as doctors and nurses worked tirelessly. Due to the evening hour coinciding with mealtime, the staff was already sparse, and many patients required attention, making the situation even more strained. Quickly find someone to assist in transferring the patient to a bed, and summon security for help. The urgency in the air was palpable as the patient's condition was deemed critical. A cardiovascular specialist was expected to arrive shortly for a consultation, signaling the necessity for immediate surgical intervention and the preparation of the operating room. The nurses scurried about, executing the directives issued by the doctors. Hurry! Move the patient into the surgical area and await further instructions. Wait! A voice called out, halting the flurry of activity. The staff turned to identify the source of the interruption. A security guard had audaciously attempted to prevent them from rendering aid. You were summoned to assist, not to make medical decisions. Leave that to the doctors. Your role is to fulfill your security duties, one doctor retorted, irritation evident in his tone. The person providing assistance was Lu Ji, clad in a security uniform and cap, his identity unknown to the bustling medical personnel. The hospital was vast, and not everyone was familiar with his presence. Nevertheless, he instinctively checked the patient's pulse, affirming his assessment. This individual is suffering from pulmonary complications due to a tumor. The heart condition is. What pulmonary complications? It's clearly a cerebral thrombosis. Get the patient inside. The doctor, frustrated, dismissed Lu Ji's intervention, finding it absurd for a security guard to masquerade as a physician and misjudge the patient's ailment. It was a ludicrous situation. If Lu Ji's interference delayed the patient's treatment, would he be held accountable? In haste, Lu Ji followed the nurses into the elevator, accompanying the patient to the operating room. Shrugging, Lu Ji recognized the severity of the patient's condition, but felt powerless against the doctor's refusal to heed his insights. He hoped that the consulting specialists above would be able to discern the truth and rectify the situation. At the hospital entrance, several luxury cars arrived with a rush. A middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority and gravitas, disembarked. "Where is the old gentleman?" He inquired directly of the on-duty physician. The elderly patient had already been wheeled into the surgical area, awaiting the specialists for a final diagnosis. "He has been taken," replied the doctor. Without delay, the middle-aged man, followed by a group of individuals, entered the elevator, heading toward the surgical floor. Clearly, this was a person of significance. Otherwise, the doctors would not have permitted their entry into the operating area, instead instructing them to wait outside. These individuals, particularly the middle-aged man, were likely relatives of the elderly patient, as evidenced by their demeanor, attire, and luxurious vehicles, indicating wealth and status. It was no wonder the medical staff would treat them with such deference. Money and power wield influence everywhere. The patient had been ushered into the operating room, where preparations for sterilization were underway. Meanwhile, in the consultation room, doctors and nurses scrutinized the recently taken medical images. One physician, particularly furrowing his brow, found the patient's condition concerning. At that moment, the hospital president hastened to the scene to ascertain the patient's status. "What is the situation?" "The surgery was prepared." "Why has it been halted?" Director Duan inquired urgently. The internal medicine specialists exchanged uncertain glances, hesitant to speak. This is not merely a case of cerebral thrombosis resulting in unconsciousness. It is a malignant pulmonary tumor, and the patient's heart condition is severe. The risks associated with surgery are extraordinarily high, and there is a possibility he may never regain consciousness, the head nurse explained. Heart disease with 4 indicators. This is grave. Administering anesthesia poses significant risks. If the dosage is not meticulously controlled, complications may arise, making the surgical timeline unpredictable, the anesthetist added, equally troubled. Typically, such severe heart conditions are not conducive to surgical procedures. The patient's precarious state meant that without surgery, he could perish within days. However, undertaking such a complex operation without guarantees of success posed a dilemma. The director's inquiry remained unanswered. Mr. He was a venerable revolutionary, a man who devoted his life to the nation. His children held prominent positions within the government, and it was imperative that no mishap befall him, especially within our hospital. If we could not provide a definitive plan, we could not proceed with surgery blindly. The consequences were too grave to contemplate. Vice President Li's expression darkened at the thought of potential repercussions for the hospital. "Where is Professor Wang?" "We need to summon him immediately, along with attending physicians from other departments. We must devise a feasible plan," Director Duan commanded. "Professor Wang is currently engaged in surgery and will need some time before he can be notified." "I have already reached out to the other departments," the head nurse replied. "Let us swiftly assess the patient's condition," Director Duan urged as the leading physicians from various departments arrived. The screen displayed the just-conducted examinations and reports. Based on this comprehensive data, does anyone feel confident in performing this surgery while ensuring the patient's safety and minimizing the deterioration of his condition? Director Duan implored. And examination rooms. The hospital's reputation is notable on a national scale, with hundreds of doctors, not to mention a multitude of nurses available. Yet, at this critical juncture, an unsettling silence enveloped the room. No one dared to raise a hand in assurance. Were this an ordinary patient? 2 potential courses of action would typically be considered. The first would involve informing the family of a conservative treatment approach, allowing the patient to enjoy his remaining time as comfortably as possible. The second would be to take a bold gamble and proceed with surgery. Success could allow the patient to manage his condition with medication, granting him a few more years of life, while failure would merely expedite his passing, bringing unnecessary suffering and expense. A gamble, nonetheless. In most cases, such decisions would not lead to disputes. However, this elderly gentleman was no ordinary patient. He was a pivotal figure in the military district, a man whose legacy influenced many high-ranking officials. As a devoted revolutionary, his life was intertwined with the nation's well-being, creating a complex web of relationships. Who would dare take the lead? Should the outcome be favorable, they would gain acclaim. Should it fail, a physician's career could be irreparably damaged. The elderly man's unique status rendered comparisons to ordinary citizens futile. The pressure on the medical team was immense, compounded by the complexities of the patient's condition. Given his advanced age and the strain on his body, the risks were significantly heightened. The challenges ahead were daunting, and the assembled medical professionals felt an overwhelming lack of confidence. Chapter 75. The security guard's judgment. Professor Wong has arrived. At that moment, a nurse exclaimed joyfully, bringing a wave of relief to those present. Professor Wong is the cornerstone of their hospital. Many affluent, influential, and reputable individuals visit this hospital primarily to consult him. In the field of internal medicine, no one surpasses him. Old Wong, please assess the patient's condition and determine if surgery is feasible, Dean Duan said, relieved as he handed the patient's medical records to Professor Wong upon his entrance. The professor meticulously examined the pathology report, his expression gradually turning grave. The patient, being elderly, suffered from severe heart disease, and the tumor might have ruptured. Once cancer cells spread, even divine intervention would be futile. Looking at the report, Professor Wong shook his head. Is there truly no hope? Dean Duan inquired, his disappointment evident. If the tumor had not ruptured, there would have been a 50% chance that surgery could allow the patient to survive the operation. However, should the thoracic cavity be opened and a rupture occur, the subsequent cleanup would be arduous. Time is of the essence. The heart is under immense strain, and its ability to resume function remains uncertain. This heart is severely damaged. A bypass surgery is imperative. Given the extent of the surgeries required, even a young individual would struggle, let alone an elderly person. The difficulty is exceedingly high. Even Professor Wong, who typically exuded confidence, found himself uncertain. The other attendees exchanged glances, hesitant to voice their opinions for fear of assuming responsibility. However, they could not afford to remain indecisive. Time was not on their side. They could afford to wait, but the patient could not. The elder's condition was critical, and death could strike at any moment. I believe there is someone who might be able to save old he. A young doctor broke the silence. His words stirred a ripple of curiosity among the crowd, wondering who possessed such remarkable skill, surpassing even Professor Wong's expertise, to treat old he's affliction. It turned out to be a freshly graduated intern. All eyes turned towards him. Xiao Su, who are you referring to? Is he from our hospital? Where is he? Dean Duan asked excitedly. Just as we were wheeling the patient into the operating room, a security guard at the entrance mentioned that old he had a pulmonary tumor and that his heart condition was also quite severe. He spoke of the patient's condition without any prior examination, which leads me to believe he might possess some ability, the young doctor explained. Nonsense. Has a security guard developed X-ray vision? How could he possibly diagnose? If he were that capable, why would he remain a security guard? He should be a doctor. Li Yukai scoffed, his disdain palpable. He had been simmering with anger, particularly at the security guard who had irked him earlier in the parking lot. The notion that a security guard could diagnose a patient was absurd to him. Indeed, what capability could a security guard possibly have to treat illness? Surely, you are not being duped, another doctor echoed Li Yotsai's sentiment. If he truly possessed such abilities, why would he remain in his position? Perhaps he has known about old he's condition for some time, even had prior knowledge of the test results, and is merely spouting nonsense before us, another doctor added. None of the doctors present could bring themselves to believe that a security guard could possess medical knowledge. Xiao Su, this is a serious matter. Old he's condition is extremely critical. Not just anyone can treat him, Li Yukai retorted coldly. What exactly is going on? Dean Duan inquired. He did not doubt the young doctor's words, but they reminded him of someone young yet exceptionally talented. One should never judge a person solely by their appearance. For some individuals are profoundly skilled, yet remain concealed. When the patient was just wheeled in, it was this security guard who assisted, and he accurately described the patient's condition even before we received any pathology results. His insights aligned perfectly with our findings. I believe this individual is extraordinary, the young doctor elucidated. I was also skeptical at first. I even reprimanded him when he spoke. However, he turned out to be remarkably accurate. I believe he possesses genuine talent, the young doctor continued. How can you be sure he isn't just guessing? Perhaps he simply got lucky, someone countered. Indeed, he took the patient's pulse without my consent, which infuriated me at the time. It only struck me later how accurate his assessment was, the young doctor replied. Many of the doctors present were astonished by these revelations. Could there truly be such a gifted individual who could discern a patient's condition without any examination? It seemed implausible. It's normal for traditional Chinese medicine practitioners to diagnose by pulse, but we rely on instruments for examination. Our priority now is to determine how to treat the patient. Simply identifying the issue is insufficient, Li Yukai remarked dismissively. Yes, we have identified the problem, but who among us possesses the ability to operate on the patient? Another doctor chimed in. What I mean is, if he can accurately assess the patient's condition in such a short time, perhaps he possesses the ability to treat him as well, the young doctor suggested. Perhaps, but we cannot rely on maybe and possibly when it comes to treating a patient. Some agreed, while others opposed. I believe we should investigate this individual further to ascertain whether he truly possesses such abilities. Go find that security guard, Dean Duan instructed. All right, he should be on duty now, the young doctor replied promptly. Very well, you go. No, I will go personally, Dean Duan declared. Wait, Li Yukai interrupted. Dean Duan, it's one thing for these young doctors to act foolishly, but you two? Believing that a security guard can treat a patient is naive. How would the patient's family react? If anything were to happen, the hospital would bear the consequences. Enough. I am capable of making my own judgments without your reminders. Dean Duan retorted coldly before following the young doctor to find the security guard. Li Yukai, filled with resentment, watched as Dean Duan walked away. He had waited long for this position, intending to replace Dean Duan, and now he was recklessly pursuing this course of action. He did not wish to see the hospital's reputation jeopardized. After a moment's thought, he decided to follow, realizing that some matters required his intervention. Chapter 76. So it's you? Amidst the flurry of work, dusk descended swiftly. The security guard finally returned, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he hurriedly came to change shifts. He expressed his gratitude profusely, never expecting that the person Uncle Zhao found would be so reliable, diligently holding his post in the outpatient department. Deeply appreciative, he said, Brother, once I finish my shift, let me treat you to a meal. You've worked hard. Have you completed your tasks? Lu Ji asked. There was an accident. The child's mother passed away early. I can't do strenuous work, which is why I took this job. The child is young, and I can't bear to see disappointment in his eyes. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have been able to attend the parent-teacher meeting today, the young security guard explained. After attending the meeting and escorting the child home, he realized he had delayed his return. He was genuinely surprised by Uncle Zhao's choice. Had he lost this job, his and his child's livelihood would be at stake. However, he was puzzled as to why he was reassigned to the outpatient department, being new and unfamiliar with the situation. Perhaps this was simply the nature of the work, he thought, and he didn't dwell on it. After all, someone had sacrificed their time to help him. That was already commendable enough. No need for that. I don't have much to do either. Since you're done, I'll be on my way, Lu Ji replied. Brother, are you also a security guard here? The young guard inquired. No, Lu Ji answered. The young guard was taken aback, having assumed that Uncle Zhao had arranged a substitute for him, considering Uncle Zhao was the captain with dozens of security personnel under him. If you're looking for work, would you be interested in joining us? We could keep each other company. The young guard, seeing Lu Ji's youthfulness, asked kindly. His current job was also arranged by Uncle Zhao, and he figured there must be a vacancy here. Surely, with Uncle Zhao's connections, securing another position wouldn't be difficult. After all, it would be far better than the unreliable jobs he had been looking at outside. This was a major hospital in the city center, a place where many sought entry but found no means. No, I'm not interested in this job, Lu Ji declined. Oh, that's a pity. Although it's security work, the compensation is quite good, the guard said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Since you've returned, I'll take my leave. I want to impose on the meal. You don't need to be so courteous. Lu Ji changed his clothes and prepared to exit. Despite the guard's attempts to retain him, Lu Ji had no intention of staying. He understood the guard's challenges, especially with a child to care for, and felt it unnecessary to impose further, recognizing that earning a living was not easy. That's him, the young doctor said, gesturing to Lu Ji as he arrived with Director Duan at the outpatient entrance. Seeing Lu Ji's departing figure, Director Duan felt a pang of urgency, wishing he could run after him. Please wait, he called out loudly. Upon hearing the shout, Lu Ji turned curiously, and despite the bustling noise of the hospital, the sudden commotion made everyone pause to look. Li Yukai, upon noticing Lu Ji, furrowed his brow, recognizing him as a person he despised, a small figure who embarrassed him. Wishing he could kick him out in frustration. This kid really has some tenacity, being transferred to this department yet refusing to leave, he thought, feeling increasingly agitated. He contemplated how to make Lu Ji's life difficult before finally dismissing him. Lu Ji, perplexed by the hurried commotion, wondered what could be so urgent that it warranted such a reaction. Lu Ji, is that you? Director Duan exclaimed in shock upon recognizing him. He had not anticipated that the young man who could take a pulse and diagnose would be Lu Ji, leaving him momentarily astonished. What's with all the urgency? Lu Ji asked, puzzled. Do you remember me? I was the doctor pushing the patient's bed earlier, the young doctor said, equally perplexed as to how Director Duan recognized him. Suddenly, it dawned on him that it was reasonable to encounter each other in the hospital. Ah, now I remember. Do you need something? Lu Ji recalled, recognizing him as the doctor who had reprimanded him for his lack of knowledge. You reminded me that the patient had pulmonary lesions. A tumor and heart disease, right? Without waiting for Director Duan to respond, the young doctor hurriedly clarified, eager to confirm that he had indeed spoken the truth. Yes, the elderly patient indeed had those conditions, not a cerebral thrombosis. Why did you perform surgery based on the thrombosis diagnosis? Lu Ji inquired. Not yet. We haven't. The young doctor quickly shook his head and glanced at Director Duan, conveying the message that he was correct. What basis do you have as a security guard to judge a patient's condition? Are you trying to create a spectacle? Li Yukai sneered coldly. The patient was unconscious. Pale, sweating profusely, and cold, with a weak and intermittent pulse, exhibiting premature beats. Given his age, it was evident he was not in a coma due to a blood clot, but rather had a tumor causing pulmonary infection and severe heart failure. An erroneous treatment direction could prevent the patient from even making it through surgery, Lu Ji stated calmly. Though he was reluctant to engage with Li Yukai, he felt compelled to speak the truth for the sake of the patient's life. Life is invaluable, and he couldn't afford to let personal disdain for Li Yukai delay critical medical care. Preposterous. Can you really ascertain a patient's condition just by feeling their pulse? Do you possess X-ray vision? Li Yukai retorted angrily. Director, don't listen to his nonsense. This man is a fraud. If one could understand a patient's condition through pulse diagnosis alone, what need would there be for all the hospital equipment? He must know this patient and is trying to deceive you, Li Yukai insisted, seeking to discredit Lu Ji. Be quiet. I am the director here, and I will decide how things should be handled. Director Duan, feeling a strong aversion to Li Yutsai's remarks, reprimanded him sternly. Who Lu Ji is, I know well. He has revived patients who were beyond hope. Such a person would not lie. He has no reason to do so, for he possesses genuine ability. Senior brother, what are you doing here as well? Wang Lao arrived, breathless, eager to uncover the identity of the young man who could discern a patient's condition without any instruments. Upon seeing Lu Ji, they felt relieved, as it all made sense. Only Lu Ji possessed such skills and abilities, explaining why he could articulate the patient's situation so clearly. Chapter 77. Collective doubt. Professor Wang's call of senior brother left the gathered crowd momentarily stunned, their astonishment palpable. Professor Wang, a paragon of excellence and a pillar of their hospital, was revered as one of the finest internists in Sioux City. The fact that he addressed this individual as senior brother was utterly astonishing. The security guard at the entrance widened his eyes in disbelief. Only moments ago, he had been introducing the man for a job, thinking that securing a position as a hospital guard was a significant achievement. Little did he know that this man was actually a senior brother to Professor Wang. No wonder he appeared disinterested in the guard position. He was clearly a person of considerable talent, leaving the guard feeling a mix of embarrassment and awkwardness. The guard had mistakenly believed that his assistance in securing the job was the greatest favor he could receive. Now, realizing the man's expertise, he felt as if he could shrink into the ground. Even if he can diagnose pulses, does he possess a medical license? A mere student cannot treat patients. If he misdiagnoses, who will take responsibility? Would our hospital really employ someone like that? Li Yukai argued stubbornly. He has a license. I just arranged it for him. Do you have any further objections? Director Duan retorted coldly. Even if he possesses a medical license, the patient is an esteemed veteran, not an ordinary individual. We cannot bear the consequences or the responsibilities, Li Yukai insisted, clinging to his point. Can you treat him? Director Duan ignored Li Yukai and addressed the newcomer directly. Director Duan, this fellow cannot be trusted, Li Yukai continued to voice his concerns. Even if Professor Wang calls him senior brother, it does not guarantee his medical skills surpass Wang Yi's. If Wang Yi himself cannot manage, this individual is clearly inadequate. If he had the capability, Wang Yi would not have placed him in the security department. I have always believed he entered through backdoor connections. Such a person lacks genuine ability. Perhaps he merely learned superficial skills from his master and is now trying to impress others. But he cannot fool me, he said dismissively. Lu Ji was equally incensed. He thought, what an imbecile. Is this man's mind filled with nonsense? He seems to oppose me at every turn. His expression darkened. Were it not for the respect he held for Director Duan and Professor Wang, he would have long since resolved to punch Li Yukai into silence. Director Duan. Even if a guard can feel pulses, he cannot stand on the same pedestal as this patient. Who is Mr. He? A person of considerable stature. His son is also influential. If anything goes awry, can our hospital truly shoulder the responsibility? Moreover, they should be arriving shortly. Is it not a sign of disrespect to trust an unknown individual so hastily? Li Yukai pressed on, anxious not to be implicated. How do you know he is just a guard? He is the Chinese medicine chief I appointed to the hospital. He possesses a medical license and the requisite skills. Why should I not trust him? Director Duan snapped, clearly exasperated with Li Yukai. Lu Ji was taken aback by the efficiency of Director Duan in arranging the medical license. He was indeed a decisive leader, demonstrating his worth as the head of the hospital. Li Yukai was momentarily stunned. Hadn't this man been a guard in the parking lot? Why was he now opposing him? Was Director Duan behind this? Doubts crept in. After all, their connection was not ordinary. And it seemed he had utilized his influence to secure a medical license for him. Was obtaining such a license truly that simple? Regardless, Mr. He was no ordinary individual. When his family arrived and saw an inexperienced student treating him, what would they think? If even a slight error occurred, the repercussions could reverberate throughout Sioux City. If the media intervened, could our hospital withstand the fallout? Li Yukai reiterated his concerns, unwilling to see Lu Ji involved. With so many doctors here unable to treat him, are we really going to risk our reputation by employing a student? What does that say about our hospital's physicians? Indeed, we have no confidence in him. Can he truly manage? Wouldn't that be a blow to our reputation? Others echoed, feeling Li Yotsai's argument held merit. Director Duan, perhaps we should proceed with caution, another added. This is a serious matter. Even if he possesses the ability, will the family accept him? Director Duan hesitated, recalling the near accusation he faced when he sought Lu Ji's help for Li Tao's son. Now, if he forced Lu Ji to treat Mr. He, would he once again bring trouble upon the young man? With all of us here, can we not devise a foolproof plan? We still have Professor Wang, someone suggested. Everyone shared Li Yotsai's sentiments. While they were astonished that Lu Ji was Professor Wang's senior brother, they questioned the validity of that connection. Each physician knew their expertise and acknowledged that while some could treat ailments, none held the experience of a seasoned practitioner. The thought of a novice overshadowing them was unsettling, and they felt an unease in their hearts. Such is human nature. When someone else possesses the ability to treat conditions they cannot, it breeds discontent. They feared losing face if Lu Ji were allowed to treat the patient, a student overshadowing them. The accomplished surgeons would leave them feeling humiliated. Have you finished? If so, I shall take my leave, Lu Ji said, clearly irked. Who claimed I would treat their patient? Although Director Duan had promised to facilitate his medical license and a position at the hospital, Lu Ji had not agreed to anything. He was not yet a physician here and had no obligation to assist with patient care, especially when they conspired against him. He turned to leave. Senior brother, do you truly have confidence in treating this patient? Professor Wang interjected, his voice steady. He had unwavering faith in Lu Ji's capabilities, aware of the underlying thoughts of the others, yet he chose not to expand on them, understanding human nature's inherent selfishness. I can treat him, but I do not wish to, Lu Ji replied calmly. Chapter 78. Please take action with your considerable abilities. Who among you will undertake this surgery? Dean Duan expressed his irritation. It was evident that Lu Ji possessed the means, yet these individuals persisted in doubting his competence, driven by their own pride. Unable to succeed themselves, they could not bear to see others excel. Hearing Lu Ji's response ignited a flicker of hope within Dean Duan. Yet he understood why Lu Ji was reluctant. He could not pressure him, for should anything go awry, Lu Ji's future would be jeopardized. He could not afford to be selfish. However, if Lu Ji refused, who would step forward to perform the surgery? Just as before, none of the doctors present dared to respond. They could question Lu Ji, but when faced with the gravity of the situation, their earlier bravado dissipated, leaving them silent and dejected. Dean Duan's eyes filled with urgency as he realized the patient's condition was deteriorating, and they, a multitude of doctors, stood helpless, unable to find a single volunteer. What happened to your earlier bravado? If someone claims to be capable of treating him, why the hesitation now? Dean Duan demanded. Lu Ji, don't stoop to their level. You have the moral high ground. Could you not lend your expertise once more? This man is a venerable veteran who has dedicated his life to the country. He deserves our utmost respect and cannot be allowed to suffer, Dean Duan implored. He could no longer hesitate, for the nurses had already come thrice to deliver the critical condition notice, urging them to make a swift decision. As the patient's situation was dire, I oppose this. The patient's condition is unique and cannot be treated lightly. Li Yukai was the first to voice dissent. What right do you have to oppose? I am the dean of this hospital, and the authority lies with me, Dean Duan retorted angrily upon hearing Li Yotsai's objection. He was acutely aware that Li Yukai sought to usurp his position one day, but as long as he remained in power, he would not allow Li Yukai to act recklessly. You may be the dean, but you cannot treat the patient's safety as a trivial matter. Are you prepared to bear the consequences? Li Yukai exclaimed, incensed that the dean was opposing him. I can assure you that if anything goes wrong, I will accept full responsibility, Dean Duan replied coldly. Well, everyone has heard it. The dean insists on proceeding with an inexperienced novice to treat Elder He. We shall see how this unfolds, Li Yukai sneered, seizing the opportunity to undermine Dean Duan. If an incident occurred, it would be an effortless means to oust the old man and claim his position. Li Yotsai's sinister smile revealed his satisfaction at having obtained the response he sought. Initially inclined to leave, Lu Ji furrowed his brow at the exchange. Although he held a disdain for the other doctors, he respected Dean Duan and Professor Wang. Witnessing such blatant hostility towards them was displeasing. Li Yukai, there is no need for your sarcasm. I will take full responsibility for my actions, Lu Ji declared firmly. Moreover, I stand in support of the dean's proposal, Professor Wang added, regarding Lu Ji with unwavering faith, fully confident that Lu Ji's involvement would yield no complications. Their singular focus was on the patient's well-being, oblivious to potential repercussions. They revered Lu Ji almost to the point of deification. Very well, since you are so resolute. I have nothing more to say. I have warned you, should an incident occur, I will report to the medical authorities and the He family the circumstances under which a student was allowed to operate on the comatose Elder He. Li Yukai replied with a mocking tone, relishing the situation. Li Yukai, are you threatening me with your cryptic remarks? Let me remind you, I hold authority here. If you truly possess the ability, then step forward and treat the patient. If not, I suggest you remain silent. Dean Duan glared at Li Yukai and commanded. At that moment, Li Yukai felt a twinge of fear. Dean Duan, usually mild-mannered, was genuinely enraged today, his eyes aflame with intensity, rendering Li Yukai speechless. Deep down, he recognized he lacked the skill to perform surgery. Otherwise, he would have done so long ago instead of wasting words. Lu Ji remained silent. Had it not been for Dean Duan and Professor Wang, he would have departed by now, despite Dean Duan's repeated assurances, nearly pledging his integrity. Lu Ji did not acquiesce and merely observed quietly. You, young man, appear to be ungrateful. The dean has gone to great lengths to assure you, all for the sake of enabling you to take the lead in surgery. Why the silence? Do not squander this opportunity, one doctor reproached. What does it matter to me? It was not I who sought the dean's assurances, Lu Ji retorted coldly. You. The flustered doctor was at a loss for words, his teeth grinding in frustration. Dean Duan, equally perplexed, realized Lu Ji was offering him no courtesy. Despite his earnest efforts, Lu Ji seemed unmoved, appearing to relish in his own obstinacy. Brother, consider the dean's intentions. His plea is for Elder He, who has toiled for the nation. In his old age, afflicted by illness, it is our duty as medical practitioners to alleviate his suffering. We enjoy the fruits of life thanks to the sacrifices of those who came before us. We cannot stand idly by as illness claims him, while we remain powerless to act. Please, lend your hand, another voice interjected, attempting to appeal to Lu Ji's sense of duty. Some may speak harshly out of ignorance. Do not take it to heart. If this is too burdensome, I would not wish to impose upon you, especially given the gravity of this matter, Professor Wang chimed in, attempting to sway Lu Ji with reason. Ultimately, they simply wished for his assistance. If he was unwilling, they should not force him to remain. Observing Dean Duan's anxiety and desperation, his eyes reddened. Lu Ji felt a pang of compassion. Dean Duan was a principled man, known for his integrity, and far superior to the likes of Zhang Liang and Li Yukai. Thus, Lu Ji found it difficult to leave. Very well, I shall consider lending my aid this once, Lu Ji finally acquiesced. The momentary frown on Dean Duan's face transformed into a smile, prompting Lu Ji to think to himself, this old fox. Chapter 79. Healing the sick and saving lives. Upon hearing Lu Ji's agreement, Professor Wang and Dean Duan exhaled a long sigh of relief, their hearts finally at ease. With his intervention, the treatment of the patient was assuredly not a concern. How dare you belittle the dean? Who gave you the audacity? A young doctor scoffed. Lu Ji did not indulge him, prompting the doctor to swallow his retort. Dean Duan turned to glare at him, causing him to gulp nervously and fall silent. Having intended to flatter, but instead landing awkwardly, Dean Duan had no time for lamentation. His eyes lit up as he grabbed Lu Ji and hurried towards the elevator. Time was of the essence. The elderly patient's condition was dire and required immediate action. A flurry of individuals rushed in and out, leaving behind a few stunned nurses and security personnel who were astonished to learn of the remarkable capabilities of a colleague they had just been instructing. They wondered if they might be held accountable for their previous remarks. As Lu Ji and his companions arrived at the physical therapy room outside the operating theater, He Jia's eldest son hurried over. Dean Duan, I brought my father to your hospital for treatment, and you send a security guard to handle it? Are you not serious about your work? He Jiangwo exclaimed angrily. This is the security guard our dean arranged to treat Mr. He, Li Yukai interjected with a beaming smile. In such a large hospital with over 100 doctors, you have no capable staff, and instead, resort to a security guard? Perhaps it would be best for your hospital to close its doors altogether, He Jiangwo retorted, his anger palpable. They were able to arrive so quickly thanks to Li Yukai, who had embellished the situation when informing the patient's family. This was the outcome he desired, having previously advised them. He now wanted to see how this situation would unfold for Duan Yonghua. Brother, this hospital is indeed lacking. We should transfer to another facility before they delay things further. The old man's health cannot withstand it, He Jiangwo insisted. Do you truly look down on us? If you think this is acceptable, I might just shut down this hospital and leave you all unemployed. Everyone, please calm down. The situation is somewhat unique. We had no choice but to. Dean Duan was now sweating profusely, feeling the immense pressure of the moment. What do you mean by having no choice? I see only incompetence here. Individuals seeking fame without merit. It would be best for this hospital to close its doors before it harms anyone else, He Jiangwo asserted, his ire stoked by Li Yukai, who had retreated to a corner, reveling in the chaos. Meanwhile, Lu Ji was genuinely assessing the patient's condition, unaware of the commotion outside. Brother, how is it? What is the situation? Professor Wang inquired impatiently. As Lu Ji checked the pulse, his own anxiety mounted. The patient's condition was evident through the monitoring equipment, but the specifics would only be revealed once Lu Ji completed his examination. The situation is grave. The patient's heart has temporarily stopped, rendering him weak and listless. His brain is receiving insufficient oxygen. There is a severe lung infection, and the kidneys are showing signs of failure. Just look at his ashen complexion. He is on the brink of death, Lu Ji stated. What? Professor Wang's mind went blank, overwhelmed by the severity of the situation. Is there any hope for recovery? He stammered, daring to voice the most pressing question. Fear not, for I am here. There is no ailment I cannot treat, Lu Ji reassured him. Observing Professor Wang's trembling demeanor, Lu Ji shook his head. It was remarkable that a seasoned expert was so intimidated by the identity of this patient. The sweat beating on Wang's forehead revealed their collective anxiety. Really? Do you have a treatment plan? Professor Wang asked with a mix of hope and disbelief, his heart racing from the roller coaster of emotions. I have a plan. We can prepare for surgery, Lu Ji affirmed. Wonderful. Professor Wang felt a weight lift from his chest, reassured by Lu Ji's calm expression, indicating that all would be well. I say, you should take the lead in the operation, Lu Ji proposed. What? Me? I should assist you instead. Professor Wang responded, incredulous. You will be the primary surgeon. The patient's family will not hold the hospital accountable. I will merely assist you. As an internist, you should have no trouble clearing the lung tumors, correct? Lu Ji inquired. That's manageable, but what about the heart and? Professor Wang nodded, then shook his head. Leave the rest to me. Your task is to excise the ruptured tumor and eliminate the spread of cancerous cells. Do not concern yourself with anything else, Lu Ji reassured him with a reassuring glance. Should we not confirm some of the conditions you mentioned earlier about not being able to operate? Is there a risk of complications? Professor Wong still appeared doubtful. The inability to operate was in reference to you. I can proceed without issue. Your only responsibility is to address the ruptured tumor, while I will handle the rest. Lu Ji clarified. This patient's situation is unique. Even if we manage to stabilize him, he cannot escape the encroachment of those cancer cells. Sooner or later, he will succumb. Our efforts may be in vain, which is why I agreed to perform the surgery. Otherwise, why would I be here? Are you suggesting that this surgery will resolve all his issues? Professor Wong asked, incredulous. Of course, if I proceed, I can ensure that the patient is left with no lingering issues. Otherwise, the treatment would be futile, Lu Ji replied, casting a bemused glance at Wong. Professor Wong was once again taken aback. Even the most skilled specialists cannot guarantee complete recovery. This patient's condition was far from typical and often requires multiple interventions. Considering Mr. He's health, it was uncertain that a single surgery would suffice. Addressing the lungs would preclude any work on the heart, and vice versa. These were significant operations, and even a young patient might not endure them. What are you waiting for? I did not bring you here to admire the scenery. Get to work, Lu Ji urged, exasperated by Professor Wong's hesitation. Blood pressure is plummeting, heart rate below 30. What should we do, Professor? A nurse exclaimed anxiously. The patient's condition was critical. Without immediate intervention, he would not survive the night. With hope dwindling, Professor Wong steeled himself. Prepare for surgery. We have no choice but to fight for this life. The doctors and nurses in the operating room sprang into action without hesitation. Chapter 80. The patient exhibited no vital signs. With the patient's condition deteriorating, surgery became imperative. Professor Wong had no choice but to proceed with the operation, and preparations were underway smoothly. You all must remain composed. I will be the lead surgeon, responsible for clearing the patient's lungs, and I must not be disturbed. All other matters will be directed by my senior brother, understood? Professor Wong commanded. Everyone was taken aback. Such a significant surgery was to be overseen by a newcomer. Who was he? They had never seen him before, nor did they recognize his reputed name. Listen carefully. We cannot afford any mistakes. If anything goes awry, I will answer for it, Professor Wong warned sternly. Understood. The group snapped back to reality, diligently attending to their tasks. Anesthetist, you may begin, Professor Wong reiterated. Senior brother, I leave the rest to you. Lu Ji nodded, donning his surgical gloves, seemingly unfazed by the curious glances from those around him. Some were skeptical, eager to witness how this youth would command such a complex surgical environment. They had heard Professor Wong consistently refer to him as senior brother, which suggested he possessed considerable skill. However, this was not the time for doubts. They mechanically focused on their responsibilities. At that moment, Lu Ji paid no mind to their opinions. Approaching the patient, he pulled back the sheet covering him and swiftly pressed on various acupoints across the patient's body with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the others barely registered the motion. Even Professor Wong felt a surge of apprehension. Professor Wong, the patient's blood pressure is unmeasurable. Heart rate continues to decline, 20. Now 10. A nurse exclaimed anxiously, glancing at the monitor, fully aware that the situation had spiraled beyond mere bad news. It was utterly dire. On the surface, Wong maintained composure, yet internally he felt the grip of panic. The patient was on the brink of taking their last breath, and protocol would dictate preparing the family for the worst. He could feel the cold sweat trickling down his back, forcing himself to remain calm. He glanced at Lu Ji, who appeared oblivious to the urgency, methodically preparing the instruments without a single glance at the patient. Achieving the status of a top internist was no trivial feat. It required a wealth of experience and capability, having faced countless scenarios. Yet, he had never felt such a sense of dread before. The uniqueness of this case weighed heavily on him, and he desperately wanted the patient to survive, which only heightened his anxiety and uncertainty. Prepare for defibrillation. The patient's heartbeat was so faint that the machine could not detect it. They could only resort to electric shock for resuscitation. Yet, before the surgery had even commenced, the patient had already lost all signs of life. How can we proceed under such circumstances? This young man seems overly confident, he thought, genuinely concerned for Lu Ji. Stop. Do not use the defibrillator. Lu Ji quickly interjected. But the patient has no heart rate. The heart has ceased beating, leaving no hope for survival. A nurse questioned in disbelief. I have sealed the acupoints. There is no need for concern. Hurry and commence the surgery, Lu Ji explained. Is that even possible? Professor Wong was also taken aback. The patient exhibited virtually no signs of life, resembling a corpse. Conducting surgery under these conditions seemed futile. Yes, trust me. Now is the time for surgery. Hurry. Lu Ji swiftly pressed on. The doctors and nurses in the operating room were astonished. It was their first encounter with a situation where surgery could still be performed under such conditions. Professor Wang, too, was left in a state of disbelief, wondering if his senior brother was jesting. Are you capable? Move quickly, Lu Ji urged, observing Wang Yi's stunned expression. Coming. Of course I can do it. Professor Wang gritted his teeth and replied. For him, this type of surgery was not particularly challenging. Removing tumors and clearing cancer cells was merely a matter of time, typically performed when a patient's condition permitted. However, this was his first encounter with a patient in such a dire state. It felt akin to dissecting a corpse. Whether the patient would survive remained unknown, and the fear of post-operative demise loomed large. If that occurred, the family would surely hold him accountable, potentially tarnishing his reputation. At this juncture, it was too late for second thoughts. The arrow was already knocked, and he had no choice but to release it. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself. The moment his hand grasped the scalpel, the revered Professor Wang re-emerged, wholly dedicated to his work, his mind shutting out all distractions. Lu Ji observed as Professor Wang transformed into a different persona upon taking the scalpel, internally acknowledging his prowess. The aura and focus he exuded were those of someone born to excel in this field. Professor Wang's stature seemed to elevate immensely. The surrounding medical staff dared not interrupt, silently cooperating while their own hearts raced in trepidation. What was happening? The instant the thoracic cavity was opened, Professor Wang was astounded. The tumor had ruptured, signifying the spread of cancer cells everywhere. Achieving thorough removal was now exceedingly daunting. Many patients succumbed post-surgery to the resurgence of cancer cells. Yet, in this moment, he was utterly taken aback. The cancer cells appeared almost manipulable, as if any doctor could perform the surgery. This was inexplicably bizarre. What was initially deemed a complex procedure had transformed into an unexpectedly straightforward endeavor, so much so that even an intern could manage it. How could this be? Was it possible that Lu Ji had orchestrated something? After all, Lu Ji's prior actions were not mere theatrics. Professor Wang recognized his competence. Had it been anyone else, he might not have connected the dots. Lu Ji remained diligently occupied, unfazed by Professor Wang's astonishment, focused solely on his work. The pulmonary surgery was his responsibility, and he refused to falter in front of Lu Ji. This was the simplest surgery he had ever encountered, and if any mistake occurred under his watch, he would have no face left to show. Professor Wang, the patient exhibits no vital signs whatsoever. Though she initially hesitated to interrupt the surgery, the nurse could not suppress her panic given the dire condition of the patient. Professor Wang was on the verge of a critical error due to the nurse's alarm. She cried out in distress, nearly disrupting his concentration. He shot her a glare, causing her to fall silent, her face paling as she realized that her panic could jeopardize the surgery. If she inadvertently compromised a vessel, leading to excessive bleeding, she could never bear such a burden of responsibility. Lu Ji, look at this. Professor Wang asked, concern etched on his face. Everything is fine. Do not disturb me or make a sound. Leave this to me, Lu Ji instructed. Leave it to you? The patient has no vital signs. Are you trying to put us all at risk? A nurse exclaimed, her voice tinged with desperation. Chapter 81. A swift cure. The doctors and nurses were in a state of sheer panic as they gazed at the patient on the operating table. They were genuinely terrified. Any misstep could implicate them, all the blame resting on this young man. The saying goes, if you lack the skill, do not meddle with delicate matters. And now they found themselves suffering the consequences of his reckless bravado. Had they opted not to operate, the patient's fate would have been of no concern to them. Given the patient's advanced age and grave condition, a conservative approach would merely allow the family to carry the patient away, while the declaration of death would fall upon the hospital's leadership, leaving the lower-tier staff unscathed. Now, however, the patient had lost all vital signs. How could they explain this to the family? Their own job security hung in the balance. Each of them had fought tooth and nail to secure a position here. Having graduated from esteemed institutions, earning a handsome salary, and enjoying the best of privileges, opportunities that many could only dream of. The thought of losing it all incited a tempest of anxiety and resentment towards Lu Ji. It was all his fault. Had he not been so reckless, they would not be in such a precarious position. The patient lay lifeless, and the doctors and nurses vented their frustrations at Lu Ji. What foolishness was this? To follow him into the operating room, especially Professor Wong, who was now embroiled in this chaos. Had they not just placed themselves in peril? Silence. Get out. Professor Wong, now furious, intervened, shooing them away. This was a critical moment, especially as Lu Ji had already commenced treatment. Their loud accusations would only serve to distract him. Maintaining his own composure, he ushered the others outside, where they stood anxiously peering through the glass, waiting with bated breath. As Lu Ji focused on the patient's heart, a brilliant white light suddenly surged within. What was this? Was it light? How could such illumination penetrate a human body? How astonishing. This was unlike anything they had ever witnessed before. What is this treatment? They murmured in awe, their previous anger forgotten, eyes wide with disbelief. Professor Wong, too, was entranced. His mouth agape. It appeared his junior had indeed mastered something remarkable. Would he too have the chance to learn this? His eyes sparkled with yearning. Professor Wong, will this allow the patient to survive? A young nurse queried anxiously. At that moment, Professor Wong was too captivated to respond. He observed every movement intently, eager to explore this new realm of knowledge. Although he had not encountered such phenomena before, he believed in the existence of the extraordinary. As a devoted medical practitioner, his desire to unravel its mysteries intensified. Ignoring the onlookers, Lu Ji guided his spiritual energy into the patient's body, striving to restore vital signs. He then employed silver needles to stimulate blood flow, replenishing lost nutrients. With each deft twist of the needles, waves of genuine energy coursed through the patient. A gentle glow enveloping the elderly figure. I think I see light. Can this truly heal the patient? Another nurse asked, seeking assurance. Yet, like her, no one could provide an answer. Ding. What was that sound? The monitoring equipment was responding. The patient was showing signs of life. Surely, otherwise, the machines would remain silent. Wonderful. The patient is alive. They exclaimed, awash in astonishment. This was a medical miracle. Professor Wong, did you hear that? It's unbelievable. The sound jolted them from their disbelief. Their initial shock transformed into jubilant excitement. Professor Wong, a seasoned expert with decades of experience, had witnessed miracles before. Yet this was a first, a truly astonishing occurrence. The heart rate increased, 20, 30, 60. Remarkably, the patient's condition stabilized. The heart rhythm returning to normal without the use of electric shocks. Look, the patient is breathing, blood pressure is normal. He has returned to life. The crowd erupted in exclamations, their hearts racing with elation. They had witnessed the birth of a miracle, so surreal, so extraordinary. This young doctor was nothing short of divine. Overcome with emotion, Professor Wong rushed into the operating room the moment Lu Ji withdrew his hands, eager to assess the patient's recovery. Why are you so tense? Lu Ji chuckled gently as he removed his gloves. He extracted the silver needles and checked the patient's pulse, which was now steady and robust. Professor Wong inquired with concern. Lu Ji had expended considerable spiritual energy, utilizing his own strength to mend the patient's body, leaving him quite fatigued and slightly dizzy. I'm fine. Before he could finish, darkness enveloped him, and he stumbled. Quick as lightning, Professor Wong caught him. Quickly, to the recovery room, he shouted, hastily directing the others as they rushed the unconscious Lu Ji to a recovery room, where they promptly provided oxygen and 4 fluids. Outside, the He family was incensed. How could the prestigious Second People's Hospital fail to provide a capable doctor for their patriarch, resorting instead to a mere security guard? Such an affront was intolerable, prompting an uproar that left Director Duan in a difficult position. However, news of Mr. He's recovery soon reached them, igniting a wave of excitement and joy among the family. Although Director Duan struggled to explain the situation, the fact that Professor Wong had performed the surgery alleviated their concerns. Regardless of who had saved him, they were simply grateful for their elder's well-being. The once domineering He family softened, their demeanor completely transformed. They quickly sent flowers and banners as tokens of gratitude to the Second People's Hospital, pledging their support for the medical team and facilitating their efforts with commendable arrangements. The success of this operation relieved the collective anxiety, and the promise of better treatment in the future brought forth jubilant celebrations. Chapter 82. I am your fan in the conference room of the Second People's Hospital. The fact that Elder He could be brought to our hospital for treatment indicates that our institution is among the best in Sioux City. Our expertise is on par with any peers in the field. The successful outcome of Elder He's condition is attributed to the collective efforts of all the doctors and nurses. particularly our esteemed Professor Wang, who personally performed the surgery to excise the malignant cells. Let us give a round of applause for Professor Wang, proclaimed Li Yukai, his belly protruding as he spoke passionately. The room was filled with a sense of joy. They had achieved a remarkable victory, bolstered by support and logistical assistance, making all present beneficiaries. Li Yutsai's enthusiastic encouragement prompted an excited applause from the crowd. It must be said that Li Yukai had a certain knack for rallying people. He was not without merit. His intentions had been shrewdly calculated. Had anything gone awry with Elder He would have seized the opportunity to undermine Director Duan, ensuring that those in higher positions would no longer favor him, thus paving the way for his own ascent. As Director Duan insisted on using Lu Ji, Li Yukai awaited the chance to set a trap for him, hoping to benefit from the ensuing chaos. He felt the opportunity was providential, like a pillow delivered to him as he dozed off. Observing the antics of Director Duan and Professor Wang, he secretly reveled in their folly, but alas, his plans crumbled, leaving him disheartened. What a splendid opportunity it had been, now ruined by that young man. Though he feigned goodwill, his heart simmered with jealousy and resentment. Li Yukai was adept at maintaining a faade, knowing how to curry favor. He firmly believed that failure would not deter him. He would devise another plan, for he was confident that his aspirations would eventually be fulfilled. Director Duan and Professor Wang remained silent. They were acutely aware of Li Yutsai's ulterior motives. Everyone knew what had transpired in the hospital yesterday. Li Yukai had been scheming against Lu Ji and Director Duan, clearly harboring ill intentions. Had it not been for his meddling, the He family would not have caused such turmoil at the hospital, nearly resulting in a closure. However, it was not yet time to settle accounts with him, so the two remained reticent, with no intention of exposing him. After all, the grasshoppers of autumn do not have long to leap. Thanks to Director Duan's wise leadership and Professor Wang's dedication, we have received these accolades and flowers, a testament to the trust the people place in our hospital and the recognition of our medical skills. Let us applaud them, Li Yukai declared. I am unworthy of such applause, Director Duan interjected, finally breaking his silence. Surely, everyone is aware of the severity of Elder He's condition and the urgency of yesterday's events. If not for the assistance we received, would we be sitting here so comfortably? Do you not feel ashamed in the face of these accolades? His words cast a pall over the crowd. Heads bowed in shame as they realized they were basking in the glory not of their own making, but rather of another's efforts. Li Yukai, witnessing the silence and lowered heads, felt a mix of frustration and humiliation. This was a meeting he had orchestrated. Yet Director Duan openly doused their enthusiasm with cold water. These flowers and applause are not mine to receive. I am undeserving of this honor. I did not save the patient. Who is this commendation for? You or you? Let us disperse. This meeting has lost all significance. Director Duan coldly dismissed the assembly. Unwilling to accept accolades he felt were misplaced. Do you know who saved Elder He? It was that handsome fellow from bed 5, right here in our ward. A nurse proudly remarked. I heard he was a security guard at our hospital. Someone inquired. No. He was mistakenly thought to be on duty as a security guard and was forcibly brought to the outpatient department, the nurse clarified. I heard he is the legendary figure who saved young Master Li, another chimed in. So he truly did save Elder He. It seems he is quite capable and able to work miracles, another expressed in astonishment. The girls in our department are all eager to bring him medication and meals. The nurse gushed, starry-eyed. Is it true? Is he really that impressive? Someone questioned, incredulous. Indeed. Yesterday, when Elder He was in critical condition, even the director and our doctors were at a loss. It was this handsome fellow who intervened and saved the old gentleman, allowing our hospital to survive. The He family nearly closed us down. Another nurse whispered, feeling immensely relieved. Oh, I cannot chat any longer. It's my turn to deliver medication to the handsome guy. I cannot miss this opportunity. The nurse exclaimed, skipping away joyfully. Hey, we weren't finished talking. The other called out, feeling somewhat dissatisfied as the crowd dispersed, leaving him to depart sheepishly. The news of a mere security guard saving lives had spread among the nurses, each eager to offer their assistance to this charming figure, who had rapidly become a loyal fan of Lu Ji in a single day. If she delayed, another nurse might seize the chance to deliver medication, and she did not wish to waste this opportunity, even if it meant merely exchanging a few words or catching a glimpse of him. The departing nurse, with her hair tied up in a spirited ponytail, felt invigorated as she pushed her cart of supplies into Lu Ji's ward. Lu Ji had been unconscious throughout the night, and showed no signs of awakening. The nurses gathered outside the room, taking the opportunity to gaze at him. Even if they could not offer any treatment, a good view was still a reward in itself. Wow, he looks even better while sleeping. How does one person possess such height, physique, and medical skill? He meets all my criteria for a partner, the beautiful nurse whispered, blushing as she felt a twinge of infatuation. It was impossible not to be moved by such a handsome young man. Many shared her sentiments, as they were all youthful nurses experiencing their first stirrings of affection. Just as her daydreaming began, Director Duan entered the room. Director Duan, the nurse greeted politely. Chapter 83. Awakening. Has Lu Ji awakened? Director Duan inquired. Not yet. He remains in a deep slumber, the nurse promptly replied. Inform me at the first sign of any change, Director Duan instructed. Understood, no problem, the nurse responded with a cheerful demeanor. As Director Duan departed, the beautiful nurse reveled in her joy, feeling honored that such a formidable task had been entrusted to her. It was a testament to the director's confidence in her, and it provided her an excuse to visit the handsome patient under the pretext of delivering medication, filling her heart with delight. When Lu Ji finally regained consciousness, his mind was a tumultuous whirl, and his gaze wandered aimlessly, appearing somewhat dazed. It took him quite some time to fully gather his senses, having exhausted himself to the point of unconsciousness. Fortunately, his body began to heal itself, allowing him to gradually awaken. As he opened his eyes, a lovely face suddenly appeared before him, startling him as if it had descended from the heavens. The nurse, in her 20s, stood tall with long hair and large, expressive eyes that sparkled like black grapes. Despite her nurse's uniform, her slender figure was unmistakably alluring, captivating him momentarily, a result of his recent awakening and lingering disorientation. The nurse felt her cheeks flush under his gaze, but upon realizing Lu Ji had awakened, her spirits soared. She was the first person he had seen upon regaining consciousness, igniting an exhilarating sense of excitement within her. However, noticing his vacant stare, she grew slightly concerned. Are you feeling unwell? Should I call the doctor? The nurse asked with genuine concern. I'm fine, Lu Ji quickly replied, feeling a bit embarrassed for staring so intently at the young woman, chastising himself for his earlier gaze. His voice, rich and magnetic, instantly captivated the nurse. How could such a melodious sound exist in the world? It flowed like a gentle stream, resonating deeply within her and sending ripples of emotion through her heart, causing her to feel flustered and her cheeks to redden. This enchanting voice nearly swept her off her feet, leaving her momentarily forgetful of her duties, gazing at him with an expression of rapt admiration. Hey, beautiful. Your face is quite flushed. Are you feeling feverish? Perhaps we should have a doctor check on you. Lu Ji expressed his concern. I'm fine, really. The nurse snapped back to reality, waving her hand dismissively, her face growing even warmer, akin to a thief caught in the act. At that moment, Director Duan and Professor Wang arrived, having heard the news. Lu Ji, I must thank you once more. You have extricated us from a predicament not once, but twice. I am profoundly grateful. Here is your medical qualification certificate. Once again, I extend an invitation for you to join our hospital. Your medical skills are unparalleled in Sioux City. I sincerely hope you will consider it, Director Duan earnestly implored. Brother, if you decide to come, the position of chief physician is yours. We could collaborate on academic research daily, Professor Wang eagerly added. I still need to think it over. I have unfinished business to attend to, Lu Ji declined, aware that he needed to expedite his cultivation and absorb spiritual energy to enhance his strength. He knew he had no time for a regular position. Though he was currently more capable than the average person, he recognized that against true martial artists, his power was insufficient. Therefore, he needed to focus on his training to fortify himself, ensuring he could protect those dear to him. I understand. Just promise me that if you decide to work, you will inform me right away, and I will make the arrangements, Director Duan said, not wanting to pressure him further. Of course, if I choose to work, I will certainly think of you, Director Duan, Lu Ji replied. Despite their disappointment, they felt a sense of gratitude that Lu Ji had genuinely aided their hospital. Even if they could not retain such a remarkable individual, they were thankful to have met this young man who extended his helping hand in their time of need. As Lu Ji exited the hospital, a beautiful woman greeted him. Do we know each other? Lu Ji asked, struggling to recall where he might have seen her. You truly have a poor memory. I delivered medication to you in your ward. Besides, you are quite the celebrity now. Every nurse recognizes you, the nurse replied, a hint of regret in her tone that she had not made a more lasting impression on him. yet she was delighted to engage him in conversation. Having a chance to converse with a handsome man was a rare opportunity, and with his discharge, she wondered if they would meet again. "Oh, I remember now. You are that nurse," Lu Ji suddenly exclaimed, smacking his forehead as realization dawned upon him. "Is it really that drastic a change? You hardly recognized me." The nurse responded with surprise. "Indeed, the difference is substantial. You look much more beautiful out of your uniform. I wouldn't have recognized you on the street," Lu Ji candidly remarked. "Really? You're not just flattering me, are you?" she inquired. "It's the truth," he affirmed. "Where are you headed? I can give you a ride," she offered. "That's unnecessary. I'm just going to Donghua Road, which is not far," Lu Ji declined. "Actually, I'm headed that way as well. It's on my route." "Let me give you a lift," the nurse insisted again. Lu Ji felt unable to refuse her kindness, especially since he needed a ride anyway, so he graciously accepted. They arrived at the underground parking lot, stopping in front of a newly modified Audi. Lu Ji was taken aback. This nurse was quite affluent. An Audi was worth hundreds of thousands, and with the modifications, it must exceed $1 million. Did nurses earn that much? "What should I call you?" Lu Ji asked, getting into the car without pretense. "Li Jia," she replied. "You don't seem very old," he remarked. "I'm 20 this year," she stated casually. "At such a young age. Have you stopped studying? You seem well off enough to afford it," Lu Ji pondered, sensing that this girl came from a fortunate background but had chosen to work at a young age. "I'm not that young. I started school early, and I was assigned to the hospital right after graduation. But I must say, you are quite young too, yet your medical skills are impressive. I truly admire that," the nurse complimented. Their conversation flowed pleasantly during the drive, sparking an idea in Lu Ji's mind. He should acquire a vehicle for himself, making his travels more convenient. Once this notion took root, he resolved to purchase a car, confident in his driving skills. "I've arrived. Thank you for the ride. I'll treat you to a meal another day," Lu Ji said politely. "All right, I won't be polite about it," Li Jia replied, equally unreserved. Chapter 84. Purchasing medicine. Now he comprehended that he must hasten to enhance his own capabilities. Concocting medicinal pills was a necessity. Treating a single patient had already exhausted his current physical state, and should he encounter more patients, he would be utterly helpless, which instilled in him a profound sense of helplessness and urgency. The acquisition of medicine and the alchemy of pills were imperative. After weighing the pros and cons, he returned to the pharmaceutical building, renowned for its superior quality of medicine and comprehensive variety. To formulate the prescriptions he required, he needed to act swiftly. Last time, he had not brought enough money, which prevented him from purchasing the necessary items. However, this time was different. He possessed nearly 80 million in funds and could afford anything. He was now financially robust. It was the same salesperson as before, and Lu Ji found this coincidence rather amusing. They seemed to be fated to cross paths. "Here is the list of herbs. Please gather them according to this," Lu Ji stated as he handed over the prescription. The staff member, engrossed in his phone, only ceased his distraction upon hearing that someone was collecting herbs. He looked up, instantly recognizing the familiar face of someone who had previously caused trouble without the means to purchase anything, and felt a surge of anger within him. "You still have the audacity to return? A penniless fool like you has no business here. Leave, or I shall forcibly remove you." The staff member, visibly irate, could not conceal his disdain for Lu Ji, who had returned after their last encounter. "I didn't bring enough money last time, but I genuinely have funds now," Lu Ji explained, genuinely surprised that the staff member harbored such a grudge and was so unwelcoming. "Enough of your nonsense. Just leave," the staff member reiterated, clearly unwilling to entertain Lu Ji's presence. "What's your problem? Hurry up and gather the herbs," Lu Ji retorted, his patience waning at the staff member's incessant demands for him to leave. "What can a beggar like you possibly afford? If you do not depart immediately, I shall summon the authorities. Do not obstruct my business. Leave at once, or I shall not hold back. Speak more courteously. A guest should be treated with respect. It is you who ought to perform your duties properly, or else it shall be I who will not be courteous," Lu Ji exclaimed, gripping the staff member's collar in irritation. Boss, there's someone causing a scene." The staff member's face paled at Lu Ji's assertive gesture, fearing repercussions, and he hastily called for help. "Quick, call the police. There's someone causing trouble and attempting to assault me." The staff member, trembling with fear, did not dare to retaliate, knowing he was outmatched in this confrontation. At that moment, the commotion attracted the attention of those inside the store, and a middle-aged man in a dark blue suit emerged. Upon seeing the staff member in a compromised position, his expression shifted and he rushed over to intervene, hoping to prevent the situation from escalating further. What is this? Is this how you conduct business? I come to purchase medicine, and your staff refuses to assist while displaying such arrogance. Does this establishment wish to close its doors? Lu Ji spoke coldly. Boss, that is not the case. This person is merely a penniless troublemaker who has come to disrupt our business again. The staff member hastily defended himself, recounting their previous encounter where he had let Lu Ji off without involving the authorities. Hearing the staff member's words, the middle-aged man's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure as he regarded Lu Ji's ordinary appearance. We have been conducting business on this street for many years. Individuals like you are not uncommon, but do not mistake us for easy targets. We are not to be trifled with, he coldly stated. Having dealt with numerous rowdy customers over the years, the shop owner was quick to call for reinforcements, seeking to establish dominance. Call the police and have him detained for at least 15 days, so he can experience the consequences of his actions, the staff member chimed in, emboldened by the support. Such a beggar deserves a lesson, he added, growing increasingly assertive. Lu Ji, what are you doing here? At that moment, a voice interrupted the staff member's tirade. An elderly gentleman hurried across the street, his face lighting up with recognition upon seeing Lu Ji. Are you here looking for me? Elder Zhuang inquired with delight. Elder Zhuang, you are here to purchase medicine as well? Lu Ji was pleasantly surprised to encounter the esteemed elder, a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, known for his rarity and expertise. To find him in such an ordinary place was indeed unexpected, reinforcing the notion that the world is a small one, as they crossed paths once again. Elder Zhuang explained his presence. The Ning family invited me for a consultation, and I happened to have time to come here. It appears we are quite fated. Elder Zhuang expressed warmly, showing genuine joy upon seeing Lu Ji. Do you know him? The shop owner asked cautiously, visibly stunned. Is he really acquainted with Elder Zhuang? How can this be? He appears to be merely a beggar. He is my senior brother. We are of the same lineage, Elder Zhuang clarified promptly. The shop owner stood dumbfounded, questioning his own hearing. Did I hear correctly? Senior brother? Whose senior brother? Elder Zhuang's. How could that be? Elder Zhuang is the foremost practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine in the country, renowned for his skills. How could he refer to this young man as his senior brother? This cannot be true. Lu Ji observed the unfolding drama with a hint of derision, curious to see how they would navigate this predicament. What transpired? Were you bullying my senior brother? Elder Zhuang's tone turned icy, the atmosphere thickening with tension as he sensed the hostility directed at Lu Ji. I did not. The shop owner stammered, at a loss for words, unsure of how to justify his actions. I came to gather herbs. But this staff member not only refused to assist me, but also attempted to expel me and threatened to call the police, Lu Ji replied. A hint of embarrassment creeping into his expression as he realized Elder Zhuang had witnessed his awkward predicament. Chapter 85. The Vitality Pill. My esteemed senior brother is a prominent figure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, possessing exceptional medical skills that leave me in awe. His presence here to procure herbs is a gesture of goodwill, not an act of disruption. It is you who are causing unnecessary turmoil. Upon hearing Lu Ji's words, Elder Zhuang retorted with indignation. I apologize. I misjudged the situation and failed to discern character. The young shopkeeper, drenched in sweat from fear, quickly offered his contrition. Elder Zhuang, being a long-standing friend of the senior boss, only visits the clinic a few times each year to attract customers, and he dared not offend this revered figure, who is akin to a deity of wealth for him. If the senior boss were to learn of this, he would surely face severe consequences. The young shopkeeper is intertwined with the senior boss. Their fortunes rise and fall together. The success or failure of the business directly affects them, and he harbors a deep-seated fear of being cast aside by the senior boss, which would mean losing his share of the annual profits. A terrifying prospect indeed. You are the largest herbal merchant in Sioux City. Is this how you uphold your years of reputation? Your service attitude is appalling, and at this rate, you will inevitably face closure. Lu Ji did not mince words, asserting that even if he could not afford the herbs, he should still be welcomed into the store. The service industry requires that every customer be treated well. If you cannot provide such service, you should reconsider your place in this business. I have learned my lesson. I will certainly improve our service and refine our regulations. With that, he cast a disapproving glare at the staff, harboring deep dissatisfaction within. The staff member, standing aside, trembled in fear, having not anticipated that the so-called poor fellow causing trouble would possess such an impressive background. Not only could the young shopkeeper not afford to offend him, but even the renowned physician regarded him as a senior brother, leaving him feeling as if he were walking on thin ice, cold sweat trickling down his back. "Since you are here, let us converse inside," Elder Zhuang said politely, leading Lu Ji to his workspace. Very well, Lu Ji accepted without hesitation, for he had come here to procure herbs. "Get out. You almost caused me great harm." A furious voice erupted from outside, belonging to the young shopkeeper. "Boss, I was wrong. Please grant me another chance." The staff member pleaded desperately, realizing his worst fears had come to pass. "Leave, and do not let me see you again." The boss dismissed him angrily, refusing to listen to his explanations. Elder Zhuang, wishing to avoid the commotion outside, quickly closed the door, showing no concern for the staff member's fate. "What herbs does senior brother wish to procure today? This store has a comprehensive selection, and even if we lack something, I can procure it for you," Elder Zhuang assured. Lu Ji, not one to stand on ceremony, handed Elder Zhuang his list of herbs. "This is easily manageable." "Wait for me a moment," Elder Zhuang said, hastily exiting with the list. Lu Ji did not wait long before Elder Zhuang returned with bags in hand. "Here are the herbs you requested. Please check if they meet your satisfaction," Elder Zhuang stated. Lu Ji opened the bags to inspect the contents. Not only were the herbs complete, but they were also of exceptional quality. Elder Zhuang demonstrated precise knowledge of herbal classifications and their effects, sorting them clearly by age. And all were of the highest caliber, immensely valuable. Seeing these herbs, Lu Ji felt content. Previously, he could not afford such high-quality herbs. Now, with ample resources at his disposal, he smiled in satisfaction, nodding appreciatively. "These herbs are truly remarkable, far exceeding my expectations." "Thank you, Brother Zhuang. I will settle the payment with this card." He swiftly produced his bank card, ready to pay. "What are you saying? Do you think you need to pay when you come to me? Besides, it's just a bit of herbs. I have the means to handle it." Elder Zhuang waved his hand dismissively. "No, this is still a store, and payment is necessary. Being able to acquire such aged herbs is already a significant advantage." Lu Ji insisted. Previously, he had to pay 150,000 for herbs of lesser age. Now, these premium herbs would surely cost over 200,000. Elder Zhuang, as merely a consulting physician, could not create difficulties for him, especially since he truly lacked for nothing at the moment. Elder Zhuang had no intention of accepting this money. "I can still provide these herbs. Moreover, the invaluable techniques of the great circulation acupuncture you imparted are worth far more. In comparison, I am the one who benefits. How could I possibly accept your payment?" Elder Zhuang understood that during Lu Ji's previous treatment, he had not dismissed him and had even shared the secrets of acupuncture. This knowledge was not something that could be bought with money. Lu Ji did not press further. He felt a sense of gratitude for Elder Zhuang's kindness. However, he did not wish to receive the herbs without offering something in return. He began to select a few himself, weighing them carefully. "Brother, what are you doing?" Elder Zhuang inquired with curiosity. "I am preparing to concoct a medicinal pill." "Watch closely," Lu Ji replied, taking the apparatus for boiling herbs and beginning his process in front of Elder Zhuang. Lu Ji was generous, sharing his knowledge with this junior brother, noting down the recipe for the vitality pill and handing it to him. "This pill I am crafting possesses remarkable energy, surpassing the value of these herbs. It can invigorate and replenish vitality. Currently, lacking a proper alchemical furnace, I must rely on modern instruments, which will inevitably diminish the effectiveness. Nevertheless, the resulting liquid is still a rare treasure. The method of concoction is quite delicate. Even a slight misstep could lead to failure in achieving the desired effects. Thus, I must demonstrate this process before you, so you can grasp the essentials. Otherwise, even with the recipe, success is not guaranteed, resulting merely in wasted herbs. These herbs must be over 30 years old, of exceptional quality, and consequently costly. Without a solid financial foundation, one cannot hope to concoct medicine. Now that Elder Zhuang is nominally my junior brother, it is only fitting that I impart this knowledge to him." Lu Ji proceeded to methodically add the herbs one by one, explaining each step along the way. "You must remember the order of these herbs. They cannot be mixed up. Furthermore, be sure to time each step precisely, neither too long nor too short. Observe my technique closely. The heat must be just right, and the sizes must be adjusted accordingly for stability. Finally, you must master the thickness of the liquid. Each step is crucial." Any mistake could render the pill ineffective, failing to achieve the properties of the vitality pill. Elder Zhuang, watching intently, struggled to contain his excitement, diligently following each step without a hint of distraction. He committed Lu Ji's instructions to memory, not daring to blink, fearful of missing a single detail, akin to a student eager for knowledge. Chapter 86. The method of instruction after a busy hour. Success was finally achieved in the alchemical process. This rapid accomplishment was largely due to Lu Ji's exertion of true energy. He could not afford to linger for long. If Elder Zhuang were to undertake the same task, it would undoubtedly take him 2 to 3 hours, at the very least. As Lu Ji opened the potion jar, a fragrant aroma of herbs filled the room, invigorating the senses and dissipating fatigue instantaneously. Elder Zhuang was particularly affected, his initial shock soon giving way to elation. "Is this the vitality pill?" he exclaimed, gazing at the 5 black pills within the jar. The mere scent was enough to rejuvenate him, dispelling his previous lethargy and imbuing him with newfound vigor. The vitality pill was renowned for its efficacy in enhancing energy and prolonging life, possessing restorative properties even for internal injuries. Lu Ji, having successfully crafted the pills, carefully placed 3 of them in a vial and offered them to Elder Zhuang, considering it a fair exchange for the medicinal ingredients used. "Thank you, senior brother," Elder Zhuang said, cradling the vial with care, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the pills. His profound understanding of medicinal properties allowed him to recognize their rarity. Few tonics could rival their potency. He sincerely appreciated Lu Ji's generosity in providing such a valuable formula. Throughout history, the powerful and influential have long sought the secrets to longevity, often chasing illusions. To have such an opportunity fall into his lap was nothing short of miraculous for a medical enthusiast, especially one of advanced years. With these pills, time and health were no longer pressing concerns, granting him the chance to pursue his academic endeavors and complete his research. "Senior brother, with your remarkable abilities, why don't we join forces to open a clinic? I could assist you," Elder Zhuang proposed, his mind racing with possibilities. With Lu Ji's extensive knowledge, he could learn much more about medical principles. "That is a splendid idea. I shall contemplate it," Lu Ji replied, momentarily taken aback by Elder Zhuang's suggestion. It was a notion he had not previously entertained, yet now it seemed quite appealing. Initially, Lu Ji was uncertain of the benefits he might gain, having recently expended his own spiritual energy to save Elder He, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. However, he realized that his cultivation had indeed improved, even if only slightly, enhancing his perceptiveness and understanding immensely. If he were to treat more patients, his progress would accelerate further. This thought echoed in his mind. Having acquired a legacy and mastered the art of healing, the instinct to aid others was inherent in the practice of medicine. Establishing a clinic would serve as a gateway to enhancing his own capabilities. "Very well, I look forward to that day, where I can learn more from you and treat an even greater number of patients," Elder Zhuang expressed, his enthusiasm palpable. "There is much to learn. I shall certainly pass on my knowledge to you when the opportunity arises. I possess not only medical skills, but also esoteric arts. Within the depths of medicine lies a realm of metaphysics, containing knowledge that may elude your imagination," Lu Ji remarked, his gaze imbued with significance. "Even a glimpse into such knowledge would be beneficial, for some matters defy explanation," Elder Zhuang responded, astonished and filled with anticipation. Having successfully sold the medicinal materials and relieved himself of a considerable burden, Lu Ji felt a weight lift from his heart. With the vitality pills in hand, his rate of advancement would quicken. After bidding farewell to Elder Zhuang, he took a taxi home, contemplating his future path, intrigued by Elder Zhuang's suggestion. Traveling had become a cumbersome task. Previously, financial constraints had dulled his aspirations, but now, with resources at his disposal, Lu Ji no longer needed to endure the inconvenience of public transport. On days of inclement weather, the hassle of commuting became even more pronounced, and delivery bikes no longer sufficed for his needs. The thought of purchasing a car led him to a dealership, the largest in the city, showcasing an array of vehicles. Upon entering, Lu Ji noticed the absence of customers. A few staff members were idly chatting, their work appearing relaxed yet underscored by the pressure of commission-based income. "Hey, stop right there. Can't you see we just mopped the floor? Don't leave footprints," one staff member called out disdainfully as Lu Ji stepped in. He frowned, glancing down at his shoes. The recent rain had left the pavement damp and muddy, inevitably transferring some of it onto his footwear. The floor inside was indeed spotless. Yet the staff member's attitude was off-putting. Are you barring entry? How are we supposed to buy a car then? Lu Ji replied, displeased. Buy a car? You? The staff member appraised Lu Ji with skepticism, noting his ordinary attire and estimating his total worth to be less than 100. Could such a person afford a vehicle from their dealership? What? Does buying a car depend on appearances? Lu Ji retorted, irritated by the staff member's condescending gaze. This is a high-end dealership. If you're looking to finance a regular domestic vehicle, there's a used car lot just 100 meters around the corner. The staff member scoffed, dismissing Lu Ji as someone who could never afford their offerings and eager to rid themselves of him. The staff member believed Lu Ji was incapable of maintaining a car, unwilling to waste time on him, and preferring to usher him out lest they dirty the freshly cleaned floor or incur reprimand from a supervisor. You're in business, yet you chase away customers? Would your boss approve of this? Lu Ji shot back, genuinely angered by the unwarranted disdain he was receiving, reminiscent of the snobbish attitude he encountered at the pharmacy. Who is chasing you away? The cheapest car here starts at over 100,000. Some prices could shock you. You can't afford anything here. I'm just kindly directing you to the used car lot. You should know your place, the staff member snapped, their bravado faltering at the mention of the boss. How do you know what I can afford? Lu Ji challenged. Chapter 87. The car buying turmoil. Lu Ji disregarded the store clerk and walked inside. For the other two clerks within displayed equally disdainful expressions. These individuals, having indulged in a few days of sumptuous meals, had become utterly arrogant. It was astonishing that a salesperson could exhibit such pretentiousness. The atmosphere was so charged that the clerk retreated a step, furrowing his brow as he watched Lu Ji enter, leaving behind a trail of footprints. Despite Lu Ji's imposing demeanor, the clerk dared not retaliate, his eyes filled with contempt for the newcomer. Sir, are you here to purchase a vehicle? One clerk hastily approached, having just sprinted from the back. Given that the previous clerk had shown no interest in attending to this customer, the newcomer felt a surge of joy. He had not made a sale in 2 or 3 months. Should he fail to secure a commission, he feared being dismissed by his employer. Observing the indifference of his colleagues towards Lu Ji, he hurried to assist. Having hope was better than despair. The seasoned employees, however, were not particularly keen on engaging with every passerby, fearing a waste of time. They anticipated that Lu Ji would soon depart, leaving the floor for them to clean again. The few seated inside exchanged smirks, some even chuckling aloud, mocking the new clerk's obliviousness to the unlikely prospect of Lu Ji affording a vehicle from their establishment. Does he really think anyone can purchase a car? One scoffed. He must be desperate to avoid being fired, but it's all in vain. If he continues like this, he'll only ruin our chances with genuine customers. The gossiping clerks found renewed amusement, shaking off their earlier drowsiness, while Lu Ji remained unfazed by their derision. He attentively listened to the clerk's explanations as he followed him further into the showroom. The vehicles here were undoubtedly of high quality, and their configurations appeared quite impressive. It was evident that the proprietor had a keen sense of customer psychology. Those who could afford a vehicle were generally unconcerned about minor price differences, always opting for higher-end models. As Lu Ji strolled through the rows of cars, a deep navy sedan caught his eye. It was understated and visually appealing, its exterior exuding a comforting presence, though its brand remained unknown to him. You have quite an impressive selection of vehicles, Lu Ji remarked. Indeed, we pride ourselves on being the largest dealership in the city. If you can't find a car that meets your expectations here, you certainly want to elsewhere. We offer an extensive variety, including several models with exceptional value that would suit you well, the clerk responded enthusiastically, leading Lu Ji deeper into the showroom. The outer section displayed more extravagant vehicles. The clerk thought that even if this customer could not afford luxury cars, purchasing a moderately priced vehicle would still mark a successful sale. He was filled with optimism as he continued his pitch. Let us consider this car, Lu Ji suddenly declared, stopping in his tracks. After listening for so long, he felt mentally fatigued. To him, all cars were more or less equivalent in performance, differing only by brand. Since he intended to buy, he was indifferent to the specifics, confident in his driving abilities, and felt that any vehicle would suffice. His words abruptly silenced the showroom, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. This car? Is he treating it like a mere cabbage, selecting it casually? They were aware that this was their most expensive model, lingering unsold for 3 months, with the sales team eager to push it. The commission was substantial, and the clerks were desperate for a sale, but despite their efforts, none had succeeded. Sir, perhaps we should explore other brands? The clerk stammered, taken aback by Lu Ji's choice. Although inexperienced, he knew that anyone who learned the car's price would typically shy away from it. Customers either sought grander models or were deterred by the cost, often unwilling to inquire about more affordable options. This one is perfect. It's understated and befitting of my status, Lu Ji asserted, clearly satisfied with his selection. Befitting your status? The clerks exchanged incredulous glances, finding it outrageous that a seemingly impoverished individual could speak so brazenly. Their irritation grew as they listened to Lu Ji's audacity. Are you certain you wish to purchase this vehicle without exploring others? The clerk inquired cautiously. Is there something wrong with this car? I find it quite appealing, impressive yet discreet. Lu Ji replied affirmatively. It is indeed a fine choice, embodying understated luxury. But the clerk hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Is there a problem with the car? Lu Ji's skepticism was piqued by the clerk's uncertainty. There's no issue with the car. It's just that the price lacks a discount and is somewhat steep, the clerk quickly clarified, eager to ease the tension. He sought to convey that typically, customers would shy away from vehicles without discounts, believing that substantial markups warranted substantial reductions. Price is a concern? Lu Ji contemplated. Although he was unaware of the exact cost, he understood that financial constraints were no longer an issue for him. Even if it was a bit pricey, it mattered little. Is the price unreasonable? He pressed. It's not that. It's just the clerk was caught in a dilemma, unsure how to communicate without offending Lu Ji. Why do you speak so hesitantly? Just be straightforward. It's quite exhausting, Lu Ji remarked, losing patience with the clerk's indecisiveness. Chapter 88. The call for help. The sales clerk noticed Lu Ji's growing impatience, fearing he might turn and leave. Thus, he summoned his courage. This vehicle was a new model, and the price offered no significant discount. Even with a reduction, it would still cost $15 million. However, it came with a year's worth of insurance and complimentary maintenance. The clerk struggled to maintain his composure. Not only was he stunned by the price, but he knew that aside from a few powerful conglomerates in Sioux City, no one could afford such a luxury. All right, I'll take it. Just swipe the card, Lu Ji stated decisively, presenting his bank card without hesitation. He had set his eyes on this car from the start. No amount seemed too steep, especially since wealth was not a concern for him. Please hold on. I'll process the paperwork immediately, and you can pick up the car shortly, the clerk said, brimming with excitement at the prospect of closing such a significant deal, enough to cover his salary for an entire year. How could he not be thrilled? His boss would surely commend him, and the fear of being dismissed evaporated. He walked with a buoyancy that bordered on disbelief. The other clerks stood agape, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. How was this possible? Surely, they hadn't misjudged. Could this seemingly unremarkable young man genuinely afford their most expensive vehicle? Was he not merely a pretender, likely to reveal his true financial status in due time? Such individuals were often merely seeking amusement, and the newcomer had foolishly promoted him. Call security, one suggested. Keeping someone like him here could be dangerous. If anything happens to the cars, we'll face the consequences. Just as they debated how to eject him, the new clerk rushed over, panting. Sir, I've completed the paperwork for you. This is a new Porsche 915. Here's the configuration details and the insurance documents. You may take the car now, he managed to say. The others froze in disbelief. Was this truly happening? Within half an hour, he had finalized the purchase of a vehicle worth over $1 million, an amount that even the wealthiest might hesitate to commit to without extensive deliberation. They regretted underestimating him, having been deceived by his humble appearance. Underneath that facade lay a hidden affluent individual, spending money with such ease that it was evident he was not short of resources. Why didn't we see this? They lamented, envious of the newcomer, who seemed to have snatched away a lucrative commission worth thousands. Jealousy and regret festered within them, intensifying their disdain for the new clerk, whose interference had only exacerbated their discomfort. Unperturbed by their thoughts, Lu Ji settled into his newly acquired vehicle, his spirits soaring as he awaited the issuance of his license plate. He admired the car, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, as Lu Ji drove away, the clerks couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. This young man, dressed so ordinarily, what was his secret to wealth? Brother Lu, please help me. Meng Xin's voice crackled through the phone, revealing her palpable fear. Where are you? Lu Ji inquired. I'm at Meng Xin relayed her location. Fortunately, he had just purchased a new car, equipped with impressive functionality. He swiftly turned the vehicle around and sped towards the destination she had provided. Meng Xian felt a mix of displeasure and helplessness toward her stepmother's visit. Their interactions had been relatively harmonious, with no significant conflicts. When Lin Rui first entered their household, Meng Xian was already in college, and their paths seldom crossed, thus avoiding friction. However, the matter of tuition fees had caused her some discontent. She often faced coldness when asking for money, ultimately resorting to working to cover her expenses. Lin Rui's visit surprised her. They lived 2 hours apart, and Meng Xian rarely returned home. Lin Rui claimed she was visiting an old friend and would stop by to check on Meng Xian and her financial needs. She played the role of a caring mother well, and Meng Xian preferred this amicable arrangement over creating tension for her father. "Didn't you bring me here to see an old friend?" Meng Xian asked, puzzled. Lin Rui insisted that Meng Xian accompany her to visit a wealthy acquaintance. Reluctant but unable to refuse, Meng Xian followed her, albeit with growing apprehension as they ventured into a remote area. "Don't worry, my old friend is quite affluent, living in a villa within a scenic neighborhood," Lin Rui assured her. Meng Xian remained skeptical. Her interactions with her stepmother were limited, devoid of conflict but also lacking intimacy, leaving her uncertain. However, as they entered a picturesque area, a luxurious villa emerged, confirming Lin Rui's words and alleviating some of Meng Xian's anxiety. Upon entering the villa, its extravagant decor was unmistakable. It was evident that the inhabitants were wealthy, and Meng Xian recognized some familiar faces. "Zhao Jiahua?" she exclaimed in astonishment, realizing he was a fellow university alumnus. What a coincidence! Dressed in a blue suit that accentuated his fair complexion, Zhao Jiahua approached her, a bouquet in hand. "Miss Meng, your arrival graces our home. Welcome, my fiancée," he proclaimed with an air of arrogance. What do you mean, fiancée?" Meng Xian was bewildered, struggling to comprehend how she had suddenly become someone's betrothed. "Your mother has promised you to me, of course, making you my fiancée," Zhao Jiahua replied with a grin. "I never agreed to this. No one can dictate my marriage," Meng Xian retorted, anger flaring within her. "I have admired you since university. Marry me, and you shall have jewels, luxury cars, and a villa," Zhao Jiahua declared. "No, that is not the marriage I desire," Meng Xian shouted in frustration, her heart resolute against such materialistic propositions. She refused to wed a spoiled rich kid. Fury surged within her as she sought to confront her stepmother. But Lin Rui was nowhere to be seen. The entrance was blocked by bodyguards, and dread washed over her. It appeared she had been deceived and lured into a trap by her stepmother. At that moment, anger and fear consumed Meng Xian. She felt ensnared in a den of wolves, a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Let me go, and I won't hold you accountable," Meng Xian bravely asserted, attempting to rush towards the exit. However, her efforts were in vain as security swiftly apprehended her, causing her wrists to ache. "Release me, you ruffians. This is illegal," she protested vehemently. Chapter 89. Captivity. Rest assured, I shall treat Meng Xian well. Here is the betrothal gift. Zhao Jiahao handed Lin Rui a bank card. "Then I shall not be polite." Lin Rui's face lit up with a smile upon seeing the card. "I am a person of my word. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. I believe Meng Xian and I will soon celebrate our wedding. Well, I wish you both the best. I shall not intrude any further," Lin Rui said joyfully. Zhao Jiahao instructed the driver to escort Lin Rui away, his eyes glinting with malice. Meng Xian was confined in a room, the windows barricaded, and the door locked from the outside, rendering escape impossible. She was a prisoner. Fortunately, they had not confiscated her phone, which brought her some solace. At this moment, she could only think of Lu Ji, her neighbor, who had proven himself quite capable. Surely he could assist her. Calling the police seemed futile given Zhao's family's influence. After all, she was invited here under the guise of being a fiancée, and they could not forcibly remove her. She made the call, uncertain whether Lu Ji would come or if he would be a contender against Zhao Jiahao. Anxiety and fear gripped her heart just as Zhao Jiahao entered the room. "Little beauty, I have long held affection for you, but alas, you have ignored me. Even heaven has taken notice and wishes to fulfill my desires. Let me go? This is a legal confinement," Meng Xian retorted angrily. Once we consummate our union, you shall think differently. Why not simply marry me and be content?" Zhao Jiahao smirked. A scream pierced the air within the villa. "You vile wretch, how dare you bite me?" Zhao Jiahao exclaimed, noticing the bite mark on his hand, blood beginning to seep from it. "I have spent a considerable sum on you. You are my slave." Granting you the title of fiancé is a favor. Yet you dare to defy me. If I do not teach you a lesson, it would be my negligence." With that, he struck her across the face. Instantly, her cheek swelled, a crimson imprint left behind. "Do not even think of escaping. Serve me well, and when I am pleased, you may enjoy a good life." He yanked her by the hair, dragging her towards the bed. Meng Xian cried out in pain. The seemingly refined Zhao Jiahao revealed himself to be an abuser, and this realization thrilled him. The Zhao family offers you status and identity, a level of wealth you could never attain otherwise. Be obedient, serve me well, and I shall grant you all your desires. You should feel honored. Others aspire to be my wife, but lack the qualification. As he spoke, he began to tear at her clothing. "Release me. Even if I were to marry a beggar, I would never marry you." Meng Xian was horrified by Zhao Jiahao's frenzied actions, desperately resisting, her tone resolute. Such audacity. Zhao Jiahao's rage flared, and he slapped her again. Dazed, Meng Xian felt blood trickling from her lip. He had struck her hard. Though she felt compromised, she resolved never to marry such a scoundrel, nor yield, despite her fear. The defiance in her gaze only fueled Zhao Jiahao's fury. He delivered a brutal kick to her abdomen, sending her crashing against the bed's edge, pain coursing through her, while rising within her, blood spilling from her mouth. "So tough, are you? You refuse to submit, and now you and Apos VE piqued my interest. I shall enjoy breaking you." Zhao Jiahao's eyes gleamed with wicked excitement. The more defiant she appeared, the greater his desire to conquer her. He had desired this woman for quite some time. Now that she was within reach, he would not relent. Zhao Jiahao seized a fruit knife, pressing its tip against Meng Xian's face, a cruel smile spreading across his features. "I shall mar your beauty, rendering you unworthy of admiration. Let us see how high and mighty you remain, as I ruin you. Who would wish to wed an ugly creature? How long can you maintain your stubbornness?" He sneered, observing her defiant gaze. "You still dream of being a flight attendant? I shall strip you of everything, bringing you to your knees. Only I will provide for you. Do not dare look at me with such contempt. It will only incite my wrath. I will relish in your slow torment until you fear and submit. Do not think for a moment that I will spare you. Conquering you is my ambition." At that moment, his knife had already torn through her blouse, revealing her porcelain skin, and he lusted after her beauty, his desires ignited. Meng Xian, witnessing the predatory glint in his eyes, felt her heart race with terror, realizing he resembled a beast stalking its prey. "Serve me well, be my wife, and I shall treat you with kindness. Even if your face is ruined, I shall not find you ugly. See how benevolent I am." Zhao Jiahao reveled in her fear. "My friends will come to rescue me. Do not act recklessly, or they will end you." She blurted out, her courage born from desperation. "Oh, you have friends coming to save you? Do you truly believe that? My bodyguards are no fools. You dare to threaten me? Your audacity is amusing." Zhao Jiahao's fury boiled over. He had lost all sense of reason, tearing at Meng Xian's clothing, intent on subjugating her and claiming her as his own. Anyone who dared oppose him would not survive until dawn. "Stop it, you beast!" Meng Xian struggled, despair washing over her. "Be obedient. Do not provoke me. No one is coming to save you. Accept your fate." Zhao Jiahao sneered. Suddenly, the sound of a car horn echoed, halting at the villa's entrance. A figure leaped over the gate with incredible speed, landing at the door. The bodyguards were momentarily stunned. They could never match such agility. However, their shock was fleeting as they encircled the intruder, prepared to teach him a lesson. They underestimated the young man. In the blink of an eye, he had taken them down, leaving them unable to rise. With a powerful kick, Lu Ji burst through the door, his eyes landing on the imprint of a hand on Meng Xian's face, the blood at her lips, and her disheveled hair, a picture of distress. "You seek death," Lu Ji roared. Though Meng Xian was merely his neighbor, they shared a harmonious bond. She was a kind-hearted and innocent girl who had nearly suffered a heinous fate. Such a villain deserved punishment. "Brother Lu," Meng Xian cried, her initial fear transforming into tears, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. Chapter 90. The rescue of Meng Xian. Upon seeing the unexpected arrival of Lu Ji, all of Meng Xian's grievances surged forth. "He is my fiancé. Who are you to meddle?" Zhao Jiahao jeered. "I am not," Meng Xian retorted. "I truly am in control here." The sight of such a fine young woman being harmed by this beast ignited Lu Ji's fury. The air within the room thickened, laden with a palpable tension, as Lu Ji's intent to kill became apparent. Zhao Jiahao, sensing the murderous aura emanating from Lu Ji, felt a chill run down his spine. This chilling atmosphere enveloped the entire villa, causing everyone present to instinctively draw a sharp breath, filled with trepidation. What manner of person was this, exuding such an overwhelming presence that commanded respect? You have unlawfully entered a private residence. This is a crime. I shall call the police. Zhao Jiahao stammered, stepping back in fear as he caught sight of Lu Ji's fierce gaze, attempting to intimidate him with a trembling voice. Very well. I shall see whether the police come for me or for you, Lu Ji replied coldly. Kidnapping, harming an innocent girl, and intent to assault. Each of those charges could keep you behind bars for quite some time. Zhao Jiahao boasted. I have provided her mother with a substantial bride price. She is mine to command as I wish, and you have no say in it. We live in a society governed by law, and if you wish to act recklessly, you must be prepared to face the consequences. Lu Ji's eyes bore into Zhao Jiahao as he advanced step by step. Stop right there. Don't come any closer. Someone, seize this man. Hearing the commotion, the bodyguards rushed in, encircling Lu Ji. You are far too inexperienced to challenge me. Capture him and beat him until he begs for mercy. I'll make sure you 1T recognize your own mother. With the arrival of his men, Zhao Jiahao regained his confidence and became increasingly brazen, determined to make Lu Ji suffer and trample him underfoot. However, contrary to Zhao Jiahao's expectations, Lu Ji swiftly seized the neck of one advancing bodyguard, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. The guard, unable to breathe, turned a deep shade of red. Fear etched across his face as he realized his life was in peril. Just as he thought his neck would snap, Lu Ji hurled him against the wall, sending him tumbling to the ground. The bodyguard felt a wave of nausea and coughed up blood, the pain momentarily forgotten in the wake of his near escape. Yet, the terror reflected in his eyes as he gazed at Lu Ji revealed the truth. This man could easily take his life. Another bodyguard lunged to apprehend Lu Ji, but was quickly ensnared by Lu Ji's grip on his wrist. Unlike his predecessor, this guard was not so lucky. Lu Ji crushed his wrist with a force that elicited a piercing scream, rendering him powerless and trembling with fear. This bodyguard, a muscular figure who trained daily, found his once formidable strength reduced to that of mere tofu under Lu Ji's might. The realization of this terrifying power left him in disbelief. The remaining bodyguards fared no better, all succumbing to Lu Ji's overwhelming strength, groaning in pain on the floor. Someone, help! Zhao Jiahao cried out in panic, witnessing the scene unfold before him. Are you calling for your bodyguards? Lu Ji replied icily. They won't be coming. Zhao Jiahao's face drained of color as he realized that even his strongest security team had been incapacitated by Lu Ji, rendering them utterly ineffective against him. Don't come any closer, or I will take her life. In a fit of desperation, Zhao Jiahao pressed a knife to Meng Xian's throat, threatening Lu Ji. A murderous intent flickered in Lu Ji's eyes. This fool truly deserved to die. Were it not for the constraints of this era, he would not hesitate to end Zhao Jiahao's life. Yet, such threats held no sway over Lu Ji. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ji stood before Zhao Jiahao, who instinctively raised his knife in defense. However, Lu Ji effortlessly captured his wrist, shattering the bones with a single motion. Zhao Jiahao screamed in agony as the knife clattered to the ground. Yet, Lu Ji was not inclined to let him off so easily. He delivered a powerful blow to Zhao Jiahao's chest, fracturing his ribs and sending him sprawling to the ground, barely clinging to life. Were it not for the law against murder, Lu Ji would have taken Zhao Jiahao's life without hesitation. Nevertheless, the consequences for Zhao Jiahao would be dire. He would spend the remainder of his life confined to a wheelchair. Lu Ji understood the extent of the damage he had inflicted, ensuring that Zhao Jiahao would no longer be a threat to others. Please, stop. I was wrong. Spare me. Zhao Jiahao pleaded, genuine terror in his voice. He understood that the young man before him could indeed take his life, and with no one left to protect him within the villa, an unprecedented fear compelled him to submit. He never anticipated that his desire for Meng Xian would lead to such a painful reckoning. Regret came too late. He had no prior knowledge of the formidable figure Meng Xian had associated with, and now he recognized the peril he had invited upon himself. Spare me, and I swear I will never trouble Meng Xian again. Zhao Jiahao continued to plead. He truly feared that Lu Ji might kill him. After all, he could have any woman he desired, but life was singular, and he knew the weight of his choices. Rest assured, I will not take your life. I merely wish for you to remember how to behave. If you choose to act like a beast, you must be prepared to face the consequences, Lu Ji responded coldly. Such individuals were a menace to society, Yet he chose to grant Zhao Jiahao a reprieve. If he were wise, he would live the rest of his days confined to a wheelchair, but should he dare to provoke Lu Ji again, there would be no second chances. I have given you an opportunity. Make the most of it, Lu Ji said, fixing Zhao Jiahao with a cold gaze. I won't dare again, I promise. Zhao Jiahao hastily shook his head, fearful that Lu Ji might regret his mercy and retaliate. Lu Ji ignored Zhao Jiahao further, moving to embrace the shaken Meng Xin, feeling a deep sympathy for the ordeal she had endured. It was already challenging for a young woman to carve out her place in the world, and to be betrayed by her own family was an unbearable burden. Had she not found a way to call for help, her fate could have been dire. It was unfathomable to think of the ruin that could have befallen such a promising young woman. As they departed, Zhao Jiahao's eyes glinted with venomous resentment. Chapter 91. Shopping for clothes. Meng Xin, cradled in Lu Ji's embrace as he carried her to the car, donned his outer garment, appearing lost in thought. A sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. Thank you, Lu Guai. Meng Xin felt an overwhelming sense of shame, uncertain of how to express herself. It's all right. Everything is in the past now, Lu Ji reassured her. Meng Xin nodded, still shaken by the recent events, yet vividly recalling how her stepmother had treated her. If not for Lu Ji's presence, she might have succumbed to despair. Her clothes were in tatters, prompting Lu Ji to drive her to a clothing mall to select a few outfits to change into. During the brief half-hour journey, Meng Xin gradually emerged from her nightmare, feeling as if she had returned to life after traversing from hell to earth. After calming her emotions, the sparkle returned to her eyes. Lu Ji led her to the nearest clothing mall, a veritable paradise for women, overflowing with an abundance of goods that dazzled the senses. Women naturally adore shopping, and previously, Meng Xin had invited him to shop, only for it to be thwarted by Ling Guangjuan. Now, they found themselves in a similar predicament, as they meandered through the stores. Selecting garments they fancied, Meng Xin was taken aback. Although her salary was decent, the prices here were astronomical, often exceeding tens of thousands, far beyond her means. Yet, she refrained from voicing her concerns, fearing Lu Ji might mock her. Nevertheless, the truth remained that she simply could not afford these items. Perhaps we should explore elsewhere. The price-to-value ratio here seems quite steep, Meng Xin suggested delicately. Since we are already here, why not give it a try? I believe the clothes here would suit you splendidly, Lu Ji countered, seemingly unperturbed by the exorbitant prices. Noticing Meng Xion's hesitation, Lu Ji selected a dress and handed it to her, urging her to try it on. Please refrain from meddling, a frowning sales attendant remarked disdainfully. One must try on clothing to ascertain fit. Are these garments mere decorations, not for sale? Lu Ji retorted, growing displeased. The attendant scrutinized their attire, dismissing it as cheap and unworthy, assuming that someone in such tatters could never afford their high-end offerings. These clothes are for the affluent. Individuals like you should shop elsewhere. She scoffed, her condescension palpable. Your attitude is unacceptable, Meng Xian interjected, unable to tolerate the disparagement any longer. We are merely browsing. What gives you the right to speak to us in such a manner? My demeanor is quite reasonable, considering the potential for damage to our merchandise, the attendant defended, her arrogance unabated. Fetch your manager. I wish to inquire how such a person could be employed here, Lu Ji declared, his patience wearing thin. The attendant, emboldened by her apparent authority, dismissed them further. Only the wealthy belong in such a store. Recognize your place and leave. Had you not been a woman, I might have lost my temper. Lu Ji seethed, his anger palpable. Do you dare threaten me? I will call security, she shot back. Just then, a middle-aged man approached, clearly irritated by the commotion. Such noise disrupts business. Offending customers is ill-advised, he admonished, exuding an air of authority. Brother-in-law, these two can't afford our clothes, but wish to try them on. If they soil anything, how can we sell it? Please, remove them, the attendant complained, seeking to shift blame. Anyone who enters is a customer. Remember, the customer is always right. Mind your attitude, the man replied, his demeanor suggesting he was accustomed to managing such situations. Lu Ji, initially intent on leaving, found himself enraged by the attendant's treatment. His worth had significantly increased. Though not among the wealthiest in Sioux City, he possessed considerable assets. The thought that he could not afford even one garment, coupled with the constant derision, was intolerable. Such individuals are plentiful. Do you truly believe you are worthy of our manager's attention? The attendant continued to belittle them. Please, I insist you bring your manager here. Lu Ji pressed, his resolve firm. The middle-aged manager, noticing Lu Ji's commanding presence, hesitated, reassessing their potential to purchase. "Very well, sir. Will you be paying with cash or card?" he inquired, his demeanor shifting to one of courtesy. "Who carries cash nowadays?" "I will be using a card," Lu Ji replied, recalling a black card gifted by Li Tao, the owner of this establishment. "Let me see if this card is valid," Lu Ji said, producing the card. The attendant, disbelieving, scoffed. "What a farce. You expect us to believe you know our president." However, the manager's expression changed dramatically upon seeing the card. Such cards were exceedingly rare and reserved for the elite. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he apprehensively accepted the card. His perception of the situation transformed entirely. Chapter 92. The VIP card. Initially, he assumed that the two individuals opposite him would be unable to produce any funds, providing a perfect opportunity for him to ridicule and educate them. However, upon seeing the black card in Lu Ji's hand, cold sweat began to trickle down his back. As a manager in a high-end retail environment, he was well aware of the significance of a VIP card held by the boss. The card's design was specially crafted, making it impossible to forge. He could not fathom the connection between this young man and the CEO that would allow him access to such a precious card. "Can it be used?" Lu Ji inquired, noticing the manager's dazed expression. "Brother-in-law, take a good look. This must be a replica. It's definitely fake." She could not believe that this pauper could possess a VIP card, though she had not seen one before due to her late arrival. "Silence. Apologize to the guest immediately." The manager shot her a fierce glare, his voice sharp. "Brother-in-law." The server was taken aback. Her brother-in-law rarely exhibited such anger, leaving her flustered. "Apologize." The manager reiterated emphatically. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." The server stammered, hastily offering her apologies. Despite her internal skepticism regarding the authenticity of the card and her belief that Lu Ji was a fraud, his brother-in-law's conviction and anger unnerved her. "We, as the impoverished, have no fortune to receive your esteemed apology. I refuse to accept it," Lu Ji retorted coldly. "Children can be thoughtless. Please be magnanimous and do not hold it against him." "I hope you can overlook this," the manager said, feeling the weight of the situation and quickly attempting to placate Lu Ji. "I was wrong. I will change. Please forgive me this once." The server was genuinely terrified, realizing she had stepped on a landmine. Her usual brazen attitude had been shielded by her brother-in-law's authority, leading her to forget her place. This type of person will not repent. They reveal their true selves when confronted with the less fortunate. "If such a person remains, then I shall take my leave," Lu Ji declared resolutely. Why should he tolerate insults followed by mere apologies? Who was he that anyone could denigrate him? Another attentive server, discerning the situation, carefully packed clothes suited for Meng Xian size and handed them to Lu Ji. He accepted them without a hint of difficulty, directing his ire solely at the loquacious server. As Lu Ji prepared to exit, he was not one to easily forgive. Not everyone deserved absolution. Humanity is equal, and it baffled him that a fellow impoverished individual would look down upon their own kind. What gave them the audacity to feel superior? Such individuals should experience life's hardships to comprehend their errors. "Brother-in-law, please intercede for me. I truly understand my mistake. I do not wish to leave." The server, witnessing Lu Ji's unwavering stance, began to weep, desperately beseeching him. "You truly seek trouble for yourself. How many times must I remind you that the customer is king? Discrimination is unacceptable. Have you truly absorbed this lesson?" The manager lamented, exasperated. "Please go to finance, collect your wages, and leave. I am powerless to assist you," he finally stated, shaking his head. He could not risk losing his position over a small matter, especially with someone who knew CEO Li. If mishandled, he too could find himself out of a job while he still needed to provide for his family. Lu Ji was quite satisfied with this resolution. A bad apple should not be allowed to remain. Some individuals should not be coddled, for over time, they forget their place. The server departed in sorrow, regretting her words. The benefits of her job were substantial, with a high salary and interactions with the elite, providing her with a sense of pride. She never anticipated that her loose tongue would offend someone of significance. Not even her brother-in-law could save her, leaving her to rue her actions too late. When Lu Ji and Meng Xian emerged from the fitting room, they entered the men's section, where the staff's warm demeanor took Lu Ji by surprise. Their enthusiasm, attentiveness, and personal service made him feel as if he were being treated like royalty. Clearly, word of the previous incident had spread. The middle-aged manager must have briefed them. as they were now too cautious to replicate the earlier server's blunder and risk offending this esteemed individual. Upon donning the new attire, Lu Ji felt transformed, a stark contrast to his former self. It was indeed true that one's appearance can enhance one's aura. He exuded an air of sophistication. Lu Gu, you look incredibly handsome, Meng Xian exclaimed, unable to suppress her admiration. It was no wonder. Lu Ji was tall and slender in his clothing, yet well built beneath. With fair skin and a commanding presence in a tailored suit, he stood unmatched, captivating the attention of all around him. Both Meng Xian and Lu Ji were striking, a sight to behold, evoking envy from onlookers. Lu Xiong, long time no see. Allow me to take you to a wonderful place, Fang Tianhao greeted upon spotting Lu Ji. Fang Xiao, it's been a while. How have you been? Lu Ji politely inquired, noticing Fang Xiao's improved demeanor. Absolutely splendid. With you as my miraculous healer, what could possibly trouble me? Fang Xiao replied with a grin. Remember, avoid alcohol and women, Lu Ji cautioned once more. I understand. But Lu Xiong seems to have quite the fortune with beautiful companions. I wonder if Ning Qingxue and Gu Yanran would feel jealous. Fang Xiao teased. Stop joking. We are merely friends, assisting one another. There is nothing beyond that. Perhaps you should focus more on your own well-being, Lu Ji retorted with a roll of his eyes. He had not given such matters much thought. Qin Yiting had already caused him enough heartache. Relationships were indeed burdensome, and he held no particular feelings for the three women. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to Ning Qingxue's annulment of their engagement. Compared to the troubles of romantic entanglements, honing his skills was far more fulfilling. These were pursuits he could master, enhancing both his spirit and physical prowess, enabling him to achieve greater heights. Meanwhile, Meng Xian felt her cheeks flush at Fang Xiao's jest and stole a glance at Lu Ji. Noticing the clarity in his gaze, devoid of romantic undertones, she felt a pang of disappointment, though she quickly regained her composure. Where are we headed next? Lu Ji asked curiously. Are you interested in cultural artifacts and stone gambling? Fang Xiao teased, keeping the details under wraps. Stone gambling? Lu Ji's interest was piqued. Chapter 93. It's all about luck. Lu Ji was intrigued by Fang Xiao's proposal. He was eager to witness the event. Upon arriving at the raw stone venue, they found the proceedings already underway. Fang Xiao led Lu Ji and Meng Xian to the fifth-floor hall. The Yiming family's estate was bustling, yet the host had yet to arrive. The lobby manager presided over the gathering, ensuring everything was orderly. The hall was filled with raw stones, each watched over by a server. These stones were sourced from a small bordering nation renowned for its jade, transported back by an executive from the south. They held immense appeal for jewelers. The Yiming family was involved in the jewelry business and, out of interest, organized this event. Fang Xiao, accompanied by Lu Ji, examined the raw stones closely. However, Fang Xiao was only vaguely knowledgeable about the art of stone gambling. To him, they appeared no different from the rocks seen along the riverbank, and he did not regard them as treasures. Some raw stones had a faint green hue on their surface, but Fang Xiao was oblivious to this. Lu Ji, however, had transformed. He could sense the green radiance emanating from the stones and even felt a trace of spiritual energy within them, some more intense than others. It was clear that these stones had the potential to yield green jade, precisely what the jewelers sought. Wow, these jade bangles and pendants actually originated from here. How marvelous! Exclaimed Meng Xian, who had never encountered such wonders before. Indeed, these raw stones were prized possessions from bordering nations, but the likelihood of them yielding jade depended heavily on luck. Many had struck it rich overnight, while others faced ruin just as swiftly. Oh, I certainly lack such luck, Meng Xian replied, somewhat disheartened. Spending a couple of thousand for a bit of fun was feasible for her, but she had never won any significant prizes and held no hope for instant wealth, shaking her head in disappointment. Lu Ji's newfound wealth surprised her. He was no longer the delivery boy she had heard about from neighbors. She was astonished to see him surrounded by the affluent and esteemed. How could an ordinary person possess the black card bestowed by General Li? The manager's attitude had made it clear that these were indeed the real deal. Lu Xiao, what do you think of this raw stone? I believe it has the potential to yield jade, she mused, lost in her thoughts until interrupted by a familiar voice. Turning around, they saw Lin Xiao, her former blind date, who had coincidentally appeared once more. The venue felt exceptionally small as she strolled in, arm in arm with a young man, scrutinizing the raw stones with a different demeanor. In a short span, this little nurse had transformed, adopting the guise of a mistress. heavily made up and exuding an air of vulgarity. Unlike the refreshing aura she once possessed during their date, she now lacked the vivacity typical of youth. Lu Ji wished to avoid any confrontation and ignore her presence, yet Lin Xiao's eyes fell upon him, her expression darkening. Lu Xiao glanced at Lin Xiao, puzzled by her discontent, then turned to observe a stunning beauty beside Lu Ji, intrigued by her allure. Lin Xiao, witnessing Lu Ji with a new, beautiful companion, felt a surge of jealousy. "Isn't that the delivery boy? What brings you here?" Lin Xiao remarked sarcastically. "I suppose life has been hard, and you thought you'd try your luck here, but can you even afford it?" Lu Ji felt anger rising. This was not her private venue to dictate who belonged. He was amidst prominent business figures, and her attempt to belittle him was blatant. Today was about attending Yi Ming's raw stone gathering, not creating a scene. He chose to disregard Lin Xiao's provocations, unwilling to let her ruin the occasion. Yet, fate has a peculiar way of intertwining lives. Despite his silence, Lin Xiao pressed on, convinced that her assumptions about him as a desperate gambler were correct. "You should return to your delivery job. This is a place for the wealthy, not for someone like you," she taunted, further instigating the women around him, eager to sow discord. Lin Xiao had not learned from her past. She resented her timid ex-boyfriend, who had been intimidated by Lu Ji. Frustrated, she had ended that relationship, believing a man without ambition was unworthy of her. Now, her new companion, Lu Xiao, was the son of a jeweler, boasting far greater financial backing. Meng Xin, unfamiliar with the woman opposite her, noted the deep-seated animosity directed at Lu Ji, her confusion evident as she watched the unfolding drama. "I was introduced to a girlfriend by my mother, and upon our first meeting, she demanded a 50,000 dowry, which I declined," Lu Ji explained. Upon hearing this, Meng Xin understood. Lin Xiao was the embodiment of a gold digger, and it became clear why she harbored such resentment. Lu Ji had changed significantly, and even Meng Xin noticed it. She wondered if Lin Xiao had realized this, and whether she would regret her actions. "I value him for who he is, regardless of his wealth or lack thereof. Even if he is poor, it matters not. My happiness is paramount. It is far better than seeking out a wealthy man to support me, as many do, regardless of their superficial charm. No amount of makeup can disguise their true nature," Meng Xin retorted, expressing her disdain for such individuals. "Who are you referring to?" Lu Xiao asked, perplexed, as he noticed Lin Xiao's animosity towards Lu Ji, his brow furrowing in confusion over their relationship. "A flower blooming amidst dung. What a pity," he remarked upon seeing Meng Xin nestled beside Lu Ji. Lin Xiao felt a pang of jealousy as she observed Meng Xin's arm around Lu Ji. Despite her instigations, Meng Xin remained resolute, refusing to leave, further fueling Lin Xiao's irritation, compelling her to imagine hurling a raw stone at them. "Hello, my name is Lu Yuanguang. It's a pleasure to meet you," Lu Xiao said, drawn to Meng Xin, offering his business card. Lin Xiao seethed with anger. This was her boyfriend. Yet he dared to introduce himself to another woman in her presence, displaying a blatant disregard for her feelings. Her face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and outrage, as she glared at Meng Xin, wishing for the earth to swallow her up. Meng Xin, unimpressed, ignored his card, dismissing the spoiled rich boy outright. She clung to Lu Ji's arm and turned to leave, finding him utterly repugnant. Lu Yuanguang stood in shock, unaccustomed to being overlooked by a beautiful woman. Such an occurrence was unprecedented for him. Chapter 94. Jealousy and power. Lin Xiao was seething with anger, yet she could not let it show. Although Lu Xiao was a philanderer, he was also a man willing to spend money on her. She needed to maintain her connection with him for her own benefit. Having such a boyfriend was certainly a matter of pride. However, his unfaithful nature was utterly intolerable. On the surface, she had to act demure, which was a truly unpleasant experience, especially since at that moment, she had noticed the beautiful woman beside Lu Ji. Her heart burned with fury, yet she felt powerless. This wealthy young master was not an ordinary person. She could neither control him nor dare to intervene. If it were not for his behavior, she would not have been able to capture the heart of such a notorious flirt, a situation that left her in a state of torment. Her anger could only be vented towards Meng Xin, casting resentful glances that seemed to wish she could strip the other's face away and teach her a harsh lesson. "Let us look for raw stones elsewhere." Meng Xin completely disregarded Lu Xiao and pulled Lu Ji in another direction, leaving Lu Xiao alone, still clutching his gold-edged business card. A symbol of his identity, constantly reminding others that he was a wealthy man who relished their envious gazes. Having been rejected by a beauty, he became the subject of ridicule, awkwardly putting away his card. His face fluctuated between embarrassment and anger, experiencing a level of humiliation he had never encountered before, which inevitably led to feelings of resentment towards the beautiful woman. The raw stones were divided into numerous piles, each varying in size, and surrounded by a curious crowd. Enthusiastic individuals eagerly sifted through them, with some even sharing insights about which stones had a higher probability of revealing green, while others dismissed those that showed no potential at all. One particular spot attracted a large gathering, with many expressing their opinions on a specific raw stone that possessed exquisite quality. Its exterior showcased distinctly clear green patterns, and under light, it exhibited a remarkable translucency. This stone had a much greater chance of revealing green than the others, and the crowd's eyes sparkled with desire, eager to claim it as their own. Such a raw stone would command a high price, reportedly reaching 10 million. Those with a bit of influence were engaged in discussions. In my experience, the chance of it revealing green is substantial. Securing it would be a tremendous gain, remarked one. On the surface, it indeed appears promising. This pile stands out. It looks quite impressive. Who knows who will ultimately lay claim to it? After all, this is a $10 million piece. Some were unable to contain their excitement. How could they let such a treasure slip away? I bid 11 million. I bid 12 million. I offer. With so many interested parties, the bidding began in earnest. Some were visibly ecstatic, knowing that if they secured the stone and it proved to be green, their profits could multiply several times over, an opportunity not to be missed. Lu Ji was among the crowd, and upon assessing the raw stone, he confirmed its exceptional quality and presence of green. He estimated its value would not exceed 10 million, predicting that the bidders would ultimately be disappointed. Lu Gu, is there really green inside this stone? Could it yield jade? What if they are mistaken? Meng Xian inquired. Hard to say, let us observe. Lu Ji replied with a smile. He could not reveal the truth. How would he explain that he could sense spiritual energy, an esoteric phenomenon that science could not elucidate? He simply shook his head in uncertainty, knowing he would not purchase the stone, as it held little relevance for him. As they whispered amongst themselves, the bidding escalated to over 30 million, a display of fervor that was indeed exhilarating. In this environment, the contest was one of power. How could these wealthy individuals allow themselves to be outbid, especially if this stone had the potential to yield profit? At that moment, Fong Tianhao joined the fray. Unfazed by the monetary stakes, he merely sought to partake in the excitement, and if the stone were to yield green, it could be sold in their family's jewelry store as a prized possession. Thus, he resolutely maintained his bid. The presence of these flamboyant young masters obscured the true value of the raw stone. Fong Tianhao, caught up in the thrill, was determined to acquire it. Facing off against a rival, Sheng Wanqing, who also operated a jewelry business. Every time Fong Tianhao raised his bid, Sheng Wanqing followed suit, refusing to yield. Eventually, only the two of them remained in the bidding war, with the price having soared from 10 million to 50 million, a significant inflation. Fong Tianhao began to sweat. Although he was wealthy, his fortune stemmed from his father. Ultimately, with his father's approval, he felt emboldened to continue competing. Seeing this, Lu Ji felt compelled to intervene. Although Fong was wealthy and somewhat foolish, such extravagant spending was unwise. He shook his head at Fong, signaling him to withdraw. Initially, Fong's eyes were ablaze with determination, prepared for one final push, but he hesitated upon noticing Lu Ji's warning. Lu Ji had an uncanny ability to unearth genuine treasures, and Fong had always regarded him as an idol, believing he should place his trust in him. Fong Xiao, why aren't you bidding? If you don't, I might just take it, Sheng Wanqing sneered. Fong Xiao aimed to compete with him, but faltered after the 55 million mark. In truth, I am not particularly fond of raw stones. I was merely curious. Since you, Sheng Wan, seem keen on it, I'll let you have it. I want to contest with you, Fong Xiao chuckled. The final buyer was Sheng Wanqing, who, exuding arrogance, looked down upon Fong Xiao, relishing in his display of power. You simply cannot afford it. Spare me the pleasantries. Do you even have the means to compete? He taunted. Humph, if I no longer wish to buy it, I need not justify my reasons. However, I do wish you luck on your gamble with the stone, Fong Xiao replied coldly. Lu Ji intervened just in time. He had to let it go. After all, with Lu Ji's capabilities, his judgment was undoubtedly sound. Perhaps he discerned the stone's actual worth. Otherwise, He would not have advised against pursuing a potentially profitable venture. Those who find hidden gems are not merely lucky. Lu Ji had always believed this. His ability to heal Fang's ailments was rooted in skill, not chance. Fang Xiao respected Lu Ji's insight, convinced that if the stone were truly worth the price, Lu Ji would not deter him from making a profit. Thanks for your kind words. This raw stone is indeed the best among those available. There is certainly money to be made. It's fortunate you didn't secure it, Fang Xiao. Later, we can collect some leftover materials when we open the stone. Otherwise, your father might give you a good scolding. Shang Wanqing laughed heartily. Don't get too cocky, Shang Wan. Gambling on stones relies on luck as well, Fang Xiao retorted, irritated. But he refrained from revealing that the stone might not be worth the inflated price. Instead, he awaited the spectacle of Shang Wan's eventual disappointment. Chapter 95. Participating in the stone gambling scene. Seeing the furious Fang Xiao, Shang Wanqing felt elated. Not only had he suppressed Fang Xiao, but he had also showcased his own strength, leading him to willingly swipe his card for payment. Master Shang Wan, shall we have the raw stone cut by our master? A staff member inquired after promptly scanning the payment. The raw stones purchased here can be cut open by a master to reveal their quality, determining if they meet expectations and how much jade they contain, which ultimately dictates the stone's value. Some individuals prefer not to use the local master for various reasons. Either they have a master in their family or they wish to keep the condition of their stone hidden. If a prized green jade emerges, it may attract unwarranted attention, while the lack of jade would spare them embarrassment in front of others. Having successfully acquired the stone, Shang Wanqing was eager to flaunt it among the crowd. He would not let this opportunity slip away. Upon receiving confirmation, the staff dispatched personnel to transport the large stone via forklift, as it was too heavy for a single person to move. 2 robust security guards secured the stone onto the forklift and delivered it to the master for cutting. The successful transaction drew the curiosity of many onlookers, who marveled at how such a substantial raw stone could fetch such a high price. They were eager to witness the unveiling process, a rarity that stirred their excitement. Most raw stones range in price from a few thousand to several tens of thousands, with 7-figure stones being exceptionally rare. The master of the raw stones became surrounded by a throng of eager spectators, all buzzing with anticipation as if the stone belonged to them. Young Master Shangwan, please mark the cutting line, and we will proceed accordingly, one of the staff members suggested. Very well, Shang Wanqing replied, filled with exhilaration as he drew a line on the stone with chalk, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Cut along this line. At that moment, he felt as though he were commanding an empire, the stone symbolizing his dominion, and he reveled in the pride swelling within him. Shang Wanqing carried himself with an air of superiority, head held high, exuding an imposing presence. He envisioned that when the stone's value skyrocketed, it would mark the pinnacle of his life, a moment of immense pride. Following the command, the staff cooperated with the master to begin cutting along the designated line, and the crowd fell silent, holding their breath in anticipation. The deafening sound of the cutting machine drowned out all else, resonating with the hearts of the crowd. A cloud of white dust erupted, enveloping the area, as the machine sprayed water to clear the debris. The onlookers widened their eyes in tension, particularly Shang Wanqing, who was more anxious than anyone, gripping his hands tightly and furrowing his brow in anticipation. Having invested over 50 million, he was not merely concerned about the financial loss, but also the potential loss of face. He had always prided himself on his superiority and was unwilling to accept anything less than the best. Regrettably, to everyone's astonishment, no green appeared within the cutting line, only a dull, unremarkable stone. It's over, it's collapsed, no green. What a pity, murmured the crowd in disbelief. This stone is of such good quality, it's such a rare find. Following the gasps, some could hardly believe the reality before them. Yet, such outcomes were not uncommon in the gamble of raw stones. Winning brought joy, while losing resulted in nothing but a pile of worthless rock. Cut again. Shang Wanqing's expression darkened, his teeth clenched in frustration. After all, the stone was sizable, and any green might not necessarily lie along the initial cutting line. So premature conclusions were unwise. However, the result mirrored the previous attempt. Still no green, only white dust. Some spectators began to lose interest, disappointed by the lack of excitement. The large stone had yielded 3 fragments, yet none of the anticipated jade, leaving the hefty investment seemingly squandered. I see no jade within. This appearance can be deceiving. How could such a splendid exterior hide such emptiness? They lamented. What a waste of money for mere shell. Whoever claims experience can discern the true nature of raw stones is sorely mistaken, others scoffed. Gambling stones is fraught with peril, one must tread carefully. Yet, it was also noted that fortune favors the bold. This stone may have failed, but perhaps another larger one would yield results. After all, nothing is absolute. Luck plays a significant role. Relying solely on experience is insufficient, or else everyone would be wealthy. Continue cutting. Shang Wanqing's complexion had turned a deep shade of red. His face flushed with suppressed anger. Deep down, he understood that by this stage, if green were present, it would have already revealed itself. Yet, his stubbornness prevailed, compelling him to insist that the cutter persist, even if it meant reducing the stone to mere fragments. He was determined to uncover what he had spent over 50 million on. Some onlookers regarded Shang Wanqing with sympathy, knowing it was unwise to comfort him at such a volatile moment. Any attempt might be perceived as mockery. They shook their heads and kept their distance, observing his predicament. Cut again as anticipated, the cutting continued until only minuscule remnants remained, yet still no trace of green. By this point, Shang Wanqing's face had turned ashen. His earlier bravado extinguished. Shang Wan, your prowess is remarkable. To spend over 50 million on such a worthless stone is no small feat while it may lack jade. At least the base stone has some value, so it wasn't a total waste, Fang Tianhao quipped, reveling in the moment. Laughter erupted around them, and the earlier arrogance was replaced by palpable embarrassment. Even those with thick skins found it hard to bear the ridicule, especially Shang Wanqing, who felt he had lost face. At this juncture, defense was futile. It would only deepen his humiliation. He could only swallow his bitter pill and storm away, fuming. And just like that, he leaves. What about the master's hard work? It took over half an hour to cut that stone, Fang Xiao remarked, delivering a parting jab. Chapter 96. Finally turning the tide, having spent over 50 million, he found himself in possession of a worthless stone, only to be humiliated by Fang Xiao at the last moment. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he halted, seething with anger as he glared at Fang Xiao. However, he had already accepted this loss. In his earlier arrogance, he had not considered the possibility of failing to pay. Yet, his status forbade him from uttering such words, which was precisely what allowed Fang Xiao to outmaneuver him, rendering him speechless. The stone appraisal was not without reward. Compensation was customary. However, having squandered over 50 million and received nothing in return, he was reluctant to part with more money. Fang Xiao's words, akin to swallowing a fly, left him feeling disgusted, as he found himself publicly humiliated among peers in the industry. Whether he accepted it or not, he had to acknowledge the situation, thus tossing a 10,000 yuan bill to the master before storming off in frustration. Fang Xiao, on the other hand, was elated, reveling in the thrill of the moment, having acquired a fine piece of raw stone. At that moment, Yi Ming entered and observed the jubilant Fang Tianhao. After a brief exchange, he glanced back at the hastily departing Shang Wanqing, puzzled by his sudden exit. This young man, who relished the spotlight, was unusually quick to leave. Though curious, he refrained from prying, respecting the personal affairs of others, even though he did not particularly need Shang Wanxiao's presence. Of course, I'm delighted to see someone struggling. It's even better than acquiring raw stone myself, Fang Xiao chuckled. Thank you, Brother Lu. You are truly a good friend. In the future, feel free to reach out to me directly. Upon spotting Lu Ji, he quickly added, why the sudden formality? Aren't we just friends? Besides, what's the deal with your tardiness? As the host, you really should have arrived on time. Is something wrong? Fang Xiao inquired, noting Yi Ming's unusual demeanor. Although Fang Xiao considered them friends, he was aware that a businessman like Yi Ming would not engage in brotherly terms with someone lacking mutual interests. While somewhat self-serving, this was simply the nature of society. Fortunately, despite his greed, this friend was genuinely decent, not calculating or exploitative, which piqued Fang Xiao's interest in Lu Ji. I was in a car accident, which is why I'm late, Yi Ming explained. Are you all right? Fang Xiao scrutinized Yi Ming with concern. I'm fine. Just this talisman is damaged, Yi Ming replied, producing the protective jade Lu Ji had given him, now marred with fine cracks. Lu Ji could discern from Yi Ming's features that he had narrowly escaped serious injury, for he had gifted Yi Ming a talisman he crafted himself, well aware of its protective properties capable of withstanding a severe traffic accident. Yi Ming, upon gazing at Lu Ji, felt a surge of respect. He understood the true value of what Lu Ji had bestowed upon him. Without that talisman, he might well have been lying in the morgue instead of standing there speaking. Thank goodness you're unharmed, Fang Xiao nodded, recognizing the jade as Lu Ji's handiwork, yet he had not contemplated its significance deeply. He was just relieved that his friend was safe. I'll head over there to check things out. You all enjoy yourselves, and once I'm done, it's on me. Yiming declared, patting Fang Xiao's shoulder. Sounds good. Go ahead and take care of your business, Fang Xiao understood, leading Lu Ji and Ming Xian away. This gathering was organized by the Yi family, where Yi Ming, as the heir, bore the responsibility of overseeing the event. Thus, Fang Xiao did not wish to burden him further and left him to his duties. Following the two, Lu Ji's attention was suddenly captured by a surge of spiritual energy emanating from an inconspicuous raw stone. He rushed over to investigate. The stone's exterior appeared utterly ordinary, even less appealing than a common river rock, lacking any semblance of polish or allure. Yet, the spiritual energy unmistakably radiated from within it. What is the price of this raw stone? Lu Ji inquired of the attendant, pointing at the unremarkable piece. This one is priced by weight, starting at 1,000. The attendant replied. How intriguing. Some stones are priced per piece, while others are auctioned. Here, the pricing is by weight, quite a variety. Lu Ji mused. Brother Lu, this stone is certainly a lost cause. From its appearance and texture, it lacks any distinctive features and is unlikely to yield anything. It pales in comparison to the stones nearby. If you're unsure, let me assist you, Fang Xiao kindly offered. I've done my research and have a fair understanding of this stone gambling. Seeing Lu Ji's indifference, Fang Xiao hurried to explain, for he felt responsible for bringing Lu Ji to this event. He didn't want him to suffer losses over these stones. Yet, he forgot that it was Lu Ji's intervention that had spared him from losing over 50 million. Without Lu Ji's presence, he might have faced even greater losses. It struck Lu Ji as amusing that someone would boast of their experience judging stones when their understanding was so superficial. Do not be deceived by appearances. The previous stones may have been visually appealing, but they were ultimately worthless. The exterior can be misleading, Lu Ji asserted. Meanwhile, Shang Wanqing, who had been walking not far behind, stumbled slightly, nearly falling. The insult was particularly irksome, deepening his already grim expression. Was this not a slap to his face? Just weigh this one. It's not a significant expense. I'm merely playing around here. Whether it yields green is inconsequential, Lu Ji stated, pointing at the raw stone. 18,800 yuan, the attendant announced after weighing it. How auspicious. Regardless of its appearance, such a price is quite favorable, Fang Xiao exclaimed with delight. It was rare to encounter such a serendipitous occurrence. It seemed promising. I also believe this price is excellent. Perhaps there will be a delightful surprise, Lu Ji added. Oh, the numbers sound delightful. The real question is whether some individuals can actually afford such sums, a sharp voice chimed in. Turning around, Lu Ji saw Lin Xiao and Lu Xiao approaching, with Lin Xiao being the one to speak. A penniless wretch aspiring for wealth. Too bad you lack the capital. Lu Xiao sneered, filled with envy as he noted that the beautiful woman beside him did not acknowledge him, thus joining Lin Xiao in the mockery. What is the security here? How can anyone just waltz in? This is no place for the impoverished. It tarnishes our eyes, Lin Xiao continued. Silence. Who do you think you are? Lu Ji retorted, his voice rising in anger. Time and again, they had come to insult him, expecting him to remain silent, mistaking his restraint for weakness. Chapter 97. A brilliant performance. Lin Xiao and Lu Xiao repeatedly provoked Lu Ji, inciting his wrath. His icy gaze fixed upon them, causing them to instinctively recoil, for they had never encountered such a terrifying look before. A chill ran down their spines, leaving them trembling involuntarily. Noticing their silence, Lu Ji disregarded the pair and resumed his purchase of raw stones. A pauper is still a pauper, he scoffed. Buying a worthless rock as if it were a family heirloom? At that moment, the curious Shang Wanqing, who had not wandered far, paused to witness Lu Ji's potential embarrassment. After all, misery loves company, and she felt a sense of balance in sharing his humiliation. How could you be so oblivious? You claim a worthless stone is worth over 50 million, while I can find stones aplenty by the riverside without spending a dime, Lu Ji retorted with a cold smile. Do you not recognize your own shortcomings? Who gave you the audacity to mock me? I shall expose your foolishness before everyone. You. Shang Wanqing trembled with rage. Lu Ji paid her no mind, proceeding to settle his bill. Soon, the staff arrived to assist in transporting the stone to his vehicle for processing. Jewelry merchants present were elated, for their joy surpassed that of any gambler. If they acquired quality material, they would secure it first, as their success rate was significantly greater than relying on luck alone. A crowd gathered around the stone cutter, eager to observe. A pile of raw stones accumulated, all brought in hopes of fortune. This one's a lost cause. It's not worth keeping, one remarked, while another echoed, indeed, this cannot possibly yield jade. Shall we cut it? A staff member inquired. No need to cut, just a surface polish will suffice, Lu Ji replied without hesitation. Such a pitiful sight. Clinging to a worthless stone as if it were treasure, the staff member thought, though they dared not voice their opinions. After all, the customer is king, and they could not risk their job over idle chatter. The grinding noise was deafening as the machinery whirred, meticulously polishing the stone's surface. Wow, am I seeing things? Is that green? Someone gasped. You're not mistaken. It's definitely green. A surge of excitement coursed through the crowd as they recognized the stone's exceptional quality. This is the finest jade, a true masterpiece. Am I dreaming? The stone was substantial, promising numerous jade pendants and bangles. Merely observing its surface hinted at a value exceeding 10 million. Sell it to me for 10 million. One buyer proposed. I'll offer 15 million. Give it to me, and I'll add another 5 million. They clamored, urging Lu Ji to sell swiftly, for once it displayed green, it did not guarantee that the entirety was jade. Sometimes only a small section bore the precious color. The cutter, intrigued by the jade in his hands, had seen various materials over his years of work, but had never encountered one so remarkable. He continued to grind, exhilaration mounting with each pass, revealing the stone's true beauty beneath its exterior. Once the outer layer was removed and the stone rinsed, the previously dark rock revealed a vibrant green hue, shimmering like a precious gem, dazzling all who beheld it. The previously boisterous bidders fell silent, for such a sizable piece was a priceless treasure, beyond the reach of those lacking the means to procure it. Regret washed over some, lamenting that they had not seized this opportunity. Fortune could have been mine, one muttered, but it was merely a dream belonging to another. How about 40 million? Someone finally exclaimed, astonished. Lu Ji, uncertain of the jade market's value, glanced back at Fang Tianhao for guidance. What are you looking at? This jade belongs to me. Fang Xiao snapped back to reality, claiming it without hesitation. Fine. I'll offer you the same price as the last piece, 55 million, Fang Xiao stated. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Despite the stone's exceptional quality, its value would not exceed 50 million. Fang Xiao's decisive bid silenced any dissent, for none could match his financial prowess. The Fang family boasted jewelry stores nationwide, their resources formidable. Their artisans were renowned, capable of transforming this jade into exquisite pieces that would fetch far more than the initial price. These stones would draw more customers, elevating their profits and reputation in a fiercely competitive market where every player sought to outshine the others. Meng Xian watched Lu Ji in astonishment, realizing his discerning eye had led to such a remarkable find. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao felt the sting of regret. She had never anticipated that a mere delivery boy could amass such wealth overnight. Over 50 million, a sum unfathomable to her. Observing the beautiful woman by his side, she felt a pang of inadequacy. If only she had not viewed him through a biased lens. Would Lu Ji be willing to start anew with her? Now, as regret washed over her, she pondered if it was too late. What would be the chances of rekindling a connection through Aunt Li's introduction? At that moment, her thoughts were consumed not by whether Lu Ji would notice her, but by how she might draw near to him once more, dreaming of standing by his side again. Chapter 98. Truly extraordinary luck in life. One cannot foresee the future. A destitute youth, after a brief period, unexpectedly ascends to wealth. A young man of commendable temperament contrasts sharply with a fickle and uncontrollable dandy. Alas, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Missed opportunities remain forever lost. Lin Xiao silently lamented, unable to rekindle Lu Ji's attention, resigned to watching from a distance with a mix of bitterness and longing. Lu Ji's fortune was indeed remarkable. During this time, he aided Fang Tianhao in selecting several raw stones, each yielding valuable gems. However, apart from the Supreme Emperor's stone he procured, the rest were merely ordinary jade. Nevertheless, such luck had already garnered him significant profit. Even Fang Tianhao was astonished. Every stone chosen by Lu Ji exhibited vibrant green hues and excellent quality, rare in the market. This success filled Fang with such elation that he could hardly contain himself. Wishing to embrace Lu Ji in a jubilant dance, his smile never fading. Where had Meng Xian gone? Lu Ji turned, realizing that Meng Xian, who had been closely following him, was now missing. I haven't seen her, Fong, engrossed in his selection, had completely forgotten about his companion. You stay here. I'll visit the restroom and then search for her, Lu Ji declared. All right, but be quick. Without your assistance, the stones I choose might turn out to be worthless. Fong chuckled, viewing Lu Ji as his fortunate talisman. The atmosphere was vibrant, yet the crowd rendered the room stifling. Lu Ji felt a wave of dizziness and hurried to splash cold water on his face, refreshing his senses. The cold water cleared his mind, and with a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him, his fatigue dissipated. Feeling rejuvenated, he turned to return to the stone gambling scene. Just as he reached the doorway, a woman's shriek from the ladies' restroom halted him. The door was ajar, and he could hear a man's sinister laughter from within. This is the women's restroom. Please leave. The woman cried in terror as she confronted the intruders. You are ungrateful. The fact that I even noticed you is a favor, the man retorted wickedly. You should inquire about who Lu Xiao is. Being with him is a privilege, a lackey chimed in. The group laughed lecherously, ogling the girl inside. Initially, Lu Xiao had harbored some interest in her, but her apparent disdain had ignited his fury. Today, we shall see how high and mighty you can be, he sneered, his jealousy blinding him to reason. Get away from me, or I will call the police. The woman threatened, her voice trembling. Call for help. Do you truly think anyone will come? The man taunted, advancing toward her menacingly. You can scream. It only excites me more, he said, cornering her. Intent on stripping her of her clothes. My friend will not let you go unpunished. Do you think that poor wretch will come to your aid? Give up that hope. Trapped in the restroom was Meng Xian, who never expected to encounter the lecherous Lu Xiao during a simple bathroom visit. Despair washed over her. Stop. At that moment, Lu Ji kicked the door open, his gaze fierce. He had not anticipated that this Lu would dare to humiliate an innocent girl in broad daylight, especially when that girl was Meng Xian, whom he had brought along. His anger surged. Brother Lu. Upon seeing Lu Ji, Meng Xian felt even more aggrieved. Just when she thought she had escaped one predator, she found herself in the sights of another, pushing her toward the brink of despair. It's you. Get lost right now, and don't meddle in my affairs if you wish to live longer, Lu Xiao spat, his demeanor turning hostile upon recognizing Lu Ji. He had not envisioned that this boy would ruin his plans. Having seen this woman cling to Lu Ji, he felt a wave of discomfort. Such a beautiful woman should be by his side, not this pig, as his jealousy spiraled into irrationality. Earlier, while selecting stones, Lu Ji had been fixated on Meng Xian, oblivious to the fact that he had unearthed a supreme Emperor Jade. Missing the ensuing drama, Lu Xiao had awaited an opportune moment, taking advantage of her solitude while others were preoccupied with the stones. You're a pitiful wretch. She'd fare far better with me than with you. Don't sabotage her future, Lu Xiao boasted shamelessly. A minor merchant, buoyed by his father's wealth, Lu Xiao had made a name for himself in Sioux City, albeit with a notorious reputation for his insatiable lust for beautiful women. Having grown bored of Lin Zhao's face, he was now captivated by Meng Xian, only to be met with rejection, stoking his anger further. Touch my friend, and you're courting death, Lu Ji warned coldly. Humph. You'll soon learn the consequences of your insolence, Lu Xiao sneered, signaling his lackeys to approach. Don't worry, boss. We'll teach him a lesson he won't forget, one of them scoffed. Two henchmen advanced on Lu Ji, intending to subdue him. However, before they could reach him, Lu Ji swiftly dispatched one against the wall while grasping the other by the throat, throwing him to the ground, where he lay incapacitated. All of you, take him down. Lu Xiao, consumed by rage, urged his remaining lackeys. One thug was sent flying out of the restroom by a single punch from Lu Ji, landing at the entrance in a pitiful heap, while the others suffered a similar fate, sprawled on the floor. Lu Xiao's face paled. He had not anticipated Lu Ji's remarkable fighting prowess. Wasn't he merely a poor wretch? How could he be so formidable? Even Lu Xiao found himself slapped twice by Lu Ji, his humiliation igniting fury. You dare strike me? You must be tired of living, he roared in anger. Amidst the chaos, hotel security, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the scene, quickly assisting Lu Xiao and brushing off dust from his clothes with obsequiousness. Lu Xiao? Are you unhurt? Chapter 99. You are fired. The head of security, along with several guards, hurriedly came to Lu Xiao's defense. How dare you assault Lu Xiao? It was I, Lu Ji declared as he approached the commotion outside. He remained composed, while Meng Xian, trembling in fear, hid behind him, unable to utter a word. The guards glared at Lu Ji, brandishing their electric batons. Today, many influential figures had gathered at their hotel, including nearly half of Sioux City and Apos, jewelers and antique dealers. The security of the venue was paramount, and they were on high alert, patrolling the premises to avoid any mishaps. To their astonishment, someone had dared to strike a guest. Lu Xiao, who, though not part of a major conglomerate, was still a young man worth millions. They couldn't afford to ignore such an affront. "Do you know what day it is? How dare you cause a ruckus in our hotel?" The head of security fumed. "They have insulted my friend." "A beating is a light punishment," Lu Ji replied coolly. "What does that matter? You, a pauper, wish to make a stand? Li, incapacitate him. I will take the blame." Lu Yuanguang jeered. "Leave it to me," the lead guard assured. "Brothers, this man is causing a scene in our hotel. Beat him to a pulp. At once." The guards lunged forward, not allowing Lu Ji a chance to speak, believing that offending Lu Xiao warranted punishment. "Are you his thugs? Do you strike without understanding the situation?" Lu Ji questioned, shielding Ming Xin from their blows. "Lu Xiao is the law here. If you hit him, you deserve death. Show him no mercy." The head of security barked. The guards obediently swung their electric batons, carelessly aiming to strike Lu Ji. Enraged, Lu Ji seized the head guard and hurled him against the wall, causing him to cry out in pain. "Li!" The guards rushed to check on their leader. Concern etched on their faces. "Do not stop. Incapacitate him." The head guard, recovering from his pain, pointed at Lu Ji with venomous intent. "Enough. Who gave you the audacity to strike my friend?" Just as the guards raised their batons, a voice rang out, approaching rapidly, filled with fury. Fang Tianhao had grown worried when Lu Ji had not returned. It was his first visit to their hotel, and he feared Lu Ji might be lost in its vastness. To his dismay, he stumbled upon a scene he did not wish to witness. "Young Master Yi, the head of security stammered, realizing the gravity of his blunder upon recognizing Lu Ji as Yi Xiao's friend, his heart racing with panic. "This is bad," he mused, noting Yi Ming's changing expression. He understood he had stirred trouble, and it would not end well. "Li Feng, who gave you the audacity to be so arrogant and assault my friend? You must be seeking death. Leave now, or I shall ensure you can never walk again," Yi Ming thundered. "I truly did not know. I thought he was causing trouble. Forgive me this time. I shall not do it again." The head of security pleaded, nearly in tears. "Another chance? I shall not repeat myself. Leave at once and never let me see you again. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy," Yi Ming warned coldly, leaving no room for negotiation. Seeing the murderous intent in his employer's eyes, the guard dared not linger, fearing that angering this young man would jeopardize his own position. Though youthful, Yi Ming was decisive and merciless. If he were to unleash his wrath, no one would be spared. "You are my guards, not rabble. If you wish to remain employed here, understand whose orders you must follow. If not, then leave," Yi Ming stated icily. Lu Yuanguang turned pale upon hearing this. The words were an obvious insult to him, yet he dared not retort. The disparity in power between their families was vast, and antagonizing Yi Ming would yield no benefit for his own company. A mere gesture from Yi Ming could spell disaster for him. "He is your friend?" Yi Ming asked, a sardonic smile on his face. "Is there a problem with the company I keep? Must I inform Lu Xiao of my acquaintances?" Yi Ming replied coldly. "Of course not." Lu Yuanguang stammered, though resentment brewed within him. He recognized that he was no match for Yi Ming's might. "However, he struck me. This cannot go unpunished." Lu Xiao insisted boldly. "What? You wish to settle the score with me? You harassed my friend, and a beating is but a light punishment. You dare come to me for compensation?" Lu Ji glared at him, his expression icy, causing Lu Yuanguang to shiver and retreat a few steps. The coldness in Lu Ji's gaze silenced any further protests from Lu Yuanguang, who realized that staying any longer would only lead to further humiliation. He decided to endure this beating as a loss. "Very well, remember this. This matter is far from over," Lu Yuanguang spat, casting a resentful glance at Lu Ji before he and his lackeys fled in disgrace. This was the most humiliating experience of his life, bested by a mere pauper. Though he seethed with anger, he dared not act recklessly in Yi Ming's domain. Stirring trouble here would only lead to his own downfall. He resolved to find another opportunity to settle the score. "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Yi Ming inquired with concern. "Of course not. But I hope this will not tarnish your hotel's reputation," Lu Ji replied, worried. He had struck the guards, which could reflect poorly on Yi Ming. "Not at all. The fault lies with me for not ensuring your safety," Yi Ming expressed remorsefully. "The incident has passed. Let us not dwell on it. We should return, Lu Ji suggested, shaking his head. With the matter resolved, Lu Yuanguang's plans thwarted, and Lu Ji having dealt him a lesson, there was a sense of relief in the air. Chapter 100. The young must be humble, having concluded their affairs. It was at this opportune moment that Feng Xiao called to inform them that the small auction had commenced. Yi Ming escorted Lu Ji and another individual to the exhibition center on the 7th floor. Upon their arrival, they encountered Sheng Wanqing, who appeared to have incurred significant losses from the previous stone auction and was now eager to recover his dignity by securing some valuable items here. As the group approached, Sheng Wanqing's countenance darkened. Were it not for the inappropriate context, he would have made things difficult for them, as he still felt the sting of his earlier humiliation. Among the attendees was an elderly gentleman, whose face bore a familiar visage. Lu Ji recalled having seen him on a treasure appraisal program. His reputation and esteem were considerable. It seemed that the Yi family had summoned him for authentication purposes. Upon noticing Feng Xiao, Lu Ji smiled in greeting and promptly seated himself beside him. Feng Xiao refrained from inquiring about the recent unpleasantness, and Lu Ji likewise chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Yi Ming hurried to sit beside the elderly gentleman, presenting a calligraphy piece he had acquired from Lu Ji for the elder's appraisal. The venerable man, surnamed Tao Shuqing, was affectionately referred to as Tao Lao. He scrutinized the artwork brought forth by Yi Ming with great diligence. This is indeed a genuine piece by Yan Jinqing, a rare find. Such works are exceedingly scarce in the market these days. Did you intend to present this as the pièce d'argistance of the auction? Tao Lao remarked with admiration. I wish to keep this for myself. I merely sought your expert opinion, for I am unwilling to part with it, Yi Ming replied, shaking his head. Ah, are you not simply envious of my expertise? You are quite the rascal, the elder retorted, momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated the absence of this particular work in the auction lineup, feeling slightly disappointed. Is it not the same for me? After all, it was a challenging endeavor to unearth this piece. Who would willingly part with it? Yi Ming chuckled in response. In addition to Yi Ming, other participants also presented their items to the elderly gentleman, seeking his validation and probing for insights into antiquities, hoping to gain from his vast knowledge. Tao Lao, please examine this piece for me. Teacher Tang Shuhang identified it as a counterfeit, but I find it rather impressive. What led him to that conclusion? Sheng Wanqing interjected, revealing his own treasured possession for the elder's examination, his reluctance to concede defeat evident. Upon hearing the name Tang Shuhang, Lu Ji recalled encountering a middle-aged man with a keen interest in his calligraphy during a previous visit to the antique street. Would you kindly inspect it? Aside from this minor flaw, I see no other discrepancies, he urged. Let me take a look. Ah, here, you can clearly discern the unmistakable signs of forgery. Indeed, as Tang Shuhang stated, this is a product of the Qing dynasty's folk kills. Were it not for this marking, it could indeed pass for a commendable piece, comparable to genuine articles. The craftsmanship is remarkably adept, the elder explained with a smile. Were it not for this flaw, the value of this porcelain could have soared to hundreds of thousands, perhaps even over 1 million. Alas, its status as a counterfeit diminishes its worth, he lamented. Because of this, I was deceived out of over 300,000. I had believed it to be authentic. Alas, I must consider it tuition for my education. As I have gained knowledge from this experience, Sheng Wanqing feigned humility. A counterfeit, particularly one from a folk kiln, was indeed a financial loss. Upon confirmation, he resolved to discard it, recognizing that even selling it for a nominal sum would be preferable, ensuring he would not be duped again in the future. May I have a look? Lu Ji was drawn into their conversation, the porcelain capturing his interest. Humph. Do not presume that your luck in gambling for stones grants you expertise in antiquities. Such matters are not for the likes of you, Sheng Wanqing scoffed. All are works of art. There is no harm in observing, for it is simply a matter of interest, Tao Lao replied amiably. With Tao Lao's words, Sheng Wanqing felt less inclined to argue, knowing that a miserly disposition would render him contemptible to others. His status forbade him from appearing petty, so he shot Lu Ji a disdainful glance and fell silent. Previously unacquainted with such matters, Lu Ji had sensed the ethereal energy emanating from ancient calligraphy. These antiquities, aged over time, naturally developed their own spirit and aura, which modern artifacts could not replicate. The ancient artisans had crafted a myriad of miracles that endured through the ages, each piece a masterpiece, with varying energies depending on its era. Thus, these intangible qualities could only be perceived by Lu Ji. He scrutinized the blue and white porcelain bowl, unable to identify any flaws. As Tao Lao had stated, it was indeed a highly replicated piece, nearly indistinguishable from the genuine article. However, he could not comprehend why a counterfeit would possess such spiritual energy. It defied logic. Since you intend to discard that bowl, why not sell it to me? Lu Ji proposed, trusting his intuition despite his inability to articulate the differences. An invaluable trinket, you say? If you wish for it, I shall grant it to you. However, do not pretend to be a player. Even a replica is beyond your understanding. Shang Wanqing derided. He held Lu Ji in low esteem, viewing him as a mere pauper who had stumbled upon fortune, oblivious to the realities of the world. His earlier sense of superiority was rekindled, and he relished the moment. Out of guilt, I would rather purchase it from you, Lu Ji insisted, unwilling to take advantage of Shang Wanqing. I paid 35,000 for it. I shall offer you that same price, Shang Wanqing replied. His impression of Lu Ji far from favorable. He was reluctant to let the world know he had squandered a fortune on a counterfeit. Yet Lu Ji's insistence provided a means to recoup his loss without appearing to have been bullied. Do not claim that I am taking advantage of you. This is your own decision, he reiterated. Very well, provide me with your account details, and I shall transfer the funds, Lu Ji agreed readily. Humph, you may regret this. Do not come seeking me later, Shang Wanqing warned coldly. Such a pauper, thinking he can infiltrate our circle just because he has a bit of money. Such extravagance will surely lead to his downfall, he mocked, collecting the payment while casting aspersions. Lu Ji, overhearing the remarks, felt displeased but chose not to engage with such a petty individual. Is it possible? Though you now have funds, is this truly how you intend to spend them? Have you discerned something I have not? Fang Xiao queried, perplexed. Indeed, there is something awry, but I cannot pinpoint the issue just yet, Lu Ji responded. This bowl was indeed extraordinary, yet its superficial appearance rendered it indistinguishable from the genuine, despite the subtle signs of forgery evident within its void. While one might deem it a counterfeit, the intricate patterns and craftsmanship suggested otherwise, and the presence of spiritual energy and soul force was undeniable. This left Lu Ji in a state of confusion.